Welcome to the story of ICP and the first 6 Joker's cards. Written and narrated by Violent J of the Insane Clown Posse.
Here we go, ninjas and ninjettes. Chapter 1, The Butterfly. Outside of my mom's netting, the first thing I remember is my real dad, Richard Bruce, building a haunted house in our basement. I must have been 2 years old at the time. My brother Rob, my sister Teresa, and I explored all through that haunted house, which he had built out of blankets and shit like that. He recorded this tape of his voice saying, I'm over here, find me, I'm over here. And he hid the tape player under some blankets. We crawled all through that haunted house, all dark and scary, until we found the tape recorder and realized it wasn't really him. To me, that was the shit. The only other thing I remember about my real dad, Rick, was him throwing a TV set at my mom. She was standing at the bottom of the stairs and he was up at the top. They were arguing. He disappeared from the top of the staircase and came back with a TV set and threw it down at my mom. She had to yank me out of the way as it came crashing down. That is the very last memory I have of my real dad. I can't believe that I actually remember something that happened when I was only 2 fucking years old. But I do. Them times must have really been major incidents for me to still remember them now. After that, Rick and my mom Linda officially split up. The last thing they did together was to pull all the money out of their joint bank account so they could divide it up and go their separate ways. Going out to drive away, Rick suddenly grabbed all the money from my mom's hands and jumped in his homie's car and just took off. That was the last time my mom ever seen him. He never paid no child support or nothing. My mom was just left assed out. That's why if I ever meet my real dad again nowadays, I have no choice but to beat his ass. Leaving us kids forever never bothered me at all. I was happy as a kid without his ass around. Snatching that money from my mom's hands though, and leaving her to struggle, trying to find money to feed 3 kids, that calls for an ass kicking in my book, and this is my fucking book. Even if I don't ever see him until he's like 80, I have no choice but to beat his old ass. I'll monkey flip his ass out of his wheelchair if I gotta. With my real dad gone, we were mad poor, but we lived in a pretty nice suburb of Detroit called Berkeley. It was just off 11 Mile Road, which is about 3 miles north of Detroit in Oakland County. My mom worked nights in Birmingham, Michigan as a church janitor. So while she was gone, we were like stray dogs out there. But I didn't care. I have no complaints. I fucking loved all of it. When my mom worked the late shift, it just meant we were allowed out until she got home, which was the bomb. I hate it when people front like, oh, I was raised so poor, it was horrible as a little kid. That's bullshit in my eyes. I don't think being broke-ass poor really affects you until you get to middle school and high school. That's when other kids notice you have shitty clothes on and you're gripping a piece of shit bike and some dirty-ass $15 track shoes. At elementary school level of life, though, you don't really give a fuck if you're poor. Nobody does. Nobody notices dumb shit like that. All you really care about is playing, adventure, pretending, and all that fresh-ass little kid shit that comes for free in life. During the summertime, my mom would drop us off with Mary Wool. I guess Mary was somehow our summer babysitter. I don't know where or how my mom met her, but I remember this lady was a fucking witch. This bitch was straight out of hell. She was pure evil. Today, as a grown-ass ninja, I look back in awe at what an evil bitch this lady was to us little-ass kids. I'm sure she's still a horrid bitch today, if she's still alive and hasn't fucked off yet. My mom would drop us off over there at 8 in the morning when she went to work and pick us up around 6 when she got off. Mary's idea of daycare would be to leave us outside all day in this fucked up fenced-in backyard. On the hot days, my brother, sister, and I used to dare each other to go up and ask Mary Wool for a drink of water. If we did, she would just bitch about it. Sometimes she'd squirt the hose at us. Like I said, she was a witch. I don't think my mom really ever knew how bad this lady was. I mean, she knew that Mary Wool was a bitch and all, but I don't think she ever really knew just how bad she was. Even if she did, there was nothing we could really do. My mom was even more broke now with my dad gone, being a janitor and raising 3 kids alone. She didn't have the funds to hire us a Mary Poppins lady, so Mary Wool had to do. When I say there wasn't anybody else to watch us, I mean literally there wasn't nobody else to watch us. My mom had no other choice but the Mary Wool hellhole. My grandma Delilah Grober couldn't watch over us because she was always ill. She was in and out of an insane asylum for the whole second half of her life. The way my mom explained it, when my grandma was in her 20s, right after she had her kids, things went bad for her. She was really beautiful and people used to stare at her a lot. She began to become paranoid over it all. Everyone constantly staring at her and talking about her under their breath. She just went insane from it. Flat out paranoid schizophrenic, I guess. She'd come home every weekend, but she'd just be mad doped up, not saying anything that made any sense. She usually would just sit there in this big red chair and smile at us. She died about 25 years ago. My mom says that my grandma is now super happy in heaven because her soul is finally free from her sick mind and body. My grandpa Val Grober, he couldn't watch over us back then either. He was way too busy working his ass off all the time. He constantly worked. He was a great person. From the time his wife got sick and went away until she died, he stayed with her. He never left her for nothing. My grandpa was the fucking bomb. He used to teach golf and do landscaping. He worked hard right up until he died about 13 years ago. Some consider him a local Detroit area golfing legend, so I hear. The only other family we had were my 2 uncles. They both were busy living their own separate lives, and neither one had any time to watch over us. Now, my mom's 2 brothers couldn't possibly be any more different from one another. First of all, you got my Uncle Larry. He worked his way through college and has, in my eyes, schooled it in life. He is every bit of what you would call a model citizen. A good family man. He was always known as Rich Uncle Larry to us because he would always help my mom out with $80 here or $100 there. He saved our asses many a times when we were kids. He seemed so rich to us back then. Now that I'm grown, I realize the only reason Uncle Larry seemed so rich to us back then was because he wasn't on welfare like the rest of us. He wasn't really that rich at all. He was just chilling. And then you got my other uncle, Uncle Steve. He was pretty much the crazy-ass gone wrong uncle. He did an 8-year prison bid for robbing a gang of 7-Elevens when I was a kid. He was a drug addict with a gat. When he got out after his long 8, he came to live with us for a while on the tether. He was always ripping off my grandpa, my mom, and just always giving everybody hell. He even ripped me off a few years ago when I gave him 2 of each of all of our CDs, t-shirts, and every other kind of ICP merchandise we have. He said he wanted it all to start his own collection. So I gave him a fat-ass box of shit. 2 days later, a friend of ours from a local record store called and said, "Some crackhead older guy was just up here trying to sell a complete 2 of everything ICP collection." That bastard Uncle Steve. Anyway, Uncle Steve later passed away from a methadone overdose and is no longer with us. So that's the demise of Uncle Steve. Now that you're familiar with my entire family, hopefully you realize why we were stuck with Mary Wool. There just wasn't anybody else to watch us. My mom knew we hated her, so every time she came home sick from work or something, she'd always come get us from Mary's house with the quickness. If we complained about Mary Wool, all she'd say was, "There's nothing I can do about it. I don't know who else to get." She was telling the truth. There really wasn't nobody else. Rob, Teresa, and I tried to make the best of it in that fenced-in backyard. The only good part was this brown dog from across the street. Some days, he would dig a hole under his fence when he heard us playing, and he would make his way over to us and hang out with us for the day. Then at the end of the day, we would return the dog, fill in the hole that he dug, and say goodbye. We would do our best to hide the dog from Mary bitch-ass Wool, because he was the best thing we had going for us over there. We loved him, and that would have been reason enough for her to put a stop to it. The rest of the time was passed with the help of our imaginations. We'd find an old lawnmower or something, and we'd be like, let's turn this into an airplane, you guys, and let's actually build an airplane. We thought for sure 100% we could actually do that. You know, dreams that would last a day long. The fact is that children will be children no matter where you put them. We still managed to gain some pretty fresh long memories out of that yard. One time, a big June bug landed right there in the dirt in the middle of us. We all sat around and stared at this crusty ass fucking June bug. You know those ones you see stuck to the side of the trees? It's one of them things you only notice when you're a little kid, like anthills and caterpillars. When was the last time you actually saw a caterpillar or a crusty ass June bug shell stuck to the side of a tree? When you're a little ass kid, you notice that stuff because that's all you got going on, so that shit matters. This June bug looked like it was about to die, yet it was crawling on the ground. It was old, wicked looking, and crusty like a little ugly ass monster. And then all of a sudden, a split cracked right up its own back, and it was crawling out of itself. We were tripping out. To any adult, I'm sure we just looked like some kids huddled around playing in the dirt right then. But fuck that, we were witnessing something worth watching that day. Slowly but surely, this beautiful yellow and green fucking bug climbed right out of its own old crusty ass and left nothing but an old dead shell of its former self. We sat around and watched this whole thing happen. It took hours. I thought that shit was the fucking freshest thing I'd ever seen. When it was all over with, the beautiful yellow and green bug expanded its new strong wings and finally flew off, probably to go kill some other bug and eat it. The whole shit was awesome, but soon after that, things were back to normal in that yard. Let me tell y'all, this Mary Wool lady, there was some bullshit going on in that house. She had 2 kids, Chris and Ricky Wool, who were right around our age. My brother Rob and I hated playing with them. See, they had this fucked up habit of unzipping their pants and waggling their dicks at us and chasing us around like that. We figured they were that way because of their mom, Mary Wool, who was a heroin addict looking skinny bitch with tattoos on her wrist. And remember, this was 30 fucking years ago when moms didn't have tattoos on their wrists and shit like that. One day, when my mom was picking us up, I asked her about Mary's tattoos. What's that weird writing on Mary Wool's little chicken wrist about, Mom? Don't ask questions like that, my mom said. After what would wind up happening to us as a result of knowing the Wool family, I kind of wish I would have known more about them then, so I could have killed them all off and most likely have gotten away with it because of my youth. Attention! Attention! Thugs, killers, and mass murderers. Everybody sit down in a circle around me. It's special emotional time. In this part of the book, I'm going to talk about 2 major childhood memories that really don't have anything to do with anything at all. They're just too important not to be included. If you're not interested in listening to me babble about life and emotional shit, just skip past this next part. For everybody else, here it goes. Before my mom met my second dad, that's how I remember my childhood, by what dad I was with at the time. 2 truly magical things happened that still live with me today. They were both major events of my childhood, and that's why I want to share them with you. Major childhood moment number 1. The first thing happened when my brother Rob and I were running around in my mom's front yard in Berkeley. He was 6 and I was 4. And we were chasing one of those colorful, humongous ass butterflies. Suddenly, my brother started screaming, Joe, I got it! Rob had actually caught the butterfly. I was pretty fucking shocked, and so was he. So was the butterfly, I'm guessing. I don't really know how it happened, but I guess he jumped off the porch and actually cupped it in his hands, mid-air. It's prying my hands open, it's so big, he yelled. Get the jar! Get the jar! We had a jar with holes poked in the top, which we always kept on our porch because we'd always catch shit like grasshoppers and praying mantises, anything fresh. We put this giant butterfly in the jar and we sat there staring at it. Wow! It was mad powerful looking. We noticed it had fur on its wings and all kinds of colors. It didn't even seem like an insect. It seemed more like a bird. We felt really guilty about having it in our jar, like we caught somebody's dog or something. It felt like an animal more than an insect. We said to each other, look, man, we're just gonna have this butterfly spend one night at our house and we'll let it go in the morning because this is way too big and too beautiful to keep. Besides, we don't know what it eats or anything. We'll have to let it go. We agreed. And as soon as we got up the next morning, we let it go. That night, it would be our guest. We just wanted to hang out with it for one night. We poked extra holes in the jar lid and put a screen over it to hook it up more. We had a fan in our room because it was mad hot, and we put the jar right in front of the fan. The butterfly was our guest, and we wanted it to be extra comfortable. We tried to sleep, but we kept hearing the butterfly's wings hitting the glass jar like it was talking to us. It was the shit. We were mad excited. Next morning, all we could hear was the fan. My brother and I looked at each other in horror. Then we looked up at the jar. The butterfly was dead. We were straight up crushed. Right there, brother, we started fucking bawling our eyes out. We felt like we just murdered somebody, actually. I guess we did. That sucked bad. So here's what we did. We dug a grave in the space between our house and the house next door. It was already a cemetery of sorts because this cat across the street was always killing birds and mice and shit, and we would find their bodies of the animals and bury them in that area. There was this place across the street that sold potato chips in a big metal can, so we got an empty one and made it into the butterfly's final resting place. We put a little couch in there made out of napkins and popsicle sticks and all kinds of other cool shit. With tears in our eyes, we placed the can in the grave and filled the dirt in on top of it. We felt so bad. We made a vow right then and there, a vow that we would continue to live by today. One day, we will make it to heaven so that we can make sure the butterfly made it and so that we can apologize to that butterfly face to face. If insects are not allowed in heaven, then we would ask to change that policy on the butterfly's behalf. Now, if you look on every single ICP album and EP, what does it say in the credits? It says dedicated to the butterfly. It's right there on the inside of my left arm as well. A big tattoo of a butterfly, also dedicated to the butterfly. I dedicate every major accomplishment in my life to the butterfly. I do this to remind myself of that important vow we made as kids. We must both keep on track all the way through life. I'll tell you why. Because back then, that day, burying that butterfly, feeling the way we did, my brother and I were like two clean cloths, unpolluted yet by life, pure and true. When we made that vow, we were the real untouched Joe and Rob Bruce. It was from the heart. As we go through life, we adapt to what really goes on in this world, and it teaches us. Other people in life teach you things like, hey man, don't hang out with girls unless you're trying to fuck them, dude. Or, what are you doing hanging out with those black kids for? The more you come in contact with other people, the dirtier you get. When you're a child, you go only by your heart because that's all you know. As I grew up, I reminded myself out loud. I made that vow when I was as pure as could be, before the world got me. When the only thoughts I had were the thoughts of my own in my own heart. I cannot let the world fuck me up so bad that I lose faith in that vow. As I write this, I'm fucked up. I'm very, very dirty from the world. One day I have to return to that innocent, pure thing that I was so that when I die, I can apologize to that butterfly. That's what dedicated to the butterfly means. That's exactly what I intend to do. Okay, let me just put it to you like this. If I was sitting on a public bus next to an old lady and I said a cuss word like fuck out loud, she'd probably be offended. She might even make a face and say something about it. Well, don't think she didn't spend her life sucking on dicks, being human and cussing herself, right? The only difference between her and I is that now she's returned to that pureness she once had as a child. She's been all the way around the block. She's probably seen it all before, and now she doesn't even want to hear the word fuck. She wants to be clean again. Well, there was a time when she was swigging booze, fucking around, tossing salads, sucking some guy's dick at a dance and all that. Now she's cleansed herself of that craziness. The old people you and I don't care about, those are the wisest fucking people out there. They're the ones who've seen it all. They've tasted both styles of life. And now in their old age, they choose pureness because they're wise. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the butterfly. I'm almost done. Just listen. Everything I do that I care about is dedicated to the butterfly. I take something so filthy, so raunchy, and so devoted to hate and revenge and anger like my albums, and I stamp dedicated to the butterfly on them because that was Joe Bruce who made that vow. Today's Joe Bruce wouldn't make that vow, but the future Joe Bruce will, and I will become him again one day in the future. Just don't say fuck next to me on the bus when I'm 90, or you might get a cane upside your melon. Major childhood moment number 2. This is the other magical thing that happened just a year after the butterfly incident. There was this kid in the neighborhood named Mark Walensky. He was older, probably 10, and he had about a foot on us in height, and he always walked around with a crew of bullies. We were terrified of him. He was a little baby thug. He was a troublemaker too. He once set a garage on fire and bragged about it. He only got away with it because he was too young to get prosecuted for it, and his parents were so white trash they didn't give a fuck. Luckily for my sister Teresa, she was always off hanging with her girlfriends at Skate World or something. Rob and I hung out on our block with assholes like Mark. Mark was always beating somebody up, usually my brother and I. A bunch of times I'd be riding on my bike and he'd stop me, and he'd be like, "Get off your bike." He'd throw me off my bike and take it. He'd make me chase him around before finally giving it the infamous ghost ride. That's when a bully takes your bike from you, rides it as fast as he can, and hops off it. Then you have to sit there and watch your bike race down a block with nobody riding it until it smashes into something. All you can do is watch it smash into something, usually a tree or a car, or sometimes a wall of some sort. You just have to hope your bike ain't too badly fucked up afterwards. Many of my childhood bikes were casualties of ghost rides. Now, my mom hadn't married her second husband yet, and we were still poor as fuck. She was still a janitor, but to make extra money, she started watching this rich family's kids. When the family went to Boston that summer, they wanted to bring my mom along to watch their kids. It wasn't a vacation or anything, but we were pretty excited about my mom getting to go to Boston. My ma had never been out of Michigan, so it was a big deal for her and us. We ran around the neighborhood for months telling everybody, "My mom's going to Boston, my mom's going to Boston." So everybody knew my mom was going to Boston. Because of our little big mouths, everybody knew that she left $50 with me and my brother and sister to buy food with. That was like millions. We're talking pizza every night, ice cream, chips and dip, root beer floats, all that shit. We bragged about it to everybody that would listen. Right after my ma left for Boston, my brother and I were in our front yard. Who comes around? Mark Walensky. He walked right up to us. "Hey, what's up, you guys?" My brother and I were really nervous because suddenly he was being mad cool. We tried to be cool too. "What's up, Mark?" I said, hoping to save my new Huffy from a treacherous ghost ride. "What are you guys doing, man? You like want to go do something?" We were nervous and marked out. We just said, "Sure." After a few hours, Mark got an idea. "Hey, ask if I can spend the night." "Well, you know, my mom's not here," I said. "Yeah, I know. Ask your babysitter if I can spend the night. It'll be fun as hell. I heard you guys got chips and dip and everything." Rob and I were still sort of dazed. We were scared to death, We didn't want Mark Walensky's fat ass eating all our chips and dip and everything, but we were too scared to tell him no. So we went to our babysitter and straight up lied to her.
Hey, this is Mark Walensky, I said. He spends the night all the time. My mom knows him.
Truth is, my mom would have killed me if she knew a delinquent like Mark Walensky was spending the night at our house. The next thing we knew, Mark was knuckle deep in our French onion dip, spending the night eating all our pizza and everything else we brought. We even had sparklers. It wasn't even near a holiday, but he was having fun with them. He was the only one having fun. We were still scared of him, almost as scared as we were of my mom finding out he spent the night. Then something happened that night that changed everything. Actually, it changed everything for the rest of my life. We had our blankets set up on the floor at the top of the staircase with all the lights off. We were trying to whisper to each other in the dark, but the babysitter could still hear us, and she kept getting pissed.
Be quiet, you guys. It's bedtime.
All right, we said. We kept right on talking. All of a sudden, a pitch black head came up the stairs in the dark. Then shoulders, totally fucking silent. A black oil figure was walking up the stairs. It was dark in the room, but this figure was pitch black dark. We could make it out as clear as anything. Now, we would have been pissing our root beer floats in our underoos, but the only way I can explain it is that I wasn't the least bit scared, neither was my brother Rob. It was more like 20,000 levels of excitement, just like when you bungee jump, like when you first hit the air, like holy shit! The figure walked up the stairs right in front of us. My brother and I were screaming, but the most amazing thing was this. Mark Walensky couldn't see it. He didn't know what the fuck was going on. What are you guys looking at? He asked. What is it? He couldn't see it. The shape continued to walk up the stairs. It walked all the way up and turned right toward us. Mark Walensky still didn't see a fucking thing. My brother and I couldn't make out his face, but we knew it was looking right at us. Clear as day, we knew exactly what it was. It was kind of like we knew exactly what it was right when we first saw his head coming up the stairs. It was God. No question, no doubt in my mind it was God. Fuck you if you don't believe me. I know what we saw that night. G-O-Diggity-D himself, the holy roller thunder bowler, funky fresh in the freaky flesh. God, baby. He turned and raised his arms. Then he put them down and slowly floated back down the stairs. Just from that one gesture, we knew the shape was saying, it's all right. My brother and I were so fucking scared all night, so nervous about Mark Walensky, and it was like God came over to two innocent-ass kids and was like, I know you're scared, but it's all right. After that, we didn't give a fuck about Mark Walensky. I was like,
You didn't see it? You can't see it, ha ha. You couldn't see it.
I wasn't afraid of anything. I wish y'all could see the goosebumps on my arms right now just from talking about this shit. Even though I would have a more involved spiritual encounter later in life, that was the absolute greatest moment in my life. A miracle had just happened. We'd seen God. We'd heard him say so much without even saying a word. Fuck Mark Walensky. Fuck everything scary. Nothing is scary in the presence of God. When my mom finally came back from Boston, we ran out and started hugging her. We wouldn't let her get out of the car. We were all crying and telling her what had happened, that we had Mark Walensky spend the night, but God came over and told us not to be scared. My mom saw us crying and she started crying too. Everybody was crying. The only person not crying was Mark Walensky, who quickly returned to his old self again. Within a few days, the same old neighborhood bully dickhead was back in effect. He caught me coming back from the party store a few weeks later and thanked me for the chips and dip with a good old ghost ride for my Huffy. It was all good. My mom knew we weren't lying. We told our grandpa too, and everybody else who would listen. We didn't need to hear anybody give us props for what we had seen. Seeing what we had seen was props enough. A lifetime worth of props as far as I'm concerned. My mom was always religious, and she did work at a church. I was 5 years old, and this kind of shit was already happening to me. First, our vow to the butterfly, then God coming over and telling Rob and I everything was going to be okay, and you wonder why I think the Dark Carnival is so real. Chapter 2, Life with Satan. Everybody's got a fucked up childhood. I'm convinced of that. Everybody has tons of heartbreaking stories about how bad they always had it growing up. Especially us rappers. I hate when people tell their fucked up, sad childhood stories to anybody who will listen, because most people tell them just to get attention. It's almost like they're trying to get props for it or something. Well, fuck that. I ain't trying to do nothing but be real. I'm telling my fucked up stories in this book only 'cause they happen to me, and they are a part of my history. They got me here today. I ain't trying to get any extra special props for what happened to me growing up, or trying to get any extra special attention. The only reason I'm mentioning this shit is 'cause it's what happened to me, and it's true. So here it goes. Life is like a long-ass road. Not all the places my road has taken me have been the shit. There have been many roadblocks and ambushes along the way so far. When I was probably 6 years old, my mom finally remarried. I never understood why, but our new stepfather would be a 50-year-old rich but ugly as hell bastard by the name of Lester Wohl. That's right, he was actually a member of the dreaded Wohl family. He tricked his way into our family. He played like he had nothing to do with the rest of those evil wolves. He totally, completely fronted his way into our lives. I remember it today, and I feel the anger raging through my body thinking about how fucking fake and phony he was as he tricked my mom and the rest of us into thinking he was nothing like the rest of his fucked up evil family. But he was worse than the rest of his family. He was the grandfather of the family. He was the fucking granddaddy Wohl master himself. He was none other than the father of the horrid bitch Mary Wohl. On top of that, he was the grandfather of those two horny little rugrats, Chris and Ricky Wohl. Lester met my mom during the second summer that Mary Wohl was taking care of us. I must admit, at first, he seemed like the only Wohl family who had a heart, and it was as if God gave all the love and compassion to Lester Wohl and forgot to give any to the rest of that devilish Wohl clique. He'd come around the backyard and ask his scary-ass daughter Mary shit like, "What do you got those kids in this muddy-ass backyard for? What's wrong with you, Mary?" Then he'd turn to us and be like, "Come on, you guys, get in my car." And he'd take us out to a fair or something. He was steady playing the role of super fresh. Once a week, he'd pick us up and take us somewhere fresh like Chuck E. Cheese or whatever. I remember he worked for Chrysler, and he seemed well paid. He was well paid. He had a big, rich-ass Chrysler car with power windows, so he must have been rich. My mom was at a really bad point in her life, and Lester played the savior by hooking us up with groceries and all kinds of shit, trying to make us think he was the superhero we needed. He had conned his way into our lives by acting like he knew how fucked up the rest of the Wohls were. Anybody out there who's ever had a new stepdad trying to work his way into the family knows exactly what I'm talking about. Mr. fucking nice guy until he gets his way in. My mom was 30 and he was 50. My mom's main interest in him was his money because she needed it to help raise us kids. My mom's main interest was taking care of us kids, and she would do whatever she had to do that. With it, she could provide a decent life for her kids. She was willing to sacrifice her own happiness for us, but it would end up being the worst mistake of her life. Their marriage only lasted 2 wicked years, but it burned a lifetime of pain into my whole family. You see, little did we know it at the time, but Lester Wohl was the devil himself. The first thing he did was move us all into a new, bigger house in Berkeley. Cool enough. I was young back then, so my memory is weak. But from what I'm told now and from what I can recall myself, this is what started happening once we got into that house. Lester Wohl started growing his horns. First, he started sexually abusing my sister Teresa. I'm told it was bad. Thank God I don't have any specific details, but from what I know, he repeatedly molested her time and time again. This was the cause of my sister's many problems to come, all because of Lester Wool. I don't know exactly what he did with my brother because to this very day we never talked about it. Not once. I don't think I could ever handle knowing exactly all the things Lester did to them. I don't care about myself and my problems with Lester because I feel like I can handle bad things happening to me. But when something bad happens to Robert or my sister Teresa, it feels like it hurts me 3 times as bad. All I remember Lester the molester doing is grabbing me and grabbing my dick piece. He'd grab it and look at me with his fucked up half smile on his face and ask me shit like, "Do you know what this is?" After sick shit like that, Lester just got worse, and my mom didn't have a clue as to what was happening. She was always away at work, and we were too confused and young to tell her what was really going on. We were, after all, children, very young children, and we were filled with shock and horror. One time I had my friend Willie spending the night. His name was Willie Spassage. What a fresh-ass last name that is. We were laying up late one night watching the Three Stooges. And I guess my mom was either sleeping or not home for whatever reason. That sick bastard Lester came walking out of the bedroom, butt naked with his robe wide open. He walked right in front of the TV so we all could see him. Then he came back from the kitchen and did it again. In fact, he walked naked like that back and forth a few times. I was speechless. I remember being so fucking embarrassed. I didn't know what to say to Willie. I never even looked at him. I just pretended I was suddenly asleep. We both just laid there on the floor, fake sleeping for the rest of the night. That's one of the worst memories I have. The worst thing I remember Lester doing in that house was kicking our dog Duke. He would just run up and fucking kick Duke for nothing at all and send him flying across the room. Sometimes as soon as my mom left for work, Duke would lie there trying to catch his wind after that. We always thought Duke was going to die every time that faggot Lester kicked him. After Duke got kicked, he would have trouble walking for days. Seeing that was far worse than Lester grabbing my dick. I'll tell you that right now. Seeing Lester kick our dog Duke was far worse than anything Lester ever did to me. I'd rather that sick fucker grab my dick and rip it off than kick our dog like that. To me, seeing my dog get kicked was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. We loved our dog Duke more than anything in this world, and we tried to stay outside with our dog as much as we could to escape the cruelty of the demon that was now our stepdad. We couldn't do anything about Lester's abuse because we really didn't know what the fuck was going on. It was just beyond our understanding, or at least mine. They say that people who molest their kids were molested themselves. I can't ever fathom that, molesting a kid. To this day, I'm a fucking 43-year-old man, and I don't have any idea how the fuck he found enjoyment in any of that. My sister Teresa got it from him really bad for years, and I think my brother Rob may have gotten it worse than me. But I'll go to my grave before I want to know what happened to them in detail. As close as we are, we just don't talk about it. And we probably never will. We hopefully never will. I dread the day if we ever do. I was so young, that famous molester technique of him saying, "You better not tell your mom," actually worked on me. I never told my mom. My sister, being the oldest, was, thank God, the first one to break the stale silence, and she told my mom. By the time second grade started, I knew the entire Wool family was fucked in the skulls. From time to time, Chris and Ricky Wool would come around our house to see their grandpa, my stepdad. By now, they'd outgrown waggling their dicks at us, and they had moved on to bigger weirdo shit. One day, Chris Wool and I were up in my room after having a snowball fight at the park. We were changing out of our wet clothes when it happened. "Let's have sex," Chris said. "What the fuck are you talking about?" I asked without the word fuck. At the time, I didn't even really know what sex was. I mean, I sort of had an idea, but I always figured that sex involved a chick. I mean, I still figure that.
Listen, Joe, just take your clothes off and lay down on your stomach,
Chris explained. I always knew that there was something wrong with him, but now I knew just how wrong he was. He was already trying to have gay sex with my butt at 9 years old. I have no problem with gay people, but having gay sex at 9 years old? Come on, man, please. Buttholes just aren't ready for that shit yet. Even at 7 years old myself, I already knew my butthole would never be ready for that shit ever. No, I said. No, hell no.
We don't gotta kiss or nothing like that, he pleaded. Me and Ricky do this all the time. Just lay down on the bed and I'll do the rest.
That was it. I freaked out. I got dressed and ran out of the room. I found my brother downstairs and I told him what Chris Wool had just said. Without a word, Rob walked right up to Chris Wool. You have got to get out of here right now. Rob, being a lot taller, could have easily kicked his ass. And that was it. Chris and his younger brother, Ricky, left. Thankfully, as fate would have it, that was the last time we ever saw Chris or Ricky Wool again. I mean, we'd see them time to time, but we never spoke to them again. I wonder where they are now. They're probably all grown up and married right now, terrorizing some innocent family the same way their grandfather, Lester the Molester, terrorized ours. Now that I'm a grown-ass, old-ass man, things are much different. If I ever run into Lester Wool's tired frame again, I'll kill it. Don't get me wrong, I'll do my best to get away with it too. I ain't that stupid. A life sentence would suck right about now. But I will flat out kill his ancient old ass. Believe me, I'll simply sneak up to him, probably in his wheelchair, and take my 2 fingers and pinch his windpipe shut and stare him in the eyes as he slowly dies. I yelled that ever since I was old enough to know what murder was. My brother Rob screams the exact same thing. We ain't looking for Lester Wool. We ain't trying to track him down or anything, but if fate has it someday that we happen to cross paths with Lester Wool again, he's a dead-ass motherfucker. I'll simply follow him home and end his evil life. I'm hoping I'd see him somewhere walking up a staircase or something. Imagine how easily it would be. He's got to be older than Moses by now, so I'll just give him a little sweater tuggy-tug and watch him roll down the steps backwards, crumbling and dying, until finally cracking his head open on the floor. It would look so accidental that nobody would ever suspect a thing. I know Lester Wool is headed to hell when he dies anyway. I just wouldn't mind if that process was sped up some. I know he's been on Satan's VIP guest list for years. He's probably got a luxury suite complete with acid bath water, a king-size bed of nails waiting on his ass, not to mention 24-hour room service, only hell's favorite dish to enjoy, fresh, hot, severed human ass with a fork stuck in it. Back to my story and how Lester's reign of terror finally ended in our household, at least. One late afternoon, I was at my friend Willie's house, the same Willie who watched the Naked Nut Three Stooges special with me, and Rob came bursting into the bedroom to get me. Joe's got to come home right now, Rob explained to his mom. Willie and I dropped our Legos. What? Why? What's going on? I asked. Then Rob said the freshest words I've ever heard. Mom and Lester are getting a divorce. Rob and I ran all the 4 blocks home, happy as fuck. We jumped up and down the whole way. We could hear crashes and smashing coming from our house all the way down the block. When we burst into our front door, my mom was bawling her eyes out and throwing dishes at Lester, who was standing there looking like Uncle Fester. As all hell came crashing down around him, with shit smashing all on the walls behind him, he just slowly made his way into the bedroom to pack. My mom didn't stop there, though. Even with him locked in the bedroom, she proceeded to break everything he ever bought for the house. The Richie-style lamps, the pictures, all that fancy faggot Chrysler money shit he added into our lives. Everything. It was crazy as hell. I remember that night like I remember right now. My brother and I were cheering her on. This is the craziest part. We were actually jumping up and down on the couch while all this was happening. My mom could see how happy we were, and it just made her cry more. She knew how much we hated that asshole. She felt so bad about bringing him into our lives. She wanted him dead. We were so happy. We started grabbing dishes ourselves and throwing them with my mom. Even in her state of panic, she wasn't having that shit though. After 10 minutes or so, Lester the molester came out with his suitcase and limped out the door. He jumped into his big-ass, hoe-ass Chrysler and drove the fuck off. Who knows where he went? Who cares? For all I know, he drove his big-ass power window Richie car right the fuck back to hell where he came from. Ever since then, I've always hated Chryslers, and I still do. Fuck Chryslers. Here's how it all went down. I guess earlier that day, when my mom came home from work, she found a note written by my sister Teresa. The note told it all. Everything. My mom was finally hearing the truth about her evil husband for the very first time. The note told in detail of all the molesting, the physical abuse, the beatings on our dogs and us, and the sickness, all that had been going on for the last 2 years. The note also informed my mom that because of all of this, my sister had run away. According to the note, she was never coming back. I don't have any idea what went through my mom's mind during those 2 hours she was home before Lester got home from work, but I'm guessing it was the longest 2 hours of her life. My brother came home before Lester did. He said my mom looked like she was in shock, like the devil was standing there and had her in a chokehold. He said she was just blank-faced and breathless. I guess that the second Lester walked into the house that evening, the war began. That's when my brother came and got me. Lester knew he had been caught. He was busted. The cat was finally out of the bag. My mom finally knew that he was nothing but a faggot-ass, abusive dick sucker in need of a bullet in his forehead. When Lester Wool walked out that day, we would never see him again, just like the other Wools, Chris and Ricky and Mary. That was it. The real nightmare was finally over, but the dream nightmares would of course continue for some time. My mom put us all into family counseling to help us with the stress of the abuse that we endured, and it helped my brother and I to some degree, I guess. My sister, however, was affected the worst of all, and her memories are probably to blame for her mental problems as she got older. All my mom did during Teresa's teenage years was chase after her. My mom would find her somewhere and bring her back home. Weeks later, she would just run away again, over and over. Teresa eventually got heavy into all kinds of problems and all kinds of crazy shit. During the time after the divorce, my mom constantly asked my brother and I questions about what that asshole Lester had done to us. She was both angry with us and sad that we never told her about any of it. She knew that Lester's terror hadn't affected Rob and I as bad as it fucked up our sister. Teresa straight up went insane from it all. That took up most of my mom's time. She spent day after day, week after week, year after year dealing with my fucking sister's insanity. All this time, Rob and I grew closer and closer. We both sat and watched my mom cry and grow crazy from what my sister was putting her through. There were so many stories of my sister's struggle, but all of them are bad, and none of them are really worth mentioning here. With the old pig gone, once again we had to move because his income went with him, and we were back to being dirt-ass poor. My mom quickly found a cheap top-floor, dirty-ass, rusty roof duplex apartment in Berkeley. She had no other choice but to take it. The only problem was the crabby landlady didn't allow pets. My mom talked it over with us and ran an ad in the paper to give Duke away, but I still couldn't comprehend what was about to happen. Then one day, she sent me and my brother to the store for some shit, and when we came back, our dog Duke was being loaded into a van by a lady with a bunch of kids. Duke seen us coming and started to bark and cry as they put him inside. Rob and I ran as fast as we could, dropping our shit and everything. As the van drove away, Duke barked at us from the back window of the van, and then the van turned the corner and Duke was out of our lives forever, our best friend. It was the worst day of my life, and I was mad at my mom for a long time after that. Even to this day, I haven't fully forgiven her for that one. My brother Rob was hurt even worse than I was. I didn't write anything in this book about how fresh of a dog Duke was because I didn't think y'all would be interested. But he was by far the freshest dog I'd ever known, and we loved him so much as one can possibly love another. Later, the neighbors who lived underneath us got a little faggot-ass poodle dog, and since they were friends with the landlady, she made an explanation to the rules and let them keep the dog, even though we had to give Duke away. I ain't gonna lie to you. Shortly after that, when our landlady had a heart attack and was in the hospital for a couple weeks, I felt a secret satisfaction. Yes, I did. It was just her bad karma, I guess. Our new home was like the fucking front lines in the war between my sister and my mom. As for Rob and I, as we got older, all we ever did was explore any forest we could find. My brother was getting more and more into role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, Car Wars, Boot Hill, Gamma World, Toon, and all them fantasy dice games. As for me, I was loving ninja movies and just getting into pro wrestling. I guess anything outside of reality was fine with us, because for those years, reality more than just sucked at our house. Teresa continued her endless spree of trouble over the next 5 years. She was constantly in and out of children's homes, then jails, and then more jails. She was getting caught up with all types of druggy lowlifes who she'd just suddenly show up with and drag into the house. I hate to keep talking about this, but just like this part of the book, the war between my mom and sister went on and on and on. These were absolutely the worst years of my mother's life. I can see it like this. Lester Wool was like the atomic bomb. After the explosion was over, life was like living under the black dust cloud, poisoned by all the radiation. I remember my mom and sister's violent fights at the house. Punching, hair pulling, biting, even some good old dish throwing. I absolutely hated every second of it. It was fucking horrible. I swear to God I fucking hated that shit. The older Rob and I got, the easier it was to deal with. Fantasy kept us happy and busy. Rob and I were out on our own. From the time I was 9 years old on, I was mentally gone. I stayed in a fantasy land, and I'm still there, of course. I had a roof over my head, and there was some food around sometimes, but we were always gone. Nothing mattered to us, ever, but adventure and being out of the house. My mom just got so wrapped up in my sister's problems and working 2 or 3 jobs at a time, she didn't even have the time to deal with us much anyway. That's the truth. She loved all 3 of her kids more than life itself, but she could only do what she could only do. Besides, Rob and I were okay without her all the time. We were straight up good kids. Not nerdy, smart kids with good grades. I just mean, we weren't no fucking Mark Walensky's, ghost riding ninjas bikes and shit. I wonder just what makes an asshole an asshole. Some people are just born to be assholes, I guess. Rob and I were always good guys. Rob way more than I was, though. Give us a comic book or a D&D game and we were fucking straight. As God is my witness, I didn't say a cuss word once until I was 17 years old. My brother Rob didn't cuss until he was in the army. I really don't know why. We were just the kings of words like frick instead of fuck. We would say shit like mofo instead of motherfucker. Here, I'll give you some of the anti-cussing vocab that we had mastered back in the day. Dick was wang. Fuck was frick. Bitch was witch. Faggot was homo. Shit was she. Cum was skeet and still is. Asshole was whack. I may have dropped out of school at 16, but I didn't cuss till I was 17. By then I had so much cussing built into me that I would start a career cussing by the time I was 19. You'll hear about all that boring dumb shit later. Besides my family having to all move into a Barbie doll toy upper flat apartment after my mom got divorced, we were also dirt poor again. A family of 3, 4 when my sister was around, living off a janitor's income. We all got our clothes from the rummage sales that were held at the church my mom worked at. they would have these big-ass rummage sales once a year. Because my mom worked there and they knew we were poor as hell, they let us have first pick every year. Great. We were privileged scrubs. In elementary school, you know how there's always that one kid who's notoriously a scrub? The kid everybody swears they saw eating his own boogers and some shit? Well, check this out. That was me all day and then some. I never ate my boogers or nothing, but I did worse. When I was in 3rd grade, I had to shit so bad I couldn't hold it. And let's just say my butthole geyser erupted. I clenched my ass cheek shut as hard as I could, and I asked to be excused. I stood up and walked down the hall to the bathroom. And just when it seemed under control, it wasn't. I took my poopy butt drawers off and wiped my butt as clean and as fast as I could. But then some other 5th graders came walking in and almost caught me in the act. I left the bathroom with the quickness. The only problem was I accidentally left my shitty drawers in there on the floor. Pretty soon everybody in the school knew it. How did they know? I'll tell you how they knew. Because my mom had written my full name on the waistband of my underwear. You see, a few months earlier, my brother and I went to summer camp hosted by the church my mom worked for, and they had everybody write their names on their underwear for camp laundry. Just my Bruce brother luck. Not only did all the other kids know I had dumped in my pants, but they weren't gonna let me forget it. Those ruthless fuckers put my shitty drawers on a stick and chased me around the playground with it. Finally, the teacher stopped them and threw my drawers in a big plastic bag. They called me into the office and told me that if my mom wanted my shitty underwear back, she could come and pick them up before 5:30 that day, or else in the morning. Aw, thanks. And Rob and I were legendary scrubs in Berkeley. We had little to no friends except each other. Bad Luck was our 6-man tag team partner in grade school. Remember how in elementary school all the students would pay $1 every day for hot lunch? If you didn't have $1 that day, it was okay. They would still feed you, but that meant you owed them $2 the next day. Well, at our school, they would actually announce the names of the kids who owed money for hot lunches over the PA system every fucking morning. Every fucking morning, they would give the day's announcements, and too many times it sounded something like this.
And lastly, blah 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 owes money for hot lunch. Jim Astley, Timmy Beckford owe money for 2 lunches. These students owe over 3 lunches. Tim Heckle owes for 4 lunches, and Robert Bruce and Joseph Bruce need to stop by the front office this lunch period.
It was like the Billboard charts to me. The higher up the list, the more fucked off you were. We were always down in the in trouble last part because we owed so much fucking lunch money at the time. The whole class would turn around and look at me. I fucking hated that. Think of how fucked up that is that the school would actually do that. Announce the kids' names who owed money. How could that be helpful? What do they think they're gonna do? Embarrass the kids into paying the money? If you don't got the fucking money, you don't got the fucking money. There's no point to announce your name over the whole fucking school to the PA. It's straight bullshit. It's straight crooked evil shit they did, if you think about it now. And I know they don't do shit like that no more. They just can't. It'd be too fucked up. By the end of the week, the only students who would still owe would be Robert Bruce and Joe Bruce. Why the fuck did they feel the need to announce your fucking debts to the whole motherfucking school? Think about how cruel that is. By middle school, we were the brunt of everybody's jokes. The kids would always tease the girls. If you step on a cracked tile, you gotta kiss one of the Bruce brothers. So all the girls would walk down the school halls, jumping and skipping along, steady trying not to step on the tiles with cracks. Remember how I said being poor didn't matter until you got a little older? Well, in middle school, it was starting to matter. We had the same fucked up pair of shoes all school year, and then we'd come back from summer vacation still wearing them the next year. The kids weren't cool about any of this shit either. Even the school itself was heartless. Now as an adult, when I think about how cruel my middle school was, it makes me want to go up there with a black jacket. I said jacket, not trench coat. We were so fucking poor them years, we'd get food from the hunger barrel. No lie, the church would set up hunger barrels in my school and tell the students to bring in canned foods to feed the poor. A week later, those very church people would bring the box of canned foods right to our house. Let me tell you something about canned fucking foods. People give. They only give whatever they ain't gonna eat themselves, which really ain't giving shit. That's what sucked about fucking hunger barrels. Anytime somebody donates canned foods, they always dig way in the back of the shelves and give the shit like canned yams or creamed rice. All that shit nobody's gonna fucking eat. All that shit in them boxes we did at the house wasn't worth shit. Every once in a great while there'd be a fresh can of ravioli or some SpaghettiOs, but that was once in every blue fucking moon. The second the box would come every Thursday, my brother and I would attack it looking for something good like ravioli or SpaghettiOs. Every box we'd get would just have 1 or 2 cans of attackable food. The rest would be peas and corn and shit. Speaking of canned foods, ICP has done many canned food drives over the years, and we always made sure to tell ninjas, bring only the good shit, only the raviolis and SpaghettiOs and beefaronis. No bullshit foods allowed. No yams, no peas or any shit like that. Only the good shit like meatball meteors and creamy loopy lumps with cheese. All that good shit. My mom had promised to never get married again, but she did start dating. One night she was going out with this guy who drove a big custom van. Before they left to go out one night, my mom sent him to the party store to get us some pop. He asked if I wanted to go. I went with him, which turned out to be a major mistake. Right when we pulled out of the driveway, he turned up the radio piercingly loud. I'm talking crazy fucking treble loud. I thought his windows were gonna shatter. I went into the store and bought my 2-liter of Faygo because it was the cheapest. On the way back, the guy could see I didn't like the music that fucking loud. So when I got out of the van, he said, "Hey kid, sorry about the tunes. Do me a favor and don't tell your mom about it, okay?" My mom got her keys and asked me how the trip to the store was. I had to be honest. "Did he have to play the music that loud, Mom?" I complained. I didn't think anything of it, neither did she. It was no fucking big deal at all until later that night. It was really hot in my bedroom, but I finally fell asleep. I must have been tossing and turning all fucking night because my pajamas were completely off me. I guess I was sleeping there butt naked with my pants lying around my feet. Suddenly, slap! A big painful slap woke me up out of a dead sleep. I had no idea what the fuck was happening. I opened my eyes and there was my mom's date standing over me, ready to bitch slap me again, hissing at me. You could smell the whiskey on this motherfucker's breath. I told you to shut the fuck up and not tell your mom. Being single with 3 kids and as overweight as my mom was, it was going to be hard for her to find Mr. Right. And this dude was Mr. Wrong and a can of Spam. He straight up slapped the shit out of me naked. All I remember was trying to pull my pants up, but he kept hitting me. That fucking sucked. Now, ever since that very night, I never sleep naked. To this day, I refuse to. It's not because I'm a fat ass. It's more because you never know what could happen in the middle of the night. And if someone's breaking into your house or something like that happens, you don't want to be fighting the ninja butt naked. It's easier to have your pants on. Chapter 3. The Floobs. We may have been the scrubby losers during middle school and then high school, but we turned it around and made it cool to be a scrub. Of course, it wasn't cool to anybody else, but it was cool to us. We gave us scrubs and scrubs like us our own name, the Floobs. Before there were juggalos, you see, there were Floobs. We wore the same old shoes and shitty clothes from rummage sales, but to us, we didn't have to be cool because we were Floobs. Everybody else had dope-ass bikes. You remember mongooses and super gooses? Well, we never had no shit like that. But if you had a beat-up Huffy with a banana seat and a steering wheel for handlebars, then you had a Floob-mobile. We turned our scrubbiness into something we could be proud of. Not everybody, though, was as proud of it as we were. There was a kid named Scott who used to play role-playing games with my brother. He didn't like to be seen with the Flooby Bruce brothers at school. So one morning after spending the night at our house, he had my mom drop him off 2 blocks away from the school. He didn't want to be seen getting out of my mom's car, let alone with us Bruce brothers. Years later, after school was long over and he was in the army, he apologized for that. Us, we used to have our mom pull us right up to the fucking school doors in her blue rust bucket. We fucking loved it. We gave no fucks at all about none of that flavor. Everybody would say, "Ah, look at your mom's car." We'd be climbing out in our fresh-ass hand-me-down rummage sale track shoes and be like, "Damn right, man." Truth is that we had no choice but to wave our scrub flag everywhere we went because we were scrubs, and that's just the way things were for the Bruce brothers. One day, my mom and sister were fighting as usual. They started throwing each other down the stairs. The people under us called the landlady, and they held the phone up to the ceiling. Our landlady could hear the fighting and all the crazy-ass noise. The next day, we got a phone call informing us we were getting kicked out. Who gave a fuck? We hated that apartment, especially the mean married couple underneath us. The guy was a bodybuilder, and he always yelled at us for doing laundry when he was in the shower. I guess the water would go cold on him or whatever. He always banged on the ceiling with a broom when the TV was too loud. That fucking flat sucked to live in. Just to get to the basement laundry machine, we had to walk out the front door, walk all the way down the driveway and into the backyard through the snow and all the way to the back door. We were just happy to have a laundry machine though. Right about the same time we were getting kicked out of our flat in Berkeley, my mom met another guy. She really liked him. His name was Ron. Ron fell in love with my mom right away. My mom is a warrior of a woman, and she has been to hell and back. I think you know that by now. I think Ron respected that. My mom loved Ron as well. You see, Ron has been to hell and back too. His life story is a whole nother book's worth of adventures. So they were in love and we were happy for our mom. Of course, at first, Ron gave us the whole deal of being extra cool and nice by bringing over chips and food and shit. But we always figured he was just wasting his time. We never figured our mom would actually marry again after that last asshole. Ron was way different though. He dated my mom for a long ass time without ever talking about marriage. My mom was in desperate need of help and Ron was there for her. Bills were stacking up higher and higher. Teresa was still on the loose and now we were getting booted out on our asses. Things were looking really bad, but Ron really sort of saved us. He helped us out in many ways. Before long, my mom was asking us if we would consent to her getting married again. I was about 11 by this time. I felt a little bit older now, and I figured I could defend myself if things went bad again, so I didn't mind. Plus, all I really ever wanted was my mom to be happy. My brother Rob seemed upset about it at first, but he too was more concerned about our mom being happy than anything else. My sister, of course, was out and about on the streets, and I think my mom just needed a person to help her get through it all, get through all that insanity. We needed to find a new place to live. My mom had just about ran out of options. We couldn't afford to stay in Berkeley anymore, so she and Ron found a house to rent in Oak Park, Michigan. A lot of people we knew suddenly took pity on us as if we were never to return. Here's how it works, sort of. The entire northern Detroit area is separated by mile roads. The higher the number of the mile road, the farther you are from Detroit. Mile roads 5 up to 8 mile are actually in Detroit city limits. From 8 mile to 10 mile, it's pretty much the bordering trashy suburbs. From 10 mile all the way out to something like 28 mile road are suburban safe and friendly, I guess. Our new house in Oak Park, Michigan, just off 9 Mile Road, might as well have been in fucking Compton as far as the other kids in Berkeley were concerned. All they talked about was how dangerous and deadly it was south of 10 Mile. I have to be honest, y'all. My brother and I really truthfully didn't give a fuck where we lived. Oak Park, Berkeley, Moscow, fucking whatever. It was all the same to us. As soon as we moved in, my mom and Ron got married. And right away, we got a new dog that we love named Lady. As time went on, we learned that Ron was basically a decent ninja. He was a little bit stale in a few ways, but nothing too bad. He was a Vietnam vet, and Rob and I really looked up to him for that. He endured a lot of combat and saw a lot of it over there. That deserves big respect. The only real flaw was that at home, he would complain about dumb shit all the time. Shit that really didn't matter at all. Dumb shit like our dog Lady being up on the couch. He didn't like Lady on the furniture. Why the fuck not? Our furniture was poked with holes in it and tore up any fucking way. Ron also didn't like us feeding Lady table food. The whole time growing up with Ron, I must admit, I never once listened to him. After a while, Lady knew that when she heard Ron coming, it was time to get off the couch. The second Ron was gone, or he went in his room or whatever, she would jump right back up on the couch. It was just funny to us. By the time Ron came into our lives, to be honest, I think I was just finished with the whole having a dad thing anyway. I pretty much ignored all of his household laws. Nowadays, I respect and love him for staying with my mom and helping us out so much all them years. He was by far the best dad I ever had. We weren't leaving behind very much in Berkeley. We only had a few so-called friends. My only Berkeley homie was named Mike Olson. He wasn't much of a friend, but nobody was back then. Mike wouldn't talk to me in school very much, but during the weekends and summertime, he would come around and hang out. Nobody wanted to be seen hanging with the notorious Bruce Brothers in Berkeley, so I understood. Just a few days before we moved, Mike Olson was chilling at our house while we were packing up all our shit. He had the biggest bunch of Transformer toys that he had been collecting for years. My brother had this one fresh-ass Transformer that Mike didn't have yet. Every time Mike came over, he would jock the hell out of it. Suddenly, Rob shocked us all. "We're moving, so you might as well take it," he said. "What? No fucking way, are you serious?" Mike asked. Rob was cool like that. Mike loved that toy more than Rob did, so he just gave it up to him. Mike took it with the quickness. We knew it was the last time we'd ever see him. "My mom ain't gonna let me visit you guys in Oak Park," Mike said. "There's a lot of trouble around there." Caddying was how we started to learn just how different being poor and being rich was. I'd be out caddying for these golfers in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon and I'd ask them flat out, "Are you rich?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I'm not rich, I'm just average." We'd be sitting there at 12 years old thinking, wait a minute, how the fuck can he be average? If he's average, then what's he calling me, poor? This golfer don't have the right to be calling himself average. He should be claiming himself rich, that fucking bastard. He's out there golfing on a Tuesday afternoon at a private country club in Birmingham, pulling up in a Cadillac. He's fucking rich. Let me be the average guy. Homeless people are poor, motherfucker. Shit. Because if he's average, that's calling me poor, and I got a roof over my head. Rich people don't think before they talk. I use that as my motto through life right now. Now every time somebody asks me if I'm rich, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm mad fucking rich. I'm richer now than them golfers were, so I'm super rich. Yes, I, Joe Bruce, am rich. These golfers, God, they were assholes. This one guy, Mr. Santee, used to whip his clubs at us when he'd fuck up a shot. I swear I'm not making this up. He would actually whip his clubs at me as if I had anything to do with his shitty golfing. I always got Mr. Santee because none other caddies would do it. Sometimes the golfers would have a cart and you would have to run behind it after they hit their ball. Those carts went up to 15 miles an hour. The whole while you were running your ass off, the golfers would be sitting there driving as they sipped on lemonade, talking about how shitty the caddies are these days. The caddy master would give all the good gigs to everybody but me and my brother, and yup, the black kids. Some days, we'd sit there on the bench all fucking day and not get a single loop. We'd play Galaga, the arcade game, because that was the only game they had in the caddy shack. That's why I own Galaga in my house today. I fucking still love it. I could make $80 a week though, which at the time was a fortune. All I did with that $80 was buy Atari games and a ninja suit. I'd get home and ninja around the neighborhood all night on my imaginary secret ninja missions. Anything to get me out of reality. My brother was the same way. The reality was, we were still geeks. We were fucked with at school and fucked within the caddy shack. Look at us now as ICP. We're still scrubs. No Grammys, no Hollywood parties, no celebrity appearances, none of that. ICP just doesn't count. Even after selling 8 million fucking albums, we just don't count. It's in our blood for eternity. We're gonna be the fucking underdog no matter what happens in our lives. People always used to say, you'll never make it because you wear that stupid clown makeup. Now they say, the only reason you made it this far is because you wear that stupid clown makeup. You think people hate us now? God, they hated us up in that caddy shack. Why? Not because we were poor, but because we were loud, because we said what was on our minds. Oh, and we'd go on our ninja adventures and then show up for work and tell everybody about them. Even if they didn't want to hear it, those who did listen didn't believe us. Nobody believed us.
We climbed up to the top of a billboard last night.
Shut up.
We did. It was the shit, you know?
Shut up.
I kinda got used to being treated like shit, and pretty soon in true Floob style, I had being treated like shit working for me instead of against me. I was broke one day as usual, so I went up to the older caddies.
Man, I'm so thirsty, please let me get $1 and I'll pay you back when I get my check.
They all knew I could breakdance because I was always telling them how I could dance like Michael Jackson. Then one of them said, you want some money for free? Let me see you do the worm. The other caddies all got the golfers to circle around me while I did the worm. I was on a black wet carpet, so my white clothes got all dirty and shitty. I got the money though, and I was straight with that. Fuck my clothes. One caddy especially was an extra dick. He'd push us around and pimp my brother and me all day, smack our hats off, push us in the back, bullshit like that. He was always surrounded by a crew of his Richie fuck friends. One night, just like every night, we were sitting up in the caddy shack. Suddenly, here comes that bully coming back from a late loop. Everybody else had gone home, so it was just my brother, him, and me. We were gaining courage now in life, 'cause when you get hit enough times, you tend to start hitting back. This would be the last day he'd ever fuck with us. We got up and grabbed him and took him in the back of that caddy shack. Nobody else was around. We should kick your butt right now, my brother said, and bam, he suddenly hit him low in the stomach. I came across and started punching him in the face, and then we started kicking him when he was on the ground. All our frustration was released by giving him a well-deserved beatdown. The kid was hurt bad and scared shitless, cowering on the floor in a ball, trying to protect his head. Say you're a punk, my brother screamed in his ear until he finally said it. I jumped in.
Now that you ain't got your boys here, you ain't shit. And if you ever try to fuck with us again, we'll shatter your skull with a putter, motherfucker.
Of course, I'm telling the story with cuss words, but believe it or not, we still weren't cussing yet. We were about 12 and 14 years old with 8-year-old mouths. That was the first heroic move my brother and I ever made together, and our whole outlook started to change that day. Instead of taking abuse as a floob, I vowed I'd start blowing people's grills out. We were in Oak Park, and nobody knew we were losers there. Not like back in Berkeley.
We got a chance to get out of this, I told Rob. Let's not be afraid anymore.
My sister, meanwhile, had a baby and moved to a city called Taylor in an area of Detroit known as Downriver. The baby was named Angela. That was finally the turning point for my sister, thank God. At least she was slowing down. She lived in the Pine Ridge apartments, and they were the absolute worst section of Taylor. It was a total crack haven. The dealers would flick lighters when you drove up, meaning they had some product for sale. My sister lived way in the back of the complex, so when we'd visit, it didn't matter that the streetlights were shot out. Everybody would just flip their lighters as my mom drove through. I can't front, that shit was scary as hell. To make a very long story about my sister short, giving birth to her first daughter, Angela, was the beginning of the end of that 5-year wave of hell she put us through. Today, she's got 4 kids, Angie, Sarah, Daniel, and Amanda, and she lives in a nice town north of Detroit called Clarkston. She finally got it together now. She's sort of taken the place as my mom as the leader of the family. We have all the holiday festivities at her house, and she has a wonderful husband named Randy, and she totally has her shit together. I'm so happy to see her come out of all that on such a good side and in such a good way. What hell she went through. It's such a shame she had to go through that, but she turned out just right, and that's awesome. Our way of escaping life had always been and still was through non-reality. There was a big undeveloped plot of land on Greenfield Road between 11 and 12 Mile Road, about 3 miles from our house, that was filled with picker bushes and tall trees. My brother named it Picker Forest. Nowadays, it's just a freeway and what little is left of the forest. Back then, though, I swear to God, it was like a whole nother world to us, and it was all ours. Sometimes I think God gave us that place. Without it, we would have never had the anchor to hold us in place. Picker Forest was our home away from home, Flube headquarters. It was truly, truly magical. With my mom still spending all her time helping my sister and her baby, it was up to Picker Forest to raise us. There were ghosts and spirits in there, I shit you not. One time we were walking through Picker Forest and we found this little yellow house. I had a golf ball in my pocket that I found earlier. I threw it through the basement window. The window was already broken out and I just wanted to see how deep it was. Plop, we heard the ball go in, and all of a sudden, it came back up to the window and stayed there, right in the middle of the window, right in midair, floating in the darkness. It was like somebody was in all black down there, had caught it and was holding it back up to us. We were so scared we ran like motherfuckers. We never ever found that yellow house again. It was so weird. We looked for it so many times. We brought people with us trying to find it, and no matter what, how hard we searched, we could never find that little house again. It was like it was only there for the day. Another time we brought a kid with us who'd never been there before. About a half hour into our trek though, he started freaking out.
Holy shit, I've been here in another life. I've been here in another life,
He kept saying. Then he turned around and started heading to a part of the forest we'd never been to. Follow me, he shouted.
I'm gonna take you to a yellow fire hydrant and you can unscrew the top of it.
We didn't know what the hell he was talking about. The fact was nobody had ever been there before, but he was having some kind of past life experience. So he led us all the way across the forest to this dirt road that was a dead end on both sides. It didn't make any sense. It was just a strip of road surrounded by trees. Right there was this yellow fire hydrant, just like he said. And you know how you can't normally unscrew them? We grabbed the top and started turning it, and it came off just like that. Just like he said it would. Unfucking believable. We also found bum camps deep in the forest and a radio tower that was ringed up by a fence that we always feared was electric. One time we saw a wizard on the roof of a house and he just disappeared into a puff of smoke. We saw all kinds of crazy shit like that in Picker Forest. It was a place of magic. We made beware signs out of wood boards using my brother's wood burning set that he got for Christmas, and we nailed them to trees all on the outskirts of the forest to warn people of the possible dangers. Picker Forest became our escape from being geeks in the real world because nobody judged us there. Nothing showed me what a geek I was more than when I fell in love with this girl, Michelle Harmon, in the 7th grade. I met her one day on the playground when I was trying to break the ice on the bottom of the slide. She came up and started helping me break the ice. I had game, I felt like. I had a revelation. Why was she helping me break the ice? She must have had feelings for me, I thought. She was absolutely beautiful. I may have failed the 2nd grade, but by now I was smart enough to know this girl had to like me if she came over to help me break the ice off the slide, so I thought. Fuck, man. I was so into her, I'd put on my snowmobile suit, head to toe, and walk back and forth in front of her house. I made a whole city out of milk cartons with little windows cut out of paper and everything, and named it after her, Harmon City. Finally, I got my sister's cassette deck and recorded an hour tape of me pouring my heart out to Michelle about how I felt. I gave it to her in school the next day. That was on a Friday. The weekend that followed was the longest weekend of my life. Man, y'all truly, really gotta believe me. I was truly in love with this girl for a long time, and this love was deep. I know I was only in 7th grade, but man, I had authentic, real feelings for this girl. The following Monday, she handed me back a different cassette. I couldn't wait to get home and listen to it. I put it in and pushed play, just geeked as hell. Right away, I could hear my tape going in the background.
Hello, Michelle, this is Joe Bruce.
And right after that, the unmistakable sound of girls laughing. Not just laughing, but laughing at me. They were giggling and quoting all the things I was saying, busting on me like I was the joke of their little slumber party. Then it happened. Michelle said,
Hey, Joe Bruce, this is what I think of you.
She cut a fucking fart. Now, I don't know what the fuck y'all are thinking, but I have never heard a bitch fart in my life, ever. It was like an unwritten law that they don't fart in front of guys. So for her to fart at me like that, that really showed me how much she gave a fuck about me. She didn't give 2 shits about me to actually fart at me. That shit destroyed me. I was traumatized. That weekend, my brother and I filled our canteens and headed out to the only place of peace, Picker Forest. Just the 2 of us. It started pouring rain, and pretty soon there was a river with all this mud, and there was a big vine, and we swung on that vine right into the mud river. It took me right out of that Michelle tape slump. All I thought of was all the kids in our neighborhood. They could be at the skating rink, the arcade, or wherever, but we were here. We were in our spot, deep in the middle of Picker Forest. This was our muddy, dark forest full of ghosts, the only place we felt at home. My brother and I walked home wet and muddy, and I realized right then when I tried to talk to that beautiful girl, when I fucked with the real world, I got burned. However, Picker Forest rewarded me. It told me things were going to be okay. The spirits of Picker Forest had our backs. No matter where we were from then, Picker Forest always had our backs. I realize now that this was the beginning of the Dark Carnival. I saw too many miracles happen out there in Picker Forest not to believe that there wasn't a different kind of power at work in this world. Not the world of everybody else, but our world. The golf ball, the kid who thought he was there in the past life, the wizard that disappeared off the roof. These were the spirits that came from the Dark Carnival. Only back then, we didn't have a name for it yet. It was there, though. It was happening all around us. It was with us all along. Picker Forest had raised us. It also kept us out of the house. When we did have to go home, we preferred to stay outside. We developed our version of sumo wrestling. We called it the Japanese Olympics. I'd stay out for hours kung fu fighting. If we were inside, it was just to watch Charlie Rum's Kung Fu Theater on Channel 20. Even then, each and every commercial break, we'd jump outside and start kung fu battling right quick. Anything not to have to stay in the house for that long. I didn't want to deal with what was going on in there. My mom crying, fighting with my sister, yelling on the phone. Rob and I stayed away from it all. We went from having a fucked up childhood to having the greatest childhood imaginable. One within the realm of Picker Forest and our own imaginations and our own realities of the Dark Carnival. We're the JJ boys on the microphone stand, and we're kicking it live with a Fago in our hand, Master T's on the table, not working in the stable, and on his Adidas jacket is the Fago label. This part of the rhyme is for Jagged Joe. When I'm on the mic, I steal the show. All my girly friends chasing me down the hall. I don't smoke dope or drink alcohol. This part of the rhyme is for Kango Joe, known to the crew as the leader of the show. Kango on his head, Adidas on his feet, gold around his neck so that he looks like Mr. T. This last part is for Master J. He rocks on the mic and he sleeps all day. He's always drinking Fago, and that's a fact. And if you've got beef, better change your act. That's the old school JJ boys. Yeah, little rap for you. Anyway, chapter 4, JJ boys in the Royal Oak Township. Shit was different in Oak Park. Walking to school one day during the 7th grade, we saw a naked lady run out of the house with her hands tied, screaming that she'd been raped. No lie, she was butthole naked, and she looked halfway decent as I remember, but it wasn't decent that her hands were tied and she was screaming that she'd just been raped. When I got to the school, the police were everywhere asking all the students if they saw everything. Welcome to Oak Park, I guess. I tried to adapt, but I was still a floob. Best junior high was made up of about 60% black kids, 20% Middle Eastern kids, and 20% white kids. There were a lot of tough black kids who picked on me. The black kids basically ran the school. They were the ones you don't fuck with. I was trying to be a little less flooby by wearing these patent leather basketball shoes that my brother had bought me. This one kid would just fuck with me, calling me Captain Patty because of my patent leather, and just generally giving me shit. I figured it wasn't that bad because this dickhead had picked on everybody. He was a big-ass kid for being a 7th or 8th grader. He looked like a fucking grown-ass man with a beard and everything. I don't know what the fuck the deal was. He'd always come up behind me in the hallway and knock my books out of my hands, then kick them down the hallway and laugh about it with his boys every day. My rage was building until I decided I was gonna do something about it. One day, I was walking down the hall and saw him coming behind me. I thought, shit, here he comes again. That's when I saw the principal, Dr. Sophia, was coming the other way. So I figured the dickhead wouldn't try anything and would be relaxed. Then, as soon as Dr. Sophia walked past us, bam! I spun around and punched him as hard as I could, right in the chest. He folded up on the floor in pain, dropping his book in his hand. The girl he was walking with got this surprised look on her face as I kicked his book down the hall. That was the shit. That was my moment of revenge, baby. That's when I socked the air out of his chest. He folded up like a fucking paper bag. Then I turned back around and continued walking, surprised that I had the courage to do what I just did. I looked back and saw ninjas just stepping over him as they walked. We both tried to avoid each other after that for the rest of the school year, which was just fine with me. I never forgot that. I still haven't forgot it. I tried to mimic that a lot in my life, that element of surprise, when you pull something off but you do it in broad daylight. Kind of like when a venue tells us only to throw 50 bottles of Fago and we wind up emptying the fucking truck on that gig. Surprise, bitch. Getting picked on sucked enough, but on top of that, I didn't know anybody in the whole school. I thought I recognized this one kid from my school back in Berkeley, so I walked up to him. "Did you go to school in Berkeley last year?" I asked. "Yeah. What's your name?" "John Usler." "What's up?" "I'm Joe Bruce." "You know anybody at this school?" he asked. "No, I don't know nobody." We both didn't know anybody in Oak Park. Right then, I started hanging out with John and his little brother Joey, who was 2 years younger than us, and who, of course, would eventually become the one and only Shaggy 2 Dope. Joey and John lived in Ferndale, but they used their dad's address in Oak Park so they could go to Oak Park schools. Long before we started rapping, we formed our first backyard and living room wrestling federation, the TTW, Tag Team Wrestling. This was in like 1986, so all you biters and haters who think ICP are on Backyard Wrestling's dick, just know that we were doing this shit back when those jackass marks were crying because Wham broke up. We decided we'd build a wrestling ring in John and Joey's mom's house in the backyard. We built it out of 4 big-ass railroad logs that we got from the nearby train tracks and carried them all the way back to John and Joey's house in Ferndale. We pounded them into the ground with sledgehammers. It took weeks, no lie. It rained a lot, so the ground softened up, but still, it was hard as hell. It was an undertaking for junior high kids to pound those big-ass thick railroad stakes into the dirt. Pounding, 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 over and over and over. Our arms were feeble, our backs were weak, but we kept pounding, pounding, until all 4 of those fuckers were stuck deep in the ground, solid. Oh, but we weren't done yet. Then we wrapped garden hose around the logs for ropes. You could climb the ropes and everything. We were mad proud of what we had built. John and Joey and their old school friend Jamie and I now had this bomb-ass TTW ring set up. I'd walk the 3 miles to it every day like, yo, I get to wrestle in a wrestling ring. We said, no black kids allowed, not because we were racist or anything like that. We were far too young to even be racist or even know what a racist was. We only said that because they were too tough. In school, they were always the ones kicking everybody's ass and stronger than anybody else. Now, we weren't being racist, we just didn't want to get killed. The bottom line was, we thought the black kids were just too ruthless for our young, stupid asses. There was one kid in particular named Dion McCrae who was the most ruthless, heartless, scantless motherfucker I'd ever known in my life. He walked down the hall with his pants sagging and people would just move out of his way. He was a ruthless killer in the eyes of everybody at school. One day, this kind of fat white girl said something to him and he punched her so hard her eyes swelled shut. Dion bragged about it like, I'll punch that bitch again. A shop teacher overheard him and got so mad that he actually attacked Dion himself and got fired for it. Dion was a true ghetto thug all day. I'll never forget and still have nightmares about Dion McCrae. So when we said no black kids, we didn't mean it in any racist way. We just thought that the toughest kids were all black and they would kick our ass all the time. Until we met Lacey, the township. In school, John and I used to wrestle each other on these gym mats every day during gym class, and this black kid named Lacey always watched us. He came up to us one day and asked, how do you guys know how to wrestle so good? We told him we had our own wrestling ring and everything, and he asked if he could wrestle with us, and I said, no, because you're black. He laughed. He knew what I meant. The black kids ran the school. Everybody else just got pimped on. So we started to wrestle Lacey every day in gym class, and then we started hanging out. That's how I got introduced to the township, the Royal Oak Township. It was this really poor area that bordered Detroit. The township is just like Detroit's version of Compton. Hanging out with Lacey in the township was my first experience with a bad neighborhood. I met this one crazy kid named Snoopy, who was a little bit older than us and crazy as hell. He amazed me. He once shot himself in the arm with a rifle accidentally and poured rock salt in it while we watched. It was crazy. He actually poured the rock salt right in the bullet wound. I couldn't fucking believe it. The township was full of characters like Snoopy. Lacey, Snoopy, and I, we all grew tight as fuck. The township even had its own language. Neddin, for instance, was a township term for pussy. So now you finally know what the fuck I'm talking about in the first sentence of this book. As new as all this was to me, it was also kind of familiar. The township kids were all on welfare and got food from the hunger barrel. It felt like a whole neighborhood of Bruce Brothers, no lie. Still, it was always white boy this and white boy that. I took the bus there every day trying to gain acceptance. I loved the township because it was always exciting, even if there was bad shit going down. One day, I brought my dog Lady down to the township when Lacey Lacey and them had their pit bulls out. When I got there, it was just in time to see this one kid's dog had locked its jaws on the head of another kid's dog. It shook that fucking dog so hard its whole body was flying through the air. I turned around and took Lady right the fuck back home. Fuck all that. The township was even a bad neighborhood for dogs, I guess. The plan was we were all gonna take our dogs for a walk together, but after I saw that shit, rip, right back home with Lady. Lady was way too weak for any of that pit bullshit. When I came back later that day, something happened that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Lacey and Snoopy were walking their pits. We got to this one big open field and they let their dogs go. Them dogs ran off into some bushes. Then we heard the sound of some fighting. The dogs had found a nest of stray puppies and killed them all. By the time we got there, they were chewing on the puppies' heads. It was the worst crunching sound I'd ever heard. I started crying inside, but Lacey kept punching me. Get it together, bro, he said. Every once in a while nowadays, I'll hear my dog chewing on a bone or something, and it'll remind me of that same sound. That horrible sound of them dogs' jaws scraping on them puppies' heads. I fucking hated Lacey and Snoopy's dogs after that. They always kept them in their backyards, and I used to feel sorry for them, but after that I didn't care about them. Leave them tied up in the backyard. Them fucking dogs deserved it. That sound was horrifying. I'll never forget that crunching noise. I can hear it in my head right now, and it's giving me chills of staleness through my entire gumpy body. Eventually, we talked Lacey's mom into letting us build a ring in their backyard too. Now we'd have 2 rings we could wrestle in back and forth from like we were on tour every night. This time, however, we didn't have the same patience to pound them logs in all day, so Lacey's ring turned out kinda shitty. One day while we were building it, I suddenly felt a ruthless-ass sharp pain in my leg. This kid had thrown a brick all the way over the top of Lacey's house and into the backyard where it nailed me right in the fucking leg. It tore a big-ass chunk out of my calf. Shit like that happened to me all the time in the township. See, in a township you never knew exactly what to expect, but you could always expect trouble. Like one morning, Lacey wasn't around, so I went over to Snoopy's house across the street. He greeted me with, "Don't move." He was on his roof with a rifle. Despite what he said, I knew I'd better move. I jumped behind this abandoned blue van that was always in their driveway. Snoopy started yelling, "I'm gonna shoot you, I swear to God. Come out here. I'm gonna shoot you in the leg." "Why, dog? What the fuck did I do?" I yelled from behind the van. "'Cause I'm crazy," he said. I knew he was too. I'd seen him shoot himself in the arm and then pour the rock salt in the hole, remember? Shit, he was crazy. There was no question he was gonna shoot me in the leg or the arm or something just to do it. I knew I'd never turn him in for it. I was way too hard on his nuts. I looked at the van and saw there was a pile of carpet, all wet and moldy. I opened the back doors, picked up that pile of shit, as soggy and heavy as it was, and put it over me and ran. Pat, pat! Snoopy fired shots at me twice. I felt the bullets go into the pile of shit I was carrying like little tugs. It didn't hit me though. I didn't stop to find out how close they came. I just ran all the way home smelling like that moldy ass carpet shit. That was the township though. Some days I was having mad fun, other days I'm getting shot at and somebody else is having the fun. Still, I took that shit from them. I didn't have any anger. Just like how I was molested as a kid, but it never rained on my brain yet. Taking shit was just a part of my life. I'd always been that way. I never knew any different. The truth is, I was hanging out in the township because them kids were crazy, because their families were as broke as mine. My brother stayed in touch with his crew back in Berkeley, and he was always playing Dungeons and Dragons and shit with them. He spent a lot of time with them role-playing ninjas. I could never understand the role-playing manuals, so I just hung out in the township or wrestled with John, Joey, and Lacey. As much as I thought I was down with the township, I soon realized I was still a bitch to them. One day, I went over to this kid Arnell's house. When I walked in the door, I was greeted with, "All right, hold up." He stuck a gun in my mouth. In fact, there were 3 kids pointing their guns at me, pushing me against the door. "Can you get a car?" one of them asked. Great. They wanted me to help them do a drive-by shooting. My mom would always let my brother drive her car, this big yellow bucket. I called up Rob to see if he could get it. Bring over Mom's car. We're gonna do a drive-by shooting. I didn't know why, but my brother was down. I don't know what the fuck we were thinking. I think we were both hungry to prove ourselves as thugs or something. I really don't know what the fuck was going on in our minds. Anyway, he came over in my mom's car and we rolled through the township. Our tactic was to drive by this kid's house 4 or 5 times real slow. On the 6th pass, Arnell said, "Okay, stop." And he and Snoopy and the other kid got out. Pap, pap, pap. They just started shooting this house up. We were actually shooting the house up from behind. We were in an open field shooting the back of the house. Their guns were like everything from new guns to these taped up pieces of shit that miraculously didn't blow up in their hands. Afterwards, we dropped them all off back at Arnell's house, which was actually just a block or two away from the shooting. We drove back to our house feeling all cool, but we were so fucking stupid. If we'd have been caught, I'd still be in jail today probably. Thinking about that, nobody died, nobody was home as it turned out. But looking back, I realized they just used these stupid dumbass wannabe gangster kids for their car. God, when my mom hears this, she's gonna have a heart attack. At this point, I was like 15 and leading a double life. I wrestled with John and Joey in their backyards doing TTW during the weekends in Ferndale, and during the week, I'd take the school bus home from school to the township. After the drive-by, though, I wanted to avoid the township for a minute. I knew inside that what we did was seriously fucked up, and it was a seriously low, dumb moment in my brain, and I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I couldn't avoid what we had done. Even though the house was empty, the fact that we let them use my mom's car, and the fact that we actually went through with that shit was burning at my brain, and from time to time as an adult, it still burns at my brain. By now, the thing John and Joey and I were getting heavily into besides wrestling was rap. UTFO, the Ghetto Boys, the Beastie Boys' first album. Run DMC's Tougher Than Leather was out by then. It started to really change us. In 1988, NWA and the Posse's record changed our life forever. Back in Berkeley, all the kids listened to was Poison and hair metal. I had been listening to Michael Jackson's Bad, and I learned how to dance like him. We even had a whack-ass little breakdance crew like everybody else did. My name was Footwork. Now in Oak Park, only the black kids and us were into rap. I remember sitting in John's room listening to UTFO's Roxanne, Roxanne over and over again. Rap music like Picker Forest seemed like it was just our thing. I started dressing the part too. My brother was working at a restaurant by now, and I talked him into buying us fresh clothes like Kango tracksuits and patent leather shoes. We would hit up the rummage sale looking for anything Adidas, old or new, it didn't matter. I'd be wearing fuzzy-ass old man golf shorts just because they had an Adidas logo on them. It's hard to imagine now because it's been different for so long, but back in the day, if you were white, you were fucking white. Fucking tight-ass jeans, feathered hair, mullet, like my sister used to dress in her boyfriends. Me, I'd walk down the hallway at Best Junior High in my Adidas sweats with gold stripes, big-ass fake gold chains on from the flea market, and an old-ass Kangol hat Snoopy's dad gave me. For the first time in our lives, we were attempting not to be scrubs, to totally adapt to a certain style. Even if we were the only white kids doing it, that was still a style, and it was our style. We started to act a part too. Mike D from the Beastie Boys was wearing that Volkswagen medallion on License to Ill, and snatching hood ornaments became mad popular for us. Look, I got a Cadillac, I got a BMW, I got a fucking Mercedes. Walk down the street with a pair of pliers, pull it out, your boy snaps it and pop, it'd be yours. Nobody stole more hood emblems than Joey. That was his life. That was all he did, night after night after night. He had 4 suitcases full of them hood ornaments. So we took them up to this flea market because we heard they'd buy them from us. They didn't buy shit, not one of them. So we had ornaments laying all over Joey's bedroom, everywhere, all over the floor. There was a shed in the back of John and Joey's house where we used to have a clubhouse. Hood emblems hanging on the walls everywhere. We were tagging too as the Krylon Boys. Graffiti was also popular in the hood, so we jumped on that as well. We didn't hit abandoned buildings though. We'd spray paint the underpass of I-696 and I-75, the busiest freeway intersection in Detroit. My tag name was Fago Joe because I always had a Fago in my hand. The Beastie Boys used to talk about White Castle a lot. Run DMC always talked about Adidas, so we had Fago. Fago runs deep in ICP lore. I've always explained it a million times, but you can't have the story of ICP without the Fago story. Fago was and is the ghetto pop of Detroit. Pop's a regional thing, not soda, but pop. That's what we called it in Detroit. Anyway, Fago's cheap as hell. It's always available in these crazy-ass flavors. Moon Mist, Red Pop, Rock and Rye. Now they got cotton candy. So it kind of fit our whole flube thing. You could take 6 empty bottles back up to the store and get a new Fago 2-liter for 59 cents. We'd wrestle in the backyard. It'd be hot as hell, so we'd always have Fago sitting around in the shade. It was our thing. We'd pass that fucking 2-liter around like a 40. Joey went to another school because he was younger than John and I. Joey knew this kid from school named Jay. Jay had a cousin who was this banana-nosed kid from Hazel Park, the trashy city next to Ferndale. His name was Scratch Master T. He smoked banana peels and shit and said it got him high. We didn't understand, but the thing was, he had a rap studio. Okay, it was more like a 4-track tape recorder, but that was the shit back then. We decided to start a rap crew called the JJ Boys because all of our names started with J. Joe, John, Joey, and sometimes Joey's homie Jay. We recorded our first JJ Boys track on Scratch Master T's 4-track called Party at the Top of the Hill. We're the JJ Boys on the microphone stand, kicking it live with a Fago in our hand, the whole thing. A future generation of critics and marked out record industry weasels would have something to hate on. Our rap careers had just begun. Lacey fucking loved the cassette, and when I played it for him at school, everybody else loved it. By now, Lacey and his boys from the township had their own rap crew. They called themselves the Wrecking Crew, which of course was stupid because there were 50,000 other wrecking crews out there. Everybody called their rap group the fucking Wrecking Crew. Then again, back in the day, our breakdance crew was called the Electric Boogaloo Crew, so go figure. There was a lot of them too. Anyway, we were all friends, but in the hallway at school, Lacey and his boys would be like, JJ Boys ain't shit, and we'd be like, fuck the Wrecking Crew. Actually, I still didn't cuss yet, so I'd say, frick the Wrecking Crew. No lie. There was a talent show coming up at the Township Recreation Center, and Lacey was like, you guys gotta sign up, you guys gotta sign up. I was like, nah, I ain't interested. I ain't down with doing no talent show. God, was I fucking stupid. That was a major fuck up. The talent show was actually sold out when I got there. I gave $5 to some guy sitting by the door so he'd let me sneak in. When I walked in, this place had more energy than I'd ever seen in my whole life. A little girl would sing and hit a high note, and the whole place would just blow up with people jumping out of their seats screaming, just like Showtime at the Apollo. The entire crowd was all black, and they all had that place fucking electrified. Then Lacey and his crew got up there, in these red and blue lights shining on them. They were all wearing red hoodies and red denim pants. This fat kid, Pat Kelly, started beatboxing, and Lacey started rapping. And that place just erupted in cheers. It was so fucking hype. I had never been to a concert in my life. This shit was blowing my mind. I called John and Joey that night and screamed, man, we blew it not doing that talent show. That was the end of the JJ Boys, at least as far as I was concerned. We had missed our one big chance, the Township Talent Show. We were more into wrestling anyway. We changed the name of our wrestling crew from TTW to NAW, National All-Star Wrestling. Although everybody thought it meant Neighborhood All-Star Wrestling, the big difference was that we were letting Lacey and other black kids from the township wrestle now. We were a little bit older and a little bit smarter and less stupid. Plus, it wasn't all tag teams anymore. It was all kinds of matches now. Our answer to Lacey and his Wrecking Crew's talent show was to host our very own NAW Wrestling Extravaganza. We saved up all our money and put up flyers all over the neighborhood. Come to NAW's Wrestling Extravaganza. My mom and John and Joey's mom were actually behind us 100%. We offered free hot dogs and free Faygo to anybody who would come. My mom even knew a guy named Mick who had a bar band, and he agreed to play at our Wrestling Extravaganza. It was NAW's WrestleMania. So the night of the show, we had 50 people in Joey's mom's backyard, eating hot dogs, drinking Faygo, and watching us 8th graders wrestle in this big-ass ring with real posts and everything. Joey wrestled as the White Tiger, our masked world champion. He also wrestled as the Rhino without the mask, but nobody knew it was him. I wrestled as Daryl Dropkick Daniels. John was known as the Terrible. He wore a hockey mask and was a big, tough, ruthless guy. He barely moved and barely sold anybody's moves. He just beat people down like a single road warrior. Lacey was the Jailbird Man. He wore black and white stripes like referee spandex suit. He was the one who was all aerial and everything. Snoopy and Arnell wrestled as a tag team called the Destroyers, and that's just what they did to everybody they fucking wrestled. They destroyed them. That night during Wrestling Extravaganza, the Jailbird Man won the belt from the White Tiger. It was fucking awesome. All while this bar band full of older guys played, like Bob Seger tunes. To me, this was just as hype as the talent show. The police even came by twice and told us to keep it down. The only thing that sucked was that I had told the band we'd give them $100, and I actually had the money too. Then somehow I fucking lost it. I swear to God, I felt so bad. They were like, "It's all right, just pay us $1 so we can tell people we got paid to perform," thinking I never had the money to begin with. That sucked badly, cause I actually did have the $100. I remember saving up forever for that money. I had that fucking $100. Thinking about it now, somebody might have stole it out of John's drawer, but I had that fucking money ready to pay that band, and it was all legit, and somehow it just turned up missing, so we paid him $1 and felt like shit about it. Man, you don't understand. I'm so fucking sorry, I told him. I was so hyped on wrestling after that. Then John and Joey got a VCR at their house, and man, that was it. Fuck JJ, boys. Fuck rapping. Fuck all that shit. We had a VCR. That meant wrestling on tape anytime we wanted. We went fucking ballistic on that. God, we were so stale. Everything was getting stale. Even the township. One Sunday morning, I was mad bored. John and Joey were up north visiting their aunt. So with nothing to do, I decided to go back to the township. Lacey wasn't home, but Snoopy, that crazy motherfucker, was leaning against a brand new car. "You like my car?" he asked. "Where'd you get it?" I asked. "I stole it." The car had a front license plate that said "Sweet Baby Blue." "Dang, dog," I said, "don't you think you should at least take that Sweet Baby Blue plate off? Don't you think it just makes the car all that more recognizable?" Man, Snoopy couldn't give a fuck less. "No, we're just gonna joyride it for a while. Come on, let's go." I jumped in a stolen car with him, and we went on a Sunday fucking drive with the screwdriver hanging out of the ignition. It was pretty fun until we passed a cop car on a speed trap. Then we got scared. We rolled up to this vacant lot in the ghetto, and these guys Snoop knew came up to us. Next thing I knew, they were destroying the car, and we were getting a ride back to Snoopy's house in some kid's bucket. I decided right then that I had better not hang out in the township anymore. My exit was right around the corner. We got back to Snoopy's house, and he had called this girl to come over. He was older than me, and he had already dropped out of high school, so he was way ahead of us with the ladies. This girl that came over was beautiful. This hot-ass black chick, like super hot to me. They started hooking up with me right there in the room. He started tongue kissing her, and he kept saying, "Hey Joe, look," fucking with me. I could see their tongues slobbering and everything. I was freaking out. Then he turned to me. "Hey Joe, you want some of this?" he asked. I was a virgin like a motherfucker. Just a lot of jacking off and a lot of looking at hotties at this point. So naturally I was like, yeah? Notice he asked me before he asked her. Now remember, Snoopy was crazy, so no matter how much I tried to think about getting some of that netting right then, I was fully prepared for Snoopy to flip this shit on me at any minute. "So you want to hit my girl?" You want to come in my motherfucking house with your punk ass thinks you're gonna get some of my girl? Instead, he asked her, will you let my boy hit it? I don't care, she said. Fuck, stop playing. Snoop left the room and shut the door. The girl laid down next to me and started rubbing my dick through my pants. But I was like, no, Snoopy's just kidding. He's gonna come busting in here and kick my ass if I touch you. No, he's not, she insisted. Right. Just like I thought he wouldn't shoot me. And by the way, I love having to make a flak vest out of stank wet carpets. Fuck this. I chickened out and hopped up, just me and my pickle, and got out of the bedroom right quick. I'll never know if I really could have fucked that girl or not. The thought of Snoopy beating my half-naked ass was just too scary to find out. I'll never know. Wow, that would have been the shit though if I would have hit that. But it probably would have never happened. But it actually might have. But it probably would have caused an ass beating. But who knows, I might have actually fucked that hottie. But then again, I might have got punched in the back of the head. But who knows, I might have actually got my little baby penis wet. But then again, I might have got my nuts kicked up my asshole. Who knows, I'll never know. That would have been the shit though. But just when I think the shit can't get any weirder, one day who's sitting there in Snoop's living room? Mr. Ruthless from school himself, Dion McCrae. I think he was selling Snoop some weed or something. They were watching a porno. Now, I'd never seen one, so I was trying to be all cool while it was on in the corner of my eye. All I could see was what looked like snails wrestling on the Nature Channel. All of a sudden, Dion turned to me.
Walk me home, Joe. I only live 3 blocks away. Walk me home.
For what, man? I asked.
Walk me home, bitch. Safety in numbers, you know,
He kindly replied. It didn't make sense. It ain't safe in this neighborhood, I said. What the frick am I gonna do to help you? I gotta walk back without you. Who's gonna walk me home? Dion didn't give a fuck.
Walk me home and shut the fuck up,
he repeated. I quickly put on my tired-ass Adidas shoes and we left Snoop's house and started walking. I sorta knew where he lived because the township was all project-style houses. Dion took a shortcut through a vacant lot and went behind this abandoned house. I was terrified. I knew something was up. Then he stopped, turned around, and looked me dead in the eyes. Now, before I tell you all this, I want you guys to know something. Memories like this one I'm about to tell you can haunt you for a lifetime. I realize that everybody out there has horrible memories of their own. I'm not alone on this. I think it's best for people to tell other ninjas about their horrible memories because in time, that horrible memory of yours might turn into a funny story that makes it much easier for you to deal with. For example, let's say you hired a hooker to suck your dick. She sucked it, and then you found out your hooker was really a dude in drag. Wouldn't you rather tell ninjas about that instead of keeping it locked up inside your mind? Imagine having to hold a secret like that all your life. I'd rather tell ninjas about it so they could laugh at me and turn it into a funny joke about my past rather than live my whole life keeping it a secret that I once let another man blow me. Take it from me, I might have kept memories like the one I'm about to tell you inside my head this whole time, but if I did, I might have beat them 2 kids in Columbine to the step, if you know what I mean. That's why I'm glad to tell you shit like I'm about to tell you now. Okay, back to my story. It's me and Dion behind an abandoned house in the middle of the night in the township.
Are you scared of me?
Dion asked. Scared of fighting you? Yeah, I said, not quite knowing what he was getting at. Yeah, I'm scared of you, I guess. Then he picked up a brick and unzipped his pants.
I want you to suck my dick,
he said, all calm and straightforward.
If you don't, I'm gonna kill you with this brick. If you tell anybody about it afterwards, I'm gonna kill you then.
He was dead serious. Wow, he was not playing at all. He was determined to have me suck his dick. I don't know if he was gay or if he just wanted to make me suck his dick to be ruthless. I don't know what. All I know is Dion is the type of motherfucker that will fuck you in your ass in prison. Now let me tell you all something. He would have had to break that brick into particles over my head and shoot me in the face 17 times before I even would have looked at his fucking dick. So it's just me and supposedly gay-ass Dion McCrae with a fucking brick and his hard dick in his hand. Hell no, I can't lie. I started crying like a bitch just thinking, what am I gonna do now? I looked over and there was a log, so I started to get on my knees like I was gonna suck his dick. Then I grabbed the log and whoop, I threw it at him. I pretty much missed hitting him completely, but I didn't stick around to see what he'd do next. I wish this story had some big ass fresh ending to it, like I pounded his head into the pavement, but I gotta tell the truth. I ran like a weak pansy ass. I ran like fucking Carl Lewis on crack. I ran past Snoopy's house and all the way home. I didn't even stop running at home. I ran laps in my backyard. I told my brother John, Lacey, and Joey about it, but I never did tell anybody else because I didn't want Dion to hunt me down. Now I'll tell anybody and their mama about it. At that point, I was like, fuck the township. I only went back to pick up Lacey every now and then. Dion was in a boys' home or jail by now anyway, most likely getting his dick sucked all he wants. The ring we built in Lacey's backyard eventually got all tore up. There were no ropes on it or anything, but some of the kids in the neighborhood still used it for street boxing matches from time to time. One time we were back there watching some ninjas box each other, and there with all his boys was the motherfucker who threw that brick at my leg when we were building the ring that first day. He started fucking with me again. This time I could see it coming though. He wanted to box me. He went around the ring putting his gloves on, announcing to everybody, I'm boxing Joe, I'm boxing the white boy. John and Joey were there, so I felt like I had some extra karma. I needed all the help I could get. I put the boxing gloves on and got in there with him. I thought I was about to get my ass beat. At first, I wouldn't throw any punches. Bam, bam, I did my best to block the two right crosses. Bam, he landed a left hook to the side of my head. All of a sudden, I couldn't hear the cheering so loud anymore. All I could hear was his shit talking as he threw blows at me. I saw John and Joey, and I could tell from the looks on their faces that I was getting my ass beat. Then, just looking at him with his smirky fuck you look and all that, and all his boys cheering him on, it pissed me off mad hard. I thought about my brother and how we had talked about we're not gonna be scrubs anymore and how we're gonna start blowing people's grills out. This kid had a nice grill too. It was just begging to be blown out. I came out throwing punches and pow! I hit him the fuck up and knocked him the fuck out. The whole backyard erupted. I was just as stunned as everybody else. The way people were around there, I thought that motherfucker would have ran home and got a gun when he came to. Instead, he just got up really slow, took his gloves off and said, "You won." That new fresh Bruce Brother Karma shit worked. I was pretty much done with the township after that. Snoopy was pretty much just done, period. I got a call from Lacey a few weeks later. Snoopy had been arrested. This time he wasn't coming home. Apparently he had shot some lady a bunch of times and took her car, but she didn't die. But he was still sentenced to 25 years for carjacking and attempted murder. It didn't surprise me. Later I heard that Pat Kelly, that funky-ass beatboxer from Lacey's rap group, the Wrecking Crew, caught a murder rap. He somehow beat it on a technicality, but then he caught another murder rap. He wasn't so lucky the second time. Even today, as I continue on through my life, I always hear about somebody who I knew from the township either getting shot to death or catching a murder case. It fucking sucks. I'm gonna tell you something absolutely crazy though about Snoopy. Years later, 25 years later to be exact, we were doing Hallowicked at the State Theater in Detroit, now known as the Fillmore. And who comes up to me while we're doing a meet and greet before the show? Snoopy. He was working security. He said, "Hey Joe, do you remember me?" I couldn't fucking believe it. He said, "I just got out." I said, "How long did you do?" And he said, 25 years. Fuck. What do you say to a ninja who just did 25 years? I said, "What have you been doing?" He said, "Well, my homie got this security job for me, and I've been selling a little weed on the side." And I thought, what the fuck? You just did 25 years and you're selling weed? Aren't you afraid of going back? I know he's got to be on fucking parole or something, and he's selling weed? Anyway, I invited him to the after party. So after the show, there he was waiting to go. He jumped in the bus with us and drove over to St. Andrew's Hall for the after party. And we were talking, but we didn't have nothing in common. What do you say to somebody who just did 25 years? I had so much to tell him, so much I had done, traveled the world, fucking made platinum albums, created fans and juggalos and friends, and I had no idea what to say to this guy. He only had one story. I was locked up. And I had so much to tell him. And then when we got to St. Andrews, we walked in and there was a wrestling ring in the middle of the venue with 1,000 juggalos standing all around it. And in the wrestling ring were real professional wrestlers. And I thought, damn, the last time I saw Snoopy, we were in Lacey's backyard in that piece of shit built ring wrestling. And here I am now, 25 years later, in a real venue with a real wrestling ring packed full of juggalos all around it and real wrestlers wrestling in it. Nothing had changed in my life except it got bigger, fatter, and fresher, and I was still doing the same fucking thing. And Snoopy was speechless. And Shaggy comes up and what does he say? "What's up, Snoop? Hey man, it's great to see you. How you doing?" And Snoop said, "Trying to make it work, man." And Shaggy said, "Well, you know, you can always get a job with us, man. We'll hire you anytime." And I looked at Shaggy like he's fucking crazy. We ain't hiring Snoop. What are we gonna say to Snoop? He's been locked up for 25 fucking years. Anyway, that's something that happened that's not in the book. I just wanted to tell you about it. We ended up bumping into Snoop later, and I gave him my number, and every time he called, I never picked it up. And he called for like 5 weeks, but I never picked it up because I honestly don't have anything to say to Snoop. I know it would be all bad, and maybe I should have gave him a job like Shaggy said, but I'll take the pass option on that. All I know is he's out of jail, and if I ever bump into Snoopy, I'm probably getting punched in the face. Chapter 5. The Legend of the Bruce Brothers. Sometime while I was in the 8th grade, we moved again because our lease was up on the house we rented in Oak Park. This time we moved to nearby Ferndale, just off a 9-mile road. My parents found a house and we had saved up enough money to put a down payment on it so that they could own a house instead of renting it. The house cost $30 grand. The good thing about the move was that John and Joey only lived about 2 blocks from our new crib, and our friendship grew a great deal because of that. Near the end of 8th grade, the principal of Best Junior High, Dr. Sophia, called my mom into school. Turns out the school ninjas had been keeping a file on me. "Your son hangs out with all the black students, you know. He takes the bus every day to the Royal Oak Township, and that's not a very nice place," he told my mom. Like my mom was supposed to be shocked or something. My mom didn't say shit. Dr. Sophia continued. "We think he has a problem," he said. "Look at these drawings. Somehow, all these drawings I'd done mostly on tests and assignments I neglected to fill out, they were mostly drawings of ninjas cutting people up or people getting shot up. My mom knew those drawings were nothing compared to the drawings that I had at home on the fridge. She had my back. By the time she left that day, Dr. Sophia had a new Ned and Ho. You think just because he's creative, he's crazy? What are you calling me in here for? To tell me about my son hangs out with black kids? Is there something wrong with that?" Dr. Sophia was a little bit nicer to me after that, but by then, I didn't give a fuck. I was done hanging out in the township anyway. My focus was wrestling and being a ninja and not taking shit from anybody anymore. I was sitting in the locker room after gym class one day, and all the cool kids were wearing Bermuda shorts. I don't know if you remember Bermuda shorts, but what the fuck? Those Hawaiian-looking shorts with flowers and jungle shit all over them. As much as a floob as I was, if I'd have worn those back in the day, I'd be laughed right the fuck out of class. So I opened my big mouth. "You look like fucking Magnum PI wearing that shit." The other kids were going to let it pass after all. Those days I was dressing scrubby again. I was done with the Adidas suits and the rapping for a while anyway. This kid Kobe, this super tough king jock of the school, decided to put me in my place anyway. As he laced up his spanking new Reeboks, he looked at his boys and told me off. "Why don't you shut the fuck up, Joe Bruce, dickhead? I wasn't about shutting up anymore. Fuck you, man, I said. Well, frick you, man, I said. The truth was, at this point, I still wasn't cussing yet. No matter what I write in this book about the things I said to people back then, just remember, the truth is I didn't start cussing until I was almost 18. Sometimes, when I'm remembering things I said back then, I forget that. Anyway, I walked over and BAM! I blew his mouth out right there in the locker room. One of the freshest moments of my childhood. This kid was a big jock, one of the tougher kids in school, and I punched him right in his square fucking chin. He had a big jock chin too, like he chews rocks, and I punched him right in his fucking jock ass chin. Why sit there and talk shit to each other, right? I mean, if it's going down, then it's going down. End of story. Why let him have a chance at first blow? I blew his shit right the fuck out before he had a chance to even respond. I've been the same way ever since. If it's going down, I'm the first at it. Then I walked right to the principal's office, something I'd end up doing many times in the 8th grade. See, I started getting into fights all the time. Like I said, all I cared about was wrestling and ninjas. Sure, I didn't care about school or the people in it. In fact, I have never gone through a single day of my life caring about school. For as far back as I can remember, school never ever meant shit to me. I have 2 kids now, and I want them to do good in school, but it's hard for me to tell them to try hard in school, because honestly, fuck school. I hate school. I wish I could tell them, fuck school, you don't even have to go. But my wife would kill me, so I can't tell them none of that. But it's in my heart, believe me. I give no fuck if they slap the teacher's face off. I was such a ninja. I'd sit in the back of the class and the teacher would only pass back 4 assignments for the row I was in, even though I was in the 5th seat. They knew not to even bother handing me an assignment, because I wouldn't do it. So they didn't even bother giving me one. Some teachers even put crayons and paper on my desk every day, treating me like a little retarded kid. At the end of the year, Dr. Sophia decided it was time for round 2 of Your Son's Going Nowhere. So he called me and my mom back in his office once again. Your son got straight E's in the 7th grade, and he got straight E's again in the 8th grade. Now he's too old to be in our school again for another year. So I'm gonna have to put him in the 9th grade in high school, but hold on. Dr. Sophia grabbed the phone and dialed the number. Yes, is this the high school? Let me speak to the counselor, he said. Right away, I knew his entire phone call was fake because number 1, there's like 9 counselors in high school. And number 2, it was like 7 p.m. What would counselors be doing still at the school? Oh, Dr. Sophia was on a roll. Counselor? It's Dr. Sophia over here at Best Junior High. You got a pen? I want you to write this down. I've got a student here named Joseph Bruce. He's gonna be coming there to high school next year. First semester on his first report card, if he gets anything other than an A, B, or C, if he gets 1 D or 1 E, I want you to send him right back to my school. You got it? He's gonna do the 8th grade again. If he gets 1 D or 1 E. Wow, that guy sat there and put on a fake conversation in front of me and my mom for about 2 minutes. Dr. Sophia was a fucking crazy old man if you ask me. Even my mom was laughing at that crazy shit. So bam. Next thing you know, I'm in the 9th grade at Ferndale High, living proof you can't fail middle school because you'd be too old. You'd be fucking driving in the 8th grade. My first report card, of course, was straight D's and E's. You know the phrase. In elementary school, they carry you. In middle school, they drag you. And in high school, they fucking drop you. Well, I got dropped like acid on Jimi Hendrix's tongue. Joe Bruce lasted in 9th grade all of about 6 months. During those 6 months, though, I was the epitome of greatness. I was a fucking awesome student, in my eyes at least. Fucking awesome. I put on a pair of sweatpants first day of the school year, and I wore them for the entire 6 months. I made it a goal of mine. I bet my brother and John and Joey that I could do it. I'm gonna wear these same blue sweatpants every day all year. And I did it too, till I dropped out. I always believed it's important to set goals in life. How fresh was I? By the end of those 6 months, those blue sweatpants were fucking hanging off my ass. They were ragged up, they had holes in them, they were stained, and they were fucking awesome, and I wish I still had them. I'd sleep in them every night. Years later, my friend Nate the Mac was at a party, and some chick was showing pictures of her and her friends from back in her high school days. And in one of the pictures, you could see me in the background sleeping on a desk. I thought that was so fresh. In her photos, this girl and her perfect-ass girly cherry pop friends were all on the latest and greatest school activities, making friends and just being happy and great in high school, all around active people, and yet there was me in the background, knocked the fuck out, drooling on my desk, complete with my uncut and matted up hair. Little did any of them people know, or even care for that matter, but what I was really doing was learning the whole time. I was steady learning how to dream. That's how I look at it. Yeah, I was asleep dreaming about what bigger and better things were yet to come. I was late to class every fucking day. The only money I had was food stamps for lunch, and I had to walk way, way far away so nobody would see me spending food stamps. I'd walk to this party store that was at least 1.5 miles away from the school, and when I came back, I was always late. I just didn't give a fuck. I never did one assignment in high school. I gave absolutely 0 fucks. One day, a real high school counselor called me down to his office to voice his concern. I just want to know what happened, he said. At the beginning of the year, you were getting mostly A, B's, and C's on your test. Now you're down to D's and E's. What's happening, Joe? I was like, huh? I was getting A's and B's. Yeah, you were doing great. I sat there talking to this guy for like 20 minutes before he figured out that he was looking at Joe Bice's record. He realized his mistake and pulled up my sheet. Oh, you're Joe Bruce, he said. Then he looked at my grades. Get out of here. I remember this one kid named Noel. What a lame-ass fucking name. If your name is Noel, man, I feel sorry for you, ninja, because that has to fucking suck. But Noel was my boy. He was this kid that I knew from around the neighborhood. And at school, he couldn't seem to decide what kind of crew he wanted to be in. One day, he'd be a preppy-ass Richie kid, and the next day, he was trying to be a thug. Well, on one of his ultra-rare school day of Friday, Noel was in a strange phase. He was in a wanting to be a nobody scrub phase like me. Out of nowhere, he was talking to me at school and he invited me to his house. He said that he had stolen a pistol from his grandpa and he needed to get rid of it fast. I must have looked like the shady type who could use a pistol, so he told me to come over after school and he'd let me have it. I was down. I went right over there after school. Within seconds, he came out with the gun and started cocking and loading it and showing me how it worked. I kept saying, yeah, I know that already. This kid Noel was insistent on showing me his pistol handling skills. Finally, boom! It went off right in his hands. I jumped up off the couch to check myself for bullet holes. I was skinny back then, which helped me make less of a target, I guess. I didn't have any bullet holes, but poor Noel did. He shot himself right through his hand and through his finger somehow. I wasn't sure what happened at first, but once he started screaming and crying like a baby bitch ass, running around the house, holding up his bloody ass hand, it was apparent. I was outie. Fuck waiting for the cops. I called 911 for the whining crybaby, and then I bolted out of the house. Eventually, the cops caught up with me, but only to question me about Noel's stupidity. They said that at first he tried to blame it all on me, but then after a few of their questions he gave up. They told me they couldn't believe what a bitch he was. I told them exactly what happened and how he was just trying to show off and he shot himself. I naturally left the part out about how he was going to give me the gun afterwards. You know, sometimes too much info can be a bad thing. Well, after that weekend, things at school were much worse for the notoriously dirty Joe Bruce. Once Noel returned to school, he quickly re-entered his Noel wanting to be a preppy phase again and blamed the whole thing on me. He told all his homies at school that he was just showing me a gun that his grandpa owned and that I asked if I could have it. And once Noel told me I couldn't have it, I apparently got pissed off and shot him in the hand. Of course, the cops never bought it, but the whole fucking dumbass school was quick to. I didn't care. I liked the extra attention because people began to look at me as a threat to their safety. I would have beat Noel's ass just for lying about me like that, but instead, I just figured being named Noel was punishment enough for him. To pass the time in school, we started playing this game we call Bloods and Crips. John, Joey, and I would be the Bloods, and my brother and some other homies would be the Crips. You'd have to use a cap gun to shoot the other guys. I'd come to school draped up and straight up blood shit. Red bandana, headband, red flannel, and my blue sweats. And just straight up draped, of course, head to toe with cap guns and shit. The kids at school were just like, what the fuck are they doing? We didn't give a fuck. One day I stuck up Nate the Mac, who was a Crip, and jumped on his ass right in the hallway. We teetered for a minute and then smash! We busted through a giant window near the lobby. The fucking security guards were too busy selling weed to the kids to even see it or who did it and to come after us. We got away with it clean. We even took our war out on the streets. Sometimes my brother and I would join sides. We'd pull up on Joey's lawn in our car and burst in the door. With his mom there and everything, we'd drag him out front and give him the beat down. One time we were playing in downtown Royal Oak, one of the few northern suburbs with a lot of shopping and shit, where people are actually walking around. We had a big crew of like 15 ninjas. We were beating each other with garbage cans and shit, chasing each other through the streets. Someone must have seen us and thought it was real because they called the cops. Luckily, one of us saw them a ways off creeping down the street. There were about 10 cop cars with their lights off trying to sneak up on us. We bolted the fuck out of there and got away clean. I felt like a badass. I'd been through the township and now I was acting like I grew up in the fucking ghetto. NWA Straight Outta Compton was out, and with them rapping about how they're driving around in buckets, I thought that was the shit because I'd only ever been in fucking buckets. My suburban wannabe gangsterism was in full effect, and our old pal Mike Olson was about to wind up on the wrong end of the cap gun fire. My brother Rob still had all his Dungeons and Dragons friends back in our old city of Berkeley, but he hardly knew anybody in Oak Park. We Bruce brothers never went to prom dances, get-togethers, or even half-ass being socially cool. My brother did once get invited to a real actual house party. Once upon a time there was a party in Warren, Michigan, which is about 4 miles east of Ferndale. Some old school, longtime D&D homies of my brother knew somebody, and somehow they all got invited to come to the party. When he got there, he found the girl whose house it was on the front porch crying. My brother, being the honorable, sensitive type, asked her, "What's the matter?"
This is my house, and I just heard these guys from Warren are gonna come over, and I just know they're gonna start some shit because they always do. They're gonna destroy my house, and I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
My brother was such a good guy with super honor that he was like, "I won't let it happen, I promise." That's the crazy part, no lie. I would have been like, "Damn, sucks to be you then. Hope I'm out by the time they get here." Not Rob. My brother's like a straight up movie character of honor. Not just to try to tap the poor girl's net neither. Honestly, just to help her. One of the lone Bruce brothers was ready to protect this girl's house like high noon or something. Well, when the bad guys got there, who do you think it was? None other than Mike Olson, our old homie. The very same kid my brother gave the giant transformer to before we moved to Oak Park. Well, I guess Mike had moved out of Berkeley as well, cause he was now claiming Warren. Mike was chilling with a few of his new lame-ass Warren jock drinking buddies. My brother walked up to give him a dap on the front lawn and tried to make nice right away. "Hey Mike, what's up, man? You still got that flavor I gave you back in the day?" Too late. Mike Olson had already reached full puberty and turned into a dickhead in only a few years' time. Fuck you and your toys, Mike said, like a straight-up open, blew-out asshole. Rob couldn't believe it. What the fuck's your problem, Mike? Mike puffed out his feeble birdie chest as his 15-plus homies walked up on Rob and surrounded him. Fuck you, man, Mike said. You want to do something? Bam! Stars and a giant flash of ruthless pain suddenly engulfed Mike Olson's face, sending him into complete unconsciousness. My brother socked Mike Olson so hard, it knocked his grandpa Olson's dentures out. Mike's nose was broken into particles. They tried to put it back together later, but now he looks like Michael Jackson's. Afterwards, my fresh-ass brother Rob took off across the street. Mike's boys all chased after him. Rob tried to outrun them as they hopped fences through backyards after him. All the while, he was looking for a weapon to use against them, like a shovel, a stick, anything. He would have done it easily, but whap! My brother hit some chicken wire fence and flipped over. Who would have fucking guessed it? But my old pal Mike's homies beat the shit out of my brother right then and there. My brother was just about to go into the army at this point, but even so, he wasn't okay with letting it go. Neither was I. My brother got stomped, and the Bruce brothers were bent on revenge. Not just any Bruce brothers, but the new and improved ghettoized Bruce brothers. We gotta fuck Mike Olson up, dog. He had no reason to beat you down, I said. We knew a kid in Warren who quickly found out and showed us where Mike Olson lived. So the very next night, me, Lacey, Nate, John, Joey, and my brother surrounded Mike Olson's house at 2 in the freaky-ass morning. Each one of us had 2 giant rocks in our hands. My brother gave the order. On the count of 3, he whispered, 1, 2, 3, smash! Being in the house with your whole family and every window breaks at the same time? Just imagine that. Oh, we weren't done with Mike yet. Then we systematically hit up his homies' houses over the next month or so. We made it our only priority. Revenge on anybody who was with them that night was our goal. We did damn good too. Our Warren, Michigan nerdy source who went to school with those boys fed us all the info. It was so easy for him to find out where his classmates lived just by following them home and shit. I personally think our spy hooked us up, one of my brother's D&D homies. He loved doing spy work for us. Thanks to him, we went back to Warren 4 times later and fucking did it all over again. Mike Olson's main homie caught the fucking same style activity attack. Mike got it first, then the others. One by one, I felt like Dirty Larry. It was so easy. At 4 a.m., nobody suspects a fucking thing. We were in and out of them yards in about 15 seconds. It was almost no risk to us at all. We were straight fucking them up, surrounding their houses with 2 bricks in each hand, throwing the bricks through different windows. It would happen simultaneously. All the windows would smash in the house at the same time. Think of how fucking ruthless and devastating that is. These assholes beat my brother down at a party, and we got the ultimate revenge on all of them, surrounding each one of their houses and simultaneously breaking all the windows out in the middle of the night. It was true terror in its truest form. We were that fucking ruthless. We were going crazy. Them fools had no idea where this was coming from. So what? We knew. They were feeling the wrath of some kept-in Bruce Brothers scrubbiness exploding back on their asses. Even if they never knew who was causing it, the fact is they were in pain and they were hurting because of us. He had no idea beating my brother would lead to this terrorism. We hit 5 houses total. Each one got hit badly. We did them in hard. Soon, I came up with the ultimate plan for an insane attack that nobody would ever forget. I planned to straight up rush him and attack him and beat him down right in his own fucking high school. It was going down. That was the only place I knew I could catch him and pummel his face physically myself. Joey, Nate, Lacey, Rob, and I worked it all out. First, we put on our black hooded sweatshirts and went out to Warren High School. Then we called the school and acted like I was Mike Olson's older brother. I told the lady that I needed to get Mike's medication to him because he forgot it that morning. I told him it was
very necessary that I see it and give it to him.
They bought it and gave me his whole school schedule. They told me exactly what classroom he would be in at that time when we got there. We walked right into school and found his room. We all waited down the hall as we sent Nate to the classroom. The plan was to have Nate knock on the door and tell the teacher that Mike Olson was needed at the principal's office. We would then catch him and beat him down in the hallway. Nate was on his way to the room when he was suddenly stopped by some kind of fucking hall monitor lady asking him if he had a hall pass. I got super mad because this was fucking up all our plans. Plus, a couple of teachers were coming down the hall behind us. Fuck it, come on, I said. We ran right up in the classroom and tried to open the door, but it was locked. Joey and I kicked it in. The whole class just stopped and looked, which made it easier for us to locate our target victim. There he was, Mike Olson, just chilling, way in the back of the room. Fuck, why does it always have to be way in the fucking back? Fuck it. I couldn't reach him right away, but with the help of my crazy-ass crew, we fought our way to the back of the class and straight to his ass. The whole time I was screaming, I'm gonna fuck you up, Mike! Bring that shit, bitch! Don't hide! By this time, everyone was out in the hallways and people were pouring out of other rooms. The whole school was disrupted. Everything was chaos. People running around screaming, girls screaming, desks being flipped and overturned. We jetted like roaches. We all ran out of the school and we actually got away clean. To this day, I have absolutely no idea why the cops didn't just come and pick me up at home later that night. Nothing happened. No cops ever said shit to us about it. We never had any warrants, no warnings, or anything issued. Back on the streets, Mike Olson and his feeble family finally knew who had been raining hell on them as of late. Plus, rumors began to spread to levels never before seen about the Bruce brothers. People from his class were saying that they had seen me with a gun and that I'd come to kill Mike. People were talking about us like we were cold-blooded killers. Maybe the cops knew, only they couldn't prove a fucking thing. Maybe they'll take me in now after saying this. After that, we lay low for a few months before unleashing any more bottled anger on Mike and his poor fucking homies. They had a family boat in the backyard shed type thing and a nice RV for camping trips. That's all I'll say. They had a boat and a nice RV. For 2 years, understand this, for 2 long, solid years, we destroyed this kid's whole life. Every time we got bored, any night, summer, fall, winter, spring, for 2 years, any night we got bored, it was straight to Mike Olson's house for some late night damage. They were straight up terrorized for 2 fucking years. We started driving around his neighborhood, just rolling up on anyone who looked like they might be down with Mike's crew. We'd ask, hey, what up, man? You know who Mike Olson is? If they did, we would get out and beat them the fuck down right there on the spot. Then they finally came the day when it all ended for Mike, leaving him on a scared wreck and ending our campaign of terror on him. Rolling by his house in our car, we saw him actually walking home by himself. He was totally surprised as I jumped out the car, grabbed him from behind, spun him around and gave him a DDT. That's a wrestling move where you headlock your opponent and drop straight back so their head impacts with the ground first, right on the concrete sidewalk. He never ever saw who it was. Next thing he knew, he was in the hospital, all busted up. I could have fucking killed him. What the fuck were we thinking? What were we thinking? We were fucking terrorizing this poor fucking kid. Now as an adult, I can't fucking believe what we did to Mike Olson and his family. And by the way, the name has been changed. Thank God, or I'd probably get arrested. We fucking terrorized them! I'm telling you, we were insane. We weren't done growing yet. Our brains had not fully developed, or we wouldn't have done something like that. We could have did serious prison time. We straight up terrorized this family. Think of his poor mom. Think of his dad. Think of his RV. Think of his boat. We poured paint all over the inside of his fucking boat. I'm talking like 4 cans each, poured all over the inside of their boat. It was pure terror. We fucking destroyed this kid, man. I think most of the childhood anger that I had was taken out on Mike Olson. The Olsons even moved. To this day, they moved out to Troy, but we just followed right along with our acts of sheer terror. Looking back at what we did, I can't believe that we put his family through that much shit, but fuck it, so what? Bad things happen to us all. Better his than mine. Bottom line, better him than somebody cool. Mike Olson was a dick. He should have thanked my brother for that transformer instead of dissing my brother. And he got his face punched for it at first, and then he got terrorized for 2 fucking years. I can't fucking believe it. I feel like turning myself in right now. I feel guilty. I feel like it's gonna come back to haunt me. We fucking terrorized Mike Olson, you bitch! You fucked with the wrong people. Back in school, I was continuing my long goodbye to the Ferndale educational system. Motherfucking fuck school. I'm 43 years old today, screaming, fuck school. It wasn't for me. After 8th grade, it was no longer for me. I dropped out in the 9th grade, halfway through the 9th grade. Before I dropped out, I remember I had a class on the 3rd floor that had a whole encyclopedia set right by the window. I didn't even realize what I was doing, but I started throwing encyclopedia books out the window, slipping them out the window one by one, not even thinking about it. I was half asleep the whole time. Finally, this teacher from the 2nd floor came up and bitched at my teacher. Do you know what's going on here? My whole class is seeing books fly by the window. All of a sudden, everybody was looking at me and what was left of the encyclopedia set. I stated my case. Man, I didn't even realize what I was doing. I'm sorry. I was fucking out of it. The teacher wasn't gonna let me off that easy. This was the same teacher putting crayons and paper on my desk back in middle school. He was this older looking smiley black dude with jerry curls. When I started high school that year, so did he. He was my teacher back in the 8th grade, and he moved to high school the same time I did. It was like he followed me. I always hated this fucker, just like he hated me. He sat me in the front of the whole fucking class. This kid right here is gonna be nothing, he said. Then he turned to me like the way a talk show host turns to his guest, like he didn't give a fuck who he was talking to, and he just likes being on TV or in front of the class. You're never gonna do anything, Mr. Bruce, are you? You'll come to school your whole life and you'll never do one thing here, will you? You know what? I'll bet that you like that, don't you, Mr. Bruce? That's right, I said, being the fresh guest on this dick's little talk show. He was going crazy with it, tearing me up in front of the whole class. I think this was his final revenge on me. He had had enough and he was blowing his lid. And the other worthless students he had to deal with, he took it all out on me. He stood me up there in front of the whole class and continued to drill me. Everybody look at Joe Bruce. This is Joe. Joe is happy with himself, even though he's gonna mean nothing at all to the world. He will be nothing. He's never been anything in this world. To me, I was the freshest kid there. I love that fresh moment in the spotlight. I love this little speech about my whole life and how worthless it's all gonna be. I love that he was saying I was as worthless as a grain of salt. I always loved being the underdog. It was my whole model as a true floob, as a scrubber juggalo. Not yet. He doesn't care to do his work. He doesn't want to do his work. Therefore, he never gets anything done. And it's going to result just like his life. Nothing will ever get done. Thank you, I said. That's right, I'm the bomb. I knew I was gone by that point. I thought about knocking the teacher out for trying to bury me in front of the entire room, but he was way too fucking old. I probably would have just turned his chin into shredded wheat. Fuck it. I walked out the classroom. I walked out the school and I never came back. I quit. I walked out in slow motion with my blue sweats hanging and dangling and bouncing in slow motion, looking fresh. Just like my brother and my sister before me, I quit. I quit. I quit. Fuck school. When I got home, I told my mom, I quit school, Mom. She wasn't surprised. She knew it was coming. She wasn't exactly having it, though. If you quit school, you can't live here, she said. Monsters and adventure! Time out, y'all. Listen. Remember when I was telling you guys about the magic that my brother Rob and I had experienced in Picker Forest? Well, just like I told you then, that shit changed our lives forever. Not one day has ever gone by since then that we haven't thought about the fact that there is more to this life than the naked eye can see. Even in my gangster mode of life, I've always been fascinated with the beyond. Just knowing that there is a beyond has made us always search for it and reach for more. And to this very day, we continue our quest. No matter what I'm doing in my life, whether it's rapping, wrestling, thugging, rich or poor, I always keep exploring the beyond until all of my questions are answered, which means I'll be exploring forever. So far in life, I've been lucky enough to actually witness some unexplainable shit. Some I've already told you about, and some shit I didn't. I just want to take a time out to tell you guys about some more of this crazy shit. And if you ain't interested in this, then just skip ahead a few chapters and jump right back to the regular story. I would have just slipped these two short little ditties into a regular chapter, but they don't really fit into the storyline we've been going by so far. So I just wanted to throw these in as a freestanding little bit of flavor. The bottom line is, with both these little stories I'm about to tell you, they are without a doubt part of who we are. So I put them in the story of the book. The first story I gotta tell y'all is The Road. As I was growing up in Berkeley and Oak Park, kids were always talking about this crazy road up in the northern part of Michigan. Man, the stories were straight out of a suburban legend. People said everything from an insane asylum to a slaughterhouse full of mass murderers was all on this wooded, dark road. All kinds of crazy shit. The stories made this one 9-mile stretch of dirt road out in the boonies completely terrifying. They said nobody had ever driven all the way down it without having to turn around. They said there were hard to see chest razor-high wires strung up through the woods to catch trespassers, and it was rumored also that if any lunatics escaped from the insane asylum, the caretakers would set the woods on fire all around them to trap them in. The stories of the road were totally out of control, and yet no one could tell you exactly where it was. We heard these terrifying stories about the road all our lives, and all we wanted to do was see it for ourselves and see if it lived up to the hype. Right before my brother went into the army, we found out by accident where it was, and we organized the ultimate adventure. We not only were going to make it all the way down the road, but we're going to walk down it on Devil's Night. Devil's Night is pretty much just a regional Detroit thing, I guess. It's a crazy celebration of violence and evil that has been around as long as I can remember. Every year on October 30th, the night right before Halloween, people just burn down abandoned houses and buildings all throughout Detroit. They commit crazy illegal acts of terror all around the city. I've always assumed it was a nationwide thing, but once I started touring, we learned it wasn't. We trained for a month by going out to the train tracks on 9 Mile in Ferndale every night. We'd run down the tracks as fast as we could at the trains, not trying to trip, then we'd jump out of the way at the last minute. Or sometimes we'd lay on the gravel in between the two tracks as two giant trains went by in opposite directions. It was the scariest thing I can ever remember doing. For the mission, we rounded up 8 of the greatest adventurers we knew. Some we hadn't seen since grade school. We had Joey, Nate the Mac, Don, and a couple other kids. All these kids were geeks, losers, and nerds in school just like us. A couple were people my brother knew from playing all them role-playing games over the years. These ninjas weren't invited to any Halloween parties or anything like that, so they were all down to do it. They were all kings of adventurers in their own world, just like us. October 30th, Devil's Night. We put on our best camouflage ninja hookups. I even painted my face like a warrior of some sort. My brother drove us all out there in my mom's car, and it was going down. And believe me when I say, the road lived up to its name and lived up to its hype. It turned out to be far different than we could have ever imagined. In the days that followed our great adventure, my brother Rob wrote a journal completely documenting everything that had happened on that night. So for now, I'm gonna hand the story over to Rob, and he'll explain the adventure with the help of his fresh journal. Plus, nobody can explain the magic of the road better than Rob anyway. That night was all his idea, and it was the greatest adventure of our lives so far. The Road, as told by Jump Steady, aka Rob Bruce.
The greatest adventure that I've ever been on involved a road, but not just any road, the road. Some of y'all have read about it in ICP's autobiography, Behind the Pain. Now this road, when we were growing up, it was the stuff of legend. Kids talked about it from as far back as I can remember. And there was rumors that abounded about the road. Some said there was an insane asylum on it. Others said that it was impossible to drive all the way through it and survive. And others, I remember one of the tales was this guy was driving down the road and he basically pretended his car broke down to spook his girlfriend. And then these lunatics dragged him out of the car and killed him. Those were the kind of legends that as a child, they just sparked my interest to no end. And I vowed then and there that at some point I would encounter and defeat the road. As the years passed, I basically kind of forgot about it altogether until I was about 17 years old. One day my friend Matt Hampton came up to me and he was all crazy excited. He was like, "Rob, you gotta check this out. Last night, we went down this crazy ass road. It had an insane asylum on it. It had a cemetery. It was fucking wicked as fuck." He was like, "You gotta check it out." So I was like, "Oh, hell no." And all of a sudden, all those stories came up from my childhood and I started remembering all the stories about the road. And I was like, could this be it? I was like, no way. So I was like, all right, check this out. We gotta go down there. It's time for a ninja mission. We're gonna walk that bitch. Walk that bitch. Walk that. So we set the date, and of course it couldn't be anything other than October 30th at midnight, Devil's Night. So we gathered the strongest warriors that we knew at the time from our crew. People that we knew would be a super asset to help us survive. So we gathered my brother Joe,
Right here.
Joe Usler,
Yep.
Steve Lindholm,
What up?
my boy Don Lichtel,
Ta-da!
Jen Symington,
Here.
and Nate the motherfucking Mac.
Yeah.
Now, we decided that we would each bring one weapon, with us. So, people brought everything from a moose bone to bow and arrows. You know what I mean? So we were like ready. Of course, I had the staff, which is my weapon of choice. We had about a month to prepare for the road. So the whole time we were in school, that's all we could fucking talk about. It was like whoever would listen to us, we were telling them about the road and what we were gonna do, how we were gonna freak it. And finally, these two kids approached me, and they were claiming that they had been to the road. And I was like, at first I was skeptical, but then when they started describing it, there was way too many similarities. Like, there was no doubt in my mind that they had been there. And they told me there was a monastery on the road full of monks. And the monks there, they don't like anybody to go there to fuck around. Anybody that comes around their property, they'll attack them. And they have shotguns that shoot rock salt. So they told us the story about him and his boy, we're down there fucking around. And they seen the monk monastery, so they pulled their truck over and got out, and they started walking toward it to investigate. Suddenly, they said they heard this whistling, because the monks, they took a vow of silence, so they can't talk, so they communicate by whistling. And they said they heard whistling, and then shortly after that, they heard the shattering of glass coming from their truck. So they ran back there to check it out, and that's when they got blasted by rock salt from a shotgun by these monks, and then they got beat the fuck down. So they were so enraged, they said that, man, they were like super pissed off, and they continued the story. They actually went back, found one of the monks' vehicles and trashed it and flipped it and all this other shit. Anyway, we were like, that only intensified the situation. You know, most logical people would be like, oh, fuck that, I ain't gonna fuck with that. We were like, oh, that's awesome. Awesome. You know what I mean? Awesome. You tell me there's fucking these evil monks like patrolling the road and shit? We were like, man, that just made it all the hyper. It was like living up to the legend, you know? So anyway, it finally came to Devil's Night, and we all piled up in the 69 Oldsmobile, this big ass fucking car with a V8 rocket engine, and we rode down there to the mouth of the road. Now, when we got there, we pulled into the woods and we camouflaged the car. We basically took all this foliage and we piled it on top of the car so that, you know, nobody could see it or find the car. And then we stood there at the mouth of the road. Now, all of us were totally camouflaged the fuck out, even the face paint. And we all had weapons, and we were in full ninja mode, and adrenaline was just surging. It was midnight, and it was completely dark, and we're just looking down at this long-ass fucking tunnel that's before us, just immense in darkness, and the wind is shifting, and you hear, like, loons in the fucking woods, and these weird animals and shit. And, you know, being from the city, we're not used to that, so we're looking around like, oh, shit. You know what I mean? And, but we were ready. We were fucking more than ready. I think our whole lives we were ready for this moment. So we started walking into the woods. Now, the first thing that happened to us on the road was we heard a CB going off. So when we heard the CB crackling, you know what I mean? Like maybe there's like a lookout or a caretaker, you know, basically watching the road for like people like us that are out there like fucking around. So we ran into the cemetery. And I remember like the first thing I did was like we all kind of slid behind gravestones, and we sat there and we were like completely still and silent. And we looked around and we were like, all right, look, check this out. I was telling everybody, we're just gonna wait here. We're gonna wait here until we see if the cops come or whatever, and we're not gonna fucking move, because we were like way deep in the cemetery. And I couldn't help but look over at the tomb. There was the catacombs that was sitting in the middle of the cemetery. It's this big foreboding building. And I remember the story my mom told me about how she used to go there as a kid and knock on that door. And, you know, it was rumored they wouldn't survive if they did that. Anyway, probably about 10 minutes passed, but it seemed like 3 hours as we sat there waiting. And nothing happened. No car came, no nothing. So finally we were like, all right, come on, let's go. Now, walking the road is much, much different than driving it. It's, you just feel unsafe. You feel exposed to all the elements, and like anything can happen at any time. And the woods are so dense and so dark that it's as if like if somebody was hiding in the woods, they could just reach your arm out and grab you. Like you would never see them coming. So the whole time you're like looking constantly back and forth, you know, over your shoulder, like expecting anything to jump out at you at any time. So you like, needless to say, we were gripping our weapons super tight, like white knuckle tight as we proceeded forth, because we were super cautious. Now the next thing that we came upon was the insane asylum. It was actually lit up. There was lights shining at various points throughout the woods. Like they were probably about, let's say 50 feet apart. And so there was this fence that ran along the road on the left side that housed the insane asylum grounds. And then on the other side of that fence were all these lights just in the middle of fucking woods, you know? So we came upon this conclusion, I don't know if it was justified or not, that it was probably an insane lunatic had escaped. You know what I mean? And that's why they had it lit up, because they were looking for his ass. So that compiled with all the rumors from the past got us really amped up, so we quickened our pace to get past the insane asylum, expecting any moment for an insane lunatic to jump out at us. We crossed past the insane asylum. Luckily, nothing happened. So then the next thing we saw was what can only be described as an old ancient World War II bunker. It was shaped like curved, like a big curved building. And it must have been a part of a farmland because there was a barbed wire fence that ran in front of it and bales of hay stacked up on the side of it, like a big hay pile. But it was so dark we couldn't see any houses or a farmhouse or anything. It was just this old ancient building, a structure. So I said, look, I'm going to check it out. You know, I told everybody I'm going to check it out. They're like, all right. So I hopped over the fence and I started walking toward it. And that's when something huge moved in the darkness. And I looked up. I was like, my mind started flipping because I couldn't understand what I was seeing. But it was this giant form suddenly moved to face me. And I'd seen its eyes glistening in the darkness. And it was huge. So I looked at it, and then my mind started registering what it was, and I screamed out, "Boo!" as loud as I could, because all I saw was these fucking horns. So I thought the thing was about to charge me. It was this giant fucking beast in the middle of the woods in the darkness, you know, just in this, like, by this building, and I thought it was about to rush me, so I started running, and I flipped over the fence like, I don't even know how I did it. It was like a ninja flip. Like my adrenaline was going so fast. I was just like, "Pa!" and I was over that fence. Anyway, we started looking to try to see what the fuck it was, and it ended up, it was a fucking cow. Now, I didn't know this, but, you know, being from the city and stuff, but like some cows have like these small horns on their head, you know? So once I determined it was safe, I kind of went over the fence again. And then the cow was like moving slowly away from me. That's when I started hearing all the moo sounds coming from all the cows that were packed in the infantry style building that they were in. So I got real close to it and looked at it, and it looked like there was like 100 of these cows just all packed in there. I mean, maybe that's exaggeration, but there was a lot of fucking cows just packed in there. So I went back to my crew and I said, look, test the bravery. If we're gonna survive the road, if we're gonna be able to continue this mission, we have to fucking test ourselves right now. We each have to walk through that barn. So they were like, all right, bet. So we all hopped the fence. We went up to the fucking, the structure, and we started to slowly walk through in the dark, packed with cows. Now, it's no easy task because, like, as we were moving through, we started disturbing the cows, and they all started, like, moving around and try to get out the building. So as we're, like, walking, you're kind of getting battered by these giant bodies that are moving in the complete darkness, and we didn't have no light. That's another thing I wanted to mention. The whole time of the road, it was a strictly no light policy. We didn't have flashlights. We didn't have nothing. We were in straight up ninja mode. Like, we didn't want to give ourselves away. So we're like walking through this barn, and these cows are shifting, and we're like sinking in shit and mud. And it was crazy. So finally, the cows all strung out into the field, and we were like, they were mooing like real fucking loud, causing a big commotion. And, you know, and basically spanning out, like, try to imagine like 100 cows all fanning out into the field, and they're all mooing and you know, just like getting as live as cows can get. Suddenly we seen this light come on from a far distance. When the light came out, we could see the porch, and out of the porch, we see this door open, and this man steps out onto the porch with a shotgun. We were like, oh, fuck. Let's get the fuck out of here. And we all started running. And we were like, come on, we got to get over the fence. Now, in the darkness, running, I didn't see the barbed wire. Like, I couldn't gauge where exactly it was at. And I ran smack into that bitch. And I caught one of the barbs, like, right between my eyes, like, just at the apex of my nose. And it just, bam, like, I saw, like, this sharp, like, white light for a second. And next thing I know, there was blood dripping down my nose, in my face. And I saw, like, one of my other boys, he started up the pile of hay, and all of a sudden he just sunk right in the middle of the hay. Boom, he just disappeared. You know, just like a soft spot in the top of the hay, and he was just disappeared. So at this time, everybody's kind of like panicking. And eventually we made it all over the barbed wire fence, and we ran down the road for quite a bit. We finally got off to the side of the road and we started catching our breath. And at that point, people wanted to go back. They were like, man, fuck this, this is too much, So I remember it was at that moment where my brother stepped up and he basically gave this really elaborate speech, like a super motivational speech. No, this is our time. Why are we gonna go back now? We have to fucking school this and survive this, and you knew there was gonna be dangers. What did you think? This is gonna be easy? This is what a test of a ninja is all about. Surviving this road, like right now, right here. You know what I mean? You're just gonna go back and fail? And he was just like, fuck that, and he was just getting all worked up. So when he gave that speech, everybody it kind of inspired everybody again, like my brother was always real good at that, like hyping people up, like, you know what I mean? So, of course I stood by him, you know what I mean? They're like, man, you're all fucked up. You're bleeding from your nose and shit. And I was like, man, this ain't shit. There was no way, no question. There's no way I was going back. So we continued further down the road. We traveled about a mile or so more down the road. And we were coming across this bend in the road, and that's when we heard it. It started really far away off in the distance, almost like outside of your hearing range. And it sounded almost ghostly, and it was a whistle. And when we heard that, we all stopped, and in the back of our minds, we're like, did we just hear that? And then all of a sudden, closer, like that whistle was like off to the left, and all of a sudden off to the right and closer, we heard a repeat whistle. And when we heard that, I swear to you, the blood in my body just froze. And it was at that moment when I realized all the rumors about the road were true. To me, everything that was spoken was true. And we were being hunted. That's what I realized next. That those whistles, and they kept repeating on each side of us from all angles, were the monks in the road. And they knew we were there, and they were actively hunting us. So I remember I looked at Don and I was like, my mind, like being a role player, like sometimes I can shut off fear and like think. I can kind of step outside of myself. And I looked at Don and I said, Don, man, repeat that whistle, so they think we're one of them. You know what I mean? And so Don went up there and he did some kind of bullshit whistle. It sounded nothing like what they were doing. And so when he did that whistle, all the whistling stopped. And there was complete silence, save for our heavy breathing and the crickets. I told everybody, man, get your fucking weapons ready. This is it. You know what I mean? We were ready. We felt like they were going to come busting out of the woods at any second. So we started to pick up our pace, you know what I mean, moving down the road, and that turned into like a jog. We started running. I just gripped my staff extra tight, and we're running down this road, you know what I'm saying, and looking around, and just like there's nothing though, no whistling, no nothing, just silence. So we ran, I'm not even sure how long it was, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes, when we finally started slowing down. And when we looked behind us, all we saw was a wall of darkness. And we didn't hear any whistling. So we stopped and we were like, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. And we just really listened as close as we can. Now it was at this time, as we stood there on the side of the road listening, that I looked over, and through the trees I saw a light emanating. So I looked at my boys and I was like, that's it. That's the fucking monk monastery. It's in the same area, like straight up. We're right on top of the monk monastery. We left the road and we started cutting through the woods, and we came upon a barbed wire fence. So we hopped that, Went about 10 more feet, another barbed wire fence. So we all hopped that, and we kept going real quiet as we possibly could be. And when we got close to the wood's edge, we all dropped down and started low crawling all the way up to the edge of the woods. And we looked down. Now, the monk monastery, the stone building with the jagged edges, the jagged rooftops, was all lit up. And there was a clearing, like they had cut all the trees around it for about 100 feet in all directions. And it was in the middle of this field that kind of bowled down. So the monastery was at the base of this bowl type effect, like the land sloped down toward the middle. It's kind of as if a big meteor hit there and left a big crater. But that's kind of how it was, but it was like grass. And it sloped down, and there in the middle was this stone monastery, huge, and the tops of it were jagged points, and it had vines growing up the sides of it, and there was a gigantic window. It looked like a giant church window in front of it, and there was a little shed along the side of it. And so we looked down at this monk monastery, and as we watched, we can see through the giant picturesque window there was some sort of ceremony going on. There was a monk in a brown robe, and there was a man in front of the window. And the man was standing there with his head bowed as the monk looked like he was blessing him. And the man was just dressed in normal clothes, like jeans and a t-shirt, you know, but he was like kind of bowing there, and the monk wearing the full-on cowl with the hood was like blessing him. So we were like in awe as we watched this, and clearly they couldn't tell we were out there. I mean, we were like far away from where that was happening. The only reason we could see it is because inside the window were like hundreds of candles that were all lit. So we stood there and watched it for a while, and then finally the monk and the man left. And I told everybody, I said, test the bravery. They're like looking at me like, oh shit, not again. And I was like, look, everybody's got to go down, and we got to at least touch the monastery. Like, if we don't do this, we're fucking straight up bitches. I was like, you got to do it. So they were like, all right, bet. So I started down the hill, and I low crawled all the way down that bitch. Now, this is even before I joined the army, but I'm going to tell you what, man, I was like the best low crawl you ever seen. You know, stay low to the ground, and it was sloped down, so it was pretty easy actually to slide down the hill. And I got all the way down to where the shed was, and I stopped and I looked, and I was listening to see if anybody was in there. And I didn't hear anything. So I kept low crawling all the way up to the building, and I touched it. And then I started hightailing it back. Now, as I was going up, I saw everybody else coming down. Like when they seen like I had made it safely, everything was good, they all started running down, like not even trying to fucking front or low crawl or anything. And they just went all the way down to the base of the monastery. And I came back up to where, close to where the barbed wire fence was, in the same position, and I got down and I was watching them. Now these motherfuckers, man, they were running all the way around that bitch, looking in the windows and you know, just like no fucking care at all, you know what I mean? I was like, oh shit, you know, what the fuck are they doing? So then, after about a couple minutes of that, like just kind of like everybody going crazy, losing their mind, everybody started running back up. So when they got back to my location, they all kind of plopped down, they were out of breath and everything. I was like, whoa, what's going on, man? What are you guys doing? And everybody had a story. They're like, oh man, it's fucking crazy. I fucking looked in. I think it was Don. He was like, I looked in, I seen this fucking monk. He was walking down the fucking hallway butt-ass naked. I was like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, yeah, man, he had no clothes, just walking down the hallway. And then another guy was telling me, he looked in his window, and there was a bedroom, and there was a monk praying on the edge of the bed naked. So we like, get the fuck out of here, man. What are you talking about? It was like, yeah, and everybody had all these stories, like monks walking with the brown robes on, the whole nine. So we were like, all right, man, let's get the fuck out of here, you know what I mean? So we started crossing. We crossed the one barbed wire fence. We crossed the second barbed wire fence. We got back to the road. We started walking like quickly. We were feeling a little bit better because we went all the way around that monastery. Like it wasn't shit, and we didn't get attacked. Nothing happened. We hadn't heard the whistling, you know, in a long time now. So we're like, all right, we're fucking good. So we started crossing down the road, and all of a sudden, we started hearing these fucking shots. and as we heard the shots, you just hear like these pellets, is the only way I can explain it, like these pellets ripping through the dense wood, like popping off of tree trunks and splintering small branches and cutting through the leaves and shit. Like, it's just, it was weird. Like, it had this fucking crazy weird sound, and it sounded like it was coming from all around us. We just heard this popping and these shotguns going off. So as we heard that, I looked back and I said, run, as loud as I could, fucking run. And we started hauling ass because we couldn't even tell where it was coming from. And we just all started running as fast as we could, just like straight down the road, like the same direction we were headed, you know, just running. Now, as I ran, there was a small path that crossed across the road. It was like I guess a four-way intersection. And as I ran past that, I looked off to my left as I was running. Now, this path, this small path, went down a ways, like maybe about 50 feet, and it opened into this clearing. And in the clearing, I saw about 4 or 5 pickup trucks in a circle on the edge of the clearing. And there, standing in the middle of the clearing, were these monks. A group of monks, all dark in the, you know, really dark in the darkness, like almost like silhouettes. And they're pointing guns at us as we're passing by and shooting. So the reality of that image of them standing there in the clearing, that will forever remain in my mind. Like, I will never forget that. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, and you know, it just felt like we weren't gonna make it. You know what I mean? I really felt like at that moment that we were done. And so we kept running, and my boy Steve Lindholm got hit in the leg, and he started screaming. I guess his momentum, the adrenaline was flowing so hard that he just kept fucking running, and we were trying to help him. We were like, come on, come on. And he was all in pain, and we just kept running. So we ran and we ran until we were almost out of breath, like completely exhausted. And that's when somebody yelled, car! And we looked back, and sure enough, coming down the road from the same direction we were running from, we saw a set of headlights that were coming at us. So we all ditched to the right side of the road, and we got deep into the woods, and we dropped down. And we were trying to be as still as we possibly could, even though we were all breathing heavy. And then I was looking, and sure enough, here come the pickup trucks. The same ones that were in the field, slowly creeping down the road as if they were looking for us. And as they passed one by one, you can see in the back window there were gun racks where their shotguns were nestled, and their rifles were like nestled onto these racks in the back windows of the cab of these pickup trucks. Now, the amazing thing was, right at this moment, I look over, and there's Don Lichtel standing up, notching an arrow into his bow as he's watching these pickup trucks slowly pass by. Now, one thing I want to tell you about Don Lichtel, like, I've seen this dude stand up. He's an Hawaiian dude. He stands about 5'6" tall, and I've seen him stand up against muscular 6'4" ninjas in high school, like talking mad shit, like ready to fight them. So he was standing there with his bow and arrow, and he's slowly pulling the bow back. And there at the tail end of the convoy of pickup trucks is one pickup truck that is just tailing behind, and it's a big gap between the rest of the convoy and them. It's moving slower than the rest of the trucks. So we're all standing there watching Don in awe, when suddenly he comes right up to the side of the road and unleashes the arrow, almost at point blank range. Next thing we saw was the window just shatter as the arrow goes through and embeds itself into the passenger seat, narrowly missing the monk that was sitting there. The driver throws up his hands in panic, and the next thing we saw was the pickup truck swerve off to the side of the road and bam, hit a tree and come to a stop. Now, when that happened, there was a few moments where we're all kind of looking at each other. We're looking at the pickup truck, and all of a sudden this rage just overtook us. And we all got up almost at once, and we started rushing the truck. Now, by the time we gained our wits and started rushing the truck, they had already opened the driver and the passenger door, and they started running through the woods. So we gave chase. Now, I didn't make it very far. We kind of split up because the two monks ran in two different directions. And one group was following the one guy, I was following the other guy. Next thing I know, I entered the woods, and I probably only made it maybe 5 or 10 feet when all of a sudden this branch just caught my eye, just like poked me right in the eye. So I was all in this pain. I kept running for a little while longer, and bam, I hit a bush or some shit, some underbrush, and it just totally knocked me off my feet. So as I lay there in pain, I'm like hearing this echoing of these voices deep in the woods. I hear my brother and my friends cursing out these monks, and I hear them shouting like, "Oh, he's over here, come on," and just shouts echoing through the woods, just mad chaos. So anyway, I found out later that they gave chase for a while, but nobody ever caught him. And it was kind of lucky that that branch caught my eye, because if I would have been running after them, I probably would have caught them, because I was basically the best runner we had. And in a way, I'm really happy that I didn't catch him, you know, because if we would have caught him, it would have been real bad. So after the monks got away, we regrouped back onto the road, and we continued down the road for a few more miles. As we came to the end of the road, we started to see sparse houses start to appear, and we started to feel a sense of joy and safety as we emerged once again back into civilization. We had made it. We had survived and conquered the road. We traveled for a ways until we finally found a payphone where we called our boy to come pick us up, who took us back to our car. When we got there, we removed the camouflage to find a note was tucked underneath the windshield wiper. When we read it, it simply said, "If we would have found you, we would have killed you." We assumed, of course, that it was from the monks. It was their last message left to us, warning us to never come back. But we had survived, so it didn't matter at that point, because we went home with a notch in our belt that we had completed our ninja mission, the greatest ninja mission. And that was a moment that will forever remain in my mind as the greatest adventure that I believe I've ever been on, and probably will ever be on in my life.
This next adventure story ain't as dramatic, but it's more terrifying for me personally. This happened about 2 years after the road. Now, like I said before, and I have to say again, a day doesn't go by that I don't think about this beyond shit, especially the monster. Only I witnessed it, and only I know that it was real. Other people might believe me, but you really would have to see it to fully believe me. I fucking saw it, and I'll never ever forget it. Please don't think I'm crazy by telling you this shit. The chances are, lots of people have probably seen something like this during their lifetime, but only I am stupid enough to run around telling people about it. Anyway, here it goes. The monster. There was this big hill about 3 blocks away from my mom's house in Ferndale. Everybody sledded down it in the wintertime. It was next to a wooded park behind an elementary school. I was living at my mom's house, and I was on a super workout kick because I wanted to try wrestling for real. I was wrestling here and there at the time, so I was constantly trying to stay in shape. I was in this weird phase where I would be comfortable in bed and something in my head would tell me, get out of bed right now and run to the top of that hill, because you never know when your house is going to catch on fire and you're going to have to come right out of a dead sleep and save your kids or something. It seemed like it was wearing on me, and when you most got comfortable, you would have to be most prepared to just up and ninja out and boogie all of a sudden. Just like when I was a little kid and that guy my mom was seeing decked my ass when I was sleeping naked. I should have been ready for anything. And now I was preparing myself to be ready for anything. When you least expect it, be ready to jump up and fucking fight. My brother was in the army by this time, so I was thinking he's probably going through some tough shit like this every night. Why shouldn't I? So listening to that voice in my head, getting out of bed and running down a few blocks and up that hill was like my own version of basic training. Night after night, I would just be about to fall asleep, thinking how comfortable I was in my bed, and then bam! Boom! I would have to do it. Some voice in my head would tell me, Joe, if you're the shit, right now you really want to train to be a true warrior, run up that hill. And I would jump up, run out of the house with my dog lady, run down the block, turn the corner, run down that block, and all the way up the fucking hill yelling, Ultimate Warrior! Now here's a quick side note. Believe me, yelling Ultimate Warrior had absolutely nothing to do with the wrestler Ultimate Warrior, even though the wrestler Ultimate Warrior was around at that time and he was awfully fresh and very energetic. If you follow wrestling, then you know the Ultimate Warrior was definitely the shit. But for me, yelling Ultimate Warrior had nothing to do with the wrestler. It was just something I felt. Think of that term. Ultimate Warrior. It just means power. We loved yelling that. Me and my brother would yell that before he left for the army, and I continued the tradition alone. Ultimate Warrior! I'd get to the top of the hill night after night, spread my arms, and scream as loud as I could, Ultimate Warrior! The craziest part was that it would always be around 3:30 in the morning when I did this. Then I'd turn around, run back home, and go back to bed in peace. It was a weird-ass thing. Maybe it was my own current insanity in its own young age torturing me. One night, the first girlfriend I ever had, Karen, was over at my house, and we were watching the Arsenio Hall show. I walked her to her car that night, and it was one of those nights where you look up and see the clouds whipping by super fast. It was a full moon, and the clouds were just speeding through the sky. I said goodnight, but for some reason, I was worried about something. I could feel it in my stomach. I watched her car drive all the way down the street and turn onto the main road. That was the first time I ever did that. But the whole fucking night seemed eerie, so I felt like I should watch her. Then I went back upstairs and got in my warm, comfortable bed and laid down like, fuck yeah. Then it began. I was arguing with myself again. Man, you've got to do this. You got to run out of the house. You did it every night this week. There's no reason for you not to do it tonight on this extra cold and scary stale-ass night. You've proven yourself 1,000 times already. Do it tonight. Tonight's the ultimate night. That fucking voice in my head. However, it was like, Joe, if you do it on this night, you don't have to do it for a whole week. You'll have schooled it harder than anybody else you ever knew if you just do it tonight. Do it tonight and you're the best. Boom, that was it. I called my dog lady and we were out the fucking door. God, I wonder what happened to that part of me now. Now I'm just lazy fucking bum laying in bed. Nothing will get me out of bed. No kind of motivation will get me out of that fucking bed. Once I'm in it for good. I don't give a fuck if the house burns down around me. I'm staying in that bed. It was about 3:30 a.m. and here I was, running as fast as I could with my dog at my side. I trucked down the block, around the corner, and all the way up that fucking hill. Once again, for the 20th night in a row, I raised my arms apart, turned around and yelled, Ultimate Warrior! As loud as I possibly could. This night was on some whole other shit though. Right in the middle of ultimate war, a giant gust of freezing cold wind blew me back. My eyes instantly filled with water from the coldness. Something, either the wind or the cold, something was holding me back. I was filled with chills just like I am right now telling you this. I had to conquer it. I raised my arms again and yelled, Ultimate Warrior! As loud as possible. Then, To super school it, I grabbed my fucking dog, got behind her, and raised her paws up facing the wind, and yelled it again. My dog thought I was crazy, but we were yelling, "Ultimate Warrior!" I was scared though. Something was wrong. The wind had slapped me too hard for it to be natural. I ran down the hill and halfway down the block, and then I stopped to catch my breath. Winded as fuck. I finally felt safe. Besides my dog and I, there was something else there. I could sense it. I turned around and looked toward the end of the block, through the patch of trees under a streetlight. At first, I thought it was a giant branch falling from the wind or something, but this shape kept moving. It was just walking through the patch of woods, lit up by the streetlight. Then it stopped, as if it noticed me. We stood there, both motionless, looking right at each other, with only one city block between us. It was only a second-long stare down, but it felt like an hour of pure terror on my end. Booyah! Then it took off, through the trees, right at me. Now listen, y'all, I call it a monster because it wasn't a dog or a person or anything like that. It was a fucking monster. Its legs were straight and it got wide at the bottom where its feet would have been, like it had bell-bottom pants or something. Its arms were long as hell and they hung all the way down to its knees. It wasn't a fresh-ass Hollywood-looking monster or anything like that, but it was gonna fuck me up. It was a fuck-me-up monster. Nonetheless, it ran out from under that light completely, and I could see it was taller than the stop sign next to it, running with its long-ass arms swinging. Each step looked like he cleared about 10 feet of ground. Now, God bless America, as Joey would say. I was fucking gone. I was outie like a bullet. I turned around and I guarantee you I beat any speed record set by man. Any Carl Lewis or Ben Johnson or Robert the Bruce ever set. I was running so fucking fast, I remember my toes were just straight up skipping off the cement. They were barely touching the ground. My first thought was to run up on people's doors and start banging. Then I thought, no, I'll be dead. What are they gonna do for me? By the time they come to the door, I'll be fucking dead. Before I knew it, I had run around the corner, up my block, and my dog wasn't nowhere to be found. I didn't care about my life at that point. My dog meant more to me than anything else, and I was willing to die for him. I stopped running, turned around, and frantically yelled, "Lady!" A half second later, she came flying around the corner like she'd seen the monster too. She was running faster and yelping louder than me. With my dog safe, I wanted to live again. I wasn't willing to die anymore. Fuck that. I was back to running at light speed again. I got to my house and laid down behind the couch underneath the window. I was so fucking scared. I was gonna scream for my mom to wake up, but once again, what's my fucking mom gonna do? Shoo the monster away with a broom? I just laid there holding my dog under the window getting ready to die. I didn't want to move out of fear it was outside and it would see me moving in the house and therefore know where I was. I slowly low-crawled army style and reached up, knocking the phone off the wall. I called Nate the Mac. "Nate, get the fuck over here right now!" 5 minutes later, Nate pulled up on my lawn with the sawed-off shotgun he found in the crack house after a police raid. I jumped in his car and told him, "Go, go, go!" He didn't know what the fuck was going on. He thought my phone call was about some fighting shit again. We went to his house, and I stayed awake another 40-something hours in a row after that. No lie, y'all. I told him all about it. I don't know if Nate ever believed me, but he could see by the look in the eyes and the fucking pale in my face without clown paint that I was fucking terrified. The blood was gone from my face and I looked like Michael Jackson. I was just fucking screaming scary. The story here isn't about what I actually saw or what happened to me, because 999 people out of 1,000 are not gonna believe me. I can just hear Maxim magazine now. So let me just try and explain what it was I might have saw. My brother Rob had two theories of his own which made the most sense. Number one is this explanation. It was the one that I believe explains what happened. Now, I know what I saw, and I know that it was from the beyond. It was pure magic. Here goes the believer's explanation. Because Michigan is so famous for being old Indian territory, that hill I kept running up might have actually been an ancient Indian burial ground of some kind. So by me running up there every night and screaming the words, ultimate warrior, and meaning it from the heart, I might have unknowingly challenged some kind of warrior spirit. By me doing this night after night after night, perhaps it had finally had enough and came to do battle with me. Once it saw me run like a feeble bitch-ass coward, it realized I was only a weak-ass mortal human, and it left me alone. That's the first explanation of what the fuck it probably was. Number two, this is the more logical explanation for you haters out there. I hate this explanation because it's the one everybody chooses to go with, and to me it's the one that's probably the most bullshit. But the people who live near that hill probably got woken up by me yelling that ultimate warrior shit every fucking night. Maybe they got pissed off about it. So maybe some guys decided to get back at me by making a giant monster costume to scare me with. Maybe the people making the costume had great skills and major monster-making effects in their basement. So I guess maybe, just maybe, they decided to go ahead and spend $10,000 or $20,000 on the gag and really do it up. Because the monster I saw somehow stood taller than a fucking stop sign, and it ran faster than a car to chase me down. Yet, most people would just say it was rather a joke that somebody played on me. Hey, if that's the case, then that was a damn good fucking joke. Damn good, because I still got the poop stains in those drawers wherever they're at. When something like this happens to you, then you realize how much more there is to life than meets the human eye, and how insignificant everything really is. When something from out of this world chases you like that, you realize how much more there is really going on out here. Pretty much every time I'm depressed about something, like a record flopping or something, I think about that. I think about the monster, and I realize how small my problems actually are, and what I'm really gonna have to face when I die. Then the adventure is really on. When you die and cross over to the beyond, that's when shit really gets poppin'.
This next chapter is called The Rude Boy and the Magical Land of Toxic Waste. This chapter is where Jay talks about meeting me. So y'all know this is my favorite chapter. Tell them about it, Jay.
All right, Rudy. During our late teens, Joey and I used to take the bus downtown whenever a wrestling show came around. We'd hang out behind Joe Louis and Cobo arenas and get autographs from the wrestlers, and usually ninja our way in the back door. We never paid for a ticket, not once that I can recall. Between the WWF and WCW shows every 2 weeks, we'd be downtown a lot. That was the shit. We met every wrestler. I used to have this green folder with a green marker, and in that folder I had every fucking wrestler's autograph. Everybody except for two, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Because Hogan and Andre used to pull their limo right into the arena. Those are the only two ninjas who I never got their autograph, and it sucks because I would have loved to have met Andre. I would have fucking loved to have shake his big fucking catcher's mitt hand, but I never got my chance. Damn. Besides us, there was always this other kid out there getting autographs too. His name was Rudy, but he always wanted people to address him as the Rude Boy. Nobody ever would, though. To us, he was always just Rudy, this chubby Mexican autograph kid from downtown. Joey and I would be wrestling around behind the arena, and Rudy would just jump in, even though we didn't know him that much. Pretty soon, he'd be telling stories about all the wrestlers he met, and we told him our stories. Before long, our friendship had grown past getting autographs together. Before long, Rudy was our psychopathic homie at arms for life. He was the person who introduced us to Detroit. Rudy's dad even worked at Tiger Stadium, so he had the hookup for free baseball games. Sometimes we would get together, dress ourselves up like bums, and take the bus downtown via Woodward Ave and beg for spare change all day. We just wanted to see what it was like to be a real homeless person. Shit, we'd make about $17 a day, just enough for a bus ride home and an order of pizza that night. Them days were the shit. You wouldn't believe how scared them people were of us. Some people would even set the money on the ground so they wouldn't have to hand it to us. Sometimes we would get into fake fights with each other over the money they would give us. People would start running and screaming. That shit was hella fresh, a hella dope experience. Little did we know back then, however, that 99% of the other homeless people downtown were fakes too, just like us. They do that shit for their job and then go home and watch color TV in their fucking silk slippers. With no time at all, Rudy was wrestling in the NAW with us. His wrestling name was, yep, you guessed it, the Rude Boy. His mom never had a car, so we'd have to talk my mom into driving all the way to his house to get him. Rude Boy lived in River Rouge, a poor-ass area of downriver, near where my sister used to live. It was a journey from where we lived. My brother and I tried to walk there once. We left at 9 in the morning and didn't get there till midnight. According to the mile reader thing in my mom's car, it was a 30-mile fucking walk. It was far as fuck. The next day we could barely move off the couch. It was on these trips to pick up Rudy that we first experienced Southwest Detroit and Del Rey. When you're driving down the I-75 freeway south from downtown, the road goes right up on a bridge over factory and smoke that always fills the sky with a steady gray cloud. Huge pipes shoot out fire all the time. Buildings are black from smoke. Seeing all this for the first time was incredible to us. It looked like Gotham City. At this point, John had a steady girlfriend, so he was kind of a sap. Because of her, he wasn't really hardly around that much. Little did we know, or care for that matter, but his woman was known as the neighborhood slut, back in the Oak Park, Ferndale area. The more he was in love with her, the more Joey, Nathan Mack, and myself would be hanging out downtown with Rudy. One night, behind Joe Louis Arena, we met this wrestler from way back in the day named Al Costello. He was one of the fabulous Kangaroo Brothers from back in the days of Cobo Hall Wrestling, owned by the Sheik, back when it was called Big Time Wrestling. He was working as a security guard in this old empty building downtown. Rudy and I would go visit him and talk and hear all his old wrestling stories about Bobo Brazil and the original Sheik. All he did was sit there behind a desk at the front door, so he loved it when we'd come and talk to him. The man was cool as fuck. Even though he was just a security guard to the people in that building, he was an absolute superstar to us. Talking with him was amazing. R.I.P. Al Costello. Soon Rudy and I became such good friends that by the time I dropped out, he let me come live with his family in River Rouge. Rudy introduced me to a neighborhood that was not like the township, that was not like Oak Park or Ferndale or anywhere I had ever been. Rudy wasn't showing anything off. He didn't even know that he was educating me. He just showed me Southwest Detroit. The only place in the world that ever felt like home to me. In Southwest Detroit and River Rouge, that whole area, there was never one race that ran the whole neighborhood or all the schools or anything. It was utterly race-free. On one block, you had Hispanic kids, white kids, black kids, and Asian kids. Everybody was poor, everybody was on welfare, and everybody dropped out of school. It wasn't an issue. It was home the first time I walked the streets. A guy would be going out with a girl and be like, "Come on, let me buy you something to eat at the store." Then he'd whip out his food stamps right in front of the hot chick. She didn't mind because she was on food stamps too. Her whole family was on food stamps. Every fucking buddy was on food stamps. I was just straight up blown away. I didn't have to hide shit about myself anymore. I'd walk around flashing a fat ass knot of food stamps like, "Wood, bitch. Who's hungry up in here?" Rudy showed Joey and I this one park where at night you could sit on these benches and look at the Detroit River, and then out of nowhere, the whole sky would light up yellow. It would all of a sudden be like daytime, and then it would slowly fade back down to dark again, all within about 45 seconds, because the park was next to a giant steel factory, and they'd pour these giant tubs of hot, molten, glowing steel in the factory, and the whole fucking sky would light up for blocks and blocks, as bright as daytime. I thought about how great it would be to live there. You're in your bedroom and you go to sleep, and every once in a while your whole fucking room lights up like daytime 4 or 5 times a night. That'd be so dope. Rudy and his 2 cousins, Juanito and Andrew, also introduced us to the infamous Clark Park. That was the hot spot. Cars would line up in the summertime and just bump sounds. No one particular gang really ran Clark Park. It was just cars lined up all down from all different sets. Everybody was trying to holler at the hood rat hoes walking around. So gangs are what's big around here, I asked? Rudy laughed. Man, all it is gangs around here, bro. As we drove around, I noticed all the gang members were about my age, barely old enough to drive, and they would all live in the same house with no parents or anything. They would spray paint their gang's name right on the fucking front of the house. The X-Men, the Young Guns, or the Latin Counts, man, the CFP, Cash Flow Posse, they were all located in Southwest Detroit. As you drive by, there'd be like 15 kids hanging out on the front porch drinking 40s. Out of those 15 kids, 3 would be white, 3 would be black, 3 would be Hispanic, and 3 would be Asian, Indian kids, everything. Every one of them was poor, dressed poor, looked poor, just like my ass. I thought, man, this is the only fucking place I fit in. I could go up and talk to a girl here with nothing to be ashamed of. As much as I felt like I fit in around Southwest, I still felt like Rudy and his family maybe thought I was some Richie kid or something from the suburbs, because I was from the northern suburbs. Rudy had this little kid around his parents' house who he always said was his little brother, only the little kid's name was also Rudy. Of course, he was really Rudy's son, but Rudy didn't want me to know that at the time. He didn't know how I'd react. That fucking sucked, because I wouldn't have gave a fuck. I wasn't some fucking suburban asshole who would have thought anything different about Rudy having a son at such a young age. After a while, though, all that finally wore off. Soon enough, we were like brothers from the same family. The first time I took Rudy and his cousins to my mom's house, we passed a laundromat that had a big-ass fancy neon sign. They were stunned. Damn, that's a laundromat? Juanito asked. It looks like a fucking nightclub. Man, that shit hurt me. Think about it. I spent my whole life being pointed out and laughed at as the poorest kid, the scrubbiest kid, to step on a tile and you have to kiss one of the Bruce Brother kids. And all of a sudden, I was being looked at as this kid who had all these rich kid benefits. I hated that. I fucking hated that. I knew even Rudy's cousins had truly accepted me when one day that summer we were at this big street fair. It was at the Holy Redeemer Church, a huge landmark in Southwest Detroit. I was 16 and I had a car, a 72 Brown Volare. It was fucked up. My mom gave it to me so that I could find a job. I had other plans for it though. I quickly turned it into a wannabe thug ride. I actually spray painted 187 on the doors. I even had thick ass lug nuts and giant bolts stashed all over the car in case we had to throw shit at somebody, along with a ton of other weapons like bats and pipes. Anyhow, we were walking around this big street fair eating corn dogs and shit when a big ass fight suddenly broke out. Rudy and his cousins jumped in my car along with a couple of other kids that we knew from the hood. We thought everybody was gonna come back with guns, so we got the hell out of there. Trouble was, I didn't know the neighborhood that well yet. Which way should I go, I asked. You're not from here, one of the kids yelled, still excited from the fight. No, I answered, I'm from Ferndale. Where the fuck should I go? Where should I turn? The kid started to fuck with me. Man, you ain't from Southwest? Man, you ain't shit then, bitch. You need to let me drive. You're a fucking nerd. Boom! Rudy blew his grill out right there in a car. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I stopped the car. Within seconds, Rudy and his cousins had dragged the kid out of the car and were stomping the shit out of his ass right there at the corner. Shit, I even threw it in park, jumped out and punched the kid a few times myself. From then on, I knew I was family. I was their homie, not just some kid from the suburbs. Once I was a homie, I wanted to be gangster in and throughout. The inner city posse was born. What? The inner city posse, you asked? Well, it was just really Rudy, Joey, John, Lacey, Nate the Mac, and myself, and all our new Southwest connections, but we were definitely thuggin'. Only half of us were actually from the inner city. We didn't all live in Southwest, but we claimed it as our own. The truth was, we were all losers so far in our lives, and the whole gang thing kinda gave us an excuse to be losers. At least we were cool losers, like all them ninjas sitting on their porch with the gang name on their house. They seemed like they had a job. They were gangsters. That was their job. They wanted everybody to know it too. They had a role in life to fill. They were part of a scene. Inner City Posse was our own attempt to be part of a scene. We wanted to matter for the first time in our lives. We did horrible things, y'all. I gotta keep it real. At that age, our brains were still growing because we weren't thinking right. The shit I did in the township was like nursery school compared to the straight up criminal shit we were getting into. There were these hookers who used to hang out in front of this motorcycle club called the Iron Coffins, and we'd call them over to our car like we were gonna pick them up. Right when they'd lean over into the window, we'd whip bricks at their faces like, bitch, get the hell out of here. We would leave them laying on the fucking corner. I can't believe we actually did that shit now. Then we'd go back to Birmingham, our old stomping grounds from our caddying days. Birmingham is a rich suburb that the church my mom worked at was in. Birmingham really was richy shit, and we used to get into a lot of beatdowns in Birmingham because we loved stomping rich kids for some reason. Only now, we really were stomping ass. My mom still worked at that church in Birmingham as a janitor. On her days off, she worked at Birmingham cleaning people's houses for extra money. I fucking hated that. She never gave me her work numbers because she knew I wanted to kill the people she worked for. I couldn't deal with the idea that my mother was cleaning some other family's fucking toilets. Plus, I had this new Southwest Detroit gangster mentality that only added fuel to the fire that had already been burning within me for years. Sometimes in Southwest Detroit, I was looked at as a rich kid. And man, the truth was, I fucking hated the rich. We were always dirt fucking poor, and being looked at as a rich kid fucking hurt my insides. It fucking drove me crazy. I hated the rich. The rich were the golfers I worked for. The rich were the people that had my mom scrubbing their toilets. The rich were the ones that would lock their fucking cars when we came walking by on the corner. I fucking hated the rich. We would actually drive around Birmingham and just beat the shit out of rich kids. I'm serious. We would all duck down and pull up to some kid. He'd be like, "What are you looking at?" And we'd all just hop out of the car and beat him the fuck down. As I said, this sounds crazy, but we beat many, many people for nothing at all. I was out of control in these days. We all were, with no desire to regain control. Bad timing had much to do with my dramatic turn in life. My brother Rob was the only reason I ever cared about anything. He always made it all make sense. He made me want to be a floob. He made me want to be a better ninja. He is what made being a floob so special. He was the reason being poor was something to be proud of for us. He was my leader. Everybody in the world dissed us and looked down upon the Bruce brothers, but with Rob at my side as my other half, I was happy as hell to be the other Bruce brother. Time crept up though and stole my brother from underneath me. Suddenly, he was in the army, and I think that's what really sent me over the deep end. As I mentioned before, with my mom having so much trouble raising my sister, Rob and I basically raised each other. Only now, Rob was gone. He was always my anchor. Without him, I was lost, y'all. There was no more Bruce brothers and no more floobs to hide behind every time life seemed shitty. It was just me on the streets around in Oak Park, Ferndale, and Southwest Detroit. Just me in the streets. I was alone and pissed off for the first time in my life. Not about Rob being gone. I was happy for him. I was happy he was in the army doing something fresh. Him being gone just just opened a lot of bad windows and doors in my life, though. I wasn't blind to the bad shit anymore. I could see it all, and I had to deal with it all alone. For the first time, I was pissed about the bad breaks my family always got. I hated that my mom had to work so hard all the fucking time. Yet I was mad at my mom for leaving us with Mary Roll back in the day. I question everything now. I was mad about my mom giving Duke away. Instead of always just blowing everything off, I started to cuss. For the first time. Why not cuss? Everybody else did, right? Rob doesn't, but there is no Rob around me anymore to make not cussing cool. I fell off hard with no net. I was mad at everything. I never got into drugs, thank God, but that's just because my friends weren't into them. Some of my friends weren't into them, at least. I was lost enough to try anything. I didn't care enough not to do drugs. I was lost enough to try anything. I had no choice but to trade my brother and all our special Bruce brother honor in for a stale life of trying to be a badass gangster. I was trying to catch up for all the years of blowing it all off. Months after him leaving for the army, my brother sent us this super ruthless mace with a letter. He said, carry this around at all times to be safe. This is army issued mace. It's mad ruthless. It was like army issued tear gas or something. We'd spray people with that just to see them rolling around grabbing their faces as we took off. All we did was beat up rich people or anybody with a mouth. Sometimes the fights were with other crews who thought they were badasses like we did. We would rush them all with the weapons in my car and leave them broken and bloody. During this one fight, I remember hitting this guy with a heavy crowbar. I remember hearing the bone snap in his arm and then beating him into unconsciousness. I was fucking straight up losing it. I should have been locked up. As an adult sitting here right now, I'm telling you, I was like a wild animal. I should have been locked up off the streets. I was a straight up menace to society. Half them fucking rich kids we beat down were probably honestly cool, and they got their fucking asses stomped for nothing. It was wrong. It wasn't fucking cool. Our heads were out of control. We were thinking fucking gangster rap was real. We were losing it, man. Another time, I was driving on the freeway by myself when a carload of drunk teenagers pulled up beside me and started flipping me off. I might have pissed them off with my careless driving, but without hesitation, I turned the wheel on my car hard and slammed into them, knocking them completely off the highway and down into a ditch where their car knocked down a street sign and almost flipped over. I never found out how badly they were hurt at the time. I could care less. Truth is, I doubt they were hurt, but I know they were fucked up and their pride was seriously injured. We were all criminals now. I wasn't much of a thief at all, but Joey and his brother John had that shit down. They would go into a bookstore and steal an expensive hardcover book and then take it to another store and return it for the loot. They'd steal CDs, Nintendo games, speakers, anything, and then return them all at other stores. They would go right on until dinner time, and then they'd steal food and we'd cook it. Bottom line was, we were seeing the benefits from being a gang straight up. At the same time, these were our most impressionable years, and not much of anything positive was going on. One very good and very positive thing that did happen back then, however, that I'll never ever forget, was I got my very first shot of some actual Nedding. Yep, I lost my virginity. While most American boys lose their virginity at around 14 or 15 years old, it took a scrub like me till I was almost 18. We met these hoes at a party store in Ferndale, and they were fucking hoes. That's exactly what they were. Straight up equivalent of us, scrubs, broke ass fucking welfare chicks. Nasty, just like us. And they lived in Hazel Park, which is the neighboring suburb of Ferndale. It was rough hanging out with those hoes over in Hazel Park back then, because we had lots of enemies around there. Anywho, we met these bitches and I started kicking it with one named Rhonda. All three of them looked like skinny-ass dropped-out trailer park hood rats, which meant they were beauty queens to us. I liked Rhonda and she liked me. She always would tell me that my friends were all full of shit and that my forehead wasn't really that big. I really wanted to fuck her bad. I thought I was going to. I could have sworn it was in the bag, but nope, and fucking nope. Every night. I tried so hard for so long to fuck her, but she'd never let me. About 2 weeks of phone calls and hanging out with these skanks, I finally gave up. I called up Rhonda and told her that I was breaking up with her. I said,
if you love me, you'd have let me hit it by now, and you ain't letting me do shit, so I'm out of this bitch.
I explained it.
The reason was she still hadn't let me fuck her, even though it had been like 2 fucking weeks.
She was upset, but I needed some ass, so I didn't care. I never even had any netting yet, and I was sick of always hearing about how fresh it was from all my boys, and from Joey, who was only like 14 and tagging mad neddins. He had already got mad skins, so that was it. I was done with Rhonda. About 3 days later, Rudy's phone was ringing. It was for me. I was like,
huh?
Turned out it was Rhonda, and she was drunk as hell.
You guys should come over,
she said. She was so drunk she could barely keep the phone next to her face. I got so geeked I could barely talk. Rudy, Joey, John, come on, get in the car. We jumped in my shit brown Volare and drove right over there. We barely got in the door when a little Boone's Farm breath, Rhonda led me into her bedroom and got right up on top of me. I was speechless. This was my first time and I didn't have to do anything at all. She was doing it all. She even took down my sweats and pulled my dick out. She got on top of me and gave me a little quick meat wash and then hopped right up on my wet dick and pushed it inside of her. I was laying there, motionless, in shock. I'm still feeling like I'm in shock. I didn't have to do nothing, thank God, because I probably would have put it in her butt on accident. You have to remember, this had never happened to me, ever. When we weren't throwing bricks at hookers or macing other ninjas, sometimes we'd have hookers suck our dicks in the car. I'm not gonna lie, but that was paid for. This chick wanting to fuck me thing was brand spanking new. She just pushed my little dick right up inside her, like I'd wined and dined her and sung Lionel Richie songs to her all night, and that was it. I was fucking her. It was crazy. I was just laying there fucking her. It was awesome. Fuck. I'm having a flashback. I'm about to bust a nut. It was fucking so dope. I didn't have to do anything. Thank God. She took total control of the situation and got on top of me and fucked me. She pulled my dick out of my pants and straight up fucking put it in. Thank God. I didn't know where that motherfucker went. I probably would have been poking her fucking netting hair, wondering, why ain't it going in? Why ain't it going in? Thank God she did it all. Young love. That was the shit. That was it. I can't front. She fucked me better than 90% of the skins I had since then. She was the whip. I wish I knew how to get a hold of her today. I wouldn't mind some more of that fucking Hazel Park Rhonda. Wow. That night changed my life forever. I remember after that we were driving in the car and I was just speechless. I was just stunned, just blank-faced, staring off into nothing. It took a long time to come out of that coma. It took a fucking long time to come back to reality. I felt like a fucking superhero. Wow. After spending more and more time in Southwest and downriver, we actually started to forget about wrestling completely. We were just thugging. Inner City Posse was our daily job. We did the gang thing. If people wanted to join, we'd beat them down. But not real hard. We didn't do it like they do in LA or anything and kick their fucking teeth down their throat. We just kind of fake wrestle them a little bit. And that would be their initiation. Real gangs sold drugs and guns. We were just terrorizing people. And we spray painted ICP all over Ferndale, all over Oak Park, and of course, Southwest Detroit and Delray. And that was about it. Even then, being somewhat fake gangsters, we still had our share of these little gangster turf wars. Like I mentioned before, Hazel Park was one of our war zones. There was this crew in Hazel Park called the HPs, which stood for Hazel Parks. What a stale fucking gang name. They're so fucking lame if you think about it. We'll call ourselves the HPs. Why would you want to represent Hazel fucking Park anyway? It's so fucking stale. We warred with them for years though. We'd smash up their cars with rocks. Just completely stupid shit while listening to NWA and the Getter Boys and taking it all way too seriously. We drive around bumping this tape by a Detroit rapper called Awesome Dre because his music was the shit. Dre was the biggest influence on me in all of rap. Awesome Dre and NWA. And of course, later on Esham, but that's coming up. After a while, the gang shit started to catch up with us. All that thugging messing up our karma. See, John just about quit our gang because of his girlfriend. He was with this crystal bitch just about 24/7. Rudy got a serious job and he was gone at work all the time, and that made me living with him on and off at my convenience a major nuisance to his family. Pretty soon, it seemed like I was the lone ICP member still around, and the HPs knew it. They knew they couldn't find me, but they did find out where I used to live, my mom's house in Ferndale. And one night at about 11:30, my mom was off at my sister's house when it happened. The HPs came over to my mom's and smashed out all of our car windows and the fucking house windows. It finally had happened to me. The same terror we had been doing to ninjas all over the place finally came home. We got a taste of our own medicine. That fucking really sucked. I didn't have any fucking money, and my mom sure as fuck didn't have any to fix that shit. We had no choice but to turn to our rich Uncle Larry for help. Help bail us out once again, please. I thought of how bad that night must have scared my dog Lady, who was at home alone when it happened. That thought alone made me want to put a bullet in them kids' heads. Joey was chilling with his bitch and stealing with his homies Nate and them every day possible. Just about everybody seemed like they were gone. The situation of my problem was a shitty one. I had no other choice. I had to skip out of town. I called my brother Rob and told him I needed to escape. Within about a week, I was on a Greyhound bus for the 3-day ride down to North Carolina. Fayetteville, that is. Rob set me up with a place to stay. Since he lived in the Army barracks at Fort Bragg, he hooked me up to live with some old Elvis-looking guy who he kinda knew from the Army. $100 a month in rent, and I got to live in the back room of this guy and his wife's trailer home in a poor-ass city called Booney Doon, a suburb of Fayetteville, just outside of Fort Bragg. My brother fronted me the first month's rent, and then it was on my ass to come up with it from then on. Booney Doon, North Carolina was now home sweet home. Damn, my bedroom was like over 100 degrees at all time. I had two things in my room, a small radio with an Awesome Dre tape and a Tony Tone tape, and a Nintendo with one game. In Detroit, I'd mace hookers and drive away. Now all I did was watch from my bedroom window as they got picked up and dropped off. Booney Doon was every bit of the dirty South, man. And these hookers around here were especially fucking ugly. I tried to hang out with my brother when he got off every afternoon, but that wasn't always possible. He would go on field missions for weeks at a time, and then it was just me, bored off my fucking ass in that trailer home. I remember looking at this Clint Black poster hanging on the wall in my room. It was the only thing in that room. I asked the Elvis guy who owned the trailer if he'd mind if I could take that poster down.
Nah, why don't you go ahead and leave it on up there, he said.
Wow, that was North Carolina. My brother and I soon found out this guy was a bigot too. Him and his little 16-year-old fat wife. He started saying racist things here and there just to test us. In fact, many people in North Carolina were bigots. Racism at this level was straight up new to me. With my brother around me again, things were easy to just blow off and forget about. So I did. Before long, though, I started to adapt at Fort Bragg, and I even started to hustle again. I buzzed my hair and wore my brother's army fatigues so that I could eat in the mess hall for free. I'd eat, work out, and sometimes sleep in the barracks with my brother and his friends. I'd just walk around all of Fort Bragg dressed in army fatigues, pretending I was a soldier. I hated it in North Carolina. The whole fucking time it was hell. I figured that I'd just get a job and make a few friends and start to be okay. But I never did. As the stale time went by, I was more and more amazed and shocked at how racist the people were. The rednecks in Booney Dune would all talk shit to me just because of the shoes I was wearing. They hated anything close to black style. They were fucking crazy evil. Evil, y'all. It hurt knowing that terrible shit on TV about the South was actually true in some parts. I was straight up in one of those parts. Everywhere you looked, rebel flags. Everywhere! Rebel fucking flags. My brother and two of his homies explained all the racism to me. My brother's friends in the army were all black, but they took Rob in right away. Rob even had a black girlfriend, and they were majorly in love with each other. Rob's friends told us horrible stories about the racism they had to deal with since moving to the South. All this hatred and racist evil was crushing my brain. I was in shock that nobody ever said or did anything about it in the army. After a few months, I started to feel way worse about my surroundings than I did back in Detroit. Every day, broke as hell, I would wake up and the first thing I'd see was that Clint Black poster. Fuck Clint Black. I don't even know who the fuck that is, but if I ever see him, he's getting stomped. Then I walked to this McDonald's, and while I was applying for a job, I heard this customer yelling through the drive-thru intercom at this other female employee. I thought, man, there ain't no chance in hell I could handle that. I'd have told that guy to go fuck himself. Then a manager of this McDonald's told me that to get a job there, I would need to get a letter of recommendation from the other McDonald's I had worked at. Problem was, I only worked at that other McDonald's in Oak Park for about 3 days before telling them to fuck off. Then I remembered I had told the manager of that place to fuck off when I quit that job. I handed the application back to him and just walked out. I couldn't even get a job at McDonald's in fucking Booney Dune, North Carolina. Maybe Michigan wasn't so bad after all, even with all them gangs after me. I needed out of this racist hellhole I was in. I'm not saying that all of North Carolina is a racist hellhole. Nowadays, of course, we know that for a fact because there's mad juggalos in North Carolina. Back then, though, where I was at, it was indeed a redneck hellhole, and I needed out quick. Anything would be better than Booney Dune and that 100-degree trailer room. I had no way of getting home, though. Worse than that, though, I really didn't know where I would go once I got home. My brother gave me his last $60 and I headed for home, walking. Well, that wasn't the original plan, but that's pretty much how things ended up. I actually planned to hitchhike home, but much to my surprise, most of the people just passed my ass up, and I ended up walking for miles and miles. As I was walking along the side of the freeway, I kept seeing these yellow and white trucks pass me by. Soon I recognized them. They were from a giant trucking company right in Delray, Southwest Detroit, right on Michigan Ave, called Yellow Trucking Corporation. I figured if I could just get a ride on one of those trucks, I'd be okay. That truck was going all the way back to Delray in Detroit. That would have been the shit. Only yellow truck after yellow truck just passed me right the fuck by. Hitchhiking sucked dick. That shit ain't easy unless you're a half-naked chick. For us scrubby-looking thugs, though, it ain't easy, man. First of all, you walk in the fucking sun, which is over 100 degrees all day long. And then at night, you walk as long as you can until you finally pass out on the side of the road. That's when you enjoy a horrible night of laying in the dirt and bushes, being ate up by every insect there is. Walking along the freeway at night was extra scary for me. because I kept this one horrible vision in my head. I kept thinking that somebody was going to ride up behind me doing 80 and suddenly just whip a bottle or something out his window, busting me in the back of my fucking head with it. You know, some crazy fucking drunk redneck just taking me out in the middle of nowhere for no reason at all. That shit happens every day. Why not to me or to you? Don't hitchhike, ninjas, unless you're a hot chick with fat tits. Then it should be perfectly safe for you. Yeah, right. I was out of money by the time I hit Raleigh, North Carolina. That was this big-ass college town. I slept on the steps of the college there. I remember waking up around the dorms thinking, if I just had game, I could kick it with one of these bitches, and she'd put me up and let me fuck her and cook me dinner right in her dorm room. But game, I had not. I didn't have shit. Those were the worst days of my life, homeless in Raleigh, North Carolina. Finally, I called my brother, and he came and picked me up and took me all the way back to Booney Dune. I was too sick and worn out to continue on anymore. By this time, my brother had more money to spare, so he bought me a bus ticket for home. Once again, I headed out of Booney Dune, North Carolina, this time for good. The very next time this city would ever see my face, it would be from a crowd's perspective, behind face paint, after paying $15 for a ticket. Whoop, 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 whoop. Chapter 7. Intelligence and Violence. Back in Detroit, I moved back in with my mom in Ferndale. I was 17. I promised to get a job and I did. She was cool with me staying there for now. She knew that I was at least trying to get my shit together. I got a job as a telemarketer. It was some bullshit lie where I'd say I was from a Vietnam or a firefighters association and try to get people to donate money to this fake ass cause. At least if I had a job, my mom would let me live at home, so I was cool with it. The whole setup was illegal. It was run by these two evil young businessmen. They rented the top floor of this big-ass office building, which they used as their main base of operation. The whole floor was made up of tiny cubicles full of working kids like me. Kids who were willing to lie and bullshit just to make old people contribute some money. That's all they had working for them was stupid young kids. When I look at that business now, it's incredible to me what they were willing to pull off. One day at work, I made a call from my list and I started talking to this one girl. Sick of giving the same pitch all the time, I just said fuck it. I told her,
Hey, listen, I'm supposed to tell you that I'm a Vietnam veteran and all this other bullshit, but fuck all that. If you don't mind, let's just kick it. You sound about the same age as I am, so what's up?
The chick was cool as hell. We started kicking it every day. Next thing I know, I was going out with the chick. Her name was Missy Orlando. She lived way the fuck out in this city called Milford. Her neighborhood was made up of all doctors and Richies and shit. So to her, as far as she knew, my friends and I were some straight up ghetto thug from the slums of hell. We loved their perception of us. We played it off to her and her friends to the fullest. See, out in the suburbs like Milford, the inner city posse were these feared gangsters. You best believe we put on the whole charade when we went out there. Weapons, knives, whatever we had, we brought it out there straight up. We lived it up for Sheezy. This girl named Lisa, who was a friend of Missy's, threw the first and last party we ever went to out there. Now she was in love with this kid named Paul. Paul was fucking her friend in another room of her own house, so she just went batty and started breaking dishes and shit. That was all we needed. We said, hell yeah. We started breaking them too. The girl finally passed out, but we were just getting started. We punched holes in the walls, all the walls. I found a BB gun and shot her Nintendo up. Her brother had an autographed picture of the Three Stooges. Think about that. Think of how much money that's gotta be worth. The Three fucking Stooges, they're like from 1850, and yet he had an autographed picture of them. We ripped it in half. God only knows why we did all this. I even shot it up with the fucking BB gun. I fucking loved the fucking Three Stooges too, but I was a reckless gangster. This girl was crazy. Before she passed out, she was fucking her own house up. She was running around butt naked, high and gone off whatever, and just fucking shit up. so we just started joining in. It was crazy. She didn't even care. We were just fucking her house up, and she was just crying and bawling about Paul fucking her friend. The whole time Paul kept fucking her friend, by the way. We were just smashing shit. Then the girl just passed the fuck out. Finally, she woke back up and started drinking some more. She got super fucking stupid uber drunk and started walking around the house butt naked saying,
Please, please, somebody fuck me.
None of us would though. She was too out of it. We just kept breaking shit. I'm telling you. Mirrors, windows, little glass collectibles, everything you could ever imagine. Then we left back to Detroit. Weeks later, we heard that our destruction had cost the girl her freedom. She wound up going to a juvie hall and then to an insane asylum place. We hated rich people anyway. Another night, I was supposed to go out there to a high school dance with Missy, the girl I'd met on the phone. She called and told me she wasn't going though, and that she was just gonna stay home instead. I knew she was lying, so we rolled out to the dance. Sure enough, there she was, all up on some Richie kid. They were slow dancing and all in love. I was on it though. I walked right out to the dance floor and iced that kid's jaw. I even picked him back up off the floor and checked his chin 3 or 4 more times. Then my boys applied the boots to his ass and we left. The cool thing was the whole school stood around and watched us do it. And not one kid or teacher tried to stop us. We were just too scary for all their Richie asses. I was pissed. I was hurt. Young love gone wrong. Plus I had my gangster image to uphold. So I started calling her up and threatening her from my telemarketing job. She'd answer and I'd be like,
Fuck you, bitch. I'm gonna kill you.
I didn't think much of it. After all, we were just these feared gangsters. What'd she expect? It all caught up with me one night when Joey, John, and I were stealing car stereos. See, by now, even I was stealing car stereos. It was so easy, even I was down. Anyway, we'd spread out around the neighborhood. I saw this lady get out of her car and go into a house. I ran up, and sure enough, she left the car unlocked. I hopped in and started pulling her car radio out. Not 1 minute later, she came back out and opened a side door. She looked right at me, screamed, and ran back into the house. I thought, oh shit, it'll at least take 5 minutes for the cops to get here though, so I might as well finish. God, I was so fucking stupid. Within minutes, I saw the cop lights down the street. I was wearing a tracksuit at the time, so my smooth tactic was to pretend like I was jogging. I ran by the squad car to see who they'd picked up, and of course, it was Joey and John. Then the cop looked right at me like, where the fuck you going? Jogging, officer, I said. So fucking stupid. I even motioned past the car while I ran in place like I had a cooler full of Gatorade I had to get to or some shit. Sure you wouldn't like to ride in the car with the rest of your boys, he asked. I don't know them, officer. I yelled. Get the fuck over here, he yelled. See, that's how fucking stupid I was. I ran from the car I was stealing a car stereo from, and then I saw cop lights down the street. So I was so fucking dumb, I figured I'd pretend like I was a jogger, and I would go jogging by him. It was like 2 in the morning, but I'm out here just jogging, minding my own business, because I wanted to see who the cops had picked up. And sure enough, it was my boys. Next thing you know, it was me too. That just goes to show you how dumb my fucking young brain was. When we got to the station, John and Joey were too young to be held, so they got out with the quickness, but I got booked. Turns out I had a warrant for my arrest. All those threatening phone calls I had made to Missy in Milford. I had a lousy $100 bond, but I sat there for a week because nobody had any money. Brother, I learned the hard way. It's a lot easier to be a gangster hard ass in Milford than in the Oakland County Jail. I got the shit beat out of me in the bullpen right away. I was wearing my Sergio Valente tracksuit, and this big black guy came up to me. Give me your jacket. Where are you gonna go with my jacket? I don't think we're getting out of here anytime soon. Boom! Wrong answer. He beat the shit out of me. My big mouth had gotten me into trouble again, and it wasn't about to stop. The next week, I went before the judge. Did you threaten to kill this young lady? He asked. Damn right I said I was gonna kill her. Fuck that bitch. Bam. Right back to jail again. This time I sat for 2 weeks on a lousy $200 bond that nobody came to pay. My mom damn sure didn't have it, and she was trying to teach me a lesson anyway. This time it wasn't the bullpen. After about 4 days, they sent me upstairs to the real jail, which by the way was much easier than the bullpen, but it still fucking sucked. I remember that first night, hearing the doors shutting one by one on the floor above me. It was the most horrific sound I'd ever heard. Shh-chong, shh-chong. The cell doors just shutting. We were fed at 4 in the morning. I woke up to the commotion of everybody eating and drinking, but my plate was already empty. I turned to my cellmate and said, "Somebody stole my food." I quickly realized that since we were locked all night in a cell together, I was basically saying, "Motherfucker, you stole my food." "Your food's right here," he said, and bam! He hit the shit out of me in the chest. That was twice, only that wasn't as bad as the beating I got in the bullpen for my fresh Sergio Valente jacket. After 2 weeks like that, I got out. I wound up getting probation with the stipulation that I never go back to the city of Milford. So what was the first thing I did when I got out? I went straight to Milford. I didn't even really know what probation or a restraining order was. I was only 17, and this was really the first time I was ever caught up with the law. I just didn't get it. I saw Missy's car in a Kmart parking lot, and I waited for her and her new boyfriend to come out. The only blue light special I got that day was the one on top of the cop car that brought me right the fuck back to OCJ, Oakland County Jail. This time, I got 90 days and spent Christmas and New Year's Day in jail, and everything. It sucked. It was worse than the trailer park in North Carolina, worse than sleeping on the side of the highway, worse than growing up as a scrub. Over those 3 months, that's when everything for me changed. The only ones who came to visit me in jail were my mom and Joey. Nobody else. No Nate, no John, no Lacey, no fucking buddy. They all had jobs and shit going on anyway. I was still playing gangster and doing time over it. Believe it or not, I mostly passed the time by writing raps. I hadn't written any in so long I just said fuck it and started writing them to pass the time. That was the last of the gangbanging days for me. I'd been in the thuggery shit for 3 years. I wasn't lucky like Joey and Nate. I was getting caught and they weren't. I was just a 17-year-old kid with nothing better to do but break laws and try to break jaws. After that short stretch in jail, I was like, fuck all that. My mom knew I was serious about getting my shit together, so she let me stay with her at her house once again. I was making my rounds and visiting what homies and people I knew. Rudy knew I didn't have shit going on when I got out, so he called me one day.
Hey Joe, I got my own wrestling thing going on. I'm passing out flyers and I'm helping promote for this wrestler dude named Malcolm Monroe. You gotta come down to the wrestling show and wrestle. This guy Malcolm wants us. It's gonna be the shit.
Now later, when Joey and I started doing rap, it wasn't like Rudy could hand us money to pour into it, cause any job Rudy had, he had to take care of his kids. The wrestling thing was our thing, going way back to our days downtown, going to visit Al Costello, the fabulous kangaroo. So to involve me in his wrestling promotion, that was his way of contributing. I told Rudy, hell yeah, I'd do the show. We spent the next month walking up and down West Runner Ave in Southwest Detroit, hanging and passing out flyers for Malcolm's big wrestling show and working out in Joey's mom's garage to get in shape. The night of the show, Rudy introduced me to the promoter, Sweet Daddy Malcolm Monroe. That was his wrestling name. And today I'm good friends with his son, Malcolm Monroe Jr. Malcolm, hey, this is Joe Bruce, who also trained with me down at the Chris Adams Wrestling School of Texas. That was, by the way, a straight up lie. That was our lie we told Malcolm so that he'd let us wrestle. That we wrestled at the famous Chris Adams Wrestling School in Texas. That we were trained professionally. Truth was, we trained ourselves in Joey and Lacey's backyards. We knew how to wrestle though, and we thought the promoter would just put us against each other. We had our own little routines and moves down. It seemed perfect. it seemed. We soon found out, being a local promoter, he was a businessman, and a snaky one. He didn't care where we said we trained. He just wanted to make sure Rudy and I put the flyers out and collected the ticket money. Turned out he didn't even want us to wrestle. Then 3 of the scheduled wrestlers luckily didn't show up. Boom! Malcolm had no choice but to put Rudy and I on the card. My first real wrestling match ever. Next thing you know, we were in the dressing room with the original Bobo Brazil, God rest his soul, and the original Sheik, God rest his soul. Both of them were older than dirt. No lie, y'all. The Sheik looked a little better than Bobo, but both needed not to be there. Both could barely walk. They were both so broke they had no choice but to come wrestle for the $300 Malcolm was paying them. That, and of course the fact that once you get in, you just can't stop wrestling. You just want to get back in that ring. That was especially for them. The Sheik and Bobo Brazil used to sell out Cobo Arena in downtown Detroit week after week back in the 70s and early 80s. Brother, they had one of the all-time greatest feuds in all of pro wrestling history. Neither the Sheik or Bobo, I think, ever wanted to just let that go. Even if it meant coming back to fight each other one last time in front of only 150 people at a Mexican lunch hall called Azteca Hall. Those guys were straight up legends. The legends El Costello told us stories about. When I tell people my first wrestling match, the main event on that show was the Sheik vs. Bobo Brazil, they think I'm talking about the old Cobo days in the early 80s, because that was their heyday. Little do they know I'm talking about around 1990 at the Azteca Hall in Southwest Detroit. The Sheik and Bobo were so fucking old. Bobo Brazil actually had 2 ninjas, one on each arm, walking him down to the ring because he couldn't actually walk by himself without a cane or a walker or something. Can you believe this man was actually wrestling in a ring when he couldn't even actually walk? He just had them walk him down to the ring, and then when he got in the ring, he held himself up in the corner by the ropes, and he just stayed in that corner. The Sheik came over, and Bobo would give him a little punch, and the Sheik would sell it for like 2 or 3 minutes, then come back over, and Bobo would give him another little punch, and the Sheik would sell that for another 2 or 3 minutes. Nevertheless, it was actually the original Sheik versus Bobo Brazil. And for you wrestling nerds out there, I'm not talking about the Iron Sheik. I'm talking about the original Sheik. Bobo and Sheik used to sell out Cobo Arena week after week. And here they were at Azteca Hall in front of 150 people. These guys were legends. When we saw them in the dressing room, I turned to Rudy and said, "Holy shit, there they are, sitting right there." Rudy was just as geeked as me. Mexican lunch hall or not, that was the fucking Sheik and Bobo Brazil about to get it on one last time. And me and Rudy were booked on the same show. I have been to thousands of local independent wrestling shows in Michigan, and I had a sense enough to know that 90% of the rest of the dressing room considered of nothing but bums. Old-ass ninjas who never went anywhere in wrestling. Other than a few good faces, we were the 2 only other young guys sitting there. It was basically garbage. Back in those days, independent wrestling shows were full of old, fat, wrestling nobodies. There was no young kids on the show. When I started out wrestling, me, Joey, and Rudy were the only young ninjas in the wrestling room. Today, at independent wrestling shows, it's all young ninjas. It's all fucking underwear models. Young ninjas doing fucking backflips off the top rope, flipping and flying everywhere. It was nothing like that when we started out in wrestling. It was all old ninjas with holes in their spandex and dirty, tired-ass fucking scuffed-up wrestling boots. We were the only young ninjas there. There were 2 other young guys sitting in the dressing room, though, and within minutes, we were all sitting in the corner talking with each other. One of the kids' names was Rob Van Dam. The other was Sabu. This night was also Rob Van Dam's very first match ever. Only he wasn't nervous at all. He couldn't be. I don't think he was allowed to be, because he was trained by the original Sheik, and the Sheik was watching him. You see, the Sheik had trained both Rob Van Dam and Sabu. Sabu was actually the Sheik's nephew, and Sabu had been wrestling for a few years at this point. When the Sheik wasn't eyeballing his students, they were both laid back and cool as fuck. Just the fact that the Sheik had trained Rob and Sabu made Rudy and I hop right on their nuts. They were cool as hell. That night I wrestled as Corporal Daryl Daniels to show my support for the troops in Desert Storm. The truth was, I didn't have any other wrestling gear. My brother had sent me some of his army fatigues, so I had the boots and the camouflage pants and everything. Even though I was still a skinny kid with a fresh-ass mullet who weighed about $120, I marched right out to the ring and yelled, "Salute the Corporal for Desert Storm!" I'd sold the hell out of it. Turns out I was wrestling a guy named Irish Mickey Doyle, who was an old veteran. He was one of the only wrestlers besides the Sheik and Bobo who I had any respect for. I had been a fan of his for years, watching him on all the local wrestling shows around town. Mickey Doyle could actually wrestle. Mickey was cool as hell. At least he could actually move. He was fast and athletic as hell. When we squared off, he recognized right away, "Aren't you that kid who got my autograph a bunch of times?" Yeah, I answered. My mouth was dry from being so fucking nervous. Mickey was cool though. "Get something on me, kid, do something," he said, but I wouldn't hit him. He'd throw me into the ropes and whisper, "Reverse it," but I wouldn't. I'd just go into the ropes and he'd clothesline me, you know. I was scared to hit him back. "Get some heat, kid," he kept telling me, but I was too scared. He wanted me to have a comeback and start beating him around, at least to make the match a little less stale and one-sided, but I was just too nervous. I made up for it by taking good bumps. Take a bump in wrestling speak means flipping and flying around dramatically, yet believably, when you're getting your ass beat. For example, if somebody clotheslines you, you do a flip and make it look like it really hurt bad. I did that shit great. I did great bumps. I could make any jobber look great. Trouble was, that's all I could do. The truth was, having not really attended the Chris Adams wrestling school, I didn't really know how to do any technical shit. So when he said reverse it, I wouldn't do anything. So he just beat the shit out of me and that was that. The match afterwards, he rushed up to me in the dressing room. "Good match, kid, but you didn't get nothing in, man." "I can't hear," I said. "I have a hearing problem. I couldn't hear you telling me what to do." Such a stale lie. You know what though? I'll carry that lie with me for the rest of my life. In the summer of 2000, when we booked Mickey Doyle for a JCW match, that's our own wrestling league, which you'll hear about later, Mickey was like, "How's your hearing?" I had to fucking lie to answer. "Oh," I said, "it's still really fucked up." Mickey knew I was fucking lying. But it was such a stale lie. It's all I could think of. And the truth is, today, now I actually have lost 30% of my hearing after 24 years of doing shows. So now if I tell them my hearing's fucked, I'm actually telling them the truth. But back then, it was just a stale fucking lie I thought up on the spot to make up for the fact that I really didn't know what the fuck I was doing in the ring, so I couldn't follow his instructions. So that was the lie I carried. I couldn't hear. I thought I sucked in the match. But Al Snow, who today is a very famous wrestler and has worked in all the big promotions, came up to me afterwards and wanted to book me for 2 more shows that he was putting on in Ohio. I was so fucking happy. I was proud of myself for the first time in a while. Al Snow also booked Rob Van Dam and Sabu as well. My mind was switching over once again from gangster thug back to wrestling, just like in middle school. Now I was a wrestler, and that's all that mattered to be wrestling. That's all I wanted to be in my life, was a wrestler. I started hanging out with Rob Van Dam as much as I could, but it was hard because he lived in Battle Creek, Michigan, and that was far as fuck. I would head out there and train with him in his barn as much as possible. I started to send out these little promo packages to all the independent wrestling promoters in the country. I told them all I could wrestle for free, but nobody booked me. But I was getting a lot of local bookings in Michigan and Ohio. I even did a 2-ring battle royal in Lima, Ohio, and that shit was fun as hell. Think about how fresh that was. I was actually in a 2-ring battle royal where everybody gets in the first ring and throws each other out. Then you go in the second ring and then you got to get thrown out of that. I stayed in that battle royal as long as I could because I just wanted to keep wrestling all those ninjas. It was so fresh. I wasn't making a single tiny fucking piece of a penny though. The independent wrestling world was nothing like I had expected. I ran into it full steam ahead and it was a big fat giant fucking letdown. God, I remember those days all too clearly. All them years of backyard wrestling, I dreamed about how wonderful it was gonna be once I was old enough to do it for real. It was all just a big fucking letdown. First of all, every wrestler was dirt fucking poor. Nobody had any money at all. They all had day jobs. They were all fucking sloppy and out of shape. And most of all, they were all dicks to me. Yes, I was green, inexperienced, small, and I sucked. Looking back at it now though, I have to wonder, who the hell were those guys to fuck with me? This wasn't the WWF or WCW or WWE. This was independent wrestling. These guys never made it. At least I was just a kid, 18, maybe 19, that's it. These fucking bums were all pushing 40, and not one of them was successful in wrestling. They all missed the boat. At least I was on my way up. I was paying my dues. These were fucking jobbers. They all sucked in wrestling, and they were all wrestling in high school gyms and VFW halls for the rest of their lives. At least I still had a chance to make it. I think now that the only reason they were all dicks to me is because I was the only one in that dressing room who had a chance at the big time. Just like with Rob Van Dam, he was hated backstage too. Not Sabu though, just being the nephew of the Sheik, and not to mention his talent, made Sabu respected as fuck. All the rest of the dressing room, man, what a bunch of assholes they were. Even Joey wouldn't come hang out backstage with me. He hated the atmosphere of it all. He would rather watch it from the stands. I hated it backstage too. All them shitty nobodies dissing me all the time, fucking with me, made me feel like high school. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I started to lose interest in wrestling as quick as I gained it. I didn't have the heart to take all the BS like Rob Van Dam did. I would just get too pissed off, while he had the ability to just say fuck it and always blow it off. What the fuck, I was lost. Wrestling is what I always told everybody I wanted to do, but now I was questioning myself. But then again, most people question themselves at that age, right? Back on the streets, I was really starting to get into rap music again. I was trying my hardest not to end up back in jail, but I still loved to rap about thugging. When I was in jail, I had actually written my first rap in about 5 years since the JJ Boys. I called it Something to Say. It was a big ripoff from our local hero Awesome Dre Style, but I didn't care. I just wrote it to show my boys. John had recently gotten a job at Primo's, a pizza place. He was always telling us about this kid he knew who rapped super fresh. I told John that my rap Something to Say schooled anybody's shit, but I was just bullshitting. My shit was weak, and I knew it. Besides, I still thought I wanted to be a wrestler my whole life. One day I went up to see John at work, and I met the rapper kid face to face. He was pretty cool. His name was Dale, but his rat name was D Lyrical. Everybody was outside smoking on their break because business was so dead, and John had told Dale to rap for me. Everybody stood around and Dale rapped his ass off. He was fresh, but his raps were were all positive and educational type shit. I hated that style. I always loved the gangster shit, you know, that fuck this and bitch that style. Then John told me to bust something to say for everybody. I was nervous as hell, but I wasn't much of a rapper at all yet. But so what? I did it anyway. I busted my rap because I really didn't care what they thought. My rap was full of cussing and violence and all kinds of gangster shit. Much to my surprise, everybody standing around loved it. They all told me it was the shit. I'm not talking about just John and Joey. I mean all the ninjas who worked at Primo's, who I didn't even know. They all liked my rap. I felt super good about it after that. I started to take my rapping a little bit more seriously. When I wasn't on some long ass drive out to Buttwhiff, Indiana to wrestle or working at some bootleg ass job, I was writing more and more raps. I really liked rapping. It kept me in the house. It gave me something to do. I really wanted to hear how I sounded and also to send my brother a tape of me rapping, who was in the army and by now was in Desert Storm. So check out this method I used to record myself. I took 2 tape players and turned them to face each other. I hit record on one of them and play on the other. And as one tape player played the beat, an instrumental of some song, I stuck my head between both radios and rapped. The recording tape player caught both the beat coming out of the other radio and my voice rapping. I did a whole album like that. I used rap instrumentals from the Ghetto Boys, Kwame, Third Base, Compton's Most Wanted, the Lifers Group, and anybody else who put out an instrumental version on the B-side of their cassette singles. Now I had my own album on cassette. It was absolutely horrible sounding. I called it Enter the Ghetto Zone. I rapped as Violent J, my street name in Inner City Posse. Man, I made as many dubs of that piece of shit album as possible. I sent 5 copies to my brother who was in Desert Storm and had all his buddies, so I wanted him to pass it out. I think he had other things on his mind at that time though. Rob was sitting with the other 65,000 troops in Saudi Arabia ready for war. When Desert Shield went down, I tried my hardest to get in the army, but no chance. My crime record was too fat. They wouldn't even let me peel potatoes. To me, my brother was and still is everything I always wished I could have ever been. So I just continued on wrestling on stale independent shows and writing my shitty raps and working shitty jobs. I'm gonna list just some of the different jobs I had from 14 until 19 years old. I had some of these jobs before jail and some after jail. In fact, I worked stupid jobs on and off all the way until the release of Beverly Hills 50187. We'll get to that later. In this book, I haven't really mentioned the many places I've worked at yet, mostly because none of these places ever meant anything to me. Just to clear it up, here are some of the places I've worked at throughout my life. McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, Myers, Foodland, a record store, Frank's Nursery and Crafts, Papa John's Pizza, a hardware store, Target, Benny Bread Company, a bowling alley, Joe Louis Arena, an army surplus store, and a video store. Some of the jobs I had done included dishwashing at 3 different places, caddying, landscaping, being a security guard, window selling, door to door, which by the way I never sold one fucking window, box folding, being a busboy, auto parts delivering, pizza delivering at 2 different places, being a gas station attendant, pizza cooking, car washing at 3 different places, moving, ushering, being a janitor, paper delivering, that's paper route, y'all, vacuum repairing, as if I knew a fucking thing about vacuums, telemarketing, bar bouncing, candy selling, high-low driving, I even had a high-low license, being a shipping clerk, thieving, and of course, pot slanging. Yes, I even sold pot. My interest in rapping was growing because everyone at least acted like they dug my shitty album. Even John and Joey said they wanted to make one with me, so we did. We rapped basically the same shitty way, and we made another stale album of music you could barely make out. The album was called Ghetto Territory. Man, we fucking suck. We'd run up to Kinko's and make copies of that cassette cover, which was usually a drawing of ICP written on a brick wall or something, and we'd start dubbing right away. Then one day John came home from work and dropped a bomb on us. He told us that D-Lyrical kid had just gotten a karaoke machine. John explained how it worked. One tape plays the music and the other cassette deck records. All you had to do was plug in a microphone and rap. Wow. Now, seeing how at this point most of us were on some type of probation and all, we definitely were not trying to fuck up. So stealing a karaoke machine was out of the question. Much to my surprise, John and Joey both didn't seem too interested in rapping with D-Lyrical. But I was. Anything to have access to that fresh-ass $200 karaoke machine. Boom, I called up Stale-Ass Dale, aka D-Lyrical, and started fronting like we were old pals or something. I asked him if he was into the idea of doing a little record together or something. I knew I hated his pussy-ass rap style and that we wouldn't last more than 4 or 5 songs together, but I just wanted to hear myself on a more professional level. The karaoke machine. At that time, the karaoke machine was as professional as you could get. I started to walk over to D-Lyrical's house every day I could, and we made some songs together. We named our mini album Intelligence and Violence.
Intelligence and violence. You have dug your own grave. If you say you wanna battle, don't you know you're a trouble up the creek without a paddle? Cause I keep getting better. I'm tougher than leather. I'm rated #1 and I reign forever.
All of my rhymes were super violent, and his were intelligent, or whatever. That was Violent J. I was killing everybody all the time and everything, and D-Lyrical was the intelligent guy, with the mad boring lyrics like,
no more words in a pocket dictionary.
I hated recording at Dale's house. I even didn't like him that much. Fuck, the truth is, I didn't even really know that kid at all. Every day when we were done rapping, the second my copy was dubbed, I was out of there. Every time I'd start doing my verse,
Violent J, yo, homeboy, packing a punch. Knocked out Ray, I'm the motherfucking Brady Bunch. For no apparent reason, yo, that's my attitude. Fuck off, Golden State.
his mom would come down the stairs and make us stop.
Does it have to have that much cursing? My son's verses don't have any cursing.
She would say,
Why do you have to have that much cussing? We can hear you throughout the whole house.
that bitch. I fucking wanted to shoot them both and take that karaoke machine home. Finally, when I got my own karaoke machine, that was the end of D-Lyrical and his mom, but not the end of those tapes. If you look on the internet, you can still find the stuff I recorded with D-Lyrical, though God knows why you would want to. Besides focusing on music, I also had landed my first girlfriend, Karen. I met her at a video store where she worked. She was an assistant manager, so that meant free videos and we could raid the snacks. She was the first girlfriend I had a lot of sex with, but it was really generic sex. No doggy style, no nothing like that. Just straight up humping. That's all I knew how to do, and that's all she knew how to do. Such sweet young lust. We even humped in her video store after hours. Twice. Even cooler than the regular netting I was getting was that Karen bought me my own karaoke machine. From that point it was on. I had been sending my brother tapes in Saudi Arabia of me rapping, as well as fresh shit from other Detroit artists. Guys like Awesome Dre and Merciless Amir are long forgotten, but to me they were the shit. Karen had some money, and I fucking drained her out of every dime of it. I hate myself for it now, and I swear to God I wish I could find her for two reasons. First, to pay her back, and secondly, to fuck her again. Correctly this time. Anyway, with Karen's help and her loot, I collected any and every single bit of Detroit rap I could find. I would go from record store to record store all over the inner city and just ask for local shit. I had it all. K-Stone, AWOL, Detroit's Most Wanted, Smiley, Rap Mafia, Papa J Smooth, Chaos and Maestro, and all that fresh shit. Karen was the bomb for helping me back then. I still love her. Pretty soon, I was trying to sell my own tapes to ninjas in the streets. And at the time, I still never said that rap was what I wanted to do for a living. I was still kidding myself by saying that I was gonna wrestle forever. I just found it really cool making tapes. People would make dubs of my tapes and give them to somebody else, and on and on. People were actually digging my shit. Here's the freshest part. Rudy was selling them all over Southwest Detroit for $1 a piece, and people were actually buying my shit. John and Joey jumped right back in the game once they heard the pure, fresh quality of the karaoke machine Karen had bought me. We were getting ready to make the big record together. We'd call it Basement Cuts. We needed money to buy some fresh instrumentals to rap over. Karen and everybody else were completely tapped out. This karaoke album we were making was our passion though, so we had no choice but to resort to old school tactics. John, Joey, and I followed this pizza delivery lady because she had big ass kicker box speakers sticking out of the back of her Jeep. When she got out of her car and went up to the front door to deliver the pizza, I ran up and started yanking that kicker box from her Jeep. They were bolted in, but I yanked it back and forth, and finally they came loose. The lady came back and started screaming. I must have had extra karma since I was stealing for my music, because I got away clean and sold that kicker box to some kid for 60 smooth bucks. As you may remember me mentioning before, everybody used to make fun of me because I had a big forehead. So I wrote a song called Go Forehead, Go Forehead, Go Forehead. John made a song called Ghetto Style, and Joey made a song called Violent Crimes of the ICP. Before long, the record was done, but not every song we made was used. We set up our plan. We would see how many of these we could actually sell on the streets. At this point, like many young musicians anxious to promote themselves, we discovered that Kinko's had a color copy machine, so that meant color tape covers. Pretty soon, we had our own little dub tape and a color copy operation going. Karen would buy the blank tapes and pay for the covers. Then we'd drive out to Rudy's in her Cavalier before she had to go to work and drop off 30 cassettes. Then I'd drop Karen off at the video store and drive all the way back to Southwest, and bam, Rudy would already have 30 bucks. It sounds so fucking retarded and simple, but it was fresh as hell to us. Like it's when people open a restaurant and they put the first dollar bill they make on the wall. It was just a fucking buck. But when you're just starting out, everything you do is like a fucking event. I would try to sell tapes in Ferndale and Oak Park, but nobody really wanted to buy them. Rudy and his cousins were selling them big time in Southwest, so we called the label Rude Time Records. I started claiming Southwest as my home turf and all the raps, because that's where everybody was buying them. And that's where everybody knew the name ICP. Rudy didn't have a phone at the time, so we were putting my number down. We told my mom, if anybody calls for Rudy, say, can I take a message, please? He's not in right now. We went into mass production. This meant Rudy was making his own copies at his house. I was making my own at my house, and John and Joey were making their own too. By now, we even had this kid named Fat Ronnie making his own copies. Inner City Posse's name was larger than ever. The only problem was that all the real gangsters in Southwest knew that we weren't really much of a gang. Even so, ICP was making noise, and they got jealous of it real quick. Pretty soon, Rudy's family's house in River Rouge started catching hell, with gangs driving by and throwing shit. He and his girlfriend and their kid wanted to get out of there before any kind of real bullshit went down. They moved to this old-ass Polish neighborhood in Detroit called Hamtramck. They were straight, and it was back to business as usual. However, I started getting the bone again. I started catching even more hell at my mom's house from all that old HP shit coming up again. So I convinced Karen to rent us an apartment in Detroit. I wouldn't show anybody where I live because I didn't want any more dumb shit. I just wanted to rap. Oh yeah, and I was still wrestling. Everybody was making copies of the tape and selling them everywhere. We were still spray painting ICP everywhere, so the player hating started real quick. Next thing we knew, we were hearing ICP is a bunch of fucking pussies from River Rouge.
They're a bunch of fucking pussies from Southwest.
They're a bunch of fucking pussies from Oak Park. Then we started hearing we're a bunch of fucking pussies from Clawson, from Sterling Heights, from Port Huron. Everybody started coming up with their own rumors. Our notoriety, or I should say fake notoriety, spread. People realized we weren't really a real gang, just rappers talking about being one. So everybody who had been in the ICP gang was like, fuck this, I'm out of this group. Everybody bailed on us, because if they stuck around, they got beat. Gangs were wanting to see if we were really as tough as we claimed in the music, and the truth was, we weren't. Mostly though, it was player haters saying, damn, they were making a lot of noise from these cheap ass tapes that basically sucked. Desert Storm started. Finally, my brother rode back from Saudi Arabia right before the Desert Storm war started. I got everybody bumping your shit out here, dog, he said. Plus, one of my homies owns a record store with his brother. Alex Abyss is his name. Remember Alex? He owns a record store with his brother. He'll sell your tape. You guys should take your tapes over to him on Gratiot in Roseville. Our jaws dropped. Holy shit. Somehow our shit's really gonna be in a real record store. Now, of course, we weren't making any real money at this point. All we were doing was driving around in my girlfriend's car, deeper and deeper into debt, paying for all the Color Kinko's copies. I promised her, once I make it, I'll pay you back. Once I make it. Until then, I had to try to find another job. Joey and John's mom was a hairdresser out in a suburb called Troy, so she got us jobs at a brand new Papa John's pizzeria that had just opened up out there. Joey quit the second day to go back to thieving, his preferred means of income whenever it was truly necessary. We were mad pissed at him because we needed the money and we had to keep right on working there. One of the things we had to do at Papa John's was take turns putting this fresh-ass pizza slice costume on and stand out front in traffic trying to get customers. It was part of the job, and it was to pay for our rap career. No matter how hard I tried, I was still a thug, even in a pizza slice costume. Every fucking day I'd be out there trying to make the best of it, waving at little kids saying, hey, come get some pizza. All the time, older kids would drive by and be like, fuck off, pizza slice. I'd be like, fuck you, bitch. I'll fuck your Richie ass up. I'd turn into this enraged pizza slice, chasing them through traffic. Of course, I look lame as hell picking fights as a pizza slice. But I figured if I pushed the crust part of the costume down and popped my head out of the hole, they'd see I wasn't playing. The kids would just laugh at me and take off. Then I'd have to run back and get back on my big plate, hoping that the owner of the store didn't see me. I sealed my fate as the thug-minded pizza slice when I took some rhinestones and super glued them to my teeth so it looked like I had diamonds in my grill. Now I was this pizza slice with iced out teeth running up and down Big Beaver Road picking fights. The manager, however, wasn't having it. You gotta take those rhinestones off your teeth, son. I ain't taking nothing off my teeth. Boom. I got fired from that job right quick. Time to try to sell some tapes to this Alex guy. We took about 20 copies of Basement Cuts up to Alex at his store, Hot Hits Records, which was on Gratiot Avenue on the east side. Alex was a fucking snake right off the bat. He put the tape in.
Some of you motherfuckers know me. You say that's Joe Bruce, my neighborhood homie. Trying to come up, trying to be a rap star, but a basement tape ain't going far. I ain't trying to...
This is you rapping? Yep, I said. Hey, you know my brother Rob. Silence.
Yeah, I remember you. You're Rob's little brother.
Silence. I couldn't tell if he liked it or hated it, so I flat out asked him, Alex, can you sell these at your store? He didn't give a fuck. He kept listening to the tape, looking at me.
I ain't a superstar, so get the fuck off my nutsack.
Finally, he said, give me them. I'll sell each of them for $5. I'll take 3 and give you 2.
Okay, we said, like it wasn't anything. Really, we were like, holy shit, we're about to get $2 a pop. We were so fresh. Alex, boy, Alex could sell those things. He would push those motherfucking tapes off to anybody. Every little ass kid, anybody. This is the dopest shit ever, he'd say. Some kid would ask, you got that new Young MC? Fuck Young MC. This is the shit right here. People were buying it, his line and the tapes. A few weeks later, I got a call at my mom's.
Yo, is this ICP?
I paused for the longest and said slowly, no, this is Rude Time Records.
Well, can I talk to ICP?
No, they're not here, I said.
Just tell them I said they're fresh as hell.
And he hung up. I was like, whoa, some fucking fan just called. That night when I picked Karen up from work, we took a drive to Rudy's so I could do some bragging about the call. It was around Christmas, and I was working at Frank's Nursery and Crafts just for the season. To show how much love we had for each other on Christmas Eve, I went by work and fucking stole the tree, some mad ornaments and Christmas lights, and even a Santa Claus suit and everything. I put it all behind the dumpster out back. After work, I grabbed it all and we went over to Rudy's house to set up the stolen Christmas tree. I walked in the house dressed as Santa Claus and we gave Rudy's kids a fucking real Christmas. That shit felt good, y'all. That's why I say today, ICP may seem like two people on stage, but you gotta understand, from the very start, it was many more people. It was Rudy, it was my brother, it was everybody, even the stolen Santa suit. Alex's store was in Roseville, Michigan. Before we went up there, none of us had ever even heard of Roseville. Boom, we gave Alex 20 more tapes. He called us up about 4 days later. I only got one left, I need more. We had sold 19 more tapes out of Alex's store in only 4 days because Alex was pawning them bitches off like they were the shit. 19 more people bought them. So for the first time in my life, for the first time ever, I sat down with Joey and John and we laid out our master plan. Let's try to do rapping for real, y'all. Let's try to make it, I said. Right away, John wasn't having it. Do you know how many fucking rappers there are from every city? Not just 20, man. There's like 20,000 rappers. I thought about it for a minute, and the fact was he was right. When I'd hand out our basement tapes, everybody was like, oh, my cousin raps, my brother raps, my cousin's brother raps. There were rappers everywhere. When I got that call from Alex, though, I got one more tape left. Come pick up your money and drop off some more tapes. It changed my life, man. Listen, Alex has money, I continued. Let's ask Alex to be our manager. Let's try and do ICP for real. We all got jobs except Joey, of course. Let's put all our money in. Let's do it. I pitched a long-ass spiel about how I knew we could make it. John and Joey finally were down. We called Alex up and asked, when do you have a day off? We want to have a big meeting with you. He was like,
all right, whenever.
He had no idea what we were planning. Right before we left to go to Alex's house, we were over at John and Joey's house. Joey had a red marker and a napkin. What do you want to call our record company? We have to release it on something, he said. He was right. We at least knew that much. I collected all the local rappers' tapes in Detroit, and besides the rappers' names and album title, there would always be a label name too, which was always pretty stale. Like Dope MC would be on Dope MC Records, and that's lame as fuck. We wanted to sound like we had a real record label, like we had a real record deal. We started thinking about this crazy ass paperboy in Joey's neighborhood. This kid had hair like Big Bird, and he was fucking nuts, always kicking over garbage cans and crashing his bike into cars so he could roll across the hoods. So we were gonna call our label Mad Paperboy Records. The other idea we came up with was Psychopathic Records. Joey drew 2 logos on that napkin. One of them was this character with Big Bird hair and a stack of papers in one hand and a newspaper in the other hand. For the Psychopathic logo, Joey just drew the same character, only without the papers, and carrying a hatchet instead of the newspaper. We got over to Alex's house, which was actually Alex's mom's house, and we went down into the basement. There was no kind of room for us to sit, so I just sort of paced around while I gave him my 2-hour-long sales pitch. I was scared as fuck the whole time. To this very day, I can't recall ever wanting something so bad in my life. Alex, we want you to manage us. We want you to invest some money. We know you got some money in the bank. And we swear to God we'll sign whatever you want us to sign. We swear to God the first person we will pay back when we come out with this will be you. He was sort of stunned. I kept right on talking. Alex, you sold those fucking tapes on a shitty little Maxell cassette for $5 a pop. You sold fucking 19 of them in 4 days. Rudy sold God knows how many, 75, maybe 80 in Southwest. I sold 20 myself. Fat Ronnie sold 15. Dog, we can fucking do this. We can do a real EP at a real studio. Alex wasn't saying anything. He had both his arms on the table just listening. Joey and John were sitting at the table while I was walking around doing the whole speech. I kept on outlining our plan right there in that dinky little basement. I think we can do it for real, in a real studio. So let's do it, I said. Alex, we need $2,000. We're asking you if we can borrow $2,000. We know you run that record store with your brother, and you're the only one we know that can do it. You sold those tapes so fast. You already know the music business. You know what people want to buy. Let's start a record company together. Alex just looked at us like we were a bunch of criminals, which up to that point we sort of were. He knew what I was saying, though, was straight up from the heart. I'll do it, he said. He was down. You guys don't have to sign anything. I know you're gonna pay me back when we get the money. So boom, that night, we showed him the 2 ideas, and Psychopathic Records it was. I went back home to Karen. John and Joey went back home to their house. That night was the beginning of the rest of our lives. When I decided that was what I wanted to do, that was the new dawn of everything. It was never an option to fail. When we were doing the JJ Boys, if you'd asked me what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be, do I want to be a rapper, I'd have said no. I always said no. During Intelligence and Violence, I'd have said no. Even with Basement Cuts, there was too many other rappers out there. I want to be a wrestler is what I said. But when Alex sold all those tapes at a store for $5 to complete strangers who weren't friends of ours, and who weren't friends of Rudy's, and who weren't friends of Rudy's little brother, or friends of Fat Ronnie, just complete strangers, then when that kid called me and all that stuff together, and from that moment on, I had something. I had a purpose. I wasn't making fucking basement tapes anymore. I didn't want to be a wrestler. I didn't want to be anything. I had worked like 50 jobs and none of them worked out for me. All of a sudden, I had something to do for a living. I wanted to be a fucking rapper, and failure was not an option. Every fucking day I come out of my tour bus and some ninja's asking me questions. Did you ever think you'd make it this big? Yes, I knew we would. I knew we would the day we decided we wanted to be rappers for a living. That day changed everything in our lives. It was like the sun shined on us for the first time of our entire lives. We knew it right then and there. We didn't want to be wrestlers anymore. We didn't want to be fucking thieves, thugs, or gangsters. We wanted to be rappers, and we wanted it for real. And once we made that decision, and once Alex was on board, once Joey, John, and I were all on board, it was like fucking catching the Holy Ghost. We knew it. We wanted to be rappers. Failure was not an option. It was like our calling. It was like the key fucking finally unlocked the master bolt, and we knew what we wanted to be. Every question was finally answered. We knew what we had to do. We knew our purpose. We knew our calling. We were going to be the inner city posse for real. We're now going to take a little break in the story to cover a very important subject, known as thieving and plucking. Plucking was the main word, plucking shit. That's a fresh word for thieving too. Pluck a candy bar, pluck a pair of shoes, pluck some batteries. You know what I'm saying? Pluck some shit. 1 minute it's there in the store, next minute it's up under your coat. You plucked it. Who better to learn from the master of tactics himself, Shaggy 2 Dope? So written in his own words, in 3 different sections placed throughout the book, is his own thief tactic handbook that he likes to call The Shaggy 2 Dope Guide to Crime, Volume 1, Ninjas in Action. But, of course, this is an audiobook, so here's the man himself, Shaggy Shags, the man with the extra long wang, I've been told, Shaggy 2 Dope.
Thank you, Jay, especially for the compliment on the meat piece. But I'm gonna jump right into it here. Here we go. Nate the Mac and I could never hold down jobs. It was just too whack working, know what I'm saying? First time I ever stole, I got caught. I was at Crowley's department store and I did the oldest tactic in the book. I brought fucking 2 pairs of shorts into the dressing room and I came out with 1. For some odd fucking reason, I have no idea to this day, I had an 8-inch knife in the inside pocket of my jacket with no cover on it or nothing. So when they busted me, they found it and they were all like fearing for their lives and shit. Like I was gonna fucking stab them or something. That wasn't the case. Because I was only 14 or something, my mom had to come pick me up from jail and that was it. Nowadays, I'd have cut everybody in half. We wouldn't just steal shit to steal. Actually, we would, but mainly we'd steal shit to get paid off it. Damn, there's so many fucking tactics to stealing. That was the easiest fucking thing ever. Nobody steals books from fucking B. Dalton and places like that. The whole trick is if you get too greedy and you try to go to malls and stealing in them bookstores, you get caught every time. Mall security's too thick. If you go to the stores in the mall parking lots or the freestanding bookstores, those are the easiest fucking targets in the world. You can get paid stealing fucking books, especially if you don't like to work like I didn't, you know? It's so easy, it's impossible to get fucking caught. It's always some old fucking lady or some fucking high school kid working behind the counter or some fucking feeble ass lady who ain't gonna do shit anyways. She ain't gonna chase you. She's just gonna scream her old ass head off. The best time to do it is in the winter, cause that way you got a big ass jacket on. You go in there, you find the biggest, fattest fucking book you can. Open it up to the inside page, the last page, whatever. It's got the price in it, how much the book costs. So you look for like a $300 ninja book, one of those big fucking ninja fat ass ones. Not like this book though. Make sure it ain't a book about some stupid band or whatever, cause those books ain't worth shit. Find one of the $400 books about ancient quasars and how to defuse them or something. Wear some loose pants, stick the fat fucking book down the front of your fucking pants, and suck your stomach in as hard as you can so you can't even tell it's in there. Your shirt and jacket should go straight down over it. To hold it there, if your belt ain't doing the job, grab a handful of change and just cup your arm over and hold on to it. When you walk out, you just act like you're counting your change. When you're in the car on the way to the used bookstore to fucking sell it, you just crinkle up a couple of the pages. You know, just throw it on the floor a couple times, cause if it looks too new, they won't buy it. Truth is, they know you fucking stole it. You know, they're thinking, what the fuck is this 14-year-old thug kid doing with the fucking prehistoric equations limited edition hardcover? Even though they pretty much already know you plucked it an hour ago, you still gotta rough it up a little bit. You fucking bring a $300 book into a bookstore, you get like $50 for it, which is the shit. Yeah, they're gonna sell it for like $200, but so what? 50 bones is straight as hell. We used to get super paid off books, but then, you know, everything gets played out after a while. Boy meets girl. I'm sure this tactic is probably used by many a young thug today because it's very fucking easy and very effective. Your homie meets a girl somewhere. He gives her a fake name from the start. Now when you're younger, of course, you're not allowed over the girl's house unless her mom's gone for the night. So on a good night or a good school skipping day when her mom or dad are at work, you bring your whole fucking crew over. When you're in her bedroom fucking her or whatever, your road dogs just fucking loot the joint. Man, you just fucking take everything. Put the DVD players outside the fucking windows. You gotta keep the TVs and shit in there because she'll notice them gone right away. But the DVDs, take those, mad easy. Go into her parents' room, steal all the jewelry, fucking whatever of value. We'd even steal the shit out of their cupboards, cookies and fucking chocolate milk and shit, you know, frozen pizzas, anything. We would just strip the whole fucking house. Once you get that chick in her room, you gotta rap to her a while before you start fucking, right? At least 10 or 15 minutes, which gives your homies plenty of time to load the car full of shit, you know? Plus, sometimes the bitch would be drunk by the time she came out the room or whatever, so she wouldn't even notice anyway. This is so fresh. We were at this bitch's house pulling that tactic once and we ordered a pizza. When the guy got there, we paid for the pizza with a necklace we stole out that bitch's mom's room. Pretty fucking fresh, huh? Come on, it's that easy. And if you feel like getting some brews or whatever, it's this easy. Check it out. You walk into the store, 5 people deep, you grab some cases and you run out. It's called a case run. Make sure it's a suburban store though. Them inner city stores will bust rounds at your ass.
Chapter 8, Paying Dues. We booked our first real studio time at this place called Miller Mitty Productions. 45 fucking bucks an hour, which is crazy. That place sounded absolutely fucking insane to me. I remember the first time I heard 45 bucks an hour, I thought that better come with a pickle buff and a free fucking dinner. We went in there though, it was me, Joey, Alex, Rudy, and Lacey. The whole fucking army went in there just to book the studio. It was so quiet in there you could hear a pin drop. Then this guy came out, this long-haired composer dude with John Lennon glasses, looking like he played in a symphony. He was super skinny, super frail, and super quiet. "How are you guys doing?" he asked. "I'm Chuck Miller. Looking to record some music, eh?" He looked like a music guy. He sounded like a music guy. We quickly renamed him Snake Miller. We all just looked around the studio, the first recording studio we'd ever stepped foot in. We were like, whoa! The walls were covered in foam. The keyboards were everywhere. Alex was like, He was just as overwhelmed as us. He had to assume his new management role, though. I started to talk, but Alex stepped in front of me. Yeah, he began, trying to use his deep voice. "We're interested in reserving some studio equipment time." He didn't know what the fuck he was saying, but I loved him for it because he was trying. "Okay," Chuck said. "What kind of music do you do?" "Well, basically," Alex began slowly, "we're a blend of hip-hop and rap." "What's the fucking difference? We're really open to anything." "So you're looking for 808 drum beats?" Chuck asked. Alex had no idea what he meant. "What would the cost be of that?" Alex asked. "Like an 808 beat is gonna cost more than a 707 or some shit?" "No, I'm saying that's the kind of stuff you're... Here, let me play you some examples." Chuck knew he had some suckers on his hands, so he took us all into the studio room and played us some tapes. It was none other than one of Joey and I's favorite local rap songs, Merciless Amir, A Day Without a Rhyme.
A day without a rhyme.
Without a strong rhyme to step to.
Step into my world, let the lyrics lead the way. It's a place of escape that deviates from the everyday. A resort of a sort, it's for your mind though, so you relax and max. And me, I let the rhyme flow. So
check it out on YouTube, it's fucking awesome. Merciless Amir, A Day Without a Rhyme. It's also the only song Merciless Amir ever recorded back then, and he blew up off it all over Detroit, but you never heard a peep from him again until like 2011. He put out an album and it was like a Space Odyssey album or some shit. Nobody understood what the fuck was going on. But anyway, back to the story. Merciless Amir recorded here, I asked? We were fucking ecstatic. I don't think Chuck Miller even remembered who the fuck Merciless Amir was. But when you're young and green, everything is so much more exciting. In our eyes, Merciless Amir was like a multi-platinum superstar. If he recorded at Miller Mitty Productions, woohoo, boy! Alex reserved 3 hours at the 45 bucks an hour and put the big ass 135 down. We felt the ground shake when Alex put that money on the counter. Snake Miller was unimpressed. "How many songs do you think we'll be able to get done with this?" Alex asked. This was absolutely the most naive question you could ask. Some bands take weeks just to get a drum to sound right. So Chuck knew we didn't know a damn thing about recording. At least he answered honestly, "I don't know. We might just get the music set up." Alex wasn't really assured by that. "Look," I told him, "let's just wait until we have a session. Then we'll know how much each hour's worth." As we'd soon learn, they weren't worth fucking much. Out in the parking lot, all of us being naive nerds, we were straight tripping out because Merciless Amir had recorded there. I was like, "Dog, we should give him a shout out on our song. Like, what's up, Merciless Amir?" Joey said, "Yeah, it's like now we're part of Merciless Amir's crew." We were geeked as hell. On our very first day officially recording as ICP, John, Joey, me, and Alex all filed into the cramped control room behind Chuck Miller's Star Trek-sized console. We were thinking it was gonna be a free-for-all. We had been coming up with all these ideas for songs for a whole week. We were high as hell to be there, when all of a sudden Joey leaned back in his chair. Creak. Chuck Miller spun around in his little chair and yelled, "Hey, stop squeaking." We were like, whoa. After that, we were just mad silent and mad scared. We sat in there just like it was school detention. Meanwhile, old Snake was finding us drum sounds, one by one. No breakbeat records, no instrumental records, just singular drum sounds. I want you to know that almost nobody, no rap albums are ever made by sampling each separate drum sound, one by one. Cack, 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 cack. He tapped the snare drum sound out on his keyboard. "Tell me when you like something," he kept saying, and kept cacking. Cack, cuck, cuck, cuck. Like I could tell the fucking difference between a cack and a fucking cuck. That one, I said. What did I fucking know? I just knew this was costing us a fucking fortune to hear cack, cuck, cack, and get yelled at for squeaking chairs. That one, he asked. Cack. You sure that's the one you want? You sure you don't like cuck? Nope, we like the first one, cack. Okay, then let's move on now, he said. Well then, do you want some claps? Yeah, sure. What's a clap, I asked. Well, here, let's find some claps then. I'll load them up. He turned around in his chair, adjusting his little spectacles. Now, are you looking for a high-pitched clap or a low-pitched clap? Dog, I wanted to fucking rap. I don't fucking have a fucking clue what the fuck he's talking about. Every sound, I mean, everything, he'd take another 20 fucking minutes to load up all the samples on his keyboard. Then he'd turn around with his little spectacles and say, well, let's find some more sounds then. Meanwhile, Alex was out cold. Everyone else was just snoring. Our record session had turned into just me and Joey and this guy finding some sounds. Cack, cuck, snap, clap. Low pitch, of course. It wasn't as clear to us then, but looking back on all this now, I realized Chuck the Snake Miller was sticking a 9-foot fucking dick with John Lennon spectacles on it right up our anus. When we left that first 3-hour session, all I had was a tape with boom, boom, shh, cack, boom, boom, shh, cack on it for 5 minutes. That was our 135. That was what our 135 bucks got us. Oh, but they were crystal clear sounding at least. ICP fans, juggalos out there, let this be known. Those singular drum sounds we spent hours and hours getting one by one would eventually become the music for our very first song we ever did in a real studio. It became none other than the song Ghetto Zone.
Valente serving ghetto hard street shit. You know it's potent when the funky ass beat hit. Rolling the dice and we's hitting point. ICP out of Southwest Detroit, running with a gang of 20 street hoods. Lookers on my back cause I'm selling them cheap goods. Looking through the motherfucking alleyway. They can't catch violent crazy ass psychopath J, but I guess I wasn't so crazy this time. Now I'm chilling in the back of car 49. Yeah, that's where I'm gripping that metal. They put a man on the move but can't do shit for the ghetto.
Recording this way wound up taking every dime Alex had. By the time we finished our 4 songs, after about 80 hours of Chuck helping us find some sounds, we still needed $1,000 to press them up on cassette. Despite going so much over budget, Alex loved the record, and somehow he came up with the extra grand. Alex had heart from the very first day in his basement. We named the 4-song EP Dog Beats, and we wanted to do a full-color cover. I remember having crazy dreams of a clown running around through Delray. I remember telling Joey and John about it in Alex's basement. I took this as a sign. For our cover, I wanted a colorful clown swinging on a rope or something, placed in the middle of a dingy-ass ghetto. Rudy showed us this perfect place in Downriver in Delray, where there was a rope hanging from a tree with all these factories behind it. We called a friend of ours named Don because he had a little bit of muscle on him, and we paid him to look like a crazy-ass clown. How he got that little bit of muscle, I have no idea, because Don was the poorest person we'd ever known. His dad would make him sweep the parking lot up at Little Caesars so they'd give him a free order of crazy bread. He'd take it home and the fucking cats would run up his leg. I never saw anything like it in my fucking life. 20 fucking cats in that fucking house would run up his legs and just fight and rip that crazy bread right out of his fucking hands. They were starving. One time on the way to Don's house, John was eating a ham sandwich. He had a little piece of crust with ham left in it when we got there, so he just threw it on the sidewalk. Brother, Don and his dog Thumper looked at each other like that little ham crust was a gold medal, and they both bolted for it. Thumper beat Don to it by half a millisecond, but Don started wrestling Thumper, trying to get it out of his mouth. They were both hungry as fuck. Don was cool as fuck, and I still love this kid to this day. I've lost touch with him over the years, but man, that kid was responsible for a lot of good times when we were young. I hope he's doing okay. We added Don to the group back then as the mascot kind of guy. We kind of figured our group would be like this. John, Joey, and I would rap, and Don would be our Flavor Flav guy. He would be a clown and run around doing flips, because Don could do a frontward handspring and cartwheels and all kind of shit like that. He could move. How you think he got that sandwich crust away from that damn dog? So we shot the cover of Dog Beats with Don hanging off the rope in Del Rey with the factories behind him. The idea was to put our logo on it, which was a jester holding the ICP letters like a puppeteer. We also needed to make a flyer to promote the record. We didn't want a cheap-looking flyer like all the other local bands in Detroit. We wanted a professional flyer with real typesetting. Mind you, this was way before we had truly discovered the powers of Kinko's and the powers of copy machines and computers and all that. So Alex got a hold of the old phone book, and we found us a graphic artist guy in Royal Oak. We brought him this picture of us chilling. In the shot, I was standing there with a stick. Why? Because we needed a prop. Joey was on one side of me, and he had this Kid Rock high-top fade thing going from back then, looking like he was 10 years old. On my other side was John. He didn't look anything like a rapper at all, more like Dylan from 90210. That was always the problem with us. Joey and I always told him to get a more fucking radical look somehow. But I guess he loved his lame girlfriend too much to fuck up his pretty looks. So we went to this artist guy in Royal Oak with our idea. In big bold letters it would read ICP with Southwest Detroit right under it. Simple enough. So you want ICP to be bigger than Southwest Detroit? Yeah, we wanted to say ICP and then in small letters underneath it, Southwest Detroit. Well, you know there's gonna be an enlargement fee then. An enlargement fee? Yes, I have to charge you 50 cents each time it gets bigger than one standard type. Okay, whatever. Then we told him we wanted the explicit lyrics warning box to be in a black box with right writing. You guessed it. He asked, are you willing to pay the $10 color reverse fee? Every fucking thing we wanted, he charged these fees. Now, anybody who knows anything about computer graphics or whatever knows all that shit is just a click of a fucking button. But I can't believe how bad he fucked us. Him and Chuck Miller must have been high-fiving each other from the killing they made off us. Fucking devils. We'll see them in hell for sheezy. We just didn't know any better, and frankly, we were so fucking into it, we wouldn't have let that shit stop us any damn way. We even drove Alex's beat-up Cadillac all the way down to Cincinnati to make sure the Dog Beats cover was printed perfectly by the cassette manufacturers. We weren't done yet, oh no. I know I may be boring you, and you may be thinking, geez, man, how dumb could these ninjas be? We're the motherfucking millionaires now from all this shit, cause it paid off. So listen already. I refuse just to talk about happy parts of ICP. Instead, I'd rather dump it all on you. The good, the bad, even the stale struggles we went through. We had to get the flyers and posters printed up to advertise, and of course we were fucking broke. We went back to Kinko's. In fact, every Kinko's in the Detroit area. Only this time, we stole the copy keys so we could make as many copies as we wanted. When they caught on to us stealing the copy keys, We stole the machine that you reset the keys on. When they caught on to that, we started going out with fat, ugly bitches who worked at Kinko's just for the free flyers and other hookups. The fattest, ugliest chicks, too. If it was your turn, you had to go and kick it with her so she would give you free posters because they cost a lot to enlarge. I wound up going out with ugly bitches who worked at Kinko's in cities I'd never heard of. It was kind of just like Shaggy's boy meets girl thief tactic, only free flyers were the score. When we had the cassettes done, the flyers printed, and those ugly bitches waved goodbye to us as we dropped their fat asses back off at Kinko's, we had to get dog beats out to the world. We drove to every single city with a record store within a 100-mile radius of Detroit, and we went to the Denny's or whatever the fuck local restaurant there was there. Then we stole the local phone book so we could write down a list of every record store nearby that would possibly sell dog beats. We weren't just gonna come out with a tape like all the other rap tapes that I collected. We weren't just gonna be available at some few stores like other local rappers. We were gonna be available everywhere, every fucking where, in every fucking store possible. I still wonder what the fuck these other local bands were thinking. Why they'd always put their CDs and shit in only 1 or 2 stores. Do they really think that's all it's gonna take to make it? What the hell is everybody thinking about? From day one, we wanted our shit to be available everywhere. We didn't know what a distributor was back then. We just knew about consignment from our experience with Alex's store, where the store sells your tape and takes a cut. And then you come to collect the loot and drop off more product. That's how consignment works. We knew that eventually our first release was going to be available everywhere we could possibly get it. Everybody was gonna know about it. We flyered all over. You have to understand, this is before street teams and all the other promotional tactics we use nowadays. We flyered everywhere. I mean, we covered the city. Hours and hours and hours. We went to all the local clubs like St. Andrews Hall, The Shelter, Todd's, The Ritz, bowling alleys, movie theaters, everything. When Rudy got on the bus, he'd even tape our flyers to the seats. We were everywhere, hitting the same places over and over again. Time out. Let me just say something. Anybody in any kind of up-and-coming band should fucking seriously take note at this point. If you ever wonder how we made it, it was simple. We never even considered failing. This is very important to me because looking back, I noticed that I failed to really stress a very important point. The point is this. On that night in Alex's basement, when we all first agreed to do this whole rap thing for real, I don't know how or why, but failure was not an option. From that night on, our lives changed 180 degrees. It was almost like you're a thug lost in your day-to-day thug life when suddenly you catch the Holy Ghost. Everything changes. Nothing at all is the same. That's what happened to us. From day one, we completely were obsessed with success. Nothing would stop us. We came bursting through the gates of the local band scene and strictly through hard-ass work, we surpassed all of them lazy fucks within just days. It was like finally busting a nut after 20 years of jacking off. I finally had a purpose now. I was sure of this. No doubts at all. I never once doubted us. Not one time. Failure was never an option for ICP. From the day we decided we were gonna do this band thing for real, I can't stress enough that failure was never an option. We knew in our hearts and soul we had to succeed. People, just know this, words alone could never explain the magical drive we had in our hearts from that day we left Alex's basement until now. It's pure and powerful magic. Don the Clown Guy was poor. You heard about that. Way back in the 8th grade, he introduced me to the Dale brothers, Billy and Chucky and Dougie. They were poor as hell too. The whole family delivered newspapers to make ends meet. They are to this day one of the strongest and most loving families I have ever known. I didn't know them very much back in the day. I just knew Billy and his brothers liked to wrestle and all that. I always thought they were cool ninjas, but I never thought anything much beyond that. Today, Billy Bill is the Don of Psychopathic Records. He's the CEO. Back then, he was just a cool-ass ninja who we really started to hang with right around the Dog Beats era. Billy knew all the neighborhoods really well from his massive paper route that he did every night. He knew where mad record stores were at. Billy, for some unknown reason, suddenly decided to join us in our effort to make it in music. He worked his ass off with us, with no pay at all. Billy was helping us chase our own dream. That was just the kind of ninja Billy is, though. To understand Billy, you would have to know his father, Willis, God rest his soul. Willis raised a family that somehow consisted of all people who care and who are completely willing to bust ass just for a friend. That has been Billy's way for as long as I have known him. It's the same way with Billy's two younger brothers, Chucky and Dougie. All three helped plant the seeds of Psychopathic, and I'm talking years before any money, any girls, any tours or shows, or anything fun was anywhere in sight. One day, Billy and I were out promoting. That's what we always called it, promoting. I'd say 1/3 of my life has been spent promoting. Anyway, Billy and I were driving through Southwest Detroit promoting, just handing out Dog Beats cassettes for free, and I had Billy pull up to this black kid walking down the street. "Hey man, do you listen to rap music?" I asked. He stopped and just stared at me like I was gonna mug him or something. "No," he answered nervously. "Oh, all right," I said, still determined. "Well, in case you know somebody who does, give them this tape." I threw the tape out onto the grass next to the kid, and we drove away. And that's when all of a sudden, pop, 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 shh, Billy's back window blew out. We ducked down, and then looked back. The kid had pulled out a gat and was shooting at us. Pop, pop. He put 2 bullet holes in the back of Billy's car before we could get away. 2 white kids pulling up to a black kid walking down the street in Detroit asking, "Do you like rap music?" I guess he figured we were trying to fuck with him or something. We didn't care. We weren't even thinking about that lame shit like that. We just took the bump. Brother, flying in Detroit, there was plenty more bumps to be taken. One time I was flying Harpo's, which is this heavy metal club in one of the worst neighborhoods of Detroit. A singer from a local rock band had even been killed outside the club during a carjacking a few weeks earlier. But there were still shows going on there, so while Karen, my girlfriend at the time, waited, terrified in her fresh Cavalier, I hit up every car in the parking lot with a Dog Beats flyer, available at wherever the stores listed on it were. Then this big security guard came up to me.
"Hey, you can't put flyers in this parking lot unless they're for a show that's happening here,"
he said. "Oh, all right, I'm sorry." I was cool about it. He wasn't.
"Go back and take them off all the cars," he said.
So I went back and took every flyer off every car. As I was leaving to get back in Karen's car, the guard called me over.
"Let me see what you got there anyway."
I walked over there. "I'm in ICP, we're a rap group." Boom! Out of nowhere, he blew my fucking grill out and broke my nose. My nose is still fucking crooked from the blast. Look in any photo of me and you can see it's crooked. I have no idea why that guy punched me in the fucking nose so fucking hard. All I remember was my eyes watering up as I fell to the ground before I lost consciousness. I started feeling the ground around me for a bottle or anything I could stab his ass with. When I woke up, Karen was screaming and crying, trying to drag me back into the car. Remember I told you about that kid in Oak Park who I punched in the chest even though the principal was right there close by us? It's that element of surprise. Getting knocked out of nowhere by this guy made me believe in that element of ruthless surprise even more. I would have never guessed that was coming. Even today, I think it was just another lesson from the beyond trying to teach me. Be ready for sporadic insanity from other people at all times. As I stated before, we wanted Dog Beats to be available everywhere. People wouldn't expect a local rap group to have their shit sold in the bootleg bootleg tape counter of gas stations. We just give the gas stations our tape and let them keep the money, just so it would be available there. We drive up and down Gratiot Avenue on the east side and Telegraph on the west side, handing out our tapes. They didn't have to like it, they just had to know who we were. Just remember the name, ICP. We even went to the most ruthless rundown ghetto stores in Detroit. Places where it's half a chicken store and half a record store. They'd sell bootleg tapes in one of those spindle things that turned, and we would put our shit in there. We never even expected to be paid, which was good, because you can best believe not one of those ghetto stores ever paid us for our shit. We tried at times to go back and get paid, but they always had an excuse. The owner ain't here. So if they're reading this, I want my fucking $20, and let me get an order of them barbecue wings with it. You may be thinking we went a little overboard. Let me tell you from the start. From Dog Beats on, we were better than any local band out there. Of course, it was Detroit, and there wasn't much coming out at the time, even though we were trying harder, putting our shit in more stores than any other band. We'd give our shit away by the megaton truckloads just to get it out. After we sold our first 1,000 tapes, we took the money we made and ordered another 1,000. We didn't keep one penny to ourselves. Every fucking dime went right back into ICP. It was fucking unreal. Now I know that there have to be some up and coming rappers or band members out there hearing this and thinking,
Yeah, all that promoting sounds familiar. We do the same thing.
well, no, you don't. You wish you did the same thing. Fuck you. Each one of us, from Billy to John to Joey to Alex, we promoted 26 times harder than your whole band has ever worked. Combined. Believe that. I could fill up 250 books just like this one with nothing but tales and stories of the endless promoting we did during the early years of ICPs. Holidays, birthdays, sleepless weeks and months, on and on and on for years. So take your little stickers and flyers and suck my dick. I was proud as fuck to promote. I was a fan of Inner City Posse. I even sent a bunch of Dog Beats cassettes to my wrestling homies, Rob Van Dam and Sabu. Sabu was off wrestling in Japan with his uncle, the Sheik, and doing other serious wrestling shit, so we never really kept in touch at all. But Rob Van Dam were down as fuck, and are still down as fuck. He was wrestling in a down south promotion called the USWA, I think. He was steadily climbing the wrestling ladder up and up and up, and I had suddenly switched tracks. I thought he might start to look at me as another one of them bums in the dressing room with no heart for anything. Nope. He loved it though. He loved ICP. He was one of the main people who are actually down with the music, and not just because he was my boy trying to be cool. He would inspire us. He would tell me, Joe, man, you have a shot at something big. Fuck wrestling. It just might not be right for you. This rapping thing though, man, this fucking tape is good as hell. I already knew that though. I knew wrestling wasn't for me. Rapping was. If I was ever gonna sell 1 million copies, I would probably have to promote it to 10 million people. So let's get started. Alex had gotten a call at the record store from this kid up in Big Rapids, Michigan, who was putting on a show at a college there.
Yeah, we want to book ICP for this concert. It's like we're having this jam in one of the college dorms, you know? Just come on down and bring your tape and we'll pop your tape in and you can rap right over it, you know?
We were in fucking disbelief. We were so fucking happy. A concert in Big Rapids? Nobody had ever even heard of Big Rapids, but it didn't matter. We were like, yes! There was another local rapper on the bill called Triplex, whose tape I'd collected, so we were geeked as fuck. We love Triplex.
Motherfucker, thought you could relax until Triplex was put on the dope track. From hood to hood, I ran loose like a killer. A plus filler, it's time I freak out.
As luck, or more to the point, Michigan weather would have it, the day of the show, there was a blizzard. Bro, a fucking glacier on the highway wouldn't have stopped us. We got in Alex's old Cadillac and started driving through that blizzard. The heat was broken and our feet were frozen together like one big block of ice, and it was snowing so hard we couldn't even see the fucking road. This was just as well because a tire fell off a truck and smashed Alex's windshield. Boom! but we refused to stop going. Fuck that. We got a concert to do, I said. The window was cracked open and it was blowing snow and whistling cold air on our faces, but we didn't stop. Finally, the road got so bad that the car kept spinning out of control. We stopped at a rest area until the snow let up a little. I asked this truck driver, how close are we to Big Rapids? He went over there to the You Are Here map. Detroit is here, you are here, about 4 inches apart, and Big Rapids is here, another foot to go. Wow. We stood there looking at Alex's cracked windshield, or what you could see of it through the snow. Alex, John, Joey, Rudy, Billy, Don, and I staring into the blizzard. We got back into that caddy and decided to keep going. Right now, people are piling into the concert, I said. As we fishtailed back onto the freeway, I could see it. This huge college dorm arena with thousands of kids screaming, ICP, ICP. We couldn't let them down. Of course we had to keep going. Finally, it stopped snowing. We were alone on the road. Everybody else, I guess, had the good sense to stay home. It was so cold in that car, penguins had passed out. We had no idea how long it took us to get there, but we finally fucking made it. We fucking somehow found the college dorm. We flagged down a kid. Where's the concert at? What are you talking about? He asked. Alex looked at our directions. Hall C, that's where we're supposed to be. Where's Hall C at? I asked. He led us to a door. We got out of that caddy, all 7 of us, bounded up to that door and charged in. Hello, Big Rapids! To our surprise, we found ourselves in a room with no stage, no concert lights, no anything. Just about 30 ninjas listening to the radio, all standing around talking. What the fuck? Where's Triplex? I asked. Oh, he never showed, some kid said. You guys are the only ones who showed. Well, do you have any microphones? No. Is there a dressing room or something? No. It didn't matter. We used the bathroom. Don put on all the face paint, the wig, and had the shiny cane and everything. We put on our hoods. Alex went out to the non-stage to announce us. All right, listen, everybody, he said, turning the radio off. All you guys stand right here and pretend there's a line here. This is where they're gonna perform. He looked like a damn mime outlining our imaginary stage. Then he hit play on our cassette deck and the intro of Dog Beat started rolling.
They got Uzis. They got shotguns. They got explosives. They got access to any kind of weapon they want within 24 hours. We got over 50,000 gangbangers out there.
We burst out of the bathroom in our hoods, and Don started doing his flips and handstands, and we started rapping. All we saw were 30 pairs of blank eyes looking at us like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody even nodded. We did Ghetto Zone, we did Wizard of the Hood, and then we just stopped. We're Inner City Posse, y'all. Peace. Nobody applauded. Nobody said anything. It was dead. Crickets. Then somebody turned the radio back on, and that was it. Don was in the bathroom wiping off his makeup, and we were just in there depressed out of our fucking minds. Don broke the silence. Dog, I felt so stupid doing cartwheels and shit, and you guys are just rapping. I ain't doing this anymore, man. I'm out. We couldn't blame him. All of a sudden, this kid who booked us came into the bathroom and introduced himself.
You guys are ICP?
Yeah?
Man, the show was like 3 hours ago.
You said it was in Hall C, Alex said.
No. We were in Auditorium C. You guys fucked up.
Well, I said, trying to save face, we just did a couple songs out there. He looked at us, then took a step into the hall. It was fully lit up. 30 kids were listening to the radio. There were no bands, not even a DJ. It was like a study hall, whatever the hell that is.
You did songs out there?
He asked. The kids started laughing.
Oh man, the show was at 10 o'clock in the auditorium. It was off the hook. Now it's like 2 in the morning, man. You guys just played out there? What did you guys do in there?
We just played our tape, you know, and we just rapped along with it. By now, the kid doubled over laughing, busting on us.
That's the fucking cafeteria, man. Them people are just chilling. Them ain't concert goers. They're just students,
he explained. I wanted to kill him. We drove through that fucking blizzard. We survived bouncing tires and wipeouts and the You Are Here map. I was pissed. Alex knew it. Look, we came all this way. The kid just stopped us.
I ain't even gonna front, bro. I forgot you guys were even coming. So here's $40 for gas money.
In the middle of the night, we climbed back into Alex's Cadillac and drove all the way back through the fucking snow. Nobody hardly said anything. We got home at about 11 the next morning. That was our first concert. I hate college. Fuck college. Yo, let me just say this once again. That may have been it for Don, but for the rest of us, that wasn't even close to slowing us down. Karma was still at an all-time high. On the home front, we weren't having much luck either. There was this radio show on Saturday nights on the station 96.3 FM. The hosts were named Reggie Hot Mix and Ron P. They had this contest called Who's the Wildest, Livest Kid in Detroit? Whoever won their stupid late night radio contest got to come down to the station. So I was calling that motherfucker religiously trying to get through. Finally they answered.
Woo! What's up, ninjas? My name is Jay, and I'm so live you can see me hanging out of your speakers right now.
Reggie Hot Mix asked me, how far are you from the station? I told him,
look out your window. You can see me on Grand Boulevard. You see that white house on the left? See me waving in the window? That's me, I'm right there.
I was just saying whatever to sound funny, but they were having it. All right, come on down. You're definitely the livest kid in Detroit. So I snatched my Dog Beats tape and raced down to the station in Karen's Cavalier at fucking 3 in the morning. Of course, I was such a hound dog. The first thing out of my mouth was, please, please play our tape. Please play our tape. Oh, you're a rapper too, huh? Well, let's get you on the air and talk about how you're the livest kid in Detroit first, okay, bro? As soon as we were live on the air, the first thing out of my mouth was, yo, this is Jay. I'm the livest kid in Detroit. And get ready, y'all. Ron P and Reggie Hot Mix are about to premiere ICP's song, Dog Beats. That's all I could say. They just stared at me pissed off. At the commercial break, they promptly had me kicked out of the station. After that, we'd call Reggie and Ron all night long about playing our tape. Finally, after months, they played Dog Beats one night at 3 in the morning, right when the show was going off the air, probably just to get us to stop bugging them. I remember it so clearly. We were all sitting in the dark up in Joey's bedroom, waiting and listening for hours, just like we did every weekend. Every song that came on wasn't ours. It hurt worse more and more. Finally, they played 2 minutes of Dog Beats.
In the city posse got the Dog Beats, ICP, we got the Dog Beats.
No, you don't stop with the funk from the old days. Starting on your head as the beat plays. Yo, the ICP has got the Dog Beats. In the city posse and we playing for keeps. And I know that you're liking this funk, cause I can hear my voice coming out the trunk of your ride. Don't take me for a sucker. You leave it unattended, I'ma take the mother. Q to the D to the OPE. Hitting 03 with the ICP, I like bass. Treble on the 10th stuff. Throw a kick it in the back of a scepter bus with that 40-0. Or that strong bull. Shooting craps in the back of the liquor store and I'm hitting. And we'll keep it at that. You all joke, now too dope for that.
Man, we thought we had a platinum hit at that point. I remember I was mad about one thing though. The volume of Dog Beats was so much lower than all the other songs they were playing. What could we do? Why was Dog Beats so low? It was cause it was only on a cassette. We moved on to a more professional angle. Alex went to WJLB, which is still one of the biggest rap and R&B stations in the country, if not the biggest. Alex made an appointment with the program director, Captain Chris McClellan. He met Alex in the lobby very cordially. Come on in my office. Sure, come on. He closed the door. What can I do for you, Alex? Alex started his pitch. I got these guys. They're from Detroit. They're local. They're the shit. This is their single, man. This is Dog Beats. He gave it to him on a thick vinyl record that we had pressed up especially for him. All right, let's listen to it together, the radio guy said. He picked up on the P-Funk sample right away. Oh, George Clinton. Cool, cool, very cool. Wow. Oh, wow, this ain't bad. Hey, do you have a photo of these guys or something? Alex pulled out the Dog Beats flyer with me with the stick and Joey with the high top fade and handed it to him. His face froze. Oh, they're white kids. Oh, okay. Well, we'll call you. That was it. Boom. The door behind him. Maybe instead of getting it to the people who could put it on the radio, we should get our music to the people who were on the radio. One night we heard Reggie and Ron hyping their show. Yo, we got Esham coming down to the studio. Now, Esham was like a superstar to us. He rapped about satanic shit and had like 2 full albums out. He was just the most evil, pure Detroit rapper there was, and he was selling thousands and thousands of albums all on his own. They were getting paid. To us, Esham was larger than life, untouchable, almost even more than the stars on MTV and the radio. The weirdest thing about Esham, though, was even though I collected all the Detroit rap I could ever find, by the time I ever heard and finally discovered Esham, he already had 2 full-length albums and 3 EPs out. I had somehow missed him all that time. I never even knew he existed. So Joey and I raced down to the station to try to meet Esham and his crew. We ran up to Esham and his manager in the lobby, and I hopped right on their dicks. You guys have built an empire, man. You guys are everywhere, I said. Empire, Esham's manager, James, who was also his brother, said. Yeah, I like that word. We're coming up, man. Look out for us, I said. Yeah, do your thing, man. Good luck, homie, Esham said. You got a tape or something? I gave him dog beats. Well, we need to get up to the station, James said. Man, you guys are the shit, I said. They were gone up the elevator, and we were geeked as hell over just meeting them ninjas. That was Esham, man, right there, dog. Hell yeah. I gave him a dog beats tape, too. Man, they had leather real-life production jackets on. That was the name of their label and everything. They had 3 other ninjas with them who handed us Esham flyers and all that. They were so professional and so fresh-looking with them leather jackets. We were in shock. I don't know what the movie 8 Mile was like, because I missed that motherfucker, so I can't say if it's really like real life or not. But as far as I know what the local rap scene was like in Detroit back in the day, I can tell you this. Freestyle battles and open mic poetry rhymers were never part of our scene. It was never part of our come up. It was all about the players who never waited to be discovered. It was all about people who were putting tapes out themselves. People who were pressing up their own music and putting in stores. Instead of waiting around to be discovered by somebody, they instead injected themselves straight the fuck up into the rap game, the very way Esham's crew did. We followed them same steps, and that's the only rap game I ever remember in Detroit. Real players themselves making real moves in the game, selling records themselves, proving they were able to sell records, and not just freestyle battling in some open mic night fucking rap hall. I'm talking about real players who were putting their product in stores, trying to prove that they could sell themselves and be discovered that way, making money off the rap game, putting their shit in the stores, getting out there, not just freestyling, hoping some superstar fucking somehow miraculously discovers you. We didn't wait around for that shit. We were putting our product in stores like Esham and them, making money. Esham and them were driving new cars. We wanted that life. We wanted to fucking succeed on our own terms, building our own label. That's the Detroit rap scene I remember from back in the day. Real players. When Dog Beats came out, sometimes we'd hide up in this storage room at Alex's store, Hot Hits Records, and we'd listen to Alex try and pawn our tapes off to people. There was a nail hole in the wall, so we'd take turns watching Alex in action. Kids would come in and ask, "You got that new EPMD?" "Fuck EPMD, man," Alex would snap back. "You gotta check out this ICP.
I see who?
ICP Dog Beats. It's so fresh, man.
Nah, I want to get that new EPMD.
Man, I'm telling you, this ICP though, you gotta check this shit out. Alex just wouldn't let them go until they bought Dog Beats. That truth was, Dog Beats wasn't selling everywhere like we had hoped. We'd given away more than we sold altogether. We needed another plan. We called our 25th meeting in Alex's mom's basement, that same earwig-infested basement in the ghetto-ass part of Oak Park, right near where we used to live. Up until that night, all the meetings in Alex's basement were only about shit like, where are you gonna promote? And you got Karen's car till when? And alright, Alex has his own car. So you guys go way out to Toledo and promote out there, and I'll be back up to pick Karen up at work at 9 o'clock. Blah, blah, blah. This meeting was different though. This was a big meeting of the minds. We started out talking about the Detroit music scene. At this point, we had never even tried to focus on the whole country. All we were focused on was the local scene because that's where we were, and also because that's all we could handle at this point. There were only 2 major local rappers making any noise in Detroit at this time. One of them was Kid Rock, who had his first album out called Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast. I had it in my collection, but I never really liked it because it wasn't really a local release that he'd put out himself like all the other local rap tapes I collected. Kid Rock's album, Shit Sandwiches, was a major national release put out by Jive Records. Plus, I wasn't much of a fan because I'd always thought he rapped kinda weak. I never liked that faggy sounding, bouncy, whining rap style that so many white rappers like the Beasties or Fred Durst often used. To me, it sounded like it should be called the weakling crybaby style. Kid Rock's record was getting old, and he was starting to lose his local fame. Basically, he was starting to fall off, so to speak. 1990 was more or less his big year locally, I think. He was definitely a local star, though, and he was on top of the world by far compared to us. Then there was this other Detroit big-name rapper, Esham the Unholy. He was this wicked-ass satanic-sounding rapper who had everybody talking about him and his lyrics. Everybody. The stores, the fans of the rappers, everybody talked about Esham himself more than they did his music because the shit he said in his raps was so inconceivable. Esham was doing something pretty much brand fucking new in rap. He called his style acid rap. He was spitting what I call horror rap. Hardly anybody in Michigan had ever heard anything like that before when Esham first came out except us. We respected and jocked the fuck out of Esham, but we knew where his acid rap idea came from. Esham had gotten the whole horror, insanity, and rap idea from a couple of relatively unknown Ghetto Boys songs. They were the source for his horror wicked shit inspiration. Sure, the Ghetto Boys dabbled and played with the horror element, but Esham made it his own. He named it acid rap, aka the wicked shit.
Some more wicked shit. For you. Some more wicked shit. For you. Some more wicked shit. For you. Some more wicked shit. Midnight's the witch's hour and you're outside. Somebody played a real life product tape and committed suicide. Trying to save the soul, it can't be done. A holy to the son of Satan, I ain't the one. Congratulations, brothers and sisters who prayed for me. Some slave for me and still pray for me. I made a rhyme satanic, it'll make it vomit and I'm the shit. When it comes down to it, you knew it and know it. Satan's poet.
He gave it a life and a style. He dropped it solidly in pretty much every one of his songs. The Ghetto Boys were the first to do horror rap, as far as I know. And I've fucking done an investigation. And it turns out the first horror rap song ever recorded that I know of was recorded back in 1986, written by a rapper named Prince Johnny C, who at the time was in the Ghetto Boys, and the song was called Assassins. And we actually remade the song Assassins on the Jekyll Brothers album, which you'll hear about later. But the Ghetto Boys and Prince Johnny C were the first ever to do the horror rap style that I can ever conceive of, and I've launched a long investigation. But like I said, Esham made it his own. Even so, he never stole nothing. I'm sure it was a tough lyric here and a cuss word there in certain old school rap songs that gave NWA and Ice-T their ideas for gangster rap. Now it fucking works everywhere. Esham was the greatest shit ever to me. People, including me and my boys, were scared of Esham's tapes. I was scared to even touch them, and I'll tell you why. There were 3 things about Esham back then that seemed to bring the whole idea of him being crazy for real to life. 3 things even the Ghetto Boys never had. 3 things seemed to set him off for real. I believe the following are the 3 secret ingredients to what made Esham's crazy raps seem so believable to people. Reason number 1, he was alone. Esham was a lone MC, and not with a posse or a crew of some type. He never gave out shout-outs of any type, or any special thanks in his credits, or any of that shit. Back then, every other local rapper knew another local rapper, and they gave each other shout-outs on their tapes. Rappers even used to put out tapes together, one side featuring this MC, and the other side featuring that MC, just to save money on pressing cost. Not Esham. He had full albums out, with full color, with nobody on them bitches, even in the credits. He never really had any other voices at all in his music either. It was always just him alone on everything. Plus, he made all his music and engineered all his shit alone, by himself, at his own studio. People didn't even know where he recorded. The simple fact that seemed so real about Esham in the game was that he was all by himself, and that maybe made people think he really was a satanic killer rapper. Satanic killers don't have pals, do they? Well, I guess they could, but not the scary ones at least. Number 2, Esham's independence. Everybody knew who Esham was, and we all had his shit, yet he wasn't on a major record label. In fact, he put out all his shit by himself. It was him and his brother and whoever else they had in their mysterious real-life productions workshop located someplace in the city. This also made it all seem more believable, because what kind of major label would ever want to do business with an insane satanic rapper? None, right? Exactly. Thus explaining why Esham did everything himself. He pressed up his own CDs and tapes, put them in the stores, all of that by himself. Just seeing his devilish looking self-owned record company logo of a devil with a moon behind him made it all that much more believable and scary to people, especially me. Number 3, that other. Esham must have known that in order to shock people in rap, you couldn't just be another gangster rapper anymore. That had already been done 1,000 times already. You can't fuck a hottie's netting from Upside Down on an album anymore either, because that too had been done 1,000,000 times. Even that unholiness had been fucked with in rock and roll many, many times. But never in rap, however. Never ever in rap. He went for the gusto. He added that untouchable, unfuckwittable element that nobody ever wants to even talk about. Not even the baddest of the bad guys want to be down with what Esham was talking about. The devil. Not in reverse, not coded, not anything but flat fucking out in plain English. He even called himself the Unholy. How scary is that word? The Unholy. And what kind of name is Esham? And put it together. Esham the Unholy. The satanic rapper. It was so scary and fucking real. Not all horror, though, is all about that shit. The original Ghetto Boys were the first ever to kick the wicked shit, as I said, with a song called Assassins. They were the absolute first ever to do horror raps with rhymes like this.
My father was a priest, cold-blooded, he's dead. Hypocrite, I caught him basing, so I shot him in the head. Put on the holy water, bless the dead is what I said. Then heard the demon screaming as his body bled. No.
After that, the Ghetto Boys patented horror rap again with their second album, Grip It, on the Other Level, with horrorcore songs like Mind of a Lunatic, Trigger Happy Nigga, and much, much more way back in 1990. Nonetheless, Esham took that style and really stretched it out into a whole new Detroit thing. We were fucking hip to that, and we were down with it. We looked up to him like a giant. We talked in Alex's mom's basement. Man, look at LA, for example. First came NWA and Ice-T. Then came Compton's Most Wanted, Above the Law, WC and the Mad Circle, and everything else in gangster rap, right? All these rappers are doing gangster rap in LA. Gangster rap is known worldwide as LA's style of rap. Well, what is Detroit's rap known for? The Unholy Esham. Then you got redneck-ass Kid Rock riding around in a tractor in his video. This is some crazy-ass cartoon shit. Maybe the reason nobody's buying dog beats is because we're just doing some of that same old gangster rap like everybody else. Man, we ain't from fucking LA. Why don't we just get brave and add this crazy Detroit sound? Like Esham, let's do what we're about. The wicked shit. Let's make Detroit the home of true horror shit. Only fuck that shit. We ain't gotta rap about no devil shit. We'll discover our own shit. More moons had gone by. Let's add our own sick humor too. Let's create something brand new. Look at Detroit's music scene. It's crazy. You got a redneck kid from 28 Mile Road and a devilish 666 rapper. This is fucking music for the mad. Let's tap into our creative side. Let's dig deep and find what pisses us off. Let's keep it real, y'all. According to most people, we ain't the shit. We're scrubs. We are and always have been broke as fuck, and we're known for it. We ain't tough gangsters. We've been getting fucked off our whole lives. We've been the scrubs, so we might as well try and rep it the same way. Let's rap about the shit that makes us want to become serial killers. Let's just let it all out, you know? Let's dig deep inside and pull out the stupid shit that makes us who we really are, and let's rap about it. Let's put our biggest fears and angers on tape. Everybody can relate to their own dark side, no matter where you're from. Everybody was down. Then we all agreed our gangster-ass name, Inner City Posse, didn't really fit with where we were headed. All the real members of ICP, the gang, upped and quit after Dog Beats made a little waves anyway. Joey, John, and I all agreed to keep the ICP part. We felt we needed to still rep the letters ICP to let everybody out there always know that Inner City Posse's last 3 members never left and died out. We still are ICP, bitch. How about Ice Cold Pimps? How about Inner City Players? Inner City Psychos? Insane Crazy Psychos? We went through anything you could think of. Then I remembered the dream I kept having about the clown running around in Del Rey. I would still have those dreams every now and then, and this clown was becoming almost something real to me. In some dreams, he would be trying to talk to me, but I would only see his mouth moving with no sound coming out. Sometimes I would chase after the clown, but he was always too quick to catch. Then the name for ICP kind of popped into my head. As I was having these thoughts, and excitement began to build inside my stomach. I have it. Listen, I said. I got that Detroit shit. Everybody likes our clown guy, right? Everybody likes the clown on the cover of Dog Beats. Plus, our shit is gonna have tons of our own twisted humor mixed in, right? Clowns. We're scrubby-ass killer clowns. Then it hit me all at once. Let's all paint our faces like clowns and be the insane clown posse. Clowns who murder and kill people who deserve to be murdered and killed. Whoosh! Boom! The insane clown posse came about just like that. We have not exaggerated about anything, and we have fed you absolutely no lies. I wish the story was more interesting up until here, but that's it. That's the truth. That's exactly who I am. That's exactly where I came from. That is how I was raised. That is how we got started in music. And that is how we came up with our name. And that is how we came up with our style of rap. Just like that, y'all. We kicked around ideas. We wanted to fit in with what was popular in our own city, Detroit, Michigan, and what was popular was characters. It was almost like pro wrestling. Everybody had a character. Everybody had a gimmick. Esham came out in a coffin with 666 on his shirt. And Kid Rock came out in a fucking cowboy hat, chewing on straw, riding around in a fucking tractor. We wanted to fit in with what Detroit was known for. We were embracing Detroit's flavor because we are Detroit. We wanted to represent Detroit for what Detroit was becoming popular for. And the insane clown posse fit us like a glove. That's why we became the insane clown posse. So charismatic and charactered and gimmicked the fuck out. Because that's what Detroit was all about. Later, we learned in music that Detroit had always been about characters. Kiss wasn't from Detroit, but Detroit was one of the first cities Kiss ever really blew up in. They were playing clubs all across the country, but they were selling arenas out in Detroit. Imagine that. People loved Kiss for some reason in Detroit. Same thing with Alice Cooper, who fucking would come on stage with a fucking snake and some face paint around his eyes in all wicked style. You know, Alice Cooper did his own wicked horror rock and roll, and he blew up in Detroit first. That's why Kiss made Detroit Rock City, and that's why Alice Cooper always claimed Detroit as a second home, because they blew up here first. Detroit has always been on some characteristic shit. It turns out, for years, Detroit has always embraced gimmick styles in music, and we fit right in. The Insane Clown Posse, the night of the Dark Carnival's arrival. That night, after our meeting, I went back to my apartment where I was living with Karen, excited as fuck about the whole thing. Karen was already asleep. I was just laying there listening to the electrifying Mojo, who was a fucking incredibly awesome Detroit DJ on an urban radio station who came on late at night and played whatever the fuck he wanted. He played a lot of Prince. He played a lot of Michael Jackson. But even on an urban R&B radio station, he wasn't afraid to play Led Zeppelin, Kiss, alternative music, punk rock, rap, all kinds of shit. The electrifying Mojo would talk between songs for a long time. He would say, "When you're reaching the end of your rope, tie a knot and hang on and don't let go." And he would talk, and nobody had ever seen Mojo. Nobody knew what he looked like. He never appeared in any pictures or any ads. Nobody knew anything about who the electrifying Mojo really was. Here, take a listen to Mojo yourself.
Welcome to the Midnight Funk Association, the International Midnight Funk Association, with thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of members all over the metro. The International Midnight Funk Association, Ontario, Ohio, Michigan, and the world. For the next hour, absolutely the livest music on the planet Earth will be heard. Will the members of the Midnight Funk Association please rise?
So I was just laying there, listening to the electrifying Mojo with the volume down low, trying to fall asleep. Instead, however, I was thinking of all the possibilities of our new name and image. So fucking excited, so geeked up about everything. Right when we came up with Insane Clown Posse, it just fit like a fucking condom on a dick. It just fit fucking tight and perfectly. And then imagine that dick sliding up in Beyonce's netting. That's how fucking good I felt. I knew we had found our name. I knew we had reached our calling. I couldn't fall asleep. I was too excited. Suddenly I felt a creepy sensation come over me though. It even made me jump up and look out the window at first. Come to think of it, this might have actually been the first panic attack I ever had in my life. But it wasn't a panic attack of fear. It was just a panic attack of excitement. I'm trying to explain it. I'm not going by the book here, yo. I'm going off the top of my dome. That night, I remember it so clearly. Excitement was just raging through me. And as I was laying there listening to Mojo, just the ideas and the possibilities were rolling, steamrolling through my mind. I could feel it in my legs, the anxiety and the excitement and the happiness. Insane Clown Posse will paint our faces. Everybody loved that clown on the cover of Dog Beats. And I'm not gonna lie, Esham had an EP out called Homie Don't Play. And on the cover, he was in clown paint hanging out of an old Impala. And when I first saw that tape, I thought, does this guy really wear clown paint like that when he raps? I asked the guy at the counter and he was like, no, that's just for the cover of Homie Don't Play. But that idea, rapping in clown paint, stuck with me then. And then, months and months, maybe years later in Alex's basement, when we came up with the name Insane Clown Posse, and the idea of painting our faces as clowns, it was like busting a fucking hour-long nut all over fucking Shakira's hips as she's belly dancing. It's hard to explain, but I felt as if there was something else there with me. It was like as if there might have been a cop car outside coming to pick me up and take me to jail. Or a posse of my enemies might have been out there circling my house. I felt a little fear. I felt like trouble was riding up on me, but it wasn't. I didn't have any reason to feel like I couldn't relax, but I couldn't relax at all. This very much might have been my very first panic attack. I was probably 19 or 18 when this happened. I listened as Karen breathed in and out. I stared intently through the open bedroom door out into the dark hallway that led into my living room. I almost expected to see something because that strange feeling seemed to be coming from there. Suddenly a dark shadow walked into view, very much like when me and Rob saw the figure of God walking up the steps when Mark Walensky was spending the night. But this was different. I was so scared. I couldn't hardly breathe or move. And I knew what it was right away. It was the clown from my dreams. Even though I couldn't make out any of its features, its outline, down to its jester hat, was exactly the same. I'm getting chills in the back of my neck. My fucking teeth are chilling. Its form was as if it was made of some kind of jet black substance, like oil, in the dark. I wanted to scream and jump up out of my apartment window. If I only could have moved, I probably would have done just that. This was a panic attack, but I was watching this clown. I could still remember exactly how I felt back then, as if it were happening to me right now as I'm talking this. I'm telling you, I am not sure what happened next, but I think I must have passed out. Just like when you have a panic attack, afterward, you just kind of get extremely tired. It's like your fucking melatonin kicks in or something. And that's what happened after I saw this figure of the clown standing in the hallway. I just remember I was out right after that. The moment is still lost to me. The next thing I realized in my mind, I was at a carnival of some kind, but not really. But I couldn't hear or feel anything. This carnival was massive, and everything was way larger than life. There were the roller coaster tracks that went so high they disappeared into the clouds. There was a house of mirrors that must have been 20 stories fucking tall. This carnival was completely surrounding me on all sides, and it was twisted and strange as fuck. This dream was a fucking trip. It was like I fucking smoked PCP or something. But I ain't smoked shit back then. And I've never smoked PCP, so I don't really know what that's like. But I imagine this was like it, because I was fucking straight having a crazy ass dream inspired by the clown conversation and the clown thoughts we've had and the insane clown posse christening and the clown that had been in my dreams. Now I'm having this dream that I'm at this crazy ass carnival, and standing not 10 feet away from me was the clown who I had seen many times in my dreams. But this time he looked too real, as if he sat staring back at me. This was tripping me out. This is tripping me out right now. He had white and black clown makeup on in a strange pattern, and he wore a blue and pink jester's hat and a clown suit with big clown shoes and white gloves. He was the shit, no doubt, but he was a typical wicked clown. He held in his left hand a deck of giant playing cards. Each one was a Joker's card, like you might see in a normal deck of cards. You know, the Joker's card. He had a deck of them in his hand, and he began dropping them one at a time to the ground while staring right at me. It was the craziest fucking dream I ever had. It was like I was half awake, but I wasn't. I was out. But like the whole thoughts of the insane clown posse thing and the possibilities were still with me. I was still having them, yet I was dreaming. It must have been a panic attack that passed me out, and I was half asleep seeing this and thinking about it. I couldn't control anything, but it was happening right before my eyes like it was happening in real life. And as he did this, as he dropped these cards one at a time, I felt a dread that began to overcome me. As each card dropped, the feeling became worse for me. The horror intensified once I noticed he was almost out of cards to drop. What happens when he's all out of cards, I thought? He was talking to me, but I couldn't hear one word he was saying. Just like before, only this time it was way more vivid. He was talking to me. He was moving his fucking mouth, but I couldn't hear shit. I could tell he was saying something very fucking crazy. I could feel it in his words. I could feel it more than I could hear him. Suddenly, just before he dropped the last card, I found myself shooting upwards, high above everything. I was flying straight up, looking down at this massive carnival. As I flew up higher and higher, I was just suddenly rising, up and up and up. So high I could see the carnival was headed to a town. I was suddenly fucking, on top of the Renaissance Center high, looking down, and I could see the carnival was moving toward like a city. Then suddenly, all I could see faded. It got blurry, and then everything went black. Everything was pitch black. Even though I could see the blackness, I didn't exactly wake up just then. I was still out, and I couldn't see nothing. I could, however, suddenly hear shit now. Because I was blind, I was suddenly hearing. It started off low, and then it got louder and louder. I remember laying there trying to make out what the fuck I was listening to. I couldn't see nothing. I flew into the sky. I could see the carnival was moving toward a town, and then everything went black. And now I'm listening, and I'm trying to make it out. It got louder and louder, and then it was loud as fuck. All I could hear was screams and the sounds of chaos, like the sounds of hell. Somewhere on the internet, my brother showed me, they supposedly dug a hole somewhere deep in some foreign country, digging for oil. They dug deep and deep and deep, and they fucking found some fucking opening, and supposedly they stuck a microphone down there, like thousands and thousands of feet below the earth, and they supposedly recorded the sounds of hell. When we listened to it on the internet, all I heard was fucking chaos, and I couldn't make out anything. But this night, during this dream, I could make it all out. It was chaos. People were dying. People were screaming. People were being fucking tortured. It was pure fucking horror. Pure fucking utter fucking horror. I could hear it. I couldn't see it, but I could hear suffering, intense fucking pain and suffering, all accompanied by a bizarre fucking laughter. It got mega fucking loud, crazy fucking loud, but I saw nothing. I could hear it though, and I can hear it right now. I'm reliving it right now. I can hear fucking hell. I can hear suffering and torture, and people being punished, mad people, all kinds of people, and some kind of crazy laughing going on. Suddenly I woke up, and I was crazy tripping out. My heart was beating like it's beating right now, because my arm or something must have hit the radio switch between stations, and the volume was way the fuck up. All I heard was hell on volume 10. It was so dark in my room that I couldn't find a switch to cut the shit off, so I just yanked the fucking plug out. The fucking thing had batteries in it though, and it kept going. Finally, I fucking found the switch and cut it off. Karen was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I was like, "Shut up, just go back to bed." I was panicking. That radio was so fucking loud. Was that what I was hearing, something on the radio? I don't know. And I was straight up tripping out, y'all. Holy fuck. That was a dream. That was a fucking dream and a half. I had to take a shower after that bad boy. I had to get my mind back to normal. I was too scared to go back to bed for a minute. I just wanted to change my atmosphere. I wanted to change my surroundings. I fucking spent the rest of the night sewing my wig back onto my head, trying to figure out what the fuck that crazy dream was about. I couldn't get it out of my mind. My fucking wig was flipped forever. It changed my life forever. It had to be my first panic attack looking back at it now, mixed with the crazy fucking dream of this clown haunting me that came so vivid and so real, all mixed with the possibilities of the insane clown posse and the cards falling out of his hand. It was all so fucking real, like it really fucking happened to me. It was just as real as when God walked up our steps. Just as real as the golf ball floating in the basement in the house that we found in Picker Forest. So much from the other side. So much fucking supernatural shit had happened to me at this point in my life. And this dream, I throw it right in there with it all. I've never had nothing since then like this. It was just so fucking crazy. What the fuck brought that on? What the fuck? But it changed my life forever. Sitting there, I was thinking about the wild-ass place that the clown took me to and putting it together. Like, what was he probably saying to me? What was this stupid dream? I don't know, homie. I'll tell you this, though. It could have only been crystal clear that it was so powerful that alone it would eventually somehow lead to the actual creation of all of this. All of this that is now the juggalo world of the wicked clowns. This dream was so vivid and powerful that it fucking led me. It controlled me. It gave me ideas. I just fed off this dream and went from there and started building the bricks that would lay the foundation that would become the 6 Joker cards. It was like it instructed me. I just took elements from that dream and put it into our music, put it into our characters. Violent J and Shaggy. You know, I told John and Joey and Alex about it so fucking intensely, you know, so many times. And I felt positive about this dream, just like I did when God walked up our steps. Even though it terrified me at the time, I felt like it was something I was meant to fucking go through and I was meant to learn from. I felt like this dream was instructions for me. This wasn't a normal dream. You know, maybe scientifically it was, I don't know. Maybe scientifically it was a panic attack mixed with my super positive emotions about the possibilities of Insane Clown Posse. You know, I'm trying to scientifically come up with a theory of what happened that night, but nothing will ever change my mind that it was something supernatural. You know, you may have your own explanation. A doctor or a psychologist or a therapist might have their explanation, but I'm telling you, my experience, this was something supernatural. This was something magic. This was meant to teach me something. I don't know why me. I don't know why the clown even appeared in my dreams. I don't know why everything turned out the way it did so beautifully, with the juggalo world and everybody finding each other and us never having to be alone again. But I'm telling you, it all started with this dream or panic attack. You know, but fuck you, scientists. Lick my fucking balls from the back, all right? Because fuck you. I don't care scientifically what it was, because what it was to me was magic. It had to be magic. Look what it led to. Look at all of us together. Look at the good times we've all had. Take each juggalo and think about their own separate good times and enjoyment. All of that happiness, all of that positivity, all of the friendships and marriages and children that came from them, all of the positivity that the juggalo world, and we didn't create the juggalo world, it happened to us. Just like this fucking dream happened to me, and I'm telling you, all of it all spawned from the meeting that night and the fucking dream I had that night. It all spawns from that night in the apartment next to Karen Chida, laying there. Cause if that experience never happened, we would have been on a whole nother page. I don't know where you would be or where I would be, but everything is happening as a chain reaction because of that dream. Because of my vision and what happened over the next couple of days, I began to realize that either I was chosen for a grand purpose in this world or I had gone completely fucking insane. Even now, I'm not sure which one it is. Most people during the course of their lives never see monsters chasing them down a fucking street or an image of God in their own home or visions from a dark carnival. But I had seen them all, straight up. By the time I was 19, I had saw these things. I swear to you, on my children, this is what happened to me, to the best of my knowledge, all right? Maybe I'm fucking insane. I'll admit it. I'm on mad antidepressants, you know what I'm saying? I'm fucking bipolar, you know what I'm saying? My grandmother was insane, you know? And spent her life in an insane asylum from her 30s on. And that shit is genetic. And maybe I'm crazy. So maybe the monster that chased me that night was in my head. Maybe everything me and my brother saw at Picker Forest was in our heads. Maybe this whole fucking dream was just a typical night for somebody insane, you know? But I believe it was all meant to be. I believe for some reason we were chosen to deliver this message. All I know is I would never be the same again after that dream. The strangest thing that happened to me after that vision was that suddenly ideas and images would just pop into my head with ease. I'd pluck them right from that fucking dream. And the ideas would come to me from that dream. Same feeling. Like they just came. I didn't sit and think, like, let's think of something, you know. It would just appear like a gift, you know? And I'm telling you something right now. I'm a super Michael Jackson fan, and I'm embarrassed to tell you how many books I've read about Michael Jackson, all right? But Michael Jackson always said that the best ideas, the best music, the best melodies that he ever came up with just popped in his head out of nowhere. Nothing inspired him. You know, he didn't sit down with a pen and paper and say, I'm going to think of something dope right now. It was just given to him. That's the exact same way the Joker cards and the ideas for songs and lyrics come to me. They just appear. When they appear, I have no control of. I don't know what the next Joker card is going to be until it pops into my head. And I'm confident it will, you know, because it has since this night. It just pops into my head. It's a gift. It's a gift from a higher power, all right? It became all too clear to me what my purpose in life was. For me, the Dark Carnival in my vision is something real and something that is coming. Maybe it won't exactly look like it did in my vision, but something out there is coming, and it's going to consume all of those souls who are not pure. It's the basic concept of good and bad. That carnival let me hear the sounds of hell. You know what I mean? I have always been interested in Nostradamus and other great foreseers of the future. I learned as much as I could about them. I never read books, but I always watched the shows about them and shit. And during this search for answers, I found one chilling conclusion that they all seem to share. They all seem to believe that the world is gonna end. Either way you put it, the world is gonna end for all of us. Time will consume us all. We're all given a time limit. As I'm reading this book, the Missing Link albums, Lost and Found, are out. That's the latest Joker's card at the time I'm recording this. And there's a song on the album Found called Time. And in that song, I'm talking about how we're all given a time limit. Everybody's given a time limit on this earth. And you got to make the best of your time because it's always ticking. And Isham once said something to me, you know, very wise. He's a genius. He's insane, but he's a genius. And he once said to me, what's the worst thing you can do to a person? Take away their time. Put them in jail so that some of their precious time is wasted sitting in a cell. You know, that's the worst punishment you can do to somebody. Like a 30-year sentence, you took away 30 years and made it meaningless. Now, if that person goes to prison and is able to turn things around and make that time positive, like somehow he's doing something positive and he's actually not suffering, he's actually like living his life to the fullest, even behind bars, he's a very smart motherfucker, you know, because you got to always make best of your time because we're all on the clock. And even when you're sleeping, fucking, driving, waiting at a red light, fist fighting, watching wrestling, whatever you're doing, the time is always ticking. Time will consume us all. I very much believe in God, and I feel that the vision I had was His will. It is because of this belief that I feel that through our music, we can reach out to people who are in need of help, people whose souls are being corrupted beyond return from the evils of this world. You know, we all start out pure and clean, but the world is so dirty. We start out like a white cloth, you know, and then the world blows smoke through it, and it starts to get dingy and dirty. You know, that's how our souls work. I believe that with our music, though, even though it's apparently violent and extremely outwardly ruthless in its appearance, it has the power to attract and draw people who are lost from God. They can hear its deeper, truer purpose. The violence, the wicked shit, the fucking humor, all of that shit draws you in and makes it entertaining. And a lot of our music is just about entertainment. Most of it is. And I very much enjoy it. I find it entertaining, and if you're listening to this, you probably do too. But in there, layered in the music, is what we really want you to hear. We want you to hear the basic message of heaven and hell. We're not holy rollers by any sense of the word. We don't go to church, and we don't have a particular religion, and I don't believe the Dark Carnival is a religion. People say that, and if it is a religion for you, that's fine, but I don't look at it like that. I just believe in a higher power. I don't know if he's God or if he's Allah or Buddha or Ra. I don't know what his name is or what religion is correct. I only believe there's a Shangri-La. I don't even know if I believe in hell, because I don't think the Holy Creator would actually send somebody to burn in eternal hell. That's such a ruthless punishment that I just can't see the God that created us doing that to somebody, anybody. Because a lot of people are born fucked up. They're beaten their whole lives, they're molested, they're fucking raped, and they turn out fucked up, and they turn out evil, and they never find God, you know? And then when they go to hell, they're suddenly sentenced to suffer for eternity, burning, the worst pain you can feel. I don't believe that. I really don't. I rap about hell because in case there is a hell, I would hate to see a juggalo there. I would hate to see anybody there. So we talk about the horrors of hell, just in case. But me personally, I believe if you're wicked, you're not allowed into the gates of Shangri-La. You just cease to exist. Time consumes you and you no longer exist. That's what I believe happens. But for those who've earned it, for those who've shared positivity and spread positivity and diamond rain throughout their lives, they are blessed with Shangri-La. I very much believe in heaven. You could look at our music as fighting fire with fire. Those who never dig below the surface of the music of ICP will probably judge it as violent and evil. We know that. We don't care. Those of us who have dug deeper, though, realize there is a message that pertains to trying to save the human soul. We ain't no kind of magical fucking chosen prophets or nothing like that. We know that. I'd say, though, that we truly have within us a great concern for people. Well, most people anyway. This motivates me to do what we do. If nothing else, I feel I'm on this planet trying to do the best I can, and I believe I'm doing something positive. In the least, it's providing entertainment. What we do is we hold a mirror up with every Joker's card. It's another way for you to look at yourself and question yourself. Every Joker's card is you. It's asking you, are you like this? Do you have this problem? Are you maybe overlooking this about yourself? Every Joker's card is a mirror. It's a vision of you at another angle. And I feel that's me and Shaggy's purpose. That's why we're here, is to show you those mirrors and hopefully save as many people so that they're found and they can ride in Shangri-La and keep the party moving for eternity. Because we very much believe in heaven, and we very much would love to see the juggalos in heaven. People hate me for many different reasons. Some of them are justified, you know. I've done some fucking really wicked, stupid, fucking dumb shit. I have and still continue to be a troubled man who makes mistakes. There are even people hearing this right now who are probably hating me for everything I just said. There's haters everywhere. Fuck hate, though. It is true I might have to get people's attention through hate, but I think I'm a good person at heart, and I'm only trying to do good as a man. I know me and Shaggy are good people. Now we are, and I think we're doing good. I think even though our music is so wicked and so ruthless, people believe our music has done a lot of wrong, but I believe in what we're doing. It's my life's work. Anyway, back to the story. There was no more brainstorming, no more thinking of anything. It was all clear to me as to how we would structure the future career of ICP. It was like the floodgate had opened, and I was suddenly enlightened to exactly what we're gonna do. 6 Joker cards, inspired by that dream. For each of the 6 albums, each one with a clown face on a cover. Each clown face would be a prophet of some kind. A newly arrived character from the Dark Carnival. Yeah, it has a wicked name, but you know, wicked is cool too. And that's what heaven is. Cool as fuck. Each Joker card will be holding up a mirror to people to show them something wicked about themselves so that they can change. And after all 6 have showed up, then it will be time for the Dark Carnival to surface on the mortal earth like the apocalypse. In what form will it surface? We'll all have to wait and see. That sounded like a good plan to us. Whatever you say, spirit ninjas. I feel like there is magic in ICP's music that goes way beyond my creative abilities or Shaggy's creative abilities. I feel it's brought to us by the powers of the beyond. I truly believe this. Other rap groups were putting out singles. We were releasing the end of the world on an installment fucking plan. The Dark Carnival dropped the ideas into our heads like bags of sand backstage at the opera. You just have to experience real good magic to understand the feeling. Now I know it sounds hokey, and believe me, we've taken shit for even mentioning the Dark Carnival in interviews. You have to understand though, I wasn't into clowns. We weren't into any of that shit growing up. We never had a fascination with carnivals or clowns. I never even said the word clown in the storyline of this book until my dream of the clown in Del Rey. I've never had shit to do with clowns, carnivals, or any circus shit. My brother was the one who was a role-playing fantasy fanatic. Shit, I couldn't read a book long enough to stay focused on what I was reading. The thing is, this thing just hit us. It hit us the same way people on late night TV describe how they were hit by the Holy Ghost. Me, Joey, John, Alex, Billy, all of us, we were all hit by this fucking Holy Ghost that was the Dark Carnival. We were all energized by it. It was like a gift from the other side. We were all inspired, like we took fucking drugs and we were all suddenly high, only it was permanent. From then on, we would be delivering its messages. It was just laid out before us without ever really searching for it. Pure magic, y'all. It had just showed up, scary as fuck style, and we said, we're gonna do it like this, and don't worry, I got your back. Everything's gonna be okay. We felt positive about our idea. We felt positive about delivering these messages. We felt positive about saying the end will consume us all. And of course, the world didn't end after the 6 Joker cards, and now we're doing 6 more, but that's all we know how to do. Deliver Joker cards and warn people about themselves and how time is ticking. Nobody knows when the world's gonna end, but I know one thing, your personal clock is ticking, and that shit is gonna run out one day. So make sure you're Trump tight when it does. Make sure you're found. Wow, man. Wow. Why us? I don't know. Why through music? I don't know. Why the vision? I don't know. I don't have any of your answers. Your guess is as good as mine. I can't explain a fucking factual thing about it. I just know that it's here, it happened to us, and it's real. Now let me ask you, do you think I'm smart enough to come up with something like this on my own? I'm a fucking dumbass. You think we actually came up with this idea of 6 Joker cards in the Dark Carnival and some of those bomb-ass songs and lyrics? You think we're smart enough to come up with that? When we hear it, when it's done and we listen to it, it's like hearing it for the first time. I have no recollection of even writing it. We're just like you. We're fans of all of this. I know, however, I've shown hundreds and thousands of people the same magic, and they too feel it. Juggalos are everywhere. Me and Shaggy have done it. We spread the word, and people feel the magic. I don't want to sound conceited, but you don't know how many people, how many fucking human lives have told us that the music has saved their life. Saved their life. I can't even count how many juggalos have said this music has saved their lives. It worked. It's working today. The plan of the Joker's cards, the plan of the messages, it fucking worked. Look at the juggalo world. Look at the love within it, the brotherhood. the camaraderie. The carnival is here on Earth. It exists. We gather every year. You think we're smart enough to come up with that? Look how lame I am. Look how untalented we are. I can't play any instruments, neither can Shaggy. Yet we have hundreds of thousands of juggalos who follow our music. Why? 'Cause it's real. It's real magic. They hear the magic in the music. It calls them out. It was meant for them to hear. Just as much as it was meant for us to say it, you were probably meant to hear it. If you don't hear the magic in our music, if you can't hear the calling through the messages, then don't worry. God will reach you in some other way. He will eventually reach you. It's up to you to follow whether or not you want to get your shit tight and live a righteous life. But God will eventually reach everybody at some point. All I know is that juggalos can feel the magic, just like we can. And just like I did during that night when I first got the vision. You can't tell me the Dark Carnival isn't real, brother. I hope everybody finds their own version of the Dark Carnival in their own lives if you don't find it through us. 'Cause it's damn well real. And it's done me well. The thing is, I can't even really take credit for it. See, the way I look at it, we were chosen to deliver this. That vision just came to us and gave it to us. The greatest gift I've ever been given besides my children was the gift of the ability and the ideas and everything that are the catalog of Insane Clown Posse. It's the greatest gift that me and Shaggy have ever been given because it damn sure didn't come from us. Honestly, I mean, look at me. I bought houses for my family. I help run a company where anybody who works for us can have it all if they work hard enough. All that, and yet still I eat NyQuils. You know, I've had a Vicodin problem and take Tic Tacs to go to sleep. I've had to take panic attack medicine. I'm as human as anybody. The Dark Carnival ain't about making me, live a holy life. I sin all the time. I'm still trying to be found. Shaggy's still trying to be found. We both are as human as possibly can be. Shit, I spent my whole life learning how to be happy with no money. And now I'm rich. And what is this, a fucking joke? We're still not happy. We still have problems. I still suffer from depression. That's why I can honestly say I think the Dark Carnival is God. I really do. Because it's a challenge. It's hard to follow and live a righteous life in this fucked up world. There's so much temptation. There's so much fucked up shit out there to pollute you. It's hard. Me and Shaggy don't live this righteous fucking life. We live a human life. Shaggy's battled alcohol. I've battled fucking pain pills. We've had our fucking share of trouble. We still live lives. I've been addicted to food. It's not all holy, easy shit, We're still suffering. Even with all the success we have in our personal lives, we still suffer. I realize that he has to speak in a language that in today's world will understand it, and they'll listen to us. We have to speak in a language that's going to be cool to juggalos, to give them a fair shake. But we want to reach them all with the real message. Rich people making it to heaven is like fitting a camel through the eye of a needle. But going to hell is as easy as walking through a gate a mile wide. That's what it says in some Bible. The chances to make it into heaven are slim and none. But the chances of making it to hell or ceasing to exist, in my beliefs, are easy as pie. All you gotta do is live a normal life, and you're probably going to hell. Because in today's world, the normal is to be wicked, is to live wicked, is to not give a fuck about others. You know what I'm saying? Is to not help, is to drive by a stranded motorist waving you down. That's the norm, and it's hard. It's the norm to not believe in God. It's not cool to be religious. It used to be, but it's not anymore. If you walk around believing in God, people laugh at you. People fucking laugh at us. On the 6 Jokers card, when we said the Dark Carnival is God, we lost half the juggalos. Half the juggalos were like, fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? They thought that was corny as fuck. But the other half were so incredibly touched. But we'll get to that story at the end. But that whole saying, rich people making it to heaven is slim and none, and Making it to hell as easy as walking through a gate a mile wide. I mean, that rings true. Just look at TV, you know. It's the norm to sin and to be evil. It's hard. It's a struggle to live a righteous life. I don't believe you have to walk around fucking a holy roller preaching God everywhere. I just believe you have to do positive things and help people and live a positive life and try to be happy. And I believe you'll make it to Shangri-La. If you're more positive than you're negative, if you've done more good in the world, I believe you're all right. But if you've done more bad, if you've been a nuisance on the planet, I believe you either going to hell, if there is one, or you're going to cease to exist. Now, what would influence us to do all of this besides a higher power? I've hated people pretty much my whole life. It would have to be a higher power, because it sure as hell wasn't us that came up with this. I say God is watching over me. He's watching our shit. He's watching our back. I believe I'm rolling with Jesus, you know, not personally like Shaggy and myself in our personal lives, because we have to prove ourselves just like you do and everybody else. But the message of the Dark Carnival, the gift we've been given to tell, that came from God. I've said it 100 times. You're probably sick of hearing it. Every once in a while, like 1 out of 100, some kid will write, you know that song Rebel Flag? That really showed me what racist my parents are. And I don't want to be like that. I just want to say thanks for making a song about it. And we'll hear that the good the music is doing, you know. People hear, you know, by us making songs about killing racist people, it makes people think, yeah, I don't want to be racist either. So the negative, we hope, has positive effects. That's the idea. That's what we came up with. And that's what was given to us. The ideas, each one of them, as we go along, are given to us. To this day, the missing link, lost and found. You know, people say, hey man, those are very much like Shangri-La and Hell's Pit. Well, you know what? That's what was given to me, you know, and that's what we're gonna do. That's what we were like told to do. So we did it. You know what I mean? We did the albums as best we could. And it's a gift. It's a fucking gift. Gift. The broken path of a dream. Shit only hurt half as bad now. When I was hungry, I was only half as hungry. If I was bored for 3 hours, it only seemed like an hour and a half. With the Dark Carnival spirits hanging around, things just seemed better than before. Our karma felt super high. My brother even sent us a fucking hard-ass earned $700 from the army to help us out with studio bills. We understood the work that had to be done. We knew we wouldn't be getting any big breaks. We knew we weren't gonna have a big radio hit. There wasn't some rapper who was gonna come along, we were gonna meet him in an elevator or something, and he was just gonna put us down and take us on tour and give us a fat-ass fucking record deal. That shit wasn't gonna come along. Nobody was gonna put us on tour and make us famous. We knew we were gonna have to do this alone, and the whole planet would be working against us. It was like, if we're gonna get 1 million fans, that means we're gonna have to hand out a fucking 1,000,000 flyers. Because only 1 in 100 are gonna even bother to read what the fucking flyer says anyway. We said, let's do it. We started with Carnival of Carnage. Alex made his first managerial move after 6,000 with Chuck Miller, produced only 3 songs, Redneck Ho, Psychopathic, and Fuck Your Rebel Flag. The money my brothers sent helped Night of the Axe get off the ground, but Alex knew we needed to make a move. Joe, let's try to find another studio, he said. What? Joey, John, and I were all shook as fuck. Alex, what if we can't find nobody as fresh as Chuck Miller, I asked. To prove my point, I got the phone book out and found this place called the Temper Mill right in Ferndale. We knew Ferndale up and down, but we never knew of any recording studios there. Must be some old man recording bar bands or something. I'd show Alex. I'd call up the Temper Mill. A guy named Mike answered. Who do you record there? Do you guys do any rap? Yeah, he said, clearly doing something else, only paying half attention. We record rap. Great, another music ninja weirdo, I thought. Who have you recorded? Esham, Kid Rock, everybody. What is this call regarding? This Mike Ninja asked. Right away we were like, fuck this guy, he's full of that bullshit. We rolled up there to see if he was bullshitting. Mike Clark was this young ass guy with a beard and curly hair, and he schooled us. We found out that this guy Mike had done half the great local shit out there, including Esham and Kid Rock. He even showed us the tapes. We booked time right away. We went in to do a song called The Juggler. Mikey Clark schooled us that day to a level that we have yet to see anybody beat. He was the fastest ninja in music. All that snare by beat by crumb by snare that Chuck the Snake Miller pulled on us was laid to rest in 5 minutes. We somehow had stumbled onto the best in all of Michigan. Loop up a beat, get a sound, 5 minutes tops. I mean, he told us he once hooked up a track for Kid Rock while he was recording another band, waiting for the singer to get his shit together. So he was kind of the bomb diggity, y'all. At this point, we were still only concentrating on the local Detroit market, and that meant getting our albums into the local Michigan chain record store called Harmony House. They were the kings in Michigan until Best Buy shut their asses right out of business and left them with only one store left in Berkeley, Michigan, of all places, until it went under too. We had sold a few thousand copies of Dog Beats, so we figured we had a good chance of getting in there. Alex looked into it and he came back to the basement one night with the bad news.
No way, he said. Harmony House don't know who the fuck we are. Even after I told the guy our name, he forgot it right then. He was just like, beat it.
I said, I fucking got it. Why don't we just save up all our money and hire some big-ass name rappers to be on our record? My thinking was that if we get these big-name rappers, Harmony House will be like, well, this rapper sells, and so if he's on the album, this album must sell too. We decided we were going to try and get our longtime local hero, Awesome Dre, to do a song with us. We didn't even think we could call Esham or Kid Rock at that point. Awesome Dre was older and more played out, and we figured we might have a chance of getting him. When we tracked Awesome Dre down, he was selling African beads at some cultural center on 7 Mile. He wasn't even really rapping anymore. He said he was, but he really wasn't doing shit. We set up a meeting with him and his fresh-ass fucking manager. The problem now was where to meet. Alex lived with his mom in the basement. That wasn't gonna work. Joey lived upstairs at his mom's. Nope. I lived with Karen in this scrubby apartment. We figured we would clean it up and make it look really nice. Then for the meeting, pretend it was Alex's house. We even got Karen in on it. Stay in the bedroom, I told her. If you come out for something, act like you're Alex's wife. So fresh. That night of the meeting, Awesome fucking Dre came up the stairs, followed by his fresh-ass fucking manager. I knew the other guy was his manager because only a local rap manager who really don't know shit at all would wear a shiny suit and have a suitcase handcuffed to his motherfucking wrists. Once again, they were straight out of a comic book. Here they come up the stairs to Karen's apartment. Awesome Dre, looking all fresh in his hip-hop gear, followed by his fresh-ass manager, some guy with a suit, do you hear me? With a handcuffed briefcase. How fucking dope is that? Straight out of a comic book. When they filed in with that kind of weird overdone business air about them, like way too professional. This was an apartment, but you would have thought they were sitting down in a boardroom with some mega ass record company talking about Janet Jackson's ass in a video or something. Nice place you got here, Alex, Dre's fresh ass manager said.
Yeah, my wife decorated it.
Alex replied. So far, so good. Nice place, 1-bedroom apartment, $300 a month. So far, so good. Of course, they were both talking about my $300 a month shithole with almost no furniture. Anyway, Dre's fresh-ass fucking manager started his thing. You've got to understand something, he said. You guys doing this insane clown thing, it's putting Dre, he paused for effect, it's gonna mess with his reputation, He's not used to rapping with clowns. white clowns. How much are you willing to pay for Awesome Dre's services? Because we would have to accept no less than $1,000. Now, the truth was, Awesome Dre haven't even thought about selling a record since 1987. And here it was 5 years later. I was starstruck because he was in my, Alex's living room. Luckily, Alex was thinking more like a businessman than I was.
Well, our budget is only $500, he said.
I just wanted to say, you know what? Fuck this. Let's cut the bullshit. Why don't you tell us what the fuck is in that suitcase you got handcuffed to your fucking wrist? I can't front no more. I gotta know. What the fuck you got in there? The Matrix? What could be so important you need that bitch handcuffed to your ass? Russian spy papers? Burger King secret recipe? Motherfucker, what? I didn't open my mouth. I just sat there and thought stupid shit like that. I was losing my shit. I whispered to Alex, "You're gonna scare him off. We'll get the money." Then the manager said, "I'll tell you what, Alex. We're all homeboys here. $750. We'll meet in the middle." Alex, even at his greenest, was a true businessman.
No, $500.
Awesome Dre's manager with his suit and his handcuffs couldn't say much after that. I like you guys. You brought us into your home, you know. We will do it for the $500. Yes! Awesome Dre's gonna be on our album! Truth is, this guy would have done it for $150 and a slap on the ass. But you know, we all have to save face. We all shook hands and told them, "We'll pay you at the studio when you come down to do it." We set up the studio time for this song called Taste that Awesome Dre would rap on. Once we told all our friends that Awesome Dre was gonna rap on it, everybody wanted to be on this song. My brother, this other kid we knew from Southwest Detroit named Capital E, fucking everybody. When we got to the big session at the Temper Mill, who was at the studio? But the one and only Esham the Unholy. "What are you guys working on, man?" he asked. "We got Awesome Dre coming to the studio," we were all proud to reply. "Oh yeah? He's rapping on a track with y'all?" Esham asked. "Yeah," I said. "We got him for like $500. Esham had this look in his eye. "Give me that $500 right now and I'll rap on that shit," he said. What? Esham was like a giant to us, and now he was gonna rap on our track? Amidst all the wild celebration, luckily, Joey remembered Awesome Dre and his manager were on their way. "What are you gonna do when they show up wanting that $500, dog?" "Oh shit, we called Dre's manager on his cell phone." Well, I don't think he had a cell phone back then, but we called him on something. "Yeah, we lost the reels. We lost the tape reels for the song, so we have to cancel." We just spit out some stale-ass lie. How you gonna lose the tape reel at the studio? You don't even take the tape reel out of the studio for any reason. How could you possibly lose the tape reel? But that was the fucking excuse we gave Awesome Dre and his manager. Think about that. We lost the tape. The song's gone. We might as well have said, "We're fucking you guys off." You know what I'm saying? We lost the tape. We might as well just reach through the phone cord and slap them in the face, because that's how they probably took it. Classic. Dre was pissed off, and I guess he hated us after that. Esham did his verse on Taste, and we had Esham on our record. I can't tell you how fresh that was to actually have Esham on our fucking album.
Yeah, we had it for Birmingham, Grosse Pointe, and Beverly Hills. I thought you knew, cause we in a devilish mood. Guess who's rolling with the ITP? The Black Devil coming straight from the deep. I'm headed out to Birmingham, my temperature is burning, man. Looking for the governor to kill him, man. I think I can. Violent J, know the way, so I'm gonna get ya. If you're standing in my way, I'm getting with ya. The Black Devil, that devil you don't know. Getting more pussy than Belle Biv DeVoe. Hey man, do you know my name? I'm John with Nodis, not soul train. So give me mine, cause it ain't about black and white. It ain't about wrong and right. I'm Devil's Night. I'm on a cross in your fucking face. Now homicide's got a new chase. So give me a taste. 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 So give me a taste.
We knew we'd get in the Harmony House then. We were all way big-ass Awesome Dre fans, don't get me wrong, but fuck that, Esham was the shit. We knew Esham had a big enough name to get us in them fucking Harmony House stores. Esham had a show coming up at this big-ass rock club called The Ritz out near Alex's store. We figured we were on a roll, so I asked him, Esham, how can we get on that show with you at The Ritz? It's easy, Esham said. Give me another $500. We were seeing a pattern. Pay to play. $500, 15 minutes on stage. By now, Alex was borrowing money from his family, but it still took forever for us to get that $500 up. I was working nights at a gas station. John was still working at the pizza place. Joey even had a job for a minute until he got arrested for stealing coats at a mall, and all his money went into the lawyers. We'll get to that later. Right then, we had a show with Esham to think about. We figured the show would be huge, so our fresh idea was to get t-shirts printed. Alex found this guy Vince in Royal Oak who ran this place called Creative Print. They made t-shirts for softball teams, bowling teams, and shit like that. His big claim to fame was that he once managed a local TV guy named The Ghoul who hosted horror movies on a local Detroit station, Channel 20 back in the day. The Ghoul. I wonder if he's still got his legions of fans. He was actually sort of an underground legend when I was a kid. The Ghoul. But that was a long fucking time ago when I was a kid, because right now I'm fucking old. We brought him about 20 thin white t-shirts from Kmart, fresh out of the plastic bag, 3 in a pack, and he still silk screened our logo onto them. He charged us up the ass and thought he was done with us. Little did he know that in just a few years he'd have to close down his shop for 3 weeks at a time just to print all the t-shirts we need for our tours. I'm getting way up ahead off track though. With our fresh, extra thin Kmart brand t-shirts in hand, we doled out our second $500 to Esham to play this huge gig in front of about 250 people. The place was dead. We decided to give it the old Big Rapids College try anyway. Esham's manager and brother, James Smith, walked by and saw Joey with half his face painted. "What are you guys doing?" he asked. "We're putting our paint on." No face paint, he said. "If you guys put that paint on, you guys can't do the show, man. No fucking face paint." We weren't about to question the mighty Esham camp back then, but I do now. Tell me something. Since when does another rapper's manager tell you what the fuck you can do? Who knows? It's just another example of how much we still had to learn. We wound up going out there with big clown wigs on, orange shorts, and yellow hoodies, dancing around with big clown shoes, but no face paint. People were looking at us like, what the fuck is this? To this fucking day, I've never seen a crowd sit down on tables and chairs like that. They were a good 40 feet from the stage, every one of them sitting down on chairs. It was fucking amazing. I've never even seen that to this day. They were just quiet. It was like a library in there. And this was a fucking concert. So fucking maddening. After that terrible Esham gig, we realized the trick to getting Esham was money. So we called him up to produce 2 songs on the first Joker Card album, Carnival of Carnage. We figured that way it would look something like Esham was bringing us out. The same way NWA brought out Above the Law in DOC. We figured if Esham was producing our tracks and rapping on one of them, it looked like Esham was bringing us out. It was actually a smooth move. He agreed to produce Black in Your Eyes and the title track Carnival of Carnage for $300 a piece. We were fucking ecstatic. After that, we thought, we got Esham. Why not get Kid Rock? Mike Clark back at the Temper Mill knew Kid Rock very well. In fact, Mike did some work on Kid Rock's first album, Shit Sandwiches in My Butt, or something like that it was called. Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast, I think, but Shit Sandwiches in My Butt sounds fresher to me. I think that's what it was called. Anyway, Mike called him up to hype us up.
"We got this new group, ICP. They got Esham on there."
Kid Rock was all about business. How much did they give Esham to rap? $500, Mike said. All right, tell him I'll do it for $600. Done. Wow. Wow. $600 for Kid Rock, $500 for Esham. Done deal. We were tripping the fuck out. Kid Rock and Esham had kind of this feud back in the day over who was bigger. We didn't care who was bigger. We just wanted to be a part of the Esham Kid Rock scene really bad because they were actually selling records. We were smart in our tactics. By us getting them both on our debut album, that would propel us up to their local stardom status. And we knew we were right, and it worked right off the bat. Remember, this was before rappers were making mad cameos all over each other's shit like they do today. Today, even if you buy a rapper's album, he might not even be on some of the songs. They got so many guests that they let the guests rap first. You buy their album, and the first guy rapping ain't even them. I mean, today, rappers feature each other on songs like it ain't shit. I mean, every song features 3 ninjas. But back then, when you did a song with somebody, it must have meant you were down with them. And we knew it would work, and it did. The day came, and Kid Rock showed up to the studio to record Is That You? Sup, he said. Sup, I said. Kid Rock had his homie Cracker with him and a few other do-bots. Do-bot is a word I actually got from Esham. I love that word. A do-bot is a guy who hangs around with a rock star and will do just about anything for him. A do-bot laughs at all his jokes and grabs the chair out for him and all that shit. You know, one of them kids who always automatically sits in the back seat so the star can have the front. Yeah, them. Esham calls them do-bots because they'll do just about any fucking thing. Let it be known that not one of us were really fans of Kid Rock's music. We just wanted him on our record to get the respect from them big chain stores. Kid Rock was actually cool as fuck, though. He ended up getting way too fucked up and drunk that night, so he couldn't finish recording his rap. He sounded like a pig caught in a bear trap. He eventually came back the next day without his crew and a much cooler attitude to redo his vocals much better, and he even added some scratches. Good deal, free cuts from Kid Rock. Esham wound up being a little more of the take the money and run kind of guy. He didn't give a fuck. As we tried to mix the title track, Carnival of Carnage, that Esham had made for us, we listened to the words and discovered that Esham had mispronounced Carnage as Carnix. I don't know what the fuck a Carnick is, but I knew that wasn't the name of the mighty first Joker's card. That was for sure. We called him up and explained the situation, but he wasn't having it.
That's what you said the album was called, Carnival of Carnix, right?
No, Esham, I never said that. The album is called Carnival of Carnage. What is a Carnick?
I don't know, that's what you said on the phone. Carnival of Carnix.
That's what he thought we said on the phone.
Well, you told me it was Carnival of Carnix.
He said. No, I didn't. Why would I say that? What the fuck is a Carnick anyway, I asked.
You tell me. That's what you said your album's called.
He shot back. Well, when can you do it again for us? This time just say Carnival of Carnage, I asked.
Nah, just leave it.
But he said and hung up. Like we were actually gonna leave it like that. For the rest of our life, we'd be trying to explain to people what the fuck a Carnick is. Eventually, I just redid the vocals myself. Carnival of Carnage. It's me saying that instead of Esham. Is that interesting? I doubt it is, but I just told you that whole story anyway. For the last 4 minutes, I bored your eardrums. If Carnival of Carnage was going to be the ultimate album and first Joker's card, we needed to do the ultimate promotion for it. We had about 3 months to really get ICP's name out before we released the mighty first Joker's card. We busted ass, baby. We let the entire state know that Carnival of Carnage was coming. We were already familiar with Kinko's, but God must have shown us the light because we suddenly discovered Kinko's computer rentals. We learned how to make our own flyers with real typeset and do our own reversals and all that good stuff, including enlarging the words. We actually could make the words bigger and choose different fonts. It was all some over-the-top type crazy shit to us at that time. We just moved into every Kinko's in the Detroit metro area. We spent so much fucking time at Kinko's, it was a sickness for us, and we began to look like bad photocopies of our former selves. If we were on the computer, we would stay on that bitch until shift change. Once the new ninjas came into work, we would go up and explain that we'd only been on a computer for a half hour or so. As God is my witness, y'all, this would happen several times. We would be at Kinko's while somebody came into work. They would work their full day shift. They would go home and sleep and have dinner and fuck their girlfriend or whatever. And then they would get up, go to school or whatever the person does with their day and their free time. And then they would eventually return to work back at Kinko's again, and we would still be there chilling at the same table. We would be there at Kinko's 24 hours or better. This was our regular tactic. Alex would drop us off at Kinko's every night in his brown Cadillac that was so rusted out you could see the fucking street through the big ass holes in the floor. I swear to God, you had to watch where you put your fucking feet in that bitch. It was like the Flintstones buggy. We'd stay at Kinko's all night long working our asses off. Then, on Alex's way to work in the morning, he'd pick us back up. Then we'd drop him off at work and take the caddy out promoting all day. That night, it would be Alex's turn at Kinko's. We'd drop him off so we could sleep. We worked all around the clock. Something was happening to further ICP in the name of the first Joker's card. All the way around the clock, one of us was at least working on something. We'd pick Alex up back from Kinko's that next morning and drop him back off at work again, and we'd go out promoting again. This went on for weeks and weeks, months and months, years and years. By now we had a fan club of about 1,000 ninjas. So each month, we'd have to take 3 days to make our official fan club newsletter and send that out. Now we were reaching every town within a 120-mile radius. Brighton, New Baltimore, and everywhere ninjas who buy records were, we were there too. If we heard about a record store in fucking Guadalajara, we'd fucking drive out to that bitch and stock it with our tape, Dog Beats, and put a fucking poster up and flyers that said Carnival of Carnage was coming. I don't want to bore y'all, but this was the only thing going on in our lives. This was our complete lives at this point. I'm not leaving any freshness out. If there was some other fresh shit happening in our lives, I'd tell you, but there wasn't. I had no chicks, no friends, fuck wrestling, fuck everything else but climbing the fucking mountain to the top. Our minds were so one-tracked, I wouldn't call my mom for months. We were insane, straight up obsessed with getting our name out. That's all we gave a fuck about, was getting the name ICP out there. We fucking worked. There's two ways up the mountain, bitch. I'm gonna tell you right now. You can sit and wait to be discovered, Eminem style, and hope Dr. Dre comes along and scoops you up and makes you famous, or you can start walking that long way up that fucking mountain. And that's what we did from day one. From the time Dog Beats came out, we started walking, and we're still fucking walking. I wish to God I had other stories to break up the monotony of this period of our life, but I don't. It was promoting all day and doing Kinko shit all night, every fucking day. Weekends and fucking holidays too. Every single motherfucking day was spent trying to make it. Okay, I'll explain it like this. Here's a quick rundown of both of our daily activities. When promoting meant going to record stores and dropping off all our different types of flyers. We never used just one style of flyer. We wanted to catch everybody's eyes, and everybody's eyes are different. One kid might notice a bright blue flyer first, while another kid might notice a bright yellow one. So we needed all versions. Some ninjas like boring and straight to the point flyers. Other ninjas might like funny and comical looking flyers. So we did them all to promote the same fucking thing. We would have some flyers that would be mysterious and never show our faces. That way, whatever the ninja looking at the flyer hoped we looked like, we'd look like that to him. We had thousands of different styles of flyers because there were thousands of different styles of record stores and record buyers. We would put flyers and half-size posters up at each and every store that would let us. We'd ask if we could make a display. If they let us, we'd cover the entire fucking window or walls, or should I say whatever the fuck they'd let us, with nothing but our propaganda. If it was a mall store or a chain store, they wouldn't let us hang shit in there. And then we would use our ninja tactics. For example, we would sneak to the rap section, fold up flyers, and stick them down in between the CDs and tapes. We do the same thing at the rock and punk sections, even rubber band flyers to CDs and all that shit. We put up ICP displays in the public bathrooms of McDonald's and all other fast food joints. We went to arcades, comic book shops, clothing stores, any place we thought young people would be. We flyered movie theaters, dance clubs, other people's concerts, and anywhere lots of people were gathered at. We even hit up baseball games, public beaches, and anywhere we happened to be driving by that would catch our eye and we'd see people there, we'd make a quick detour right to it. We'd be in and out of any given location in a matter of minutes. We'd hit them up with the quickness. That was just the basics of the kind of shit we did when I say we were out promoting. When at Kinko's, first of all, the main job at Kinko's would be to create all those many different styles of flyers and have posters on the rented computers. Another thing we did at Kinko's on a regular basis, which was every fucking night, was making professional looking press packages with a nice bio on the band, an 8x10, a few flyers, and some music. We would send those nicely done press packages out to big record labels, top A&R people, always trying to get signed in the background, but we didn't wait to get signed. That's the fucking difference. Yeah, we sent our shit to A&Rs and to record labels, but we didn't sit around and wait for them to come fucking calling. We kept working on building our own name, which is what we still do to this day. And we're our own bosses. And we don't have to say yes or no, and we don't have to get anything approved. We do everything ourselves. Fuck big record labels telling you how to do shit. What the fuck do they know anyway? We'd use Kinko's to map out our promoting tactics for the week. We'd run our fan club, design our tape and CD booklets, handle our consignment receipts, type and copy our lyrics, send letters out to out-of-state record stores telling them they should order our product, and on and on and on. They don't even have Kinko's anymore. People are probably thinking, what the fuck is a Kinko? Why? Because people got fucking computers in their watches now. They don't need to go to Kinko's. Think of how played out John Kinko is himself. You know what I'm saying? Think of how paid he is, though. John Kinko came through right at the beginning of computers, opened up 400,000 Kinko stores across America, got fucking fat paid for about 4 years until computers came out everywhere in everybody's phones, and then John Kinko retired. He's probably on some Caribbean beach with some exotic hottie sucking both his dicks right now. Why does he have two dicks? Because he's fucking twice as paid as the regular Richie. Like I said before a million times, we worked so hard for so long that failure was never an option. Ask us, did we know we'd make it? Yes, we fucking knew we would reach what we considered to be success. No, ICP has never had top 40 radio hits or anything like that, so to you, maybe we never succeeded. But to us, the level of poorness we came from, we have succeeded greatly, my friend. So suck my penile. Right from day one, we had come too far to stop now, but not everybody felt the same though. The slavery we were putting into ourselves, promoting for ICP and Carnival Carnage, had already started to break our crew into two halves. One half was down for rapping and busting ass for the Mighty Dark Carnival, and the other was still down for thieving and parties and didn't want all the new responsibilities. I was pretty much the leader of the rapper side of things. We were the scrubbiest, tiredest, hungriest, most devoted motherfuckers of the bunch. Just me, Joey, the Dale brothers, and sometimes Rudy. We were the ones ready to die for the cause. Me and Joey leading the pack. Then there was John and the whole other party side of the crew. Joey's older brother John just wasn't quite as hungry, I should say. They were the better off ones, getting all the Ned and going to the parties and having the girlfriends. When we would spend long night at Kinko's, they were always the ones who had chicks waiting for them to come home. They had other things going on in their lives besides promoting. Me and Joey didn't have it like that. The Dale brothers, we didn't have it like that. We didn't have that shit. Now you have to understand, as focused as we were on ICP, I still thought of John as my best friend. Joey was still my boy's little brother, even though John and I always got along so much stronger. John had a girlfriend though, he didn't like the clown makeup, and as I mentioned before, no matter how much we tried, he wouldn't get rid of that Dylan from Beverly Hills 90210 haircut of his. You have to realize that was an old show, but he looked something like Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell, which is also an old show. I don't know what the fuck he looked like today, okay? He looked like a metrosexual. So he was rough on both Joey and I for different reasons. We already strategically kept John off most of Carnival of Carnage songs, which was just as well, because after a while he just wouldn't show up to studio anyway. One weekend, we all decided to actually take the whole weekend off from any ICP related work. Actually, we had no choice but to take the weekend off because Alex had gone out of town with his family. Joey, the Slaymass Kid Jeff, and I all decided to go with John to up north Michigan to see John's hoe-ass girlfriend at the time, Crystal. I hated that bitch because in my mind, and in everybody else's, she stole John's brain from him. Everybody knew she was a hoe. How and why John was always willing to let it slide, I'll never understand. When she moved up north, Joey and I thought that meant John would have more time for the band. And he did in some ways. In other ways, it just meant he would take mad trips all the way out to see that bitch. On one trip up there, we listened to Dog Beats. All John could say was, "This is the shit, man." We had good karma, all of us, and John was especially feeling good about things. It was like we were the old crew again, even if we were going to visit that bitch that started to break it all up for us. When we got out to Crystal's, it was late. We just went to sleep, feeling like a unit again, until the next morning at least. Joe, what should I do? What should I do? That kid Jeff woke me up in a panic. What happened? I asked, still half asleep. I fucked Crystal 3 times last night. Wow, I didn't see this coming at all. However, I didn't even hesitate to have my boy John's back. I jumped up and quickly whipped open the door to the bedroom where he was sleeping next to that little slut. "John, wake up, man. John, get up, dog. Listen, man. Jeff fucked her 3 times last night." Jeff panicked and ran. John was a gumpy, slow ass, but I was a tall, skinny kid back then. John started running after Jeff, but he couldn't catch the kid. I ran right past John and beat Jeff down in the street like a dog. I beat the shit out of that kid for John. On the way home, John was shook as fuck, screaming and driving like a maniac. "Fucking bitch, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna drive off the fucking road right fucking now." I tried to calm him down. "John, give me the wheel." "Fuck that bitch, John. Just give me the wheel." When we stopped at a rest area, John was still out of his mind, walking around kicking shit. Then he started opening up to me like he had never opened up to me before in all our lives. "Joe, you've been my best friend since 7th grade, man. I left you hanging over that bitch. I admit, I left all you guys hanging over that bitch, but you're still here with me. You're my best friend, dog." Then he hugged me. Once we got home, I thought John was going to be a full-time homie on his way to rapping again. For a short while, we were some Kinko's players working on our dream together like 3 best friends. Me, John, and Joey, the original ICP, baby. Inner city fucking posse, all the way to Insane Clown Posse. Me, John, and Joey. 2 months went by, and John met another girl. Out of absolutely nowhere, he just up and quit the group. Right when Carnival of Carnage was finished and just about to come out, right when Alex had taken out an $8,000 loan to pay for the album to get pressed up, right when we needed John to be down with us the most, right when he had just rapped on a bunch of songs all over the album, right when we were about to come out with the first Joker's card, he up and he was out. He quit the group over a bitch. The workload was too much and the bitch's pussy must have just fucking been too tasty, cause he said, fuck this, I'm out. And he quit ICP right as Carnival of Carnage was dropping. Can you believe it? The first Joker's card arriving on this planet, and we were working our hardest at this very point, and that's when he quit, when we needed him the most, when we needed his money from his job, when we needed to help us put the fucking flyers out, when we needed the homie, the karma, everything. He quit the fucking group. I gotta admit, I was crushed. Joey was crushed. It was just beyond lame of him to quit the group. Right when Carnival of Carnage was finished. We tried to get John to come to a meeting in Alex's basement to talk about it. All he would say was, yeah, I'm out of the group. It's taking up too much of my life. Joey even got on the phone with his mom. Just get him to come to another meeting so we can talk about it, Ma. John finally got on the phone and said, all right. We waited and waited in Alex's basement, but he never showed up. He was gone for good. We were fucking pissed. We were hurt. We were confused and amazed that somebody could be that fucking lame to leave us all hanging that hard. It must have just gotten to him. The hours and hours of work were too high of a price for him to pay. When I think about it now, I can understand not wanting to pay that many dues for anything in life. I'll admit, the time and work we put into ICP was insane for anybody. It was unreal, and it still is, and it still can be. But I understand why John left the group. I really do. It's kind of like anybody sane would have left. What I don't understand is why he left at that moment. I can't understand leaving your friend and your own brother hanging right when they need you the most. That I'll never understand. We spent so much time and energy and money on one goal. He just didn't want it that bad. We felt different emotions at that moment, but one was stronger than the rest. Worry. After John said he was out of the group, Alex and my eyes shot right to Joey with the quickness. We looked right at Joey right then and there. His big brother had just walked right out of fucking ICP. It was just me and Joey. Two guys? How could that be? We had an album with 3 guys rapping on it. We didn't have the money or the fucking know-how to go back and remix the album and take John off of it. This is before Pro Tools, man. This is reel-to-reel 20-inch tape, all right? We didn't have the money to go back and remix and take him off all those songs. We looked at Joey like, what's up, dog? It was not a big decision for Joey. John was his brother. They lived together. They had the same mom. They'd been inseparable for their whole lives. As I said before, Joey was just looked at as John's little brother by everybody, even by me at times. He was always my boy, but he was John's little brother. Out of the blue, completely out of nowhere, it was up to him to stand alone on a major life decision. That little ninja didn't even hesitate 5 seconds. Shit, I'm in, y'all. Joey was fucking down at that moment. Joey was stronger and fresher than he had ever been in his entire life. It wasn't even an issue for him. It was like my respect, my love, my karma, my compassion for Joey just rocketed up. Like a thermometer in a microwave. It just fucking exploded to a level never before seen. And suddenly Joey, it's hard to explain, but suddenly Joey that day became my little brother too. We don't need John anyway, Joey said. He can't even rap that fucking good, right? It was clear. We were engulfed by the dark carnival's magic, and nothing could stop us. It was Joey and I from then on. I loved it. I fucking love it now. We're perfect together. We left behind John and the rest of those guys to continue their lives of thieving, to survive getting drunk and high at parties, and spending all their time they want with their girlfriends. We didn't want to ever go out like that. Joey and I wanted to come up from out of nowhere and change the whole fucking planet. We were just about to start achieving our goal with the release of the first Joker's card, Carnival of Carnix. Carnival of Carnage, baby. After that horrible rich show with Isham, we met this big stocky kid with a big truck on big wheels in the parking lot. We were depressed as hell that night, but he came right up to us like we just sold out Cobo Arena. Man, you guys are the shit. This Dog Beats tape is the bomb, he said, and stuck out his hand. I'm Eric, but everybody calls me Greasy. Right away, we knew he was kind of a player. He was connected to the Detroit music scene in a way we had never seen before. He wasted no time talking about getting local clothing companies to get us free shit, how he could get us into this nightclub where he worked at for free, and how he knew people here and there, all kinds of good shit. Greasy was a city guy, connected with the nightlife of Detroit. He worked security at a place called St. Andrews Hall, a legendary Detroit venue where all the greats have played. All the greats have played. Every major band played, from 50 people to when they just started out, like Nirvana and Pearl Jam, 9 Inch Nails, and eventually us, playing for nobody. Rage Against the Machine, all of them have come through St. Andrews Hall. At that point, we had never been inside it or any other club. We had been there before, but just to fly at a parking lot. Going to St. Andrews with Greasy was our first time ever being inside a nightclub in our lives. As soon as we stepped in a place, Joey was like, holy shit, man. All the times we were searching for Ned in the Valari or my mom's Jeep, we could have been just coming here. Look at all these bitches. We never fucking knew about any of this scene. All we did was flyer these places because they were just not for us. We never thought we'd ever fit into a place like this. Let me tell you a little story. When I was living in North Carolina, my brother and I were walking down these train tracks near the parking lot of some club. We leaned against the fence and saw all these hot girls and all these army kids coming in and out of the club with the music all loud. I looked at my brother and said, Rob, we belong on this side of the fence. He was like, yup, you're right. When other kids were at parties, we were by ourselves doing shit like exploring abandoned buildings in downtown Detroit or sneaking into Canada through the train tunnel under the Detroit River. We were scrubs, and we couldn't forget it. Truth was, we didn't want to. When Greasy first took us to St. Andrews for that first time, he did his best to make us feel like we belonged there. He knew every fucking buddy, the whole downtown Detroit clique. We didn't even know it existed. Hey, Greasy, what's up, man? People just wanted to slap his hand all night. He introduced us to these long-haired guys in leather jackets who'd be like, yeah, I'm in a band too. They'd just be sitting there sipping on a drink with some bitch in their arm. That's what being in a band was for them, sitting around talking about it. For us, every fucking night was flyers and flyers and flyers and promoting. There was no time for personal life at all for us, but we've been over that. Man, everybody in that place said they were in a band too. I just kept thinking, how? How are you? What are you all doing in here if you're in a band? Aren't you, are you about to play or something? If not, where's your fucking flyers? Even at that very moment, Joey and I had a stack of flyers rolled up in our hands. As we were walking around, it was just an instinct to keep handing out flyers and putting them down on the tables and on the counters in the bar. We had a rolled up stack on us at all times, 24/7. After all, the release of Carnival of Carnage was right around the corner by now. Even though we knew we really didn't belong in that band scene, we knew we had to conquer it. We had to get inside of it. figure it all out, rape and plunder it for all it was worth, and get the fuck out. That's exactly what we did too. We took the Detroit band scene for everything it was worth, and we left it for dead afterwards. Wow, I thought, all these other bands and studio ninjas are all up in here every night. Okay, we gotta be here too. Greasy got me, Joey, and even my brother, he was actually finally out of the army by now. He got us all a job at St. Andrews Hall working security. Every night we'd see some lame-ass local band playing to an empty-ass room. I noticed how the big national touring acts did things differently. Here's a breakdown of the two. National bands. Once or twice a week, a national act would come through and play at St. Andrews Hall. They put on a show. They had fans. First of all, you would never see anybody setting up the stage or tuning their own instruments before the show. They always had other people doing it, or the curtain would remain shut. Then when it was finally showtime, they always had some type of fresh intro, and the curtain would open. It was always exciting. Even if you had never heard of the band, a dope-ass intro always got you going good. When the band would finally start playing, the lead singer would come out, and he would be feeling it. He would be screaming, crying, fucking humping the mic stand, rolling around on the floor, all kinds of crazy shit. You know, just straight up putting it on full blast. The fans would be packed in, and they would be loving it. Then they'd have like 10 different t-shirts and all kinds of merchandise for sale. They would usually have a sexy chick or two selling the merchandise, which probably sells an extra 20% right there, because buying something automatically gives the guy a reason to talk to her. Straight up, you would never see the band, not once before they first took the stage. Then after the show, you would never see them again. The only time you would ever see that national band is when they were up on that stage, larger than life, up under the lights, and doing what they do best. They were always in and out of the club like ghosts, like true superstars. Now, let's talk about local bands. For most of the week, I'd sit and watch shitty local band after shitty local band. Even their names all sounded the same to me. Every local band in Detroit had the same kind of alternative geeky rock name. Shit like Crackerfish, or Cement Lush, or Big Blockface, or some stupid fucking name that nobody knew what the fuck ever meant. The first thing you'd see that night is the fucking band themselves setting up all their own shit, right there on stage in front of everybody. They'd sit there and tune their fucking guitars and tape up their song list in front of everyone. Maybe you'd see them lighting some lame candles or hanging up a stupid banner for effect or whatever. You could see the fucking curtain right there off to the side, and I remember thinking, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? Why don't they just reach the fuck over and pull that curtain shut? They could at least give some fucking effort to be fresh. Then when the idiots finally done adjusting all their shit and ready to play, the lead singer guy would just lean to the mic and he'd say something in a low, boring tone, something like, "Thanks for coming, we're Crackerfish." Then they'd break right into a song. I'd be thinking, wait a minute, how fucking stale was that? Tell me something. Was that supposed to be the fucking intro? What the fuck are these guys doing out here? Are they actually trying? During the show, the band would look like statues. They would all be standing there embarrassed to show any real emotion or get really into it. The only time they would actually move is when they all jumped at the same time to end a song together. Wow. Bam! You would sit there and watch these fucks waving and nodding to their friends in the crowd all night, basically looking like busters for their whole set. Then 5 minutes after the show finished, they'd be done loading all their shit into their homie's van. You'd see them walking around through the crowd, talking to their friends. I remember thinking, how the fuck is anybody ever gonna take these guys seriously? Look at them over there selling their own fucking t-shirts, walking around through the crowd, just hoping somebody will come up to them and give them some props. Truth is, they ain't never gonna get no props from anybody. They already played themselves out by walking around through the crowd all fucking night like nobodies. Then during the show, mentioning they've got tapes and shirts for sale every 5 fucking minutes only made them look worse. I knew what was up even when I was young in the game. We just sit back night after night and take it all in. Joey and I just waited for our turn to be evaluated. We scraped up all the money we could from our jobs at St. Andrews Hall, Dog Beats record sales, and Alex's amazing tactics, and it was on. We did it. It was finally time. We pressed up 2,000 cassettes of Carnival of Carnage and finally put it out. October 18th, 1991. The first Joker's card had arrived. That's October 18th, 1991. The first Joker's card was in stores. The day it came out, there were ninjas waiting for it when Hot Hits Records opened. We couldn't believe it. All the promotion was actually working. We were getting orders for Carnival Carnage from record stores all over the Detroit area. I sent one out to my good friend Rob Van Dam, who by now was living in Atlanta. Rob was steady climbing up the ladder in his own career, pro wrestling, and I was proud as fuck to watch him. Talking to him was always cool as fuck, because he was always watching me climb in my career too. He loved the album even more than Dog Beats. I would send him tons of tapes, and he would give them out to his homies in Atlanta and wherever he would be wrestling at. Talking with Rob Van Dam would always boost my karma, because he was such a fan of what we were doing. It made it all seem very possible. We can do this, y'all. We needed to keep it going non-stop. We decided to book our first big concert, the one that would introduce the band's world, Carnival of Carnage and the Dark Carnival, to St. Andrews Hall. By now, I had driven poor Karen completely crazy. She was in mad debt because of me. I'm not gonna front. I was an asshole. We had just ended it before things got any worse. Between Kinko's and flying and recording, I had no time for her anyway. I straight left her, y'all, and took her money with me. It was a scandalous move, but I thank her to this day. Karen Chita, if you're alive, thank you, sweetie. First of all, thank you for the Nedden. It was my first. And second of all, thank you for the money that helped launch the first Joker's card. Thank you. And I hope you don't look at our relationship as a negative. I hope you look at it as something that was cool and fun and maybe even positive when we were both young, starting off our lives. I hope my dick was as good as your Nedden. When I left her with some damage. She was in debt $47,000, and every penny was because of me. God, I'm sorry. I truly am. She made all this possible. I love you for that, Karen. Wherever you are, get a hold of me, and I'll pay you back every penny. I swear it. Just get a hold of me, and hopefully we can even fuck. One day while Karen was at work, Greasy came over in his big-ass truck, and we loaded it up with my stuff. I moved in with him into his apartment on the east side. With the show coming up at St. Andrews, we asked Greasy to fill in and cover John's lyrics on stage. He knew all the words to the shit anyway, so he was down with it right off the bat. We just wanted him on stage with us because all the flyers and pictures we had plastered all over the state for the last year showed that there were 3 clowns in ICP, not 2. We didn't want to show any signs of weakness this early in the game, like our band was already falling apart or something. So we needed Greasy to fill in for John's shoes for this time. Nobody noticed a thing. Working security, I met another girl named Lori, who also worked at St. Andrews. And she worked at Record Time Records, which was probably the biggest record store besides Harmony House that would sell our shit. For that reason alone, she was the perfect girlfriend for me. We had an inside person now at 2 popular record stores to push our shit on people. We had Alex at Hot Hits and Karen at Record Time. Plus, she didn't mind spending all night at Kinko's working in the fan club newsletters, which were now going out to a whopping 1,500 people. I don't know what it was that attracted Lori to me. Maybe it was my drive in all of this. I do know what it was about her that attracted me. While Lori and Alex were at Kinko's, we'd be at Greasy's place rehearsing for the big show. Now to this day, I cannot tell you why. Why in God's name, for our first show on our own, we did what we did. Somehow, we thought it would be a good idea to do sequenced robot dance routines. You see, I really wanted to put on a great show, but I just went way overboard. Our idea was to be something like MC Hammer's show, but wicked. If that's even possible. A wicked MC Hammer show. Like there could even be such a thing. What it turned out to be was just stupid robot moves for the worst part of an hour. We had drawn about 240 people to St. Andrews, which was pretty good for our first concert ever. At least all of them were bunched up against the stage this time and not sitting back at the tables like at the Isham show. After about the third song, they weren't having the robot routine. "What the hell are y'all doing?" someone screamed. "Are you gonna rock this bitch or what?" another one yelled. The truth was, we were so winded from running around doing our stupid robot moves, we could only rap about 40% of the songs. For the rest, we just put the mic down and let the beat play. Yo, it was fucking horrible. God, it was seriously the worst thing we've ever fucking done. And after the Big Rapids and Isham shows, that was saying something. At least the Harmony House tactic of getting guest rappers worked. Carnival Carnage was being sold everywhere, including all 36 Harmony House locations. We just put that style show behind us and pretended like it never happened. In fact, I never even thought about it since then until just now. I could have just left it out of this book, but no, I must tell you about everything, even the stale shit, like the stale robot moves show with Greasy. Oh, such staleness. I feel so stale. Woe is me. I remember that show, and it was stale. Our very first in-store autograph signing session was set up at Alex's Hot Hits Records. We didn't think ICP was anywhere close to being big enough yet to do it alone, so we asked Kid Rock if he'd do it with us. Alex called him up, and he was down because finally he had another record getting ready to come out called The Polyfuse Method. Kid Rock was down to do anything to help sell his new shit, so it appeared that we had good timing. We were geeked. Man, we're gonna do an in-store with Kid Rock! This is gonna be the shit! We talked about it for days as we staple gun flyers all up and down Gratiot Avenue, miles in each direction from Hot Hits. I remember ninjas would see us staple gunning flyers to telephone poles and shit. They'd walk up to us and say, "Hey man, ain't that you on the flyer?" We'd be like, "No, that ain't us, get out of here." It never worked. The ninjas always knew it was us. "Bullshit, that's you right here on the flyer." Ha! Look at you, it's you. I hated that. I just tell them to fuck off and keep flying. For 6 weeks, flyers with Meet ICP and Kid Rock, free autograph sessions were stapled to everything. Telephone poles, the sides of buildings, trash cans, taped to the backs of old ladies, anything and everything. Me and Joey, Billy and Rudy and Nate wallpapered every tree in Michigan. It paid off. The day of the in-store came. As we drove up Gratiot, we could see kids lined up outside down the street. Whoa! I was so nervous sitting down with all those kids lined up. I couldn't even hold my ink pen straight. I felt stupid because the first kids in line could see my hand shaking. Kid Rock had to play the rock star role, so he hadn't showed up yet. The kids were like, "Fuck Kid Rock. We came to see you guys anyway." We were in straight up shock. For real, y'all. In total shock. We couldn't fucking believe it. When Kid Rock finally showed, he couldn't believe it either. Kids would blow right past him to get to us. Wow. "So how good is your album doing?" he asked me. "You guys seem like you're getting big, man." "Hey, I'm on that album, right?" Yeah, you're on it." I said, "We sold about 6,000 copies. "That's the shit," he said. "You got a long way to go, but that's still pretty good, you know, for you guys." The following week, Alex went to this big-ass music industry convention in Cincinnati. It was mostly bullshit, as those conventions usually are. He did have this to share with us when he got back. "Okay, I got some good news, guys. Here's the real deal. I asked a bunch of top record label people some questions face to face, and I finally got the lowdown on how all this really truthfully basically works. Are you ready?" We were like, yeah, spit the magic info." He dropped the news. "Here's how it works in the mind of a major record company. If you're an unsigned band out there and you sell 5,000 records on your own, you'll have every record company waiting to sign you," he said. We couldn't believe it because we had already sold more than that. We were happy as hell. Alex continued, "If you sell 7,500 records, you'll have them all straight up eating out of your hand. If you somehow manage to sell 10,000 records on your own, you'll have them flat out sucking your dick. Hell yeah, I said. We were already at 6,000 units. This was some good news. This is the shit. Record labels are about to start calling. They didn't though, and they wouldn't for years to come. We'd have to keep on keeping on selling, doing it ourselves. Our karma was so high after that in-store and Alex getting back from that convention, we booked another big show. This time at the Magic Bag at this old converted porn theater right there in Ferndale. It only held 350 people, so we were pretty sure we could sell it out with the hard enough work. We were actually making some money from Carnival Carnage selling well, so we quickly wanted more product. We were still starving, dirt fucking nearing homeless poor, but at least we could pay studio bills a little bit quicker. We hooked back up with our new main studio ninja, the incredible Mikey Clark, who really didn't think very much of us yet. But we did do an EP called Beverly Kills 50187, and Mikey Clark had so many rappers on his dick calling him up, trying to book studio with him back then, that we were just another group of rappers on his dick. The time with him, all hours of the day, was always booked up, and we were just more clients trying to fit some room on his mushroom cap. We were low on his priority list back then. It's true. Many times we would get to the studio for our reserve session and Mike would never even show up. That happened not just once or twice, at least 15 or 20 times. We managed to secure his services enough to bang out a pretty dope-ass EP right quick. We decided to premiere it at our big Magic Bag show in Ferndale. We didn't realize how much some of the locals hated us until one night when Greasy and I were out promoting our asses off, flyering at this bar in the Cass Corridor area of Detroit. It was a hip-hop night of some sort, and this rap group from Mount Clemens called Doc Rouncy and the Black Man were doing a show. At one point, they had been Kid Rock's backup guys around 1988 or 89. Anyway, I had met them before, and they were cool enough. They suddenly called me out on the stage and decided to straight up put me on Front Street. Hey, it's ICP, they said from the stage. This guy Joe wants us all to go see them at the Magic Bag, right Joe? One of them asked right from the fucking stage. They invited me up, which I was kind of surprised by. But what the hell? They had a live band backing them up, so I busted a fresh verse off the song Psychopathic on Carnival Carnage. Then I hopped right off the stage. It was all good, I guess. On the way out of the venue, I stopped to watch a fight that was happening in the parking lot. I recognized them right away. It was this rapper crew from the east side. They looked like a bunch of Rastas with long-ass dreadlocks and shit. They were there because they were down with Doc Rouncy and the Black Man, I guess. Anyway, they were fighting some dude and basically whipping his ass. Then the dude's bitch jumped in, and she got tossed to the floor hard. I thought it was funny, but my homie Greasy didn't. He jumped in and tried to break up the whole fight, and he was my boy and I had his back. I thought, man, if anybody swings on Greasy, I gotta swing on them. Sure enough, one of them guys hit Greasy, so I put that guy in a front fucking headlock. And I was gonna do this backward suplex move that I had been known for doing from time to time. I usually can cripple a kid with this move, but not this time. As soon as I put that kid in the headlock, I felt 100 blows light up the back of my head. There must have been 4 or 5 guys standing right behind me, and they immediately started blowing my head out from behind. The rest of the guys' crew were all over me. I can't front, y'all. They lit me up. No exaggeration. It had to be about 4 or 5 guys punching me at once. I tried to get away. I just took off running forward at full speed. Suddenly, I felt a sharp, blinding pain in my chest. It felt like a bullet hit me. No, I realized I'd been stabbed. Popped. I stopped running and looked at my bloody chest while the Bob Marleys caught up to me and kept beating on my head. You want me to be honest with y'all right now? How's this for honesty? That shank went so deep and so hard into my chest, I shit my drawers right there. Yup, I shit my pants, y'all. I didn't know it at that second, but I found out a minute later. How's that for honesty? I could have just left that part out, But nope, I shit a grip of poop. I don't know how that happened. Maybe the knife just hit a poop nerve or something. I started running again with Shabba and his band on my ass, swinging nothing but lethal blows. I don't know how I managed to stay conscious. I ran back into the club where the concert was still going on. They were still on me. I ducked and dodged between some people and ran back outside through a different door. I just kept running. I ran through another door, and I somehow found myself next door to the club in a Chinese restaurant. I ran upstairs and ducked into the woman's bathroom, covered in blood and having just shit myself. I resorted back to my old third-grade tactic of taking off my underwear, making sure this time my name wasn't written on the waistband, and throwing them in the garbage can. Then I thought, the fight might still be going on. I gotta go find Greasy. I ran back outside of the club, only to see Greasy and his big-ass truck driving away. I called Lori to come get me, and when I got home and got in bed, I thought I was okay. The next morning, holy shit, I couldn't feel the right side of my body. I made Lori take me to the hospital. I wish I had a big dramatic story about how it was an inch from my heart, but it was just a puncture wound. I realized why I got beat down so bad. When Doc Ronci and the black men called me up onto the stage, they were being sarcastic. Hey, this guy thinks he's a shit because he sold 5,000 records, which nobody in Detroit had done, by the way. That was just the beginning of the player hating by other local Detroit acts. I'd been seeing these bullshit local band showcases 3 nights a week working at St. Andrews. There was never any headliner because not one of those bands could headline. ICP never took that route. Even after the first Esham gig, we were the headliners, and the Magic Bag Show was gonna prove it. After I got stabbed, I finally quit St. Andrews because I was scared I'd run into that rap group again. Or worse, I'd be spotted by my old enemies from Southwest who had started to make the club their Friday night hangout, sometimes showing up 20 fucking deep. To make a short story even shorter regarding Greasy and his rap career with ICP, he met a cute little Asian girl and quit the band. I have never seen a guy change his wild ways over a woman as quick as he did. Wow, Greasy was the pinnacle of Detroit's happening club scene, and out of nowhere, he fell in love and left it all behind. He was a cool-ass ninja, and I'm sure he's doing fine nowadays. Last I heard, he was entering the shoot-fighting world. That's right, mixed martial arts were just starting out back then, and he was one of the first guys I'd ever heard of that was doing it. Mixed martial arts in a cage. MMA, baby. Ultimate fights. He was whipping major ass. I even heard he fights in Thailand now. This book is about me, so enough about Greasy. Eric, if you're reading this, I hope you're okay, homie. Peace and much love. With Greasy gone, it was time for another trip to Alex's basement. It'll just be us from now on, we said in the meeting. Just Joey and Joe and nobody else. That's the way the Dark Carnival must want it anyway. Now, all I had to do was sort out a place to live. Mind you, we were all super broke. Luckily, Lori was down to get a place with me. The Dark Carnival works in mysterious ways. We moved into a tiny shack on top of a laundromat on Mack Avenue across the street from a crack haven. I'm talking 4 crack houses all run by one gang. Showtime. Between Alex and Lori both pushing tickets at the record stores they worked at, and between me, Joey, and Billy flying and promoting half the motherfucking globe every fucking day, the Magic Bag gig finally sold out on the day of the show. 350 ninjas. The Magic Fag show was our very first in many ways. It was our first sold out show. It was our first as just Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. And it was our first show with no lame dance routines planned. Most importantly, it was the first time we'd ever thrown Fago. It was all some heavy drama that night. We invited Esham to come and do a live song with us on stage called Chop Chop that was on the Beverly Kills 50187 EP. Esham said he would come rock it. He showed up with his homies Nodis. They asked if we could play Esham's brand new CD they had just released called Kill the Fetus. The CD was about 70 minutes long, but we agreed to play what we could for the crowd between the opening acts and us went on. Before we went on, we were playing Esham's CD and all was well, but the crowd was getting bored. We said, come on, let's do this, let's go on. Esham asked us to play just a little bit more of his disc first. We stalled another 10 minutes or so when Alex finally stepped up to the soundboard and something like, fuck this shit, man, let's just take it off and start the show already. We gotta do this. Esham's homie happened to be standing there, heard Alex's outburst, and took it all crazy wrong. He ran backstage and told Esham what he thought he had just seen and heard. Esham, being as crazy as he is, grabbed the mic and walked out onto the stage out of nowhere. The place went nuts when they saw him. Why not? He was the king of Detroit's wicked shit. Then he said, ICP are my homies and all, but they got a fucked up manager, y'all. Somebody say, fuck Mr. Alex, yo! The crowd chanted along in response, fuck Mr. Alex, yo! Then after a couple chants of that, Esham threw down the mic, destroying our only spare, and stormed out the side entrance of the Magic Bag. Let me tell y'all something about drama. It's funny, because it can mislead you in so many ways. Sometimes its bark is way bigger than its bite, or sometimes you don't realize it, but you just might have tapped into something that could lead to drama over years. A lot of times, we underestimate ourselves and our capabilities during these crises. If you would have told me that shit was gonna happen earlier, I would have passed out like a bitch in love. Once we were standing there chilling and it actually happened, your mind, your body, and your soul automatically adjust to the situation. And that's what we did. We were like, fuck it then, oh well, the show must go on. We went out there and started the show like nothing had ever happened. Alex was hysterical though. He came running backstage screaming like, oh my God, what did I do? What was all that about? What the fuck is this deal? What the fuck was that about? The Fago Truth. We've been known to bullshit the press and lie our asses off just to try and sound funny or whatever. But yo, here it goes. The absolute truth about how the Fago thing all got started. During that show, we had a table set up behind us in the middle of the stage. On the table was a giant round bucket full of Fago 2 liters in various flavors. The day of that show, we decided to have it there. We'd set it up on the table so that the fans could see it. We always mentioned it in our rap songs, so we figured it'd be cool if the fans at the show seen us swigging off some Fago on stage. That was our plan and intention concerning the Fago on stage. Nothing more and nothing less. That's the truth. During the show, about 20 minutes into it, the shit died down and we were just rapping and rapping. We were kind of boring, I guess. I felt like that anyway. Then it happened. I seen this kid at the dead center of the crowd. He was just standing there with his arm raised, flipping us off. That hurt. I was steady thinking, what makes this kid think that just because he's in the crowd and we're up on stage, he can get away with flipping us off? The truth was, I was winded and tired enough as it was, so I just walked back, unscrewed a full 2 liter of Fago, and whipped it right at his ass. What happened to him as a result of that flavor is unknown. The place just straight up erupted though. The loudest pop of the night. Then Joey threw one off in the kid's direction. Much to our surprise, the pop started flying back at us from the crowd. I don't know if the people hated us or loved us for it, but they were going crazy. And we kept doing it until finally the Magic Bag's manager, this stupid bitch, actually climbed up on the stage in a panic for fear of her venue being destroyed and grabbed the Fago bucket. But then from out of nowhere, Alex came to the rescue and also grabbed the Fago bucket. They were struggling over it right in front of the fans. Right in front of everybody. Me and Joey just kept grabbing 2 liters out of the bucket, opening them up, and throwing them everywhere. It was fucking pure pandemonium. Alex and the lady are fighting over the bucket. Me and Joey are throwing Fagos into the crowd. People are going fucking crazy. And the rest, my friends, is Juggalo history. This also marked the first time we ever stage dived, as Joey soared off a stage monitor for the first time that very night. That would set off a chain reaction celebration of Suicidal Dive Fest for the rest of our career. At the end of the show, I had levels of karma never before seen so high. I addressed the Esham diss from earlier. Fuck Esham for that, y'all. That was bullshit. Fuck him for dissing Alex. I told the crowd. Half the crowd booed and the other half popped for us. We had felt we had to say something in Alex's honor. After all, he's as much ICP as me and Joey all day long. I didn't know what was gonna happen when I said that. I expected bullets to rip at me. We felt all in all the fucking show was a solid fucking success. An historical night. Later, we went out to eat to celebrate. Look, you guys, Alex said, we made $4 grand at the merch table. That means the company as of this meal is self-sufficient. Then we asked for the bill, which was fresh because I lost all my money stage diving. What Alex was saying was from then on, we could do this full time. We even had enough money to promote all day, every day. We even had the loot to go out and do this rap convention called Jack the Rapper in Atlanta the following month. We were sure we were going to get a record deal there. Our karma couldn't have been any higher. I drove home with Lori not really saying anything, just thinking about everything, all the possibilities, thinking about the Fago flying, how we dissed Esham and even still got people cheering for us. It was just crazy how it was all coming into focus, how the things that were happening just started to make sense. They were part of a bigger picture that was suddenly we were able to see. Juggaloism. And also what was on my mind was Esham and what were the after effects of tonight's madness. What would become of tonight's madness? No sooner than an hour after I got home, there was a knock at the door. I looked out my fresh window above the laundromat and saw it was Esham. I thought 100% for sure he was gonna jump me with his boys and just whip my ass for dissing him on stage. Rappers might be rappers, but being in the rap game does anything but take the street out of somebody. Believe me, I thought about it and I was like, fuck it. If I don't go out there, they might bust up Lori's car or whatever. Fuck it, I thought. I'll just have to go out there and get it over with. I walked outside and stood there expecting to get attacked at any second from behind or from wherever. Nope, it was just Esham chilling alone. He asked me, did you say something about me on stage tonight? I said, fuck yeah, I did, man. Why wouldn't I? Look what you said about Alex. Look what you did to us. He said, cause I ain't with that rap battle shit. We can handle this right now. He pulled out a gat. Right off the bat, I knew Esham was smarter than that. I was also insulted that he figured I was bitch made like Kid Rock probably would have been. I said to him, come on, man. I just said fuck Esham on stage 2 hours ago, and then suddenly I wind up shot dead? I wonder who did it. I know you ain't stupid enough to fucking shoot my ass. I know you're pissed off, and I would be too. Fuck, man. What the fuck would you have done if somebody would have pulled that shit off at your show? What if I was like, fuck Mr. James, yo? You would have ran out there and busted my ass, right? Well, what the fuck? This is my camp, my fam, my show, and we love Alex, just like you do James. You dissed him on stage at our show that we spent the last 2 months trying to get everybody to come see. Damn right I dissed you back. I had to. We would have looked like bitch boys if we didn't. Look at what you were pissed over, because he cut your shit off. You should have just came and confronted us about it before acting crazy like that. Esham is a man. We sat there and settled our differences like men. Just him and I in that dark-ass street corner in Detroit City for over an hour. After we handled our hothead shit, we talked about the show and all that. As strange as it may sound, we left that night with a great deal more respect for one another. Esham coming out to my house with a gun in 1993, and later he'd end up signed to Psychopathic and swinging the hatchet by my side. It's just amazing to me. 3 things to remember from this. Number 1, God is way bigger than all of us. Number 2, never say never and mean it. And number 3, life is too fucking long to be stuck on stupid. People talk to Esham and I about leaving that part out of the book altogether. Plus, we have never ran from anything in our personal histories. We're both too fucking proud of ourselves today, of how we turned out to care about what happened on the streets over a decade ago. Up until that historical Magic Bag show, we were just another rap act or something, or what we thought was a rap act. That night, after going against the venue's rules, after the Fago and the stage diving, we weren't just a fucking Rat Pack anymore. We were ICP and the Dark Carnival. We never again fell into any plain old category, but that one, our own category. We weren't being anything but ourselves. Fago, fuck yous and all. ICP was truly born. More importantly, the Juggalos were born, all 350 or so of them. That night, the Magic Bag, Shaggy 2 Dope, Violent J, ICP, the Dark Carnival, and the Juggalos all came to life. Chapter 11, Ringmaster's Word. And this chapter is dedicated to Young Wicked, the man behind the boards right now, adding all the little extra freshness you hear here and there behind my words. Whoop whoop! We had the Beverly Kills 50187 EP between albums, and we weren't basically poor anymore. We weren't rich at all. We weren't even middle class. But for the very first time in my life, though, we weren't dirt poor. We could afford McDonald's or whatever was right down the street from our office anytime we wanted. Our office was still Alex's mom's basement on 9 Mile Road. Carnival of Carnage had sold almost 10,000 copies by now. 10 fucking thousand copies, all independently. Despite the big news, however, Alex came back from a music seminar with some bad news. We didn't have any record companies sucking our dicks. Damn. As a matter of fact, we didn't have anybody sucking our dicks. Anywhere we went, every record store, every time we hung out at St. Andrew's Hall, nobody had a fucking thing to say to us. Nothing but mean mugs and shoulder shrugs everywhere we went. Whatever we told people we sold, they were always dead certain we were lying about it. Besides, every time I talked to Esham's brother James, he would tell me they were selling 100,000 records. Same thing with Kid Rock. Oh yeah, I'm at about 70,000 units. We believed it all, too. Sure, we'd later learn that they were mega hyping that shit up the whole time. Right then, we all thought that we had a lot of catching up to do. Them lying to us all those years, that turned out to be the best thing ever for us, because all we did was try harder and harder to catch up to their imaginary record sales. Them lying, them boosting their record sales, just made us work harder to try to catch up to their lies. The truth was, all along, it was hard enough for fucking Ice Cube to sell 10,000 records in the Detroit area, let alone a local group. It didn't matter to us, though. We really didn't care. Ice Cube was our target now. Him and the Beastie Boys, all the big time shit. That's what we were trying to catch up to. We entered the studio to make the second Joker's card, the Ringmaster. Mike E. Clark was still pretty much busy as hell back then, treating us like hoes. But we still entered the studio with him because he was the best thing in Detroit, period. About Mike. Don't get me wrong. Mike Clark was never a dick to us. Mike was never a dick to anybody for that matter. He was always friendly as hell, full of energy and full of life. You gotta know Mike. He's full of charisma and karma. He's super, super cool and all, but he was just so fucking busy. From the first day I ever met Mike, he was always cool as hell to chill with though. His only problem back then was he was so fucking busy and in demand. He couldn't work with us exclusively because we weren't making any real money. So Mike had to work with about 10 bands at that time in order to make all his end meets. And when I say bands, I do mean bands, rock and roll bands, and rap groups. The fact is, Mike is the fucking bomb, and everybody who has ever worked with him wants him for themselves alone. But during the recording of Ringmaster, we were just one of the 10 bands Mike was doing at the time. That's why I say we were just bitches to him. That and the fact that we were just another one of the many rap groups and bands who were always bugging him for studio time. He was moving up in the world though. He had his own studio now. He didn't have to rent out a room at the Temper Mill studio. He had his own fucking studio right at his house. We buried ourselves in the studio as much as possible. Shit was magical during this period, because we knew we actually had people waiting for this album. We were actually defining what ICP was and what it could be. We wanted to make a statement to direct our energy. We wanted to mix comedy and horror and hold it all up like a mirror to a city full of gangsters and scrubs just like us. The image of the Joker's card came to me as a ringmaster throwing up the forks up and the forks down gang signs. To us, that meant that all sets, all gangs could have clown love. That's why the ringmaster holds up both signs. You see, in Detroit, in the southwest side especially, there were several gangs. The Cash Flow Posse, the Latin Counts, all sorts of them. They were either Forks Up gang or Forks Down gang. Sort of like out in LA, you got a bunch of different gangs that are either Crip or Blood. They may have individual sets or streets they represent or neighborhoods they represent, but they're either Blood, which means they get along with other Blood gangs, or they're either Crip, which means they get along with other Crip gangs. Well, here in the Midwest, in Chicago and Detroit, it's about Forks Up or Forks Down. Several different gangs were either Forks Up or they were Forks Down. And that's why the ringmaster threw up both signs, because he was representing all sets. I don't know where the hell we got all those fresh ideas, except to say from the Dark Carnival. We even decided to put our own comic book out with the ringmaster called The Wicked Clowns. I wrote it and Joey drew it. Once again, we were hanging out up at Kinko's like curly hairs on nuts when we weren't in the studio. That fucking comic book was hella hard work. We spent more time up at Kinko's than ever during the ringmaster era, and that's saying a lot. We had to get the comic book printed in Canada, so it took us 1,000,000 trips across the border to smuggle them all back. At least we had a comic book now. It wasn't in color or anything, but the cover was, and it was funny. Not even Ice Cube had a fucking comic book. Right from the rip, we wanted to be about more than just music. We wanted to have all kind of little trinkets and little fucking collectibles that come along with us. Not just the CDs, but all kinds of additional collectible flavor. That's why right then, during the Ringmaster era, way back in 1993 or 4, we were drawing a comic book, and it took Shaggy forever to draw that bad boy, and it's still available today. It's a collector's item, and it should be, because it's fucking dope and it's fucking funny as hell, straight up. We were off on our own thing now and making new moves. We finally stopped watching our opponents in the race. We just looked ahead, and little did we even know it, but we were leaving everybody in the dust. Promoting, non-stop, night and day and night. We hustled at every Kinko's in the state. We even went to Kinko's in other states just to reuse our snaky tactics because they weren't hit to us yet. We sat up at Kinko's so much that my ass was shaped just like the bottom of a Kinko's chair. We brought our own chairs into the Kinko's that we kept in Alex's truck. We brought food to Kinko's, ordered fucking pizzas to Kinko's, all that. I'm telling you, we lived at Kinko's, making endless amounts of demo packages, flyers, fan club newsletters, bios, everything. It's all about work, you fucking jerk. You don't sit around and wait to be discovered, asshole. You fucking work. Bust your ass if you want it. Chase it. Make it happen. Own it. Don't sit and wait. Don't sit and pray, because God ain't appreciating your lazy ass. Put some effort into it, you bitch. All you fucking local bitch bands that never made it. Ha 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 ha. You lazy fuck. Fuck it though. I know all this sounds boring as hell. And if you want, you can skip over to the other chapters about, let's see, how I hung out with Slash, or about how Billy just about blew the guy from Radiohead's grill out, and all that other dirt from being in the WWF and WCW. Skip right ahead, cause this shit is about the struggle, motherfucker. Juggalos, or whoever's hearing this, you've gotta understand. This is what really went on. Promoting! This is the true story behind ICP CDs and concerts. It ain't fresh as them rappers make it seem in the videos. At least for us it never was. We had to walk the whole way alone because nobody else would give us a free lift. You ain't gonna read no rock star's book where motherfuckers are talking about Kinko's and flyers and shit as much as us, because they never had to deal with that shit. Some did, a little here and a little there, but nobody out there walked the whole fucking way like we did. No motherfucking buddy. My only point is that you can truly do whatever you want in this world. Even if you never once receive a break along the way, you can still do it. It just takes a lot of fucking work. But you can be an astronaut or you can be an asshole. You can be whatever the fuck you want on this planet. It's true. You just have to fucking work. The good thing is that once you get to where you're trying to go, you can look back and say, I don't owe shit to any motherfucking buddy. So it might seem stale that I got all these stories about making flyers, promoting, and selling records in Detroit instead of real rock and roll shit like supermodels eating out each other's neddins while we're sipping Caribbean wine and high-fiving with Tommy Lee. Believe me, this shit was hard work. Now, back to our stale story. About 7 weeks before we put the Ringmaster out, we drove all the way down to Cincinnati to get the tapes and CDs pressed up. We had to look for a pressing plant that worked for the cheapest, the most product for the lowest amount of money. We fucking shopped. We budget shopped. We checked out every CD and tape pressing plant in the United States, and the cheapest, best bargain was in Cincinnati, Ohio. So we jumped in Alex's fucking rusty-ass bucket and we bounced. We chose this place called QCA to do the job. I wonder if they're still in business. We wanted to go there personally to show them exactly how we wanted it done, just like we had done a few years earlier with Dog Beats. Sure enough, though, 4 days before the release of the Ringmaster, we got the CDs and tapes back, and they were all fucked up. Typos all over the place, wrong foil and everything. Even though we had to drive all the way there to show them exactly how we wanted it done, they still fucked it all up. At first, they just dissed us about it. They told us, sorry, but there was nothing they could do for us. We were so pissed that somebody was truly about to get hurt. The street came pouring back out of us. It was going down, y'all, for real. We were plotting and planning an actual attack on their pressing plant. Straight up, we were about to bring the streets to the QCA pressing plant in Cincinnati. Right when we got the call, they had made us another 10,000 cassettes and 10,000 CDs for absolutely free. This was like a fucking dream come true. We now had twice the shit to sell. 40,000 units, and we were gonna sell them all. That was a break, and I'll never forget it. Thanks to Alex and his threatening tactics, they actually remade 20,000 more CDs and cassettes, 40,000 in all, 20,000 fucked up ones and 20,000 good ones, and we were about to sell all of them bitches. Now, I will admit, that was a break, but that's only because we threatened them and we were serious about it. We were about to surround them and blow their fucking windows out, and you know I ain't playing. Ringmaster hits the streets, and his mighty era began. My brother had now been out of the army for a while doing his thing. He started working with us full time, helping us promote the fuck out of the Ringmaster. Even the fucking Army and Desert Storm War couldn't prepare Rob for the amount of work we put in while promoting. He got out of one war just to join another. Yes, he was in Desert Shield and Desert Storm. My brother Rob was all over Kuwait and Iraq and all that shit during that war out in the fucking desert with Scud missiles flying everywhere. It was fucking crazy. He should write his own book just about that. But he is now back out of that war and in this war. Alex's mom's basement was now the Psychopathic Records warehouse and shipping department, as well as the office. When we weren't flyering, we were down there taping up boxes of CDs, shirts, and shipping them out. Check this out. We bought this huge mega roll of duct tape from this used office supply store. It wasn't really duct tape. It was actually more like this thin-ass, light brown packaging tape shit. The roll was just enormous. I mean, it was seriously about 3 feet thick, no lie. I think maybe it was used on some kind of giant box folding machine or something. But now we had it, and it was fucking humongous. 30 or 40 pounds of nothing but tape. We all stood around looking at it, and we said, by the time this roll of tape is gone, we will have easily shipped out enough shit and sold enough records to get a record deal. We were positive of that. There was no way we could have been wrong about that. So we thought. The Ringmaster was powerful. Our record was selling. Detroit scrubs and thugs were all taking major notice of Insane Clown Posse. Juggalos were emerging from the darkest corners of the state. Other bands were just making music to jam to. We were becoming an underground phenomenon. We set up a bunch of in-store appearances, alone this time, just ICP, with no fucking Kid Rocks. At the in-stores, lines of kids were wrapped around the stores, twice sometimes. Every kid who came through the line was just like us. They looked like us, they dressed like us, they talked like us, and all that. No, I'm not saying that we influenced them in their style. I'm saying that they already had the same style as us. We were all the same kind of people. Scrubs, floobs. We were all being drawn together as underdogs. They were all pissed and ready to do something about it, just like us. It felt like we already knew everybody. We seemed like they all wrestled in NAW with us back in the day. They were all thugs with ICP for years. It was crazy. It was like we already knew everybody somehow. That's how it felt. All these ninjas coming out to get autographs, they were just like us. Joey and I were finding out that there have always been other people out there who thought, lived, breathed, and chilled the same as we did all along. Our music was just helping us all find each other. It was crazy. We couldn't push it out fast enough. Juggalos were telling future juggalos about the dark carnival. Detroit was steady shaking. There were many earthquakes everywhere. Something was growing under the dirt. Something powerful, large, and mega was emerging. We kept spreading our juggalo poison. Box after box was leaving that fucking basement. Our fucking fat roll of tape remained fat, but it was definitely being tested. We were blowing up so big, we had to buy an office out in Oak Park so Alex's mom's neighbors didn't think we were drug dealers coming and going out of the house at all hours. It was almost like a dream come true having our own office. I absolutely loved that little fucking 2-room office. I would spend the night there at least 2 nights a week and just chill, and I hated going home. I used to bring chicks with me there and fuck them on this big-ass conference table all the time. It was so fresh. We used to get chicks from the ICP hotline. That's right. We'd leave a new message every day, and chicks would leave their messages, and we'd call them back and be like,
well, what up then?
And hook up with them. It was the shit. We even bought our first company car, a little Suzuki Sidekick with fat rims and ground effects. You probably don't even remember ground effects, do you? They were the shit. No more getting out of Alex's rusted out caddy in front of everybody at the in-stores. We used that office and fresh-ass car 24/7. Damn, I remember that Suzuki Sidekick. It even had the fresh purple neon lights underneath it that were illegal. That's why we always got pulled over in that bitch. But man, we loved bouncing that fucking fresh purple Suzuki Sidekick with the ground effects and the neon purple lights that you no longer see because they were too distracting. But we were fresh in that bitch. At the Ringmaster surface, it was just clear. We owned Detroit's underground. That roll of packaging tape was getting smaller, a little bit smaller. Everything seemed cool except for one thing. Alex, we've now sold 30,000 copies of the Ringmaster. Where's that fucking record deal? I asked him, and he said,
why don't you go to that big-ass Jack the Rapper convention coming up in a couple months and find out?
The 1993 Jack the Rapper convention was this big rap industry thing held in Atlanta for all the players and would-be players of the rap game willing to shell out a $300 ticket. Rudy and I drove down there thinking we were the shit. By the time the convention came, the Ringmaster had sold 40,000 units all on our own. Record companies were going to be hanging off our dicks, or so we thought. Little did we realize that absolutely nobody outside of the Detroit area had a clue as to the hell we were. We sold 40,000 units all right. all in Metro Detroit and around Flint. When we walked in the hotel where the convention was held, right away we saw every rapper and their mama was standing there slapping stickers of their group everywhere. They were just like us, promoting. We started doing the same thing, slapping our motherfucking posters up all over the walls and just trying to blend in. This wasn't nothing new to us. We had crazy skills at promoting. I remember I went up to Redman and gave him a CD, and then to EPMD and any motherfucker who would take it. We walked around that bitch with our chins up like, yeah, we sold 40,000 fucking records. Ringmasters had 40,000. People still weren't hearing it. Every rapper there had a story that beat ours.
40,000 units? That ain't shit, dog. Back in Oklahoma City, me and my crew sold 130,000 units.
We couldn't fucking believe it. Everybody was fresher than us somehow. I was getting mad. Rudy just got drunk. We found ourselves on the elevator with Tag Team. You remember them? They had that song, Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. That shit was out and blowing up at the time. So we're in the elevator with them, and it was just about the biggest single of that year. What up, y'all? One guy asked. What up, I said. He put out his hand for a dap. Tag Team. Rudy shook his hand. ICP, what up? We started talking that small-time bullshit talk people make in elevators, especially at business conventions, and we told them we're from Detroit. Then one of the guys asked us, so how are we doing up in Detroit? Are we on any radio up there? Rudy, drunk off his ass, answered, well, you know, I ain't really heard too much since that whole little whoop thing y'all did. Wow, I couldn't believe Rudy just said that to them. That whole little whoop thing was the biggest selling rap single of all time, and Rudy just called it a little whoop thing. Well, we hit our floor and got off the elevator right quick. I was just like, holy fuck. Rudy didn't stop to think about what had just happened. He stumbled over to the beer line. Suddenly, Kid, that one guy with the high top fade from Kid and Play, kind of cut in front of him. Rudy liked beer, but he loved trouble. Hey, what's up with that, man? He yelled. Kid apologized immediately. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know this was the line. Rudy was drunk. I don't give a fuck if you're a motherfucking Kid and Play, motherfucker. Rudy was about to beat the ninja up from Kid and Play. I couldn't believe this was happening. It was funny as hell, though. We paid $600 to come here and get a record deal, and all we were doing was burning bridges we never had to begin with. Fuck it. We pissed off Tag Team and Kid and Play. Might as well go for the hat trick. Snoop Dogg and his Death Row Records posse were premiering their new movie, Murder Was the Case That They Gave Me. It was kind of a big fucking deal because back then, not every rapper was making many movies like they do now. Rudy stumbled up to the door of the screening room, and this big bold letters was a sign,
Do not open door. Film in progress.
Come on, dog, Rudy said. Let's go see this shit. Let's just wait till the next showing, I told him. Rudy opened both doors, and the darkened room suddenly filled up with light. Suddenly, Snoop and about 50 other people were turning around in their seats to see who the assholes were that just opened the door in the middle of the film. The assholes were Rudy and me. Now, rather than take a seat in the back, Rudy was loud as ever. Oh, my bad. Nah, go ahead, watch the movie. The screen's over there. Why you watching me for? Shit, don't mind us. We finally found some seats. 5 minutes later, Rudy leaned over and whispered to me, man, it ain't no bitches in here, man. Let's get the fuck out of here, dog. He at least bothered to whisper. Dog, don't go back outside, I begged him. If you open them doors, all that light's gonna fill the fucking room again. Dog, this shit is whack, man. Let's break, bro. By now, people were turning around, mean-mugging us for talking anyway, so I figured we better leave before we get our asses beat. We ninja'd to the back, and Rudy threw open the doors again like he was escaping a burning building. Just as the doors closed back up, I thought we were cool, but Rudy suddenly yelled, Southwest, bitch! We ran. So fresh. At this point, I had just about enough of this convention, but I figured I'd give it at least one last try. There was a room that had A&R men from all labels who would sit down and talk to you. It was almost closed for the day, and we wanted to get the fuck out of there, so I bribed a kid for his place in line. Think about that. I actually paid this motherfucker $40 to have his place in line to talk to the A&R from the record company. He must have not wanted it as bad as we did, because he stepped right the fuck out of line and gave me his spot. I sat down in front of the A&R guy. Here it is, man, I said, handing him a copy of The Ringmaster. I had 5 minutes to give him my speech. Man, this record sold 40,000 copies in Detroit. Here are photos of the group. Me and my boy wear clown makeup, blah, blah, blah. The guy was just looking at me like, shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here. He didn't ask me one question. Talking to him was like talking to a telephone pole. All right, we'll listen to it. Peace. Peace my ass. He could have given a shit less. Luckily, on our way back, there was an independent wrestling show in Atlanta, which was pretty fucking fresh. So Jack the Rapper trip was a total waste. Southwest, bitch! We may not have been shit at the Jack the Rapper convention, but back in the D, we were stars again. We booked a show at the Ritz, the same stale-ass place we played for 250 disinterested Esham fans a year and a half earlier. This time, the building was sold the fuck out at 1,800 juggalos. We had face paint on too, believe that. Not only us, but half the fucking crowd did too. We had a song on Carnival Carnage called The Juggler. Then I would do it on stage. I'd say, you can't fuck with the juggler. What about you, juggalo? Are there any juggalos in here? The fans took it from there. The word juggalo was official. Juggalos were like our very own underground cult of followers. We were the band you never heard on the radio or saw on MTV, but everybody in the area knew the name, and only the juggalos actually listened to us. We were getting so big, we were getting even more player-hated in our beloved Southwest. Rudy and I rolled by Clark Park in our sidekick, and people just threw shit at us. Fuck ICP, y'all ain't shit. It was weird as hell. We had some money in our pocket, we were selling out concerts, our ugly asses even had hot supermodel looking bitches wanting to fuck us. Still, somehow we didn't have a fucking record deal. Yes, we were getting some skins, I'll say right here, but it was all phony skins. It was just groupie skins. You have to understand though, groupie skins are like prostitutes. They're fucking you, but they ain't really fucking you because they want to fuck you. They're fucking you so they can say they fucked you. They're fucking you to get props, just like a hooker fucks you to get money. So groupie sex ain't really fulfilling if you're a real man. If you're a real man, you want a bitch to fuck you because she wants to fuck you. That's good sex, when a bitch is scratching your back, loving you, fuck her. I'm telling you now, as a grown-ass man, that's good sex. If a bitch actually really is attracted to you and wants to suck your dick for her pleasure, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. But back then, we would take sex in any fucking form. A hottie willing to fucking blow you real quick in the back of your sidekick? Absolutely. Bring it on. We didn't understand it wasn't authentic though, but we took it any way we could get it. Life was getting busy as hell. We had places to be and projects to get done. Our rapping careers were truly underway. Finally, I had to look ahead and keep moving this life in a new, quicker pace. I broke up with Lori. Remember, we had supermodel-looking chicks willing to fuck us now. It was time to move on, and move on I did. I ended up regretting it for years. A long time after Lori, all I ever met was fake-ass groupie after fake-ass groupie. That made Lori look like an angel. Nowadays, I feel different about Lori. For some reason now, when I look back into the past, all I seem to remember is her bitching at me all the time. I seem to have forgotten her fresh points. I only remember her bitching about the money I owed her, about staying out promoting too late every night, straight up bitching about everything I did. I'm happy as hell now not to be with that stupid bitch. Even though thinking about sex we had, it was alright, it was pretty cool. She was the first woman to ever make me nut by giving me head. But yo, she always made me wear a fucking rubber. How stale is that? My girlfriend always made me wear a fucking rubber. Actually, she was smart, you know what I'm saying? Now that I really think about it, because I was fucking plenty other neddins with no condom. Yes, it's true. When I was in my 20s, I was buck wild. Yes. She made me wear rubber all the time. What kind of bullshit was that? Anyway, once Lori and I were over, Joey, Billy, and I all decided we should get a place together. At the same time, my brother Rob and Rudy had both also ended long-ass stale bullshit relationships. All of us agreed, let's all get a place together and promote 24/7. Fuck the bitches and everything else all around. We were self-sufficient. We were a record company with local hit albums, and all we cared about was making all that grow. Bigger and better. We couldn't afford anything fresh yet, but we all knew we wanted to live somehow near downtown Detroit, where the fresh shit was always going down, the mecca of all the action, the greatest place to be promoting. We ended up moving into the scrubbiest neighborhood in Detroit, a place known to local crackheads and hookers everywhere. Cass Corridor. Now, just for the record, I must say, these days, the Cass Corridor area is much nicer. They built big buildings for college students, and they have all kind of stores everywhere, and it's much, much nicer. But back in these days, it was a fucking crack haven, and it was fucked up. It was all drug dealers, freaks, and hookers mixed in with crazy hippie-looking college kids who have the balls and the drug habits to want to live there too. We fucking loved it in Cass Corridor, except for my fucking sidekick always getting broken into. They stole the fucking airbag out of it once. They stole the fucking radio out of it. Rob and Rudy got an apartment with me, Billy, and Joey on the apartment directly across the hall from them. We were on the 3rd floor of a 3-floor apartment building sized crack house. Our rent was $245 a month. Our bathtub always had roaches crawling around, and there was never a shower head, which meant to use it, you would have to sit down. That meant there was a chance of a bug swimming up your butthole. So instead, we just used the nasty tub to hold all the fan mail we were now getting. We'd just run across to my brother's to take a shower. I remember sitting on a toilet and reading fan mail every day because the bathtub was full of fucking fan mail from fresh-ass juggalos. It was dope. It was wild because there were people who used to fuck next door, and it would knock my whole fucking cable box off my TV. There was some serious rough fucking going on over there. You just hear this guy, this big fat guy, fucking the shit out of bitches. It sounded like they were in the same room with us. I didn't care, I thought it was funny, but the wall would just be knocking. Their bed must have been right up against that thin-ass plaster, because they were doing some serious fucking. He must have had a big, fat fucking fire hydrant dick, because bitches were screaming. Wow, I remember that shit so vividly. An old transvestite sat in front of the building night and day. We nicknamed her Man Lady. She named us too. Me, Rudy, and Billy were always addressed as Big Man, and my brother and Joey were called Slim Goody. Every time we'd come home after a night of flying, she'd be sitting out there. Later in the night, the drunker she would be, he or whatever the fuck. I'll take my teeth out and suck the shit out of your dick, he or she would say jokingly. No thanks, we had groupies for that now. My one homie, I'm not gonna say his name, but he used to be like, man, I'm seriously thinking about having her suck my dick. And we'd be like, bro, it's not a fucking her, it's a he. You're gonna let a man suck your dick. Well, she's got titties somehow. Dog, are you seriously gonna let that thing suck your dick? Wow, I'll keep his name silent. Our landlord was an old-ass white gay man named Tom with an H. Yes, it's Tom with the fresh H. He used to wear a leather-studded hat like a fucking dominatrix and a short leather jacket with nothing on under it. He was fucking creepy as fuck and out of his mind. Going to the store like he was in the Village People, butt cheeks all exposed and shit. Even Man Lady wanted none of that flavor. Tom, how do you say Tom with an H? Tom, not even the homo spectacle Man Lady or Tom could compare to the Thug. Yes, I'm talking about the one and only original Thug. This ninja made thuggin' cool way before Tupac or Bone Thugs ever made the word thug popular. This dude was so black that all you could see were his fucking yellow eyeballs from across the street. Even in the dark, his eyes would light up the sidewalk in front of him like little headlights. We used to watch him from out our window and see him just beating people's asses every day. If we were gonna go to the store across the street, first we checked to make sure the Thug wasn't out. We always waited for him to wander off or get arrested before we left the house. We never wanted to cross the thug, but it was fun watching him from the window because he'd just walk up to a crackhead and you could see they were having some sort of discussion, and suddenly the thug would just knock him the fuck out. It was so funny. Every time you saw the thug, you knew he was gonna punch somebody within 10 minutes. So all he had to do was watch, and sure enough, he'd punch a crackhead off his bike, or he'd fucking punch a fucking lady. He'd punch anything, man. The thug was so fresh. He was like a character that walked out of a video game, a true-to-life bad guy who just walked around punching motherfuckers, and he never wore a shirt. I don't give a fuck how cold it was. The thug was shirtless, he had a beer belly, he was kind of thick, kind of muscular, and he loved to blow faces out. Every time Joey would spot him from his bedroom window, he would scream for all of us to come watch. It never failed. He would always knock somebody the fuck out every time. Crackheads would see them two yellow balls emerging from a dark alley, and they'd take off. Running in fear. Hookers would jump in dumpsters and hide. Whoever was stupid enough to still be standing around when the thug walked up on the scene would always sure as hell get knocked the fuck out. We didn't need an alarm clock because every morning at 10 a.m. this little retarded lady would come knocking on our door with something different to sell.
You want to buy this toaster?
No, we don't need the toaster.
Does your friend want to buy this toaster?
No. Boom. 10 the next morning. Same thing.
You want to buy this lamp?
No, I'm straight.
Does your friend want to buy this lamp?
No, he's straight. One time I was downtown passing out flyers at City Club. There was this homeless guy out there working the beat. Hey man, buy these incense sticks off me, man. Please, these incense sticks are all I got to sell. He pleaded, I'm homeless, just come on, help me out. So I bought a couple fucking incense sticks off him and even gave him a couple extra bucks. That night, as I unlocked the door to my apartment, I looked down the hall and there he was. The same fucking guy I bought the incense from was unlocking the door to his apartment. I said, hey man, I thought you were homeless. He just looked at me and said, ha, and then slammed the door. What the fuck? He was just as broke as me. And I'm hooking him up with money, that fucking cocksucker. Check this out. One night, I came home and walked right up the stairwell. As I passed the second floor, I noticed this guy halfway down the hallway with a fucking rifle in his hand. And he was banging on the door yelling, open up, bitch. I just kept walking up to that third floor like I ain't seen shit. When I got into our apartment, I yelled at Joey, hey man, some guy's on the second floor with a gun. Cat, cat. Now you could hear bullets busting rounds off. We went back to the window. The guy was in the alleyway right across the street where I normally park my truck, putting rounds into his rifle and shooting him into the apartment right below ours, busting out the windows and shit. It was never our style, but we did it. We actually called the police. He was shooting into our fucking building.
There's a guy shooting into the building. Listen,
I said, and I hung the phone out the window. The guy ran out of ammo, then he would just go back to his truck and reload. And he kept shooting into the building, just taking his time like he had all night. We low-crawled across to my brother's apartment. Rob, the cops still ain't here? I was freaking out. Finally, the guy ran out of bullets and drove away. 10 minutes later, one lone fucking cop car finally rolled up. We went out to talk to the cop. Lo and behold, it was a fucking Wayne State College area patroller. Not even a real fucking cop. Mind you, nobody else from the building called the police or went outside. I guess that kind of shit just happens all the time around there. I mean, we would hear automatic gunfire and the echoes of gunfights during the night in our new neighborhood, but never for that long and that consistent. I wasn't complaining though. I fucking loved it down there. It was like the ultimate scrubbiness once again. People wondered how the fuck we could write songs about driving around in hearses killing people. They wondered how we could come up with all this fucking horror comedy stuff. Shit. Living in downtown Detroit with fucking characters like that, how could we not? We were representing Detroit, and that's all that mattered to us. Even bringing groupies to the apartment was fun. They would be like, you live here? It was dope. They would all see the steam shooting up from the sewers and how ghetto our whole neighborhood looked. We seemed to be living the exact role we were rapping about. It was awesome. When Ringmaster came out, we were paid enough to pay the bills on time. We were single. Everything was cool. Oh, Joey did get arrested for a minute for breaking into a restaurant in Ferndale because he was drunk and hungry one night after a party at his mom's house. I guess he figured some frozen hot dogs would be tasty. Well, once he got inside the place, he found a little surprise. The owner was in the fucking restaurant fucking some chick with the lights off. Joey fought the fuck out of the guy, but he got choked out. The guy was bigger than the Undertaker. I never believed Joey about how big this guy was till I went to court with him, and the guy was there, and he looked like one of the fucking Road Warriors. I don't know if you know who one of the Road Warriors are, but they're big fucking muscular old school wrestling tag team. Never mind. Joey got probation, which was way better than serving time, but the only bone was he couldn't leave the state for a year. Of course, back then, with the way we had Detroit locked down, he didn't need to leave the state, ever. Alex would give us $50 every morning. We'd drive around in the Sidekick, picking up money from record stores and dropping more shit off. And of course, flyering. And going into the fucking studio. It was amazing. We were living off the music sales, and there weren't many motherfuckers in Detroit who could say that. Maybe Esham, that's it. Kid Rock didn't have to work, but then again, he never had to. His parents were rich, and everybody knew it. His dad owned a fucking car lot and all kinds of shit. From what he told us, his dad was Bob Ritchie Sr., the guy who owned all them new and used car lots you'd always see commercials for on TV. Of course, that's only my speculation, but now it's officialation. Maybe he never asked his stale-ass dad for shit, I don't know. I'm not hating on Kid Rock, but he did have rich parents, and everybody knew it. Things were getting very, very weird for me and Joey. We were getting famous. People would recognize us at malls. Chicks were always down the fuck right away. But I told you about that sex. It's only half as fresh. For me, this was extra crazy. I've always been ugly. Even before I was fat, I was this ugly kid with a big forehead. Hot chicks let me fuck them to this very fucking day. It was funny as hell to me. Back then, it was all brand new to me, and we took full advantage. We'd meet girls at our shows or at our in-stores, and they'd call our hotline. It was almost like we were daring them to like us. They'd get in their parents' car and drive all the way from the rich-ass suburbs to our ghetto neighborhood. And if they could find a place, we'd meet them in the street and have to blindfold them before taking them up to our apartment. If we didn't, they'd tell everybody else where we lived. The next thing we knew, there would be kids in face paint at our apartment, hound dogging us for autographs all day and night and going through our trash and shit. We'd get these girls to our apartment, and the first thing out of their mouths was always,
"What are you guys doing living down here? This place is gross."
We'd go on and on about how we were just keeping it real. With that $50 every morning, we were as rich as we could be. Anything else we ever had coming went right back into psychopathic. Every fucking penny. All we spent was that $50. The rest of the money, right back into the pot. The thing was, Joe Bruce wasn't ever sexy to these bitches. Violent J was. I'd tell the girls my name was Joe, but they kept on calling me Jay. They didn't want to know Joe. It was more fun for them to be hanging out with Jay, so I'd give them Jay. Violent J didn't give a fuck how they got home either. If their car got broken into, well, hey, bitch, remember how I rap about killing people and superglued chicks' titties to the ceiling? Well, that's the guy you fucked, and now he don't give a fuck about how you get home either. Bitch. It was ruthless, sure, but they wanted Violent J, so they got Violent J. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't look down upon all women because there's a difference between groupies and juggalettes, of course. Juggalettes are women who get respect. Groupies will always use me to get props off their friends, and in turn, I use them for their neddins. Well, I did use them for their neddins. I have to admit and be honest, I've far grown out of fucking groupies. I don't find fucking groupies fun anymore. I'm telling you the updated version. In this day and age, fucking a chick who wants to fuck you because she thinks you're famous is not fun. As a matter of fact, to get very personal, it makes my dick go soft. I'll tell you a small story that I use as an example all the time. One time, we were having a party in our bus during the Hell's Pit era, and we had a couple girls in there, and we were having fun playing music, and this hot blonde walked up to me out of nowhere, and she said right in my ear, whispering,
"I want to suck your dick right now."
It totally flipped my wig, because she was hot as hell. I said, "Say no more," and I took her right to the back of the bus, and just when it was about to go down, she looked at me in the eyes, she looked up at me, and she said, "Am I gonna get like a t-shirt or something for this?" My dick instantly went soft. I was crushed. But I use that as an example. I tell people that's what really goes on. You know what I'm saying? It's not real sex. I got money. I could pay for a fine-ass hooker if I want. But what kind of sex is that? It's not real. If she don't really find you attractive, it just ain't shit. But when I was a kid, don't get me wrong, I must have fucked, I have no idea, 900, 1,000 Edens? Honestly, yes. And I did catch syphilis when I was in my 20s. I'll tell it like it is. It was so fucked up. I was hunched over in pain. I didn't want to go to the doctors. I was too embarrassed. My dick looked like a pepperoni pizza. I'm not lying. It was fucking horrible. When I finally went to the doctor, he was like, let me see your dick. And I was like, no. He was like, I gotta see your dick if I'm gonna do something about it. And I said, you don't want to see my dick, doctor. And I finally pulled out my fucking pizza stick. And he looked at it for a half a second and he was like, syphilis. And he gave me a shot. And I swear to you, no lie, 5 days later, my dick was perfect. It was spotless. Whatever was in that shot was a miracle drug, because the syphilis dried up and shot right out my pee hole, and it was gone forever. Wow. I don't know why I just fucking admitted all that, but it's true, and it went away, and I don't have it anymore. Fuck you if you think I still got it. My dick is super squeaky clean. I'll fucking show anybody. You can fucking sniff it if you want. It smells like fucking apples. We had groupies, record sales, $50 every morning on time, and local stardom. Still, no record deal. Mind you, this was before major labels were realizing regional shit can be powerful. This was back when like Master P and No Limit Bound Stuff was selling 200,000 or 300,000 copies down south, yet not selling anything up north or out west. Nelly was a superstar in St. Louis, but nobody would give it a shot nationally. We were white kids in clown makeup making some noise in Detroit suburbs and not anywhere else. No labels wanted to fuck with us. We figured we'd give some local record biz types their shot at getting us signed to see what would happen. The first guy was named Rick Trophy. We met him at a recording studio called The Disc one day. He led us into his office and right away he was just, well, not as bad as Awesome Dre's manager with the handcuffed suitcase, but close enough. You want a deal? I'll get you a deal, he said. He was such a fucking character. Do you know who I am? No. Do you know how lucky you are to be sitting here in my office? You don't know who I am? No. Do you know who Danny Kaye is? Yes. Yes, I do. Finally, something I could say yes to. Getting schooled on Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye was like a legend to us. Not in the form of Esham or Awesome Dre, though. Danny Kaye was kind of, well, touched. Danny Kaye was a half-retarded redneck kid from some city I have never heard or been to, but called East China, and it's in Michigan. I don't know where the fuck East China was. We even looked at a map of Michigan, trying to find East China, Michigan, and it wasn't even on the fucking map. But somehow, that's where Danny Kaye's from. Danny Kaye was just fucking wrong. His music was so bad, so off, so terrible, and so shitty that it was awesome. You have to understand, some shit is so bad that it flips over and becomes good. It becomes fresh. Some shit is so fucking awful that it's dope. I can't explain it. We loved it. We collected all of Danny Kaye's releases. He was legendary to us. His rap was like the paintings mental patients do. Innocent, but amazing. He had songs called Track and Field and After School Snack Attack. You know, songs like that were the lamest shit you could ever imagine, but that made them incredible. Just listen to some Danny Kaye.
Sitting home thinking how to rock it, then it came to me as a sudden shock. Flash a right around, plus every word right on time. Hip hop began its time, must have been early about 79. DJs cut records while MCs put the rhymes.
Mike E. Clark was the first to introduce us to Danny Kaye's amazingly funny music. I guess Kid Rock showed Mike. Every rapper in Detroit keeps a Danny Kaye collection close by. Even Eminem loves Danny Kaye. His beats sometimes weren't even programmed. It was like his engineers made his shit deliberately bad so Danny would fire him. Then they could go work on something else, anything else. Danny Kaye was a hero to us because in his own way, he had brought us real legitimate joy. He did his own thing and let the rest of the world try to figure it out. Nobody ever did. He was without a doubt the worst rapper we had ever heard, which made him the most fucking spectacular. And it made him the best at something, at being terrible, which made him the best terrible rapper ever. Even if it is making horrible music, Danny Kaye was the best at it. Just enjoy some more Danny Kaye. Listen.
87, it's hard to see hip-hop rising up
So
the
get
billboard
in.
chart. Hip-hop made a name, skinny, raw, respectable fame.
Listen to the rhymes.
Most are ruled by heavy metal, which really is the evil works of the devil.
How could
To
you
get away
not
from
think that's fresh? It's fucking awesome. Let me give you a little update on Danny Kaye. He moved to Alaska. Yes, where else would Danny Kaye move? From East China, Michigan to fucking Igloo, Alaska. All right? And he lives there now. And he's so fresh, he still raps. And you know what? At the 2015 gathering of the Juggalos, we booked Danny Kaye. That's right. I'm telling you something right now. Listen to my fucking words. Me and Joey sat front row and watched Danny fucking Kaye perform. He wanted a first class ticket. On his rider, he wanted, I don't remember what he wanted, but he wanted some delicious hot food, and he wanted a chauffeur, and he wanted to sell his merchandise. And he did, because by then, there were plenty of juggalos that knew the legend of Danny Kaye. Just from releasing this book and talking to juggalos, word has spread to many juggalos, and they've learned about the legend of the Kaye. And now he spells his name Danny, K-A-E. And I said, Danny, what does the A-E stand for? And he looked me in the eye. For some reason, he only looked at my left eye, and he said, always excelling. So fresh. Danny K-A-E, always excelling. How fucking dope is that? I get chills from my toes, up and out of my anus, up my spine, up my neck, and through my ear holes. I just get so much enjoyment from the K-A-E. Always, I gotta get back to the story. Rick continued,
See, I'm the one who got Danny Kaye into Harmony House. If I can do that, I can do any business.
True, I gotta give that to Rick Trophy. Danny Kaye was available at all 36 Harmony House locations. And that means nobody at Harmony House is actually screening what they sell for freshness. It just matters who you are. And obviously Rick Trophy was somebody if he got Harmony House to pick up the Danny Kaye collection. So fresh. We were sold right there. If this ninja was really the guy who got Danny Kaye into fucking the Harmony House chain, then he was right. He could do anything. Then again, for him to be bragging about getting Danny Kaye into a record store chain, my God, we didn't know whether to laugh or shake his hand. We figured we'd give him a shot. We told him our sales figures, which totaled over 150,000 units. He couldn't believe we sold all those units. Then I said, you'll see, we're gonna sell out the Ritz twice in a row, 2 nights in a row. He said,
If you do that without a record deal, you'll be the greatest unsigned group in the history of Detroit.
well, we're gonna do it. And we did. We sold out Friday and Saturday night, 2 nights in advance. That's a total of 3,600 tickets just to see a local unsigned group. It was fucking unreal. I ain't gonna tell you how dope these shows were, because that's not the point. You don't read about ICP shows, you go to them. Juggalos know what I mean. The point was, these guys still couldn't find us a deal.
The labels know you sold all those records, but they think you're just some novelty regional thing, like it's some kind of weird local phenomenon.
Rick explained, like the same reason the football fans in Milwaukee wear cheese on their heads. People in Detroit like us, but only people in Detroit. Like we're some dumb local thing that couldn't possibly connect with the youth of America. Shit. What we couldn't connect with was hearing no, and hearing that ICP wouldn't work nationally. That's what we couldn't connect with. We hooked up with another local player, Bruce Lorfield, who finally got us a meeting with Atlantic Records in New York. Bruce Lorfield was about his job. Mind you, they didn't pay for our flights or nothing, so Joey and I drove our sidekick all the way to New York City on our own dime. We listened to the Ringmaster on the way there 1,000 times and got psyched up. To this day, the Ringmaster album is many Juggalo's favorite shit. Murder Go Round, the first version of Chicken Huntin', Wagon, Funhouse, House of Mirrors, all those songs are on there. We got to New York and we went up into that meeting in a tall ass building with our heads held high. Our attitude was that we'd done something in Detroit that any major label would want to see happen on a national level. We sold out the Ritz 2 nights in a row. I walked around that room full of record company executives and I gave them our whole plan from the purely sellout point of view. I knew they could relate to that. Record companies don't care what you could sound like. They just want to make money off you in any way they can. Listen, we're blowing up in our city and we are the largest group there. We can do the same thing in any town, any city, everywhere out there nationwide with your help. Think of the money that is to be made out there because it's already spreading out from Detroit. With the Joker's card, we have a growing history that people can get into. It's all very marketable. I went on and on and on like a sellout bitch. I sounded like a hoe doing my best to become a fucking sellout bitch. I didn't really believe the shit I was saying. I knew it's authenticity and freshness that sells CDs, but I was trying to tell them what I thought they wanted to hear. Joey stood behind me dropping yups and anywhere he could. We both never tried to sell anything harder than we did that day. When I was done, flat out, they just said, no thank you. We'll take the pass option. One guy even said, you're not what I'm looking for. We can't use you here at Atlantic Records. Why not, I asked. Fuck it, I had nothing to lose. Well, it's too violent, he said. So I brought up other violent acts that are successes, like the Ghetto Boys, who were hitting it big with mind playing tricks on me at that very time. Well, the clown makeup and the stuff you're rapping about, it's gotta be a local thing. It'll never happen anywhere else. Never happen anywhere else. Never happen everywhere. Joey and I got back into fucking Sidekick and took the fuck off. We were devastated at first. I remember it took us about 3 or 4 hours to find that place in busy-ass New York City. Yet on the way out, we were somehow back on the freeway towards home in 10 minutes. I was fucking pissed. I even called Alex and yelled at him. He was just as crushed as we were. I fucking wanted answers. Why? After we sold all them fucking records, can't we find shit? We were so pissed off the whole way back. As we made our way back home through Pennsylvania and Ohio, we were just confused and more pissed. We'd stop for gas and the kids working at the counter would just be like us, talking about the same shit as us, laughing with us. What the fuck? The record companies wouldn't even have to sell us to them. We were them. We were regular scrubs, and there's scrubs everywhere. Once we hit Detroit, we crossed over Del Rey on I-75 and saw the factories and the yellow smoke hanging over the city full of juggalos below us. I thought to myself, when I was a kid, I never really missed money. We loved being floobs and having no money. Yeah, sure, we had some money now, but what I wanted more than anything was to get props off my rapping skills. We thought we'd get it by getting a fat-ass record deal. God, we were stupid. We'd wind up spending years trying to get a fucking record deal. Then the rest of our time trying to get out of the record deal. What the fuck did we know? We were just a couple of clowns. Back at home, we continued to do what we did best. Be the fucking underground kings of Detroit. Brother, we got damn good at it. Psychopathic Records was in full fizz ed. We recorded Joey's solo EP. Fuck off right away. We even put out a Christmas record, well, our version of one called Carnival Christmas, with songs like Santa's a Fat Bitch,
Santa's cars, suck my balls, drunk gas out, ringing bells at the malls, dance up, Prancer, Nixon and Cupid, I'ma get stupid.
Sure, it was a joke, but at least we were having fun with it. It wasn't time to record another Joker's card, so we just stuck to all the little fun EPs and records like Forgotten Freshness, full of outtakes and stuff. We were putting out different little records and collectibles, and juggalos were eating them up, and it was mad fun. Merchandise was flying out of the door. Everything from lighters to keychains to our fresh comic book. Creative Vince, the t-shirt guy we first met back in the day before the Esham show, was now working full-time for Psychopathic Records. We were giving him so much business, even without a record deal, we were doing fine. We were feeling a little high and mighty and signed another group to our record label, a group of kids from Flint called Project Born. They were still in high school when we met them, so we had to buy them school clothes as part of their advance. They didn't drive, so we always had to drive an hour out to Flint to pick them up to do radio interviews or whatever we had going on. The real reason we signed them was because we wanted to find the next Dayton family. The Dayton family was this hot new group from Flint, and they were just like us, selling thousands and thousands of albums only in their own home city of Flint and nowhere else. We thought we found the next big Flint phenomenon with Project Born, but we thought wrong. Trouble was, the first tape Project Born gave us, which we loved and made us want to sign him in the first place, had somehow gotten lost. What? The record they wound up recording in place of it kind of sucked. It was alright. It was way, way different and shittier than the first stuff we heard from them, but what could we do? We put it out and it flopped. Basically, we learned juggalos liked us because they liked the flavor we were putting out. We couldn't just take any shitty album, throw a Hatchet Man logo on it, and expect it to sell. So eventually, we had to drop them. Project Born were young in the game, and they have developed their skills since then. But because they started dissing us right after that record, we could never work with them in a big way again until later. Everything became cool with Project Born again. We just did a show with them about a year and a half ago. They're the shit, they're still rapping, and God bless them. We wish them the best of luck. They're our homies. We didn't really think much of it when we recorded The Terror Wheel in 1994, an EP. We just thought it was another dope-ass EP for juggalos to bump. We didn't know what to put on the cover, so we looked through Mikey Clark's albums at the studio. We found a Moby album from way back in the day that had a picture of this guy with his head being stretched. Hell yeah, here's our cover, I said. We cut it out right there and sent it to the pressing plant. We straight up stole it from Moby. I guess we figured nobody would ever notice we were such a regional thing. Plus, we thought nobody had heard of Moby. And to our surprise, a year later, Moby blew the fuck up. And here we are stealing his album cover and putting it on the cover of Terror Wheel. It's still on the cover of Terror Wheel. Awesome. We were getting used to being local heroes. Our shit was selling enough that we could all buy new cars. I had my best friends working with us. We weren't hanging out in the Detroit band scene or anything. We were in our own scene, flying all day and watching wrestling videos all night in our ghetto hideaway. Even after the Project Born mistake, once we released the Terror Wheel EP, it was all good again. Detroit belonged to us. Esham was just behind us, yet he was still, as usual, big in the overall race. Kid Rock was nowhere to be found at this time. The only other crew even worth mentioning was a local Esham ripoff group called the House of Crazies, who were taking down our flyers and throwing them in the garbage and not even being discreet about it at the time. And we knew they were doing it because Lori, who worked at the record store and was my girlfriend a while ago, she's the one who saw them doing it. Their name will come up again in the ICP story later on. More proof of how strangely the Dark Carnival works. Once we put the Terror Wheel out, Alex figured just for the fuck of it, he'd head back down to the radio stations in Detroit just to see what would happen. Well, what happened was that 96.3 FM actually picked up Dead Body Man off the EP and put it into heavy, full rotation. What the fuck? Nobody could fucking believe it. Dead Body Man shot the #1 and boom, ICP had a local radio hit. Unfucking believable. If you listen to Dead Body Man and picture it on the radio, it's like, what the fuck? It was actually on the air 24/7, and this wasn't no shitty sellout song either. If you listen to Dead Body Man, it's a regular ICP horror classic. and for some crazy, strange reason, local radio took it and played it just as it was. They just flipped a few of the fucks and shits reverse, and it was a hit. Every time you turned on the radio, you'd hear Dead Body Man. Believe me, we didn't turn the radio off. We kept that bitch on day and night, even when I sleep at night. Every time Dead Body Man came on, I'd wake up and hear that shit. It was crazy. Some juggalos weren't really too happy about Dead Body Man on the radio because we were their band and the radio play made us everybody's band. I can understand. The way I looked at it, we were at least getting the props we should have gotten way back from Dog Beats. We worked harder than any other band from our first tape on, and now we were finally getting recognized for it. I fucking loved it, I won't lie. Dead Body Man on the radio was awesome. The local weekly entertainment magazine even did a cover story on us, the Metro Times. They talked more about our marketing tactics than our rapping, but at least they acknowledged we existed. Promoters were even starting to notice. We tried to book our own show in Monroe, this weird little town near the Ohio border, down I-75, and there was a record store there that was selling a shitload of our albums. The local promoter was like, I'm not going to give you guys your own show, but I have Too Short coming here to play, and if you guys can do that show, we'll give you $5 grand. What? If you don't know the name Too Short, he is the shit. He's this pimp-ass rapper from Oakland, California. He had some hits like Freaky Tales, Cuss Words, and Life is Too Short, and more. We were always fans of Too Short, so we agreed to do a show with him with the quickness. At first, we were afraid. We thought we'd get booed off stage or something if we did the show. When we showed up in Monroe, it was all ICP fans. Too Short played to nothing but painted fucking faces. We were outdrawing platinum-selling rap legends in Michigan. That Too Short show was no fluke. Not long after that, we played a show in Toledo with Outkast, MC Breed, Coolio, and some other fucking idiot, I don't remember his name, who had a hit song. Not Father MC, but one of them fucking guys. We were the biggest name going in local rap, so the promoters booked us for that show, and it was at the Toledo Sports Arena. Once again, we thought for sure it was going to be a crowd there to see those other acts, and they were just going to boo us off stage. As we drove down to the Toledo Sports Arena to do the show, we kept hearing Dead Body Man on the radio. It was crazy fresh. We were full of karma. We pulled up to the arena. It wasn't sold out, but it was all painted faces in the crowd in the line waiting to get in. It was fucking awesome! I can feel it now, man. It felt so good. We were so relieved to see those juggalos in line. It was so fucking dope. Good times, good times. None of those guys, Outkast, none of those motherfuckers had a clue who we were. Yet all the fucking fans did. After the show, Outkast did too. Only because we got Fago on their turntables and they wanted to kick our asses for it. They were like, man, you got our fucking turntables wet. We want a $500 cleaning fee. We were like, what? $500 to clean your fucking turntables? I'll wipe them off right now with my t-shirt. They were like, no. These are special custom turntables, and they're fucking wet with sticky fucking soda, and we want $500 because that's what's gonna cost to have them clean. And we were like, man, you guys sold 1 million fucking records, and you want $500 from us to clean your fucking turntables? But their crew surrounded us, so $500 it was, right into the hand of Andre 3000. As our car drove home that night, the sticky, sweet, lovely smell of Fago still in our car, Dead Body Man came on the radio. We were on top of the fucking world. We decided to celebrate with our first Hallowicked Clown show, the first of what would become our annual Hallowicked shows in Detroit. Just the hardcore juggalos and us. At this point, we could sell out any 2,000-seat theater in the city, but we decided to book Hallowicked at the Majestic Theater, this old-ass 1,000-person theater in downtown Detroit, where Harry Houdini did his last performance before he died, or some shit. We pressed up a Halloween song called Dead Pumpkins that we give away to all the juggalos who came to the show. That was our fresh idea to make the show special. We'd give a special CD with a Halloween song on it to everybody who came. We knew tickets would go fast, but we wanted this show to be intimate between us and the juggalos. You best believe, once again, we promoted the hell out of it. It wasn't like we just booked the show and waited for people to show up. We were out there in full force again, flying up J.C. Barrymore's and anywhere. Again, my brother Rudy Billy, Joey, me, all of us, just like always, working our asses off. And you can also best believe it paid off. All of downtown Halloween 94 was juggalos painted up. All the party stores sold out of Faygo in the area from kids coming down to the show and spraying it on each other in line. They were true juggalos. 1994, baby, the first Hallowicked. They all left with a free CD of Dead Pumpkins bumping in their radio. It was the shit. Now, what we didn't find out until right before the show was that Bruce Lorfield, the guy who was still trying to get us a record deal, had been in contact with a guy named Jeff Fenster, the head A&R of Jive Records. Jive Records was hugely successful back then. They had the Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Too Short, fucking Spice One. Jive Records was a huge record label, and for some reason now they're out of business. Maybe it's because CDs don't sell anymore, they don't even make them anymore, and record labels are going out of business left and right. Even the biggest, most successful ones like Jive Records went right the fuck out of business because the future is a motherfucker. But we're talking about the past right now. At that time, Jive was the biggest rap label out there, with Mad Goose, Boogie Down Productions, A Tribe Called Quest. All that New York shit was signed to Jive Records. Supposedly, word was Too Short was the guy who told Jeff Fenster about us first, after his Monroe show. Bruce Lorfield then got Jeff to fly all the way into Detroit for our big Hallowicked show, and he was just blown away. Just like always, everybody was blown away when they saw our shit live. We also had all kinds of stage props and all our homies dressed up like graveyard characters. It wasn't just a concert, it was a haunted house with an 808 beat. It worked. Jeff Fenster called Alex 3 days later and informed him that they wanted to sign the Insane Clown Posse to Jive Records. Woo! Amazing! Finally! We made it! The time had officially finally come for a major record label to come take our circus show worldwide. We thought signing to a big label like Jive Records meant we fucking made it. This would finally mean the end of our non-stop 5-year promoting binge. Brother, little did we know, it would just be the beginning. Woo! Chapter 12. Fuck Jive. It was going down. Jeff Fenster and Jive Records made an offer to Alex. We'll give you an $80,000 advance. Now, at this point, and this is very important, Ringmaster had sold 65,000 copies out the trunk of our car. 65,000 copies. All in Metro Detroit, Toledo, and Flint areas. $80,000 was like a slap in the painted face. We knew it, but we were so ready to finally relax and let a major label do all the promoting for us, we agreed to the shitty deal. Jive flew us out to New York, coach, of course. We were all scared as fuck on that plane. It was our first time being on an aeroplane, and we were fucking scared. I remember me and Joey fucking terrified, looking at everybody else on the plane like, look at all these assholes acting like they ain't fucking scared. Look at all these people just reading the newspaper and chilling, acting like they're not fucking terrified. We are fucking staring at each other, staring out the window, gripping our seats, scared to fucking death, and everybody else on the plane was just, oh, I'm just gonna look through this newspaper. I'm gonna flip through this fucking Star magazine. We were like, fuck these idiots, man. We know they're all fucking terrified like us. And now, all these years later, me and him are those idiots. Now we're on the plane, not scared, bored, played out. We've been on so many flights, it ain't shit no more, and we act just like those other assholes. We sit there and fucking flip through magazines like a couple dickheads. But anyway, now we're all fucking scared as fuck on the plane, looking out the window as the plane flew over Manhattan. It was scary as fuck. Even though we were all terrified about flying the whole time, we still made it a point to let everybody on that plane know that we were in a band headed to New York City to sign a record deal. We finally landed and got off that flying hunk of steel. They had a car service bring us to their big Manhattan offices. I'm mentioning all this for a reason. The coach plane tickets, the car service, you'll see why in a minute. At the offices, everybody from Jive Records was there, and there were a lot of people. We met them all. We signed our fucking contract. We had to sign in like 12 different places. I always pictured it there would only be like one line to sign at the bottom of the contract. But no, there was like 29 different parts to the contract that all needed to be signed to make sure that they were thoroughly snaking our ass and there was no way out of it. That's why we had to sign in so many places. Every place we signed was another exit strategy blocked off and stopped by Jive Records. So there was no way out of the deal. We signed every page in 30 places. After all that, that was it. After 5 long years, we finally signed a contract. We thought that was it. We made it. The rest is easy as pie. Cakewalk. Wow, what the fuck were we thinking? Somebody from the record company thought it would be a good idea to celebrate with a big Chinese food dinner. Cool. They were throwing us a little party with the whole staff. We felt like big shots. We thought this was the shit. We thought we were the shit too. One of the first things Jive did was introduce us to something called SoundScan, which monitors actual sales numbers of your CD or record or tape or whatever. It all counts how many records you're selling. Once that barcode swipes across that fucking scanner at the record store, it's counted. Ding! And SoundScan will let you know how many CDs you're selling, how many units we'll say, and that means CDs, tapes, records, whatever, all are equal as one unit. How many units you've sold in that city or even altogether in that country. SoundScan was a very big deal when people used to actually buy CDs. It's nothing no more because everybody fucking downloads and they have a whole new system to fucking count how many downloads you do, and I don't even know how it works anymore. But back in the day, actual physical CDs were the shit, and I miss them. SoundScan brought everything to light. Now remember, every time I talked to Esham's camp, they would tell me, yeah, we're at 150,000 units. Kid Rock was doing the same shit. Yeah, man, my new album, Polyfuse Method, I'm at like 75,000. SoundScan proved they were bull full of shit at the time. Kid Rock's Polyfuse Method was right around 4,000 copies, and Esham's Kill the Fetus was hovering around 50,000. We were at 65,000. SoundScan, on our own, Carnival of Carnage was at 30,000 copies without a major label. Right then, all we were thinking was, yo, Jive's gonna give us a video, and ICP is so much about the theatrics that once we have a video, we're gonna go triple, quadruple fucking platinum. Once we got back home, we made a big fluorescent yellow flyer, and in big black bold fucking letters, it read, ICP signs with Jive. We mailed it out to our fan club like it was the biggest news in the world. We didn't get one fucking letter or phone call. The Juggalos really didn't give a fuck. Nobody seemed to care, it seemed like. It was all in our heads. We were all caught up in the major label thing, but the Juggalos didn't give a fuck who we were label mates with or how many mall stores we were going to be selling records out of. To them, we were already as large as we could be. Think about that. The consumer out there on the street bumping your shit, he has nothing to do with the record industry other than he buys music that he likes, or she. You think they give a fuck what label you're on. You think they give a fuck what's going on in the industries, but the Juggalos were right. As we would learn our whole career, they usually are right. The third Joker's card would be called Riddlebox. We didn't understand the name at first, but when the Dark Carnival speaks, ninjas listen. We started out recording on Oceans of Karma. It was like all the records we had done were rolled into one single effort. Mikey Clark had his own fucking studio by now, and for the first time he was like a member of the band. We told him that none of this shit would have been possible without him, and we wanted to go the distance with him by our side. He saw all our stuff starting to happen, and he finally opened his doors to us and opened his fucking arms to us. He was finally down with the clown fully, and it was going down. We wanted to make Riddlebox more theatrical than ever with our voices and sounds to add flavor. Mike introduced us to a ninja named Rich Morel, who would go on to play guitar like a motherfucker. He could also sing and do voices and all kind of shit. And his name became Legs Diamond, the Notorious. We grew closer to Rich over time. He was in his own band called Coup d'Etoile, which was spelt Coupe Detroit. They pretty much sucked, I'll be honest, except for Rich. He was the bomb. We kept hooking up with Rich and eventually left his band to join us full-time at Psychopathic. He even became a studio member of the band, so to speak. He never missed a session with us. He did all the guitar and singing on Riddlebox. Rich was definitely the shit and still is. He still works with us time to time. The last album Rich worked with us on was The Mighty Death Pop, the second Joker's card of the second deck. Rich is still down with the clown. He lives in Upper North Michigan nowadays and fucking does his own thing. We actually released an album from Legs Diamond on Psychopathic Records. It's a very rare CD featuring Legs Diamond, Sugar Slam, and Jump Steady as a group called the Purple Gang, but it's mostly Legs Diamond, of course, and I produced the album. It's called Legs Diamond and the Purple Gang. The album is called Nine Pistolas. Check that rare little ditty out if you can find it. It's dope. Or just order it from hatchetgear.com. Jive requested that we do a remix version of Chicken Huntin' first. They had some lame-ass remix team from New York do the remix, but we hated it. So we took the best from what they did and worked up our own new version that was the bomb. We were sure that shit would blow up. All we needed was a fresh-ass video to set it all off. We weren't with redoing Chicken Huntin' for the third Joker's card, the Mighty Riddlebox. The thing that bothered us, they wanted us to redo it. They loved Chicken Huntin' so much off Ringmaster, they wanted us to do like a rock version of it. And I'll admit, we weren't down with that. We especially weren't down with the remix they did for us. We were like, fuck that, that don't sound like us. We hated it, you know. We didn't even want to really remix Chicken Huntin'. We weren't with it, I'll be honest. We were totally against it. We said, new album, new Joker's card, let's move on. But we were now part of a team, and Jive was supposedly on our side, so we listened to them, and we gave in and let them have their way, and we did a remix of Chicken Huntin' called the Slaughterhouse Mix, which starts off, nah. Check it out. You know that sound. That right there is actually Jive's idea. It was us doing the remix. We hooked it up at the disc in the big room upstairs on 9 Mile Road. But to believe it or not, we were actually against that in the beginning. We thought it was a terrible idea. Turned out Jive was right. It was a smash to the Juggalos. It didn't blow up like a hit or nothing. It wasn't on the radio anywhere. But Juggalos still to this day love good old Chicken Huntin' the Slaughterhouse Mix. So much props to Jive for that one piece of freshness they did. Jive kicked in like a budget of pocket lint and food stamps for us to shoot the video for Chicken Huntin' in New York. My brother and I came up with a fresh-ass plot. It sounded good, but it turned out shitty as hell. Listen and tell me if this doesn't sound good for an ICP video. Our car full of rednecks is driving through the ghetto. Then the car breaks down, and all the juggalos come up out of the sewers and shit to attack the racist rednecks. Sounds pretty dope, don't it? We found an old blue milk truck for the rednecks to drive, and we drove that bitch out to New York ourselves. We also brought along 30 ninjas to play the clowns coming up out the sewers and coming up out of dumpsters and shit. We brought like 30 ninjas to New York. We paid for all their hotels and everything because remember, this video was the one that was gonna put us over the top. Bringing 30 ninjas to New York cost us an arm and a leg and a penis hole. But we figured, who cares? We're about to be rich and famous worldwide, right? So what? The day of the shooting, Jive had all these streets blocked off for us in New York. The milk truck was there. Our homies in face paint were everywhere. We thought it was just gonna be the shit. Pretty soon, the director was arguing with me and Rob. The director liked Harley motorcycles, see? He wanted to have 6 of his Harley biker buddies riding next to us when the clowns got the rednecks, just like, you know, being down with us, like the bikers were part of our team, you know, they were juggalos or whatever. We were like, what the fuck? We're chasing rednecks? I don't think we should have Harleys as part of our crew. Nothing against bikers, but it just doesn't fit like the juggalo image 100%. You know what I'm saying? I don't have anything against bikers and Harleys and all that. But in our video, our debut video, it was just putting out the wrong image of what we were really like. Are they fighting us or are they with us? It looked like they were fucking rednecks themselves. That ain't the Dark Carnival. He was stuck on it. The director loved the fucking Harleys. If you see the video now, the Harley guys are in the video and they got clowns on the back of their motorcycles. Riding like bitches, you know what I'm saying? You know how a fucking motorcycle guy rides with his chick on the back of his bike? Well, the guys with the long hair and the Harley motorcycles had the clowns on the back of their bikes. So fucking stale. This director was so fucking stale. Pretty soon, everybody was sick of my ass asking why the sky was blue. So this girl on the set pulled me aside. Look, the director really loves Harleys, man. This is his big chance. This is the first big video he's ever done. He wants to get those Harleys on film, man. And I'm thinking, fuck the director, man. This is our fucking video. That's like if you're into fucking rugby and you want a bunch of fucking rugby players in our video. Fuck rugby. So I should fucking let him show some off in our fucking video? Not my fucking video, I yelled at the bitch. Then the director had another idea. When the redneck's truck first breaks down, he gets out and opens the hood, and that's when he sees a pie sitting in the engine. When the redneck looks down close at the pie, all of a sudden, bloop, a little plastic pig pops out. What? We were like, a little fucking plastic pig pops out of the pie, and the redneck looks in the engine and sees the pie, and then a little plastic pink pig pops out of the pie? What the fuck are you talking about? How fucking stupid is that, I asked? What the hell does a plastic pig coming out of a pie in the engine of a truck have to do with any fucking thing? Just wait till you see it on film. It'll actually look like a dope special effect, the guy said. Wow, we battled with this guy over this. We finally let him have his stupid ass way, figuring maybe he's right. Maybe the plastic pig coming out of the fucking pie in the engine will be dope. We never shot a video. We don't know what the fuck's going on. It's 1995. This is before everybody had fucking videos in their fucking telephones. Sure enough, when we saw the finished video, it was so fucking stupid. And the fucking pie popping pig effect was so motherfucking dumb. See, it doesn't make any sense when I'm even talking about it. I know you're thinking, what is he even talking about? Well, that's how fucking stupid it was. What the fuck is Jay talking about? A plastic pink pig popping up out through a pie. Fucking, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Exactly. That's why we wasted Jive's fucking pocket lint and food stamp budget on that piece of shit video. When they saw how bad it was, even they agreed we need to make a better, real video. I hope that director never worked in videos again, because flat out, he fucking sucked dick. Whoever that director was, man, he should have got socked in the fucking mouth for even fucking our fucking video up. We were just a young band, so eager, so fucking desperate to make it, and he's fucking putting Harleys and plastic pigs and pies and all kind of bullshit. If you see that video today, it's a classic. The first fucking video for the original version of Chicken Hunting, filmed by Jive Records. It's just devastating. Anyway, Jive ended up getting it together, and we shot a real video. My crew and I literally find this point interesting. We really do. On any given photo shoot or video shoot or anything along those lines, you'll always see a lot of hotties standing around. Seriously, whenever we shoot a video, when we do a movie even, or when we're doing a photo shoot, there's always fucking hotties standing around. Either they're like assistants, crew people, makeup people, or whatever, but they always look hot as fuck. Well, right away, from our very first ever video shoot, we learned that all those bitches standing around at the video shoots and the photo shoots and all that shit, they're all out of reach. Untouchable. They won't have anything to do with the band or any of their boys. And we know from fucking years of trying. They'll even come up to you and stick their titties all up in your face while they're adjusting your face paint or whatever. But they'll never let you fuck them. They'll never let you holler at them. They're all friendly, flirty, attractive New York or LA style bitches who spend all their free time with fucking art faggy boyfriends, metrosexuals who eat tofu and shit. Never scrubs like us, you know what I'm saying? They hate you. I've learned that. In the last fucking many moons, I have shot about fucking 50 videos or so, and 2 movies, and I ain't even ever came close to fucking kissing one of them film bitches. Maybe that's why they look so good to us, because we know they ain't having us. Maybe that's what makes us want them more. Now, I hope to God that some other band member ain't out there reading this book and thinking, what the hell's he talking about? I fuck them bitches all the time. Even if other bands get to fuck them vegetarian college film bitches, we sure as hell don't get to, cause we're straight up scrubbing.
Get the fuck out my way, I'm scrubbing stepping in.
About a month before Riddlebox came out, we booked a show at the State Theater. See, let me tell y'all something that's not in the book, but it's a reality. When Jive first signed us, all they wanted was an EP at first. They were like, we want to try it out and test the waters and put out an EP. So we decided we were going to put an EP out called The Joker's Gallery. And that's when they wanted Chicken Hunting on it, the remix and everything. It was going to be on the EP, you know what I'm saying? So we started recording The Joker's Gallery. And we did a big show at the State Theater, which is now called the Fillmore, downtown Detroit. It's where we usually always have Holla Wicked, but this was our first time ever playing the Fillmore, back then known as the State Theater, and it was sold the fuck out. 3,000 people. And we called the show the Joker's Gallery Show. And it was at that show that we actually filmed the Chicken Hunting Slaughterhouse version video. They actually wanted us to perform the song 2 or 3 times in front of the sold-out crowd so they could get all the footage they needed. And we were like, fuck you. We're doing this song 1 time. This isn't the fucking ICP Makes a Video show. This is the Joker's Gallery Show. And this is our first time selling out the State Theater. We ain't gonna stop the show and do the same song 3 times just for this fucking video. We're gonna do the song 1 time. You got 1 chance to get it. And because the Slaughterhouse version of Chicken Hunting wasn't out yet, when we did Chicken Hunting, we did the version off Ringmaster, the original version. So these video directors had to fucking deal with it. The guy's name was Paris Mayhew, and he was also from a band called the Cro-Mags, if you ever know your old school punk rock. Anyway, he's the one who directed the Slaughterhouse version of the video, and he fucking schooled it. But yeah, that was at the Joker's Gallery Show at the State Theater back in 1995. And all Jive wanted from us at the time was an EP. But halfway through recording the EP, they ended up changing their mind and they were like, fuck it, go ahead and do the album, which meant they were gonna get the Riddle Box, the 3rd Joker's card. We celebrated, we are so happy. Fuck the EP, fuck the Joker's Gallery. Let's get right to the fucking mighty 3rd Joker's card, the Riddle Box. We were crying about doing the EP anyway, because we didn't want to do an EP. It was time for the 3rd Joker's card and we knew it, but we figured, fuck it, we'll put this EP out first and then fucking get right to the album. But luckily, Jive was like, fuck the EP, give us the album right on time. And we were like, woo! So the Joker's Gallery EP never came out. But floating out there on the internet somewhere is actually the intro to the Joker's Gallery EP, which was leaked, put out, I believe, on Forgotten Freshness Volume 5 or 6 or some crazy shit like that. But it's out there, the intro to the Joker's Gallery EP, which never was released. Now that's a rare little ditty. Check it out.
Hey man, fuck that bitch. I'm sick of that whack bitch. I was always trying to keep with that lame bitch. Hold up, man. All right, turn up here. I just gotta figure out how shit is. This bitch is straight.
Why, this is the greatest show of them all! Allow me to welcome you, my deceased friend, to the carnival! The Carnival of the Dead! And here, sir, is your ticket!
Let him buy! Tickets for what? Where am I?
Mister, give your ticket to that man and walk through that door and say good riddance to your life and say hello to your new eternal won't twist to the gallery.
Dope, right? It was at that show, at the Joker's Gallery show, that we released the fucking image of the Riddle Box, and thousands of juggalos like Vinny the ICP Kid and other ninjas remember the fucking Riddle Box ascending from the sky, the huge banner coming down, revealing the face for the first time in front of the sold-out crowd at the State Theater at the Joker's Gallery show. Legendary. That's also where Shaggy jumped off the fucking 15-foot-high speaker stack into the fucking crowd. The show was just off the hook, and it's forever captured on film in a chicken hunting slaughterhouse version video. Wow. It wasn't just a show or a video shoot. It was part of something bigger. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it all fucking fit. It was dope. When I yelled, "Are you ready for the third Joker's card?" and a giant banner dropped and people saw the Riddle Box face for the first time, then we rolled it back up so the juggalos couldn't stare at it too long. That was between us and them, y'all. This is before fucking internet cameras could spread that shit everywhere. It was fucking a legendary moment, man. And it was between us and the juggalos. It had nothing to do with Jive Records. It had nothing to do with Paris Mayhew. It had nothing to do with the video shoot crew. It was between us and the Lows revealing the third Joker's card. Nobody understood it like we did. Us and the juggalos and juggalettes, that fucking banner coming down, revealing the mighty fucking third Joker's card, the Riddle Box for the first time, was fucking monumental, y'all. It had nothing to do with Jive or none of them. And it had nothing to do with us blowing up bigger or giving a fuck if people saw us on TV and liked us. We were celebrating where we were at right then. Today, I do everything I can to make sure every night is just like that. Needless to say, we did chicken hunting only one time that night, which pissed off a lot of motherfuckers, but the video turned out great. Jeff and Paris were furious. Even so, Paris busted his ass and got it all covered. Even with our difficulties, he still made what to this day many people believe is our freshest video ever. I suppose what we should have learned was to trust our instincts, our own instincts. Right then, we just knew we had this knack for telling the wrong people to fuck off. I guess all that started in New York when we first signed with Jive. See, when we were out there, they wanted to take some photos for Billboard magazine to announce it. All right, well, let us get painted up, I said. Joey and I went into the bathroom of their big office and painted ourselves up. Suddenly, this old dude with an English accent came in the bathroom trying to introduce himself. "Hey, I'm Barry," he said. And then he started trying to shake our hand right there while we were still putting our makeup on. Now, we have this rule that we at least like to be seen with the makeup or without the makeup. But you never ever see us, any photos or anything, putting the shit on. It's either us with it or out it. But we don't like anybody to see us applying the makeup. That is where we transform, and we don't want nobody witness it. Not even this guy named Barry trying to shake our hand in the bathroom at Jive Records. Hey man, I said, we're putting our makeup on right now. Can you wait outside, because we never like to be seen without it or with the makeup. You know, we like to be seen with it on, and that's it. And you're seeing us in the illegal stage right now. Billy got up and shoved the old guy backwards and out of the fucking door before he could even explain himself. We finished our makeup and went back into the hallway. Jeff Fenster came up to us wearing a big fake smile of a corporate kiss ass. Did you guys meet Barry? Who? We said. Fenster's face dropped. The guy who ducked in to say hi when you guys were in the bathroom getting ready. That's Barry Weiss, the president and owner of Jive Records, Joe. We had to boot him out of the bathroom because he came in while we were putting our makeup on. Oh yeah, man. We met him, I guess. Man, fuck that guy. That might have had something to do with our ultimate failure on Jive. Whoops, I gave the ending away. We didn't kiss the record label president's ass. We've never done that. I'll be quicker to kick an ass before I'll ever kiss one. You have to understand, as poor as we were raised, and I'm sure there are 10 million other rappers out there who were raised twice as poor as us, we were just taking pride in what we'd done before we had to meet these assholes like this. Ringmaster selling 65,000 copies, Carnival of Carnage selling 30,000, Beverly Kills 50187, the EP, moving something like 20,000. I know I'm repeating myself, but just so you know, we did that shit ourselves. We had been making money without anybody, without the help of any fucking label, of any Barry Weiss or Jeff Fenster or Jive Records. We were already driving a Suzuki Sidekick with ground effects and purple lights, even if it did get broken into 4 times while we were living in Cass Corridor. Before Jive ever called, I was more successful than anybody in my family tree had ever been. So fuck that. That was our attitude. Damn, the fucking big labels took a while to call. But fuck, I'm already gripping this new car. I'm already selling out the State Theater. That's how me and Shaggy looked at it. Even with our record coming out on Jive, we were like, fuck this. We can do all this on our own. As we learned the hard way, we pretty much had to. The week before the Riddle Box dropped in stores, Jeff Fenster called us up at the office. Joe, what do you think the album's gonna do the first week, he asked. I have no idea, I answered. I really don't know. Come on, what do you expect it to do, he asked. Jeff Fenster, see, he was an asshole beyond all belief. Let me tell you a little story. When we were recording the Riddle Box, he told us not to make the record over an hour long. With the skits and stuff, Riddle Box turned out to be about 62 minutes long, okay? When he got it, he called us up bitching.
What the fuck you think you're pulling on me?
He screamed,
I told you don't make the record over an hour long. It's 62 minutes.
I'm like, yeah, it's 62 minutes, all right? I proceeded to explain myself. I put this one thing, he wasn't hearing it.
What do you think, I'm a fucking idiot?
He yelled. You know, the way this dude was talking to me on the phone, I just thought, oh man, this must be how things are done at big record labels. I swear to God, this guy was screaming at me on the phone, man, treating me like a bitch. Over 2 minutes. All I could think about was if we had been face to face while he was yelling at me like that, I would have knocked his ass the fuck out. Anyway, I really had no clue what our record would sell. After all, that was kind of his job, right? When Riddle Box came out, it sold 4,000 copies its first week, which is about what we sold on our own with Ringmaster its first week. Jive was pissed. They thought for sure it was gonna do way more than that. God knows we did our part. You see, with our $80,000 advance from Jive, we didn't put it down on a house or buy cars or split it up into bonuses. We got 3 brand new vans. We put fat rims on them and sound systems in them and painted them up with the Riddle Box face. Forget Flyer and J.C. Barrymore's. We figured the whole damn country's gonna get flyered. We sent out our vans all across the United States for a month, handing out flyers and samplers of the album at malls, high schools, parking lots, swap meets, everywhere. When the vans pulled up back into Detroit, everybody was like, yo, nobody has the record outside of Michigan. It's not in the stores anywhere. Boom! Enormous state of depression once again. No posters, no stores are carrying the record. It's on Jive Records. We're fucked, we thought. It was nowhere. The vans were out promoting, but the album wasn't in any stores outside of Michigan. No record stores had Riddlebox. We were like, what the fuck is going on? We were fucking heated. Maybe we were just a local thing. At least when we were an unsigned local thing, we still got money from the local market. This record shit, we sold that bitch for a mere 80 grand. Now we were back to where we were before we got the record deal and going broke. It was obvious what had happened. Jive signed us, yes, but they never believed in us the whole time. They looked at what we had done in Michigan, and they saw all the money we were making, and they wanted that money. So what they did was sign us for a weak-ass little 80 grand, and then they just put out our new album, where? In Michigan. That's the only place people wanted it, they figured. Jive never once thought about making ICP work outside of Michigan. That was their whole plan all along. Jive came in and stole our local flavor without ever once attempting to make it national. They were just like the other labels out there. They too thought ICP would never work nationally. They did know that we were worth big loot locally though, so they advanced us pennies and came in and took all our local treasure. Jive sucks dick, and they were all evil bastards. We knew we weren't gonna make money off the record beyond our advance. We knew 80 grand was all we were gonna get for Riddlebox, ever. Our hope was that if Riddlebox somehow blew up, we could at least sell Ringmaster and Carnival Carnage nationally. Even with our new album only available in Michigan, just like the rest of our shit, we knew we could blow it up nationally. Jive wasn't gonna do the job, so we suited up and did the fucking job for them. There was no way we were gonna let the mighty third Joker's card only be heard in Michigan. We met up at the office and we did a whole Dart Carnival ceremony where we blindfolded Alex. He threw a dart at a big map of the United States. The dart landed on Dallas, Texas. That was it for us. Dallas would be our new Detroit. We knew we could blow up anywhere if we just put the heart and the work and the labor into it. We knew we'd fucking do big numbers if we went there and did the work with our 3 Riddlebox vans and all the fucking samplers, the thousands and thousands of samplers we pressed up for the Riddlebox, which, by the way, if you happen to own one of those samplers on CD for the Riddlebox, that too is a fucking collector's item. Right then and there, we said, let's go to Dallas and blow ICP to fuck up. If we can blow up in Dallas, then we know we're not just a local thing. So we packed up our 3 brand new Riddlebox vans, full of them bad boy samplers and giveaway shit, and we put 2 ninjas in each van and headed out to Dallas and did what Jive should have been doing all along. Billy, Rob, Rudy, myself, Rich, and a ninja named Kelly moved to the Lone Star State with one objective: promote. I remember on the way out there we were promoting. On the way to Dallas, if anything was hype, if we came across anything that was dope, we fucking promoted. And I'll never forget, one time we were driving through Arkansas and it was pitch dark nothingness. We're just driving along, our 3 vans following each other on the freeway, and suddenly off to the left, everything was lit up. It was like, what the fuck is going on over there? We could see all this light emanating from the middle of nowhere. So we got off at that exit and we followed those lights. We were like, there's gotta be something going on. And we got there and arrived. It was a local football game going on in the middle of nowhere. And everybody was at this high school in this football game. I mean, the whole fucking city was there. And we thought, perfect. So we pulled our 3 fucking Riddlebox vans with that snake face on the side of them. We pulled it right into the area where the football game was going on. Each van bumping the Riddlebox. And what happened? The game actually stopped. The whole fucking crowd went silent and all eyes were on us. Suddenly, 5, 6, 7 police cars all fucking pulled up surrounding us all around. And they were like, what the fuck are you doing here? And who the fuck are you? We were like, man, we're fucking the Insane Clown Posse. We're just promoting an album. We saw the lights off the freeway, so we came to give out some free shit to promote our album. They were like, check this out. We're gonna fucking escort all 3 of these vans right back to that fucking freeway, and you're gonna get back on that freeway and get the fuck out of this town and never look back. We were like, whoa, yes sir. So those cop cars were in front of us, on the side of us, and behind us all the way back to that freeway and onto that on-ramp, and we did it. We got on that freeway and we never looked back. We were actually scared they were gonna lead us to a field and beat our fucking ass, true redneck cop style, but they didn't. They led us right to that freeway and we got the fuck out of Dodge. Wow, what a trip. I wonder if anybody in that town recognizes and remembers that riddle box symbol on those vans, because that was legendary. The game actually stopped. The whole fucking game stopped, and all eyes were on us, man. Wow. My mom told me, when you do the audio version, make sure you tell a story about when you got off the freeway and went to that fucking football field. So I just told you, it's not in the book, but it's in your head now. Woo! Thanks, Ma, for reminding me. We spent our own loot to run full-page ads in their weeklies in Dallas. We handed out free samplers at all the fucking high schools. At 3 o'clock, we'd be at 3 different high schools handing out samplers right by the front door. We fucking shot JR and everything. I got to know the Dallas area like I know my own butt. The rest of the psychopathic crew stayed in Detroit and kept making money to send to us. It was expensive as hell, but we loved it. We stayed in Dallas spreading clown love for 2 fucking months. Promotion? Tried 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even though none of the record stores carried ICP when we got there, by the time we left, they all had it. We lived in Dallas, and there was an area called Deep Ellum, full of clubs and bars, and we'd hit that bitch up every night. We even hit up nearby Fort Worth. We knew exactly how to promote because we had mastered it in Detroit over the last 5 years. Dallas even had Kinko's, so we mastered the entire city. I remember looking forward to Wednesday nights at the Sportatorium, where Rudy and I would take a stack of flyers and sacks of samplers, and we'd promote the Confederate wrestling shows. We love that shit. To this day, I hold a special fucking place in my heart for the city of Dallas, because everybody was so fucking cool. I remember promoting them high schools, and a principal came marching out to the van, and we're like, oh shit, here he comes. And he got up to the van, and he's like, what are you guys doing? And we're like, we're handing out the fucking samplers, you know? And he's like, you guys should be on the other side of school. That's the main exit. That's where everybody's coming out. We were like, oh shit, thank you, sir. And fucking drove around to the other side. We couldn't fucking believe how cool everybody was. Dallas is just a special place. And all the bitches have big fucking round asses. I love Dallas. There's something in the fucking water that makes bitches have big round fucking booties. It's the shit, man. We still love Dallas to this day. I remember that shit. By the time we were done, the vans weren't new anymore. We were tired, broke, and ready to go home. The final conclusion? Well, now there are 2 clown towns instead of just one. We now had Detroit and Dallas. I called Jeff Fenster.
Jeff, I'm calling you from Dallas. We've been here for a month.
I gave him the whole rundown of what we've been doing.
Hey, have you been looking at SoundScan? Do you see the jump up in sales going on in Dallas? We went from selling 25 copies of Riddlebox a week to about 1,500 a week now in Dallas. It's getting louder and louder because we came here, Jeff. We worked the fucking record the way you guys are supposed to work the record everywhere. Now it's selling in Detroit and Dallas. This means we can sell anywhere if it's worked properly. ICP can be successful nationally if you just give it the love you're supposed to.
I hung up the phone and rode off into the sunset on Joey's back. Back in Detroit, it was time for the Hallowicked Clown Show once again. We sold out 2 nights back-to-back of Hallowicked shows at the Royal Oak Music Theater. Just us and the Juggalos. It was dope as hell. The whole stage was set up like a murder scene. Just bodies everywhere, laying there the whole show. Then, during the final song, boom! All the bodies sprung up to life. All our psychopathic homies freaked it the fuck out. It was awesome. All the people watching the show thought all those bodies were dummies the whole time, but then they sprung to life and schooled everybody. I'll never forget the crowd pop when all those bodies got up and started dancing. It was such a cool tactic, man. The people in the crowd were shocked. They were like, what the fuck? It was cool. Those guys stayed still as hell through the entire show, and at the ending, at the same moment, they all jumped up and started doing the fucking headless boogie. It was so fucking awesome. We even flew in this new southern rapper named Mystical to open up the show because he was on Jive too, but he was dope as fuck. He had a song called Y'all Ain't Ready Yet. None of our fans knew who the fuck he was at the time, but for us it was dope. We were big ass fans of Mystical. I remember talking with him at my house. Do you know what bounce music is? He asked me. No. That's the shit we do in New Orleans, he said. We talked about our respective regional success thing. Well, we sold 65,000 copies before we signed with Jive, I told him. 65,000? Shit. We sold 140,000 before we signed to Jive, he said. Wow, I guess rappers just get the bone and have to sell a lot more than 10,000 copies of their own before they get record deals. After the magic we pulled off in Dallas, we were ready to travel to make shit work. We booked our first national tour. We called it the Pie in Your Fucking Face Tour because we went from selling out 3,000 seat theaters in Detroit to Cleveland, where we only drew about 44 people. It was like getting a pie in your fucking face. Nonetheless, it was our very first ever national tour. We bought a fresh-ass RV to use as our tour bus. I remember that tour better than anything. We started out in Dallas for 700 people. We knew we could do well in Dallas, and 700 was pretty fucking good for our first show. Then we drew 50 people in Kansas, and in St. Louis another 50, in Minneapolis 50. Pretty much everywhere we went, there was 50 juggalos. Playing for 50 juggalos in other states was like playing for 5,000 to us. We couldn't believe that 50 fucking people had actually come out to see us out of state. Every night, we put on the best show we possibly could. We came home, we are out of money. The RV was breaking down. Riddlebox was stuck at about 100,000 sales. We hated our label Jive more than anything. And worse than all that, Billy almost lost his life, along with his boy Rob too, in a shootout on Gratiot Avenue. What happened was Billy and Rob too were out promoting in the Riddlebox van, and there were these suburban gangsters who pulled up next to him at a traffic light. One of the gangsters was in love with a skank who was fucking one of our employees named Billy the Kid. Anyway, this wannabe gangster, we'll just call him Crybaby for the rest of the story, pulls up next to the van and starts yelling out the window, "Fuck psychopathic." So Billy throws a big pipe wrench out the window and smashes this dude's front windshield. Then Crybaby pulls out a pistol and starts to shoot it at the van, all for the love he has for a skank. About 6 bullets tore through the van. Rob too caught one in the leg, and a fragment of a bullet hit his head, but didn't penetrate his skull. Billy's fate was beyond explanation. There are 4 bullet holes in Billy's jacket he was wearing, but he was not hit at all. Can you believe that shit? 2 bullets went in and came out of his jacket in such a way they never touched him. The Dark Carnival spirits, guardian angels, or just plain luck, something was there with Billy that day to save his ass. Billy took off through the red light as they were being shot at, while Crybaby and his crew were stuck behind another car at the light and couldn't move. Needless to say, Crybaby was in jail the next night, crying about the love he lost, but even more so about the new love he found within the prison walls. It's rumored that after he finally got out, he found other loving arms to fall into, only these ones were more hairy and muscular than the ones he was accustomed to. On top of all these bad mishappenings, the Dark Carnival was calling. It was now time for the 4th Joker's card. It was taking form in the Nether Void. Uh-oh, what the fuck are we gonna do? We ain't giving another album to Jive no matter what. Fuck that. I'll die before we have to promote another album all by ourselves while they sit and get paid. Fuck this. Alex! What the fuck are we gonna do? After our first tour, coming home was like coming back to reality. It sucked. We were stuck having signed a contract with the devil. Riddlebox was now at 100,000 copies. Alex had that look in his eye, the look of a ruthless businessman. In other words, he just looked normal. "Listen," he began, "I've got incredible news.
We're gonna sign with Hollywood Records."
What?
They're gonna buy our contract from Jive if Jive won't let us go, and they're gonna give us $250,000 to sign with them.
What? Our stomachs dropped. Alex, that snake, had been talking to Hollywood ever since we left for Dallas. Little did we know, but Alex had been working on tactics for the last 6 months. Alex is one shady, sneaky snake, and thank God he's on our side. Did you say Hollywood Records wants to buy our contract off Jive and then give us $250,000 to sign with them? We thought for sure Jive was gonna drop us because we didn't sell anyway. Well, it wasn't time to pop the Fago just yet. Jeff Fenster called. Alex put him on speakerphone.
You know what? You guys have done something incredible, he said. Ritterbox is at 100,000 copies. We've decided that we're gonna hang on to you guys for another album.
What?
Yeah, you started off slow, but you guys kept working on that shit. You guys got it up to 80,000 and then 100,000. What you did in Dallas was really impressive too. We're gonna keep you guys on for another album. Ain't that cool?
In other words, this was what Jeff was really saying. Yeah, man, we thought we'd get maybe 70,000 out of you guys in Michigan. That would make us some good money. But much to our surprise, you guys went out and spent your own money to promote the album, and you guys ended up working Ritterbox all the way to 100,000. Now we're super paid off, you idiots. We want you guys to do it all over again with your new album. Please open your butts a little wider so we can fit another big dick up in there. Alex just put his head down. Give me the phone. Give me the phone, I yelled. Alex held me back. He wanted his first crack at Fenster. He grabbed the phone.
Look, man, we worked that record out of our own money. That's why it sold what it did. We did all of that.
Fenster was all smooth about it.
Yeah, there were some problems, I'm not gonna lie.
Then he dropped the bomb.
I never told you this, but some of the people at the label thought chicken hunting was racist toward black people. They thought the whole clown makeup thing was you guys making fun of black people rapping.
What? Our own fucking label thought that? People at the label believed that's what it was about, so they refused to work it.
Those people are gone now, and we got different employees working here, so the next record will be a lot better the next time around.
I grabbed the phone out of Alex's hand, a really stale move, I know, but I was furious. I schooled Jeff Fenster for the first time in my life. Jeff, this is Joe. There's no way you and your label will ever get another album out of ICP ever. I don't give a fuck how many albums you got coming out from us in that contract. We'll never hand in another album to you. Oh, but I wasn't done yet. You know how many records we've sold on our own? Ritterbox, we sold that on our own too. All you did was ship the fucking record to stores. You didn't do shit for it. So we're gonna record our next album and release it ourselves. What are you gonna do? Throw us in jail? Sue us. We don't give a fuck. We're broke anyway from spending all our money doing your fucking job. But Jive wouldn't budge. That meant that Hollywood would, in fact, have to pay up the ass just to get us off Jive Records. We would also have to pay points from our next 4 albums that would have to go straight to Jive. It was a nightmare. But for some incredible reason, Hollywood Records was actually willing to eat it for us. I don't know why Hollywood Records saw what they saw in us. It's a miracle. And the crazy thing is, Hollywood Records is owned by Disney, but they came in and actually bought our contract off of Jive Records. And Jive had to get what's called an override, which meant they still got paid off our next 4 albums. Even though they were supposedly going to be coming out on Hollywood Records, Jive was still getting a piece of it. Wow. It took Hollywood and Jive 4 months to iron out the whole new contract thing, but we didn't waste that time. We got back in our own Fago-stained Ritterbox vans, put on our clown makeup, and went out on the Omen tour. Get ready for the 4 Jokers card. This tour was far worse than the first. It was an adventure every night. We played Rochester, New York at a supper club. A fucking supper club! A supper club like please pass the salt. Oh, what's this? A clown yelling into a microphone with a soda bottle? Perhaps he thinks I'm thirsty. People were eating dinner. We just whipped Fago bottles at them. They were stunned. They just stood up, knocking dishes over like, what's going on in here? Why are those guys in clown makeup throwing bottles at us? Forget throwing the whole bottle. Pretty soon, we were squeezing them and squirting people. Whoever fucking booked us there was out of their fucking minds. Our 15 diehard juggalos were all up against the stage who helped us throw the Fago. They loved every minute of it. So did we. They even came back to the dressing room with us. The whole crowd of 15 fit in the dressing room with us, and we just talked for hours. It was so crazy. Somebody actually booked us at a place that was serving dinner while we were on stage. Wow. Then we played a show in New York City with a guy called Ika Mouse, this tall-ass Jamaican reggae dancehall guy with a name even worse than ours. Again, what crackhead booked this show? Well, the guy who wound up being our booking agent, but that story's coming. Okay, so we had dreadlocks and all that too, but as we went on, the whole crowd was standing a good 50 feet from the stage waiting for Ika Mouse, just looking at us like, what the fuck are you doing? We didn't give a fuck. We went out there in our makeup and shook the Faygo bottles real good. We're gonna make some noise up in this bitch tonight. A song into our set, a girl made a face at me, so I whipped a 2-liter at her. Then her boyfriend started climbing up on stage like he was gonna kill us. I had to squirt Faygo at him just to keep him off. By the end of our set, everybody wanted to kill us, including Ika Mouse. We had gotten Faygo all over his drum kit. As would commonly happen to band equipment on stage during an ICP show, his boys, these big burly Jamaican motherfuckers, stood on the side of the stage and they were mean mugging the fuck out of us. What are we gonna do? Run off and hide in the audience? 2 guys in clown makeup really trying to blend in a room full of fucking Rastafarians and hippies? With our luck, we'd run into Chuck Miller wanting money that we still owed him from Carnival of Carnage studio sessions. Billy had to rush us off stage and pulled us through a back door into a car that he had waiting for us, because at that point, Ika Mouse's boys were ready to beat the shit out of us. The worst gig was at the Grog Shop in Cleveland. This was the nightmare every musician had. We started out our set with about 150 people in there, but then a blizzard started outside. The last time we saw snow that hard, it was the night of our first gig in Big Rapids. Oh shit, we should have known right there. People began to leave one by one to beat the snow. You can bet your ass we stayed up on that stage until the very last 3 people had left. Then the bartender just waved us off. That was it. Show's over, I guess. It was like a bad dream. Joey and I just put our mics in the mic stand and walked off through where the crowd had been. Hello, Cleveland. We went into our freezing cold van behind the venue and changed our clothes into dry clothes. Joey hated that night worse than anybody did. His nuts froze to the side of his leg. Wow, the typical nightmare every musician has when you're up on stage for a crowd and one by one they leave until nobody's left. That actually happened to us at the Grog Shop in Cleveland. I'll never fucking forget it. We didn't have much better luck when we tried to tour with other rap groups. We tried to prove we were team players in the rap game by going out on tour with Onyx and Das Effects. A friend from Jive actually offered us this hookup, and we jumped right on it. Sure, we'll open up for them guys. Oh, what's that? They're bringing some of their boys with them, named Group Home, and they want us to go on even before them? No problem. This tour was absolutely incredibly horrible, night after night. From the minute Joey and I walked out on stage that first night of the tour, all we heard was non-stop booing. People in the front row sat up on stage with their backs to us, talking to each other. Don't mind us, motherfuckers. We broke out with the Faygo and squirted it right down their backs. Pretty soon the whole crowd was buzzing, wanting to kill us. Somebody whipped the tape at me. I went over and picked it up and whipped it right back at them. After that, the whole fucking crowd rushed us. We jumped off stage, ran through the back door into a waiting car. We were used to doing that by now. We knew not to get on stage without a waiting car running in the alley behind the venue. We needed that as our escape route every time. We had to get out of there before we got our asses kicked by an angry mob of Onyx fans. Billy had the hardest job. He had to get our strobe lights and fog machines out of there after we had left, and the crowd was just swinging on anybody who even looked like they had anything to do with ICP, makeup or not. Luckily, Billy's a tough motherfucker, and he was able to get our strobe lights and fog machines out of there night after night, even though the crowd was seriously trying to hunt us down. What a fucking crazy tour. The next night, same thing. We got on stage and the booing started before we even opened our mouths. You know we were trying. We really were. There was a girl sitting on stage with her back to me, and I just pushed her off the stage with my foot. Her boyfriend whipped a beer bottle at me, and bam, it hit me in the fucking face. Joey dove headfirst off the stage, Axl Rose style, and started beating the shit out of the guy. A clown out for vengeance. Billy, Rob, and Rudy all pulled him back up onto the stage. Joey became famous for diving off the stage headfirst and beating people's asses. This tour had to get better, we thought. It can't get no worse, can it? Next night, we were greeted by the expected boos. Then somebody threw a chair at us from way in the back. A fucking chair, only it didn't make it all the way to the stage. It hit some girl in the front row. People circled around this bleeding girl as she lay unconscious on the dance floor. Then they all looked up at us. You're dead, motherfuckers. As if this was our fault. Joey had enough. He started pointing at the injured bitch, laughing and inviting people to throw more shit at us. Bring it on, motherfuckers, what you got? Come with it, hoes, he yelled into the mic. Within seconds, wham, a fucking table, came flying up on the stage. Unfucking believable. I ducked it within an inch of my life. That whole tour, none of the other groups had a thing to say to us. We didn't care. We were just fucking around until we got our contract with Hollywood Records squared away anyway. The only time the other groups ever acknowledged us at that point was at the Canadian border. We were all in a line waiting to go through customs. I walked up to one of the guys in Onyx and introduced myself. Hey, we're ICP. We're on tour with you guys. He just looked at me and nodded. What a fucking dick. I should have slapped him in his crooked eye. Maybe that would have gotten his attention. We got up to Montreal where nobody spoke English at all. Our albums weren't even fucking available in Canada. And we walked out, and before the music even kicked on, all we heard was boo. They started chanting shit. We didn't even know what the fuck it meant. They were straight up booing us off in French. I could tell they weren't giving us props or anything because my face was being showered with spit and coins were being whipped at us. We did our set, and I yelled, "Fuck you! Fuck you all!" Then we left the stage. The security guards had pit bulls on chains, and they would snap at people to get them to move back. It was nothing like I had ever seen. This club was crazy in Montreal. About an hour and a half after we hit the road, we realized that we forgot somebody. Joey. There he was, lost in Montreal, knowing no kind of French or nothing. The gas station had closed by the time we got back there. We finally found Joey sitting outside of a closed French pizza place, freezing his ass off, almost dead. Okay, maybe there was some cultural mistranslation, it being Canada and all. Besides, in a few days, we were playing a city we had played before, Charleston, West Virginia. We figured we at least had a fighting chance. At that show, the whole crowd was in the back, the very back, the whole time we played. Nobody booed, nobody did nothing, nobody even watched. It was worse than a sound check. Right after we got off the stage, an announcement came on the PA. All right, everybody must get out and leave unless you have a ticket for the Onyx show. They put us on before the doors even opened. We were playing like the sound check for the happy hour crowd or some shit. All this was just humiliating. This entire tour, the Onyx Das Effects tour, was a fucking nightmare until it hit Flint, that is. Flint, Michigan. It was then that Onyx saw nothing but painted faces and the biggest crowd of the tour so far. 2,000 Michigan juggalos showed up in that bitch. All of a sudden, we were going on last. This is true. We got violently booed off every stage we played on that tour until the tour finally came to Michigan, the first stop in Flint. Suddenly, ICP was headlining. That's how powerful we were in Michigan and in Toledo, Ohio. Everywhere else, the rest of the country except Dallas, we were nothing. Onyx, of course, wanted more money that night because there were so many people out there in the crowd. It was our show, and Alex was the official promoter, so just to get them to shut up, he gave them an extra $500, even though the truth was they hadn't sold one fucking ticket that night. It was our house, and they knew it when the crowd broke out with the ICP chant right over their fucking set. That night in the dressing room, for the very first time, they finally asked us, "So who are you guys anyway?" Toledo and Detroit were the same fucking thing. Those were the clown towns, our clown towns, and we went on last. We had a big party after the Detroit show at our apartment downtown. We invited Onyx and Das Effects, our road crew, all our psychopathic homies, and of course, we invited mad bitches. The party was going fine until we heard this girl screaming from my brother's room. We opened the door, and two of the guys from Onyx's crew and three of the road guys had this girl in the corner of the room looking like they were about to fucking rape her or something. She was all crying, so my brother, the honorable one, as always, spoke up. Why don't you guys just leave her the fuck alone? They all stopped and turned around dead serious. Joey and Billy and everybody mean mugged them, and they were mean mugging us right back. They saw they were mad outnumbered. All right, one of them said. They went downstairs and walked out the front door, and that was it. We dropped off the tour after that. Fuck that shit. We had a Joker's card to drop. But wow, can you believe that shit? Violently booed off every stage we went on till we got to the three clown towns, Detroit, Flint, and Toledo. Then it was suddenly filled with thousands of juggalos. What a crazy fucking experience that was. The Onyx, Das Effects, and ICP show. The funniest thing is today, we're super down with Onyx. They're our boys. We talk to them on text all the time. They've played The Gathering multiple times, and we're actually going to do another tour together, ICP and Onyx. They're still kicking ass, especially in Europe, and they're mad cool, mad humble. Everything's cool between us now, but back then, it was just crazy as fuck. After we came back home from that terrible tour with a fresh ending, Alex, the super ruthless manager that he was, figured out that after we were off Jive officially, we would be on our own for 2 days before we would be officially signed to Hollywood Records, because we were gonna fly out and sign with them in LA. So we put together an EP entitled Tunnel of Love, full of love songs only we could come up with. Shit like Super Balls and the now forever infamous song Prom Queen.
Everybody always remembers their high school prom.
And more. There was even a second X-rated version of the cover featuring Joey on some Dirk Diggler type shit, so to speak. We dropped this new fresh EP the day after we were off Jive and the day before we signed with Hollywood. We put it out purely on Psychopathic Records. Think about how smooth that was. That way, all the money of it would belong to Psychopathic, baby. When we got out to LA, we finally met the man behind Hollywood Records, the one that was so truly down with the clown, the man that made it all happen. We finally met the guy who wanted us there, and no matter what price, he would turn out to be the one and only friend we would ever have in the music business, and the only juggalo in the industry that we know of. It was none other than a man named Julian Raymond. Julian was the A&R guy at Hollywood who truly found out about all that we had done in Detroit and all the work we had done while on Jive. The first thing out of his mouth when we walked into his office was, "You bastards." He found out about Tunnel of Love. He appreciated our brand of ruthlessness, though. Not to mention the fact that we made it off that Onyx tour live. Now you may be wondering, what the fuck are we thinking signing to Hollywood Records owned by Disney? Well, the way we looked at it, we weren't signing to Hollywood Records. We were signing with Julian Raymond. We learned from Jive that we hadn't signed with the label. We had signed with an asshole. To his credit, Julian Raymond blew our fucking minds. He knew every ounce of music we ever released. If he was even fronting, he was doing a damn good job because his office was mad deep in ICP shit. To this day, Julian is a for real ass juggalo. He was pretty upfront about the whole Disney thing. Yeah, we're owned by Disney, but that doesn't mean anything, he insisted. Disney owns Miramax Films, and they put out movies like Kids, about them kids having AIDS and shit. They also put out Freddy Krueger's movies and all that shit. Disney just owns Hollywood like they own ESPN. We run the label though. We put out what we want, and we want you. Once he had us convinced, he started talking from his heart. I think he meant it too, at least as much as he could. Nobody will believe in you the way I do. Nobody will work your shit the way I can, he said. We're gonna do this ICP thing right. We signed our contracts right there. Julian was a shit. He took us around Hollywood and introduced us to people. Then, when we leave, he'd be like, you know that guy we just met? Fuck that guy, he's full of shit. He always told us how it really was for real. And as far as we could tell, Julian wasn't a fake. He was always up front with us about everything. You guys aren't gonna have to go out in vans no more. You guys ain't gonna be paying them kind of dues no more. We're doing that for you, he said. And he meant it. His big idea was to get stars on our album that would break us nationally. The same way we put Kid Rock and Esham on Carnival of Carnage to help us break in Detroit, Julian wanted to do that nationally. He had us convinced that just because Disney owned them, that didn't mean shit. We could be as ruthless as we needed to be. He knew we were still a little shook from the whole jive thing. I explained it to him like this. What happens to most bands is they get signed, thrown against the wall by the label, and if it doesn't stick, they're over. Well, Jive threw us against the wall. We didn't stick, but we climbed back up on that fucking wall. And Jeff Fester was like, okay, we'll keep you for another album. Well, no, you won't, motherfucker, because you didn't throw us at the wall hard enough. You missed the fucking wall, asshole. Julian Raymond understood. That night, he invited us over to his house so we could meet his wife, Dory, and have dinner. Dory was absolutely stunning in two different ways. She was the sweetest, nicest person we ever met in all of California, and she was absolutely supermodel beautiful. Unlike other A&R guys we dealt with, Julian never once cheated on his angel of a wife. Just seeing how faithful Julian was and always hearing how much he loved his wife and family allowed us to trust Julian more as a human being. Having dinner with him and Dory, I realized Hollywood was the exact opposite of Jive. We learned just how different when we got our first royalty statement from Jive Records. Remember the Chinese food feast that the Jive staff had with us the day we signed with them? Oh, well, we paid for that out of our royalties. The hotel we stayed at, we paid for that too, as well as the car that took us around from the airport and the coach plane tickets. Every little thing you could ever imagine, we paid for everything, down to the ink pens we signed the contract with. That's the way Jive Records works. Hollywood Records did not work like that. Julian was a juggalo. He took us all to WrestleMania at the Anaheim Duck Pond. That was super dope because Disney owned that motherfucker. We had sweet ass seats. We were sitting with the wrestlers. Now, when I say us, I mean the entire psychopathic staff. He invited all of us to crash at his house, night after night. His wife made us dinner. Hollywood, he promised, would be different. And so far, it was. Chapter 13, Hollywood, Circus of the Stars. Jive Records was like a big fucking fat penis in our butt. And signing to Hollywood finally pulled that penis out. Damn, that shit felt good when the penis was out of our butt. Even before they signed us, Julian Raymond, our homie, pulled strings and got us on a radio station promotional show in San Diego. The lineup was, if you can believe this, ICP, Cracker, and Radiohead. Shame they couldn't get Ika Mouse on there to make it a total fucking disaster. Of course, we were supposed to go on last because of the Fago mess we make. We were in the dressing room getting ready to go on. It was our first big show like this, our first show in California at that, and we were a little nervous to say the least. So being kinda new to the whole festival thing, we asked Billy to watch the door and make sure nobody came in while we're putting on our makeup. There was tons of bands on this show, and we didn't want anybody seeing us in transformation mode. That was our thing. The one little thing we had out there. We didn't want to be seen without our makeup. It killed the flavor if we were. It's like a wrestler being seen without his wrestling mask. It just makes it so it ain't fun. Now this is pre-internet, by the way. This is when the internet was just a baby. And this is before there were fucking 100 million videos and pictures all over the net of us without face paint, making it pointless to even fucking wear it unless we're on stage. This is back when we used to conceal our faces all the time with wrestling masks, monster masks, or any mask out there. While we were painting up, this weird-looking guy opened our dressing room door and walked right in. Billy, who really is the nicest guy ever, unless we got a problem of some sort, he kinda had to put up a little front. He had no idea who this guy was or if he belonged there. He just knew we needed to put our makeup on. So Billy told him, "Hey partner, you gotta get out of here. They're putting their makeup on." The guy shot back with, "I'm in one of the fucking bands playing tonight, man." Speech. You know, that was my shitty English accent. Okay. Billy grabbed the door. "That's alright, but you still gotta get out of here." He shut the door. Then the dude opened the door again and came right back in the dressing room. Because of course, rock stars don't like to get told what they can't do. "I want to see what's going on. I'm in the fucking band, eh? I'm in Radiohead." Whoever the fuck, Billy pushed him politely in the chest, just doing what he was supposed to do. Back up, dog. Let them put their makeup on. They'll be out to say hi to you in a minute. How fresh is that? Billy thought he was a fucking hound dog stagehand or something. So did we, as a matter of fact. Truth is, he could have been Michael Jackson. Just stay the fuck out of our dressing room while we're getting ready. Well, truth is, we probably would have let MJ in the dressing room, but everybody else, get the fuck out! Why am I being treated like this, man? Billy took his foot and slammed the door right in the guy's face. Then the guy opened the door again and came in. Billy grabbed him by his fucking chicken neck. I don't know if you've ever seen Tom York from Radiohead, but he does indeed have a feeble chicken neck, about as thick as a McDonald's French fry. Billy bounced him off the fucking wall about 7 times. "I told you, get the fuck out of our dressing room!" Bam! He was choking the shit out of this little crumpet-speaking English dude, and we loved it. Billy held the door open with his foot and threw the guy out into the hallway. He somersaulted like a bowling ball. The show, of course, sucked. There were only about 150 people left in the venue while we played. After Radiohead played, the crowd fucking filed out of there like there was a bomb threat or something. Afterwards, we told Julian what happened. "Some guy from Radiohead tried to come in." "Which guy?" Julian asked. We didn't know which guy. We just knew the guy looked like a retarded Martin Short who wouldn't fucking let us put our makeup on in peace. "You know who that is?" Julian asked us, starting to laugh. We had no idea who or what a Radiohead was. We just thought he was some hotshot who walked in our fucking dressing room and got slammed around a little something, which is how our band has always operated. We came to play, not see what's going on in other dressing rooms. We're nerds, remember? Scrubs. "That guy is the fucking lead singer of Radiohead," Julian said. "You fucking choked Tom York from Radiohead? You guys are the fucking shit." Yes, we are the shit. And like I said before, Julian was definitely one of us, a juggalo. Billy slammed the shit out of the lead singer of Radiohead, and our A&R guy was telling us how great we were for it. It was a good time. The point of this tale is that we were on Hollywood Records, but there wasn't any Hollywood atmosphere around us, at least until we started recording the record. With the mega loot we had from Hollywood Records, we got a new office in Novi. As a matter of fact, it was a warehouse, and we moved the whole Psychopathic Records operation into a giant building. For the first time, we had money. Everything Psychopathic had out was selling. We were huge in Michigan, in Ohio too. We were popping off greatly, pretty much in Michigan and Ohio only, but we were popping off in Michigan and Ohio hard at this point. I'm talking all our shit was selling. So every 2 weeks, we'd celebrate by having a giant NAW wrestling party in our warehouse. That's right, NAW, Just like when we were kids in Joey's backyard and in Lacey's backyard and even my mom's basement, we had NAW, National All-Star Wrestling, where here we are now during the fucking Riddlebox era, moving into the Malenko era, and we're doing NAW once again. This time in a real wrestling ring in our own warehouse. It was fucking awesome. We always said that if we ever got money, we would put on the ultimate wrestling shows, and we did just that. NAW was back in effect. Only this time, we set it all up in a real ring with fat ring music and crazy amounts of stage lights. Our warehouse in Novi, Michigan was straight up transformed into a mini wrestling arena. We even had a ramp where the wrestlers came down, and we used our fog machines and our stage lights, and we invited every band we knew in Michigan to come check it out, and we'd get fucking kegs and kegs and kegs of beer and give free beer out so that everybody would come, because without the free beer, I doubt they'd come. But it was so dope. We found this guy named Ted Allen down in Louisville, Kentucky, who could build us a ring. Actually, I found out his real name was Ted Lipscomb when we wrote him the check. So that explains why he wanted to be called Ted Allen. Who would want their last name to be Lipscomb? Ted Allen, my ass. What's the name of your wrestling company, he asked. We don't have one. We just wanted to fuck around in the ring, I said. We sent the Riddlebox vans down there to pick it up. We found a fence company to build us a steel cage to go on top of the ring for the deathmatch flavor. It was an awesome summer. So in this warehouse, we had boxes of merchandise and swag everywhere, a wrestling ring set up in the middle, a concert stage for our rehearsals, video arcade games, real concert lights, a huge PA, and of course, a Fago machine. It was the bomb. The Beastie Boys used to talk about how they were gonna buy a studio and put a skate ramp with a wiffle ball bat diamond in it. Well, we actually went out and did it, ICP style. For the shows, we'd call everybody we knew in Detroit. Actually, Mike Clark would call them all up because he knew everybody. We didn't know anybody. We'd put on these fresh-ass NAW wrestling shows, not to get ends or anything, but just for friends and juggalos. We came up with our own little wrestling storylines where every psychopathic employee became a wrestler, or if they were too feeble to wrestle, they were a wrestler's manager. We even had a rematch for the NAW world title from back when we were kids. I tracked down Lacey. That's right, I looked Lacey up and found him. He was living at Evergreen and Finkel on the west side of Detroit. He had a daughter now, and he was doing pretty good. I got him to come back as the Jailbird Man once again and have a rematch with Joey, aka the White Tiger, for the NAW world title. I don't know if y'all remember when we were talking about the Jailbird Man versus the White Tiger back in our kid days, but we did it again as adults, and it was fucking awesome. The same belt Lacey won in Joey's mom's backyard in front of our families when we were kids was back on the line again. You know what? The White Tiger finally won it back that night. It was fucking awesome. Lacey hadn't lost a step in the ring, and Joey was fucking better than ever, because we used to wrestle in that ring for lunchtime. We used to do hour-long marathon matches, Iron Man matches every lunch, just to keep in shape. Me, Joey, and Rudy fucking slamming each other all over that fucking ring for hours at a time. We were in top physical fucking shape back in these days, I'm telling you. And even Lacey did good up against Joey in that main event steel cage match. And it was packed in that warehouse. Everybody came to see it. It honestly was like a dream come true that night. Every night we did an NAW show in a real ring with real lights and real ring music and all that, and a real crowd was like a dream come true. It was so fucking awesome. Kids showed up, drank beer, and played video games. Rich Morrell was the ultimate ring announcer with his bald head. Of course, I'm talking about Legs Diamond. He'd wear a black suit and a red carnation. Rich is the fucking chameleon. He can fit in any role he's needed in. Wrestler, rocker, actor, stage performer. He plays a wicked bass guitar. Man, he's the shit like that. We even had two guys call into action where like every other line was, "It's a miracle he's not dead." Everybody was doing flips off the top through office tables and breaking them. I wrestled as Hector Hatchet, and I did my signature moonsault from the top rope. It was fun as hell, even though we would all be hurting and limping afterwards. Shit, you wonder why the whole WWF is out of their minds on Vicodin. Julian was so down, he and his wife even came in all the way from Cali to see an NAW show. They didn't know about NAW's long-standing storylines or anything. That was for us, brother. All he could say was, "This is fucking awesome." You know what? It fucking was. I think Julian actually was a little afraid we'd hurt each other wrestling. The way our concerts were around that time, though, wrestling was way safer. Concerts were where the danger lies. We booked 2 shows in Toledo at this big club called the Asylum. Julian called us up.
Do you mind if Humble Gods opens up for you guys?
We were like, sure. I mentioned him like I did with the House of Crazies before because both groups will show up later in our saga in different incarnations. Anyway, our shows back then were so fucking nuts because they weren't long tours. They were maybe 4 or 5 shows in a row at most, and that was it. And by the end of those 5 shows, we would barely be able to fucking live and talk about it. I'm talking each show was pure violence. Jumping off the stage was a serious risk for us. Ninjas would rip out our fucking dreadlocks. They'd actually grab our dreadlocks, wrap them around their fists, and yank them out of our head so they could take them home. This didn't happen just once, ninjas. This happened multiple times. And most of the times when they try it, the dreadlock wouldn't come out of our head. It would just hurt like hell and be halfway ripped out. Fuck. At these 2 Toledo shows, I got into the habit of doing my trademark moonsault backflips off the top of the speaker stacks into the crowd. Wow, I can't lie, saying that now, it's like, whoa, I can't believe I was actually fucking doing that shit. I'm talking, these speaker stacks were like 15 fucking feet high, and I was actually doing backflips off them into the crowd, and the crowd was so fucking packed, I just land on top of people's heads. They had no choice but to catch me, because there was nowhere to move to avoid me. It was so fucking oversold at these shows, except that on the second night in Toledo, when I climbed up on the speaker stack to do another moonsault, wham! I slipped on Fago, and the next thing I remember, the very next thing I recall, was being loaded into an ambulance behind the venue. I had fallen the wrong way and landed between the barricade and the stage. I guess they pulled my shirt off in front of all the people at the asylum. The paramedics actually had to cut my shirt off. I was shirtless in front of everybody. Ah! That fucking terrorizes me right now just thinking about it. Ah! Thank God nobody had fucking cell phones with cameras fucking in them because I'd have been fucked. I never take my shirt off, ever. So I must have been unconscious or dead. That's the only way you're getting my fucking shirt off. You can ask my bitch. My shirt don't come off. I hump in a fucking t-shirt and a shirt and sometimes a winter jacket. I don't give a fuck. I'll be asshole naked from the fucking dick down, but keep my fucking clothes on my shirt and chest. All that is forbidden for anybody to see, except for Otis from Axe Murder Boys. He's seen me shirtless, but I won't get into that. My collarbone was broken in 4 places and I had a concussion. Straight up, I was knocked the fuck out. Hollywood got a little concerned after that. They didn't really understand the wrestling anyway, and now I was out of action for a month and a half. Julian was just like, "You guys are crazy as hell." When I was laid up, Hollywood sent me a solid gold Mickey Mouse stopwatch, which I promptly gave to my girlfriend at the time. The girl I was kicking it with was a big Mickey Mouse fan for whatever fucking reason. Julian called to make sure I got the watch. Yeah, I got it, I said.
You know how much that thing cost, Joe?
He asked me.
Well into the 4 digits, bro.
well into the 4 digits. I didn't care. I was never much into Mickey Mouse anyway. By now, Mikey Clark had changed the name of his studio to the Funhouse because we started to get bigger and bigger, and we grew really close with Mike. We were down by law at this point. Mike was there whenever we needed him to be there for the most part. He really respected that we never sold him out like all the other groups did. Why would we have? Mike was the very best at what he did. The deal was we'd do the basic tracks at the Funhouse, then Julian would set up all these all-star cameos that were supposedly going to help us break the record. Julian was connected though, and we respected that. He pulled all kinds of favors to get Slash from Guns N' Roses to play guitar on Halls of Illusions. As well as Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols to play guitar on Piggy Pie. Julian was also producing Alice Cooper's new record at the time, so he got Alice fucking Cooper to do a spoken word intro for the album, which we now had a name for.
The great
The 4th Joker's card. We were getting ready to go to LA to do our big recording studio sessions with the stars when Joey got arrested. Again. This time, it was for driving without a license while on probation. This being his 5th offense, he got sentenced to a fucking year in jail. Our jaws dropped open. A year! The whole courtroom's jaws dropped open. Joey's jaw dropped off his face and rolled under the table. We could blame this on a lot of things, I guess. One would be the way he dressed in court. We never once wore a suit or any shit like that. Joey always refused to dress up in court, and maybe that's what burned him. Who knows? Luckily, the Dark Carnival wasn't down to wait a year for Joey to get out, so it worked its magic. After they took Joey away, some watchdog-type people from the city went crazy about the harsh sentence. I couldn't believe it, but they actually were taking Joey's side. People were fucking tripping about the harsh sentence that the judge laid on him. They weren't having Joey do a year for driving on a suspended license. Even though it was his 5th offense and a probation violation, they weren't having it. I guess the judge got in some kind of trouble, so he reduced Joey's sentence. Thank God. Joey's new sentence was for just 45 days. That didn't look too impressive to Hollywood Records, but whatever. I told them I could go out to California without Joey and get all the stars on the record. Don't worry about it. Joey, in all honesty, took it really hard. They shaved all his dreadlocks and beard right off. And when I went to visit him, he looked like a clean-cut, friendly altar boy. What really shook him was that he couldn't go with Billy and me to L.A. You know, we may seem like these callous, bitch-hating, crude, suburban gangsta wannabe roughnecks. Well, we are all that and more, but it sucked to be him right then, missing out on 3 weeks of marinating under the shade of all those fake titties in L.A. You know, Joey's a tough-ass ninja. He'd been in jail before. We'd all been to jail before. And I promised to write him every single day from the Kinko's on Sunset Boulevard in California. So with him in spirit, I went to California with Billy. A few days later, Mikey Clark and Rich Morrell flew out to join us. The first order of business was to get Slash. That's right, Slash, top hat and all, from Guns N' Roses, and guitarist for my favorite artist of all time, Michael Jackson. Slash played on 4 Michael Jackson albums and played on stage with Michael Jackson countless times. He was actually Michael Jackson's guitarist. It's fucking hard to believe. Halls of Illusions, you know, some guitar flavor, kind of like what Rich had done on Riddlebox. Whip out the old 6-stringeroo and lay it down. Well, not Slash. The night before the session, In LA, it's called a session. See, Slash's guitar technician came in to this mega-ass studio and set up something like 50 amplifiers and monitors. It was the most gigantic rig of shit you've ever seen just for some guitar work. Slash is the bomb for that. When he does something, he does it for real. Julian was going all out crazy. He was going all out of his way to get Slash in the first place. So for the first time, I was in a passenger seat. Still, I was kind of dumbfounded by all this. We were stars in Detroit, sure. That studio, however, was super huge. A&M Studios, fuck, man. I believe that's where they recorded We Are the World. A&M Studios had more shit in the lunchroom than most people I knew had in their whole fucking houses. God, being there as out of place as I was, I felt like we were about to be stars everywhere now. Pat fucking Benatar was walking around. Oh, hey, what up, Love is a Battlefield singer? Fucking Sting, not the wrestler, the singer, Sting was over in the other wing recording. It was crazy. Nice work on that Puffy track, bro. The whole time I was in that big-ass arena stadium-sized A&M Studios control room, I was telling everybody, oh yeah, my partner Joey, he's in jail, but we're all good. Like I'd been in a million studios like this or something. The truth was, we'd never been out of Mikey Clark's basement. I was like a caveman watching a spaceship. Slash's entourage were all these wolf-looking dudes. A wolf, by the way, is a juggalo word for a metalhead or a burnout, you know, a serious heavy metal dude with fucking patches on his fucking stonewashed jacket, extra tight-ass jeans, Marlboro red cigarette hanging off his lips, and a Mountain Dew in his hands. You know what I'm talking about. A wolf, man. They were everywhere, just milling around in the control room for the first 2 hours it took to get the mix up and ready. Finally, somebody asked, "You ready, Slash?" Suddenly, this guy with a ponytail and a baseball cap sitting way in the back said, "Let's do this." Slash had been in the room the whole time. I didn't even recognize him without his top hat. I felt like an idiot. "Brother, I didn't even know that was you. I'm sorry, man," I said. "What up? I'm Joe Bruce." "What's up?" he said. "Well, man, I appreciate you playing guitar on our record," I said. "I really fucking appreciate it, man, and I'm a huge fan." "Well, man, I think the song's awesome, man, I really do. Me and my girlfriend were in the drive-thru of a fucking Wendy's, man, and we were jamming that shit, you know. I love it, man." That's what Slash said. I was like, whoa, this is the shit. Slash knows our song. The chick he fucks likes it too, and I bet you she's hot as fuck. So Slash went into the room with his barrage full of amps to play, but he didn't want anybody hearing him. We all had to go out into the lobby while Slash did his thing. He asked politely, "Could we please exit the room while he records?" I can dig it. We went out and didn't say nothing. What are we gonna do? Tell Slash, "No, I'm gonna stay here and peep." All of a sudden, Julian said to me, "There's somebody I want you to meet." He brought over this ninja. "Joe, this is Leif Garrett." "Hey, how you doing?" I asked. Julian saw I was clueless as to who Leif Garrett is, so he explained to me that this Leif Garrett ninja was a teen superstar who now worked for Capitol Pictures. Leif, Julian explained, was trying to sell the idea to Capitol to do a movie about ICP and the Dark Carnival. All I could think was, a movie about us? Shit, how fucking cool would that be? That's what this ninja Leif Garrett was trying to do. Man, I couldn't believe it. Julian was going all out for us because Julian, of course, was truly behind us. Yeah, I hooked it up. I told Leif all about you guys, so he wants to interview you. Okay, cool. Leif was wearing a Riddlebox hat. Julian probably gave him that 10 minutes ago, but that's cool. You have to remember, this was before the whole behind the music thing. I never knew Leif Garrett was actually a fucking crackhead and a meth head and all other types of shit that I think I saw on TV. I know he was some kind of head doing some shit he shouldn't do, but yeah, I was clueless to all that. So I asked him flat out, "So you were a fucking teen idol star? How? What did you do?" He laughed and said, "Brother, I sold like 10 million albums." "Whoa, you sang? When?" He was just the coolest motherfucker ever. He answered, I was one of those pussy-ass teenage stars back when you were shitting your drawers in the 3rd grade. Wow, how did he know I shit my drawers? But that was in the 4th grade. Leif Garrett must have heard about it too. Get the fuck out of here, I said. So to see if he was lying, I called this girl I knew in Detroit. Have you ever heard of Leif Garrett? She's like,
No?
have her ask her mom, Leif said. So I asked her mom, who started screaming,
Ah!
I told you, man, Leif said, I was a big fucking star. So then I asked him, did you ever meet Michael Jackson? I sure fucking did. I did a fucking tour with the Jackson 5. Whoa! Now I was floored. Are you serious? Yeah, they were the Jacksons then. I know all about the Jacksons. That's when they left Motown and signed with Epic Records, and that's when Michael Jackson truly developed his voice. When they started calling themselves the Jacksons, that's when Michael's voice actually set in. There's like 6 albums of the Jacksons, and they're all the fucking bomb. Then he told me this crazy story about how one day him and Michael Jackson were sitting on this wall in Switzerland. Michael asked him, do you masturbate, Leif? No, I don't, Mike, Leif answered. Well, do you know anybody who masturbates? Michael asked. Leif just said, well, yeah, I guess. Then Michael Jackson asked him, well, how do they masturbate? Do they grab their penis and like yank it up and down really fast? Leif just looked at me. Joe, man, I was so uncomfortable at that point, I just got up and walked away. And I said, you walked away from Michael Jackson? I'd have fucking whipped my dick out and masturbated with him. I'd have showed him exactly how it's done if he wanted to know. Shit, I'd have masturbated him if he asked me to, probably. Mad uncomfortable. Why did I say that? I told Leif he was fucking nuts. I said, man, I'd have pulled my dick out and waggled it at him. Who cares how weird it was? That's fucking Michael Jackson. I even told him, yo, Leif, don't tell anybody, but if Michael Jackson had a netting, I might fuck him, you know? Maybe. Of course, this was probably 1995 when Michael Jackson had out the Dangerous album, and he did look kind of good in that Remember the Time video, but unfortunately, he had a dick. If he looked just the same with titties and a netting, I'd probably hit it. You know what I'm saying? Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you hit it, Joey? Out there in the studio? He'd hit it. Leif thought I was crazy. I was so fascinated by his Michael Jackson stories, I made Leif tell them to me again and again because I love Michael Jackson. As a kid, I used to dance like him and everything, and I still do, even as an old-ass man sitting here right now. I still get my MJ on, and don't think I won't fuck you up with a fucking pelvis thrust, motherfucker. I know all of Michael's moves. I was starting to explain the Dark Carnival to Leif for the movie thing when Slash walked out of the studio and into the lobby with us. I'm all done, he said. Fuck, man, I'm dying to hear it, I said. Oh, let him get a mix on it first, Slash insisted. Leif jumped in. Hey, Slash, how you doing? You remember me, Leif Garrett? Slash was like, yeah, I met you somewhere, blah, blah, blah. Suddenly I realized I was sitting there hanging out with Leif Garrett, whoever the fuck that was, listening to his Michael Jackson jack-off stories, while he was talking to Slash from Guns N' Roses, who was playing on our album. I felt pretty fucking good. I couldn't wait to hit up Kinko's that night and tell Joey all about it. Then Slash turned to me. I got a question, Joe. This song isn't about Axl, is it? What? I said. No. Why would you think Halls of Illusions is about Axl Rose? Well, Use Your Illusion, Halls of Illusions. You guys are talking about people who beat their wife and kids. You sure this ain't about Axl? I laughed. No, bro, it's not, man. Really, this song is not about Axl Rose. That would be fresh to do a diss song about Axl Rose and have Slash playing on it, though. But it didn't. That's not what we were doing. Slash explained. Oh, well, it seemed like it was about him. Shit, I wrote a whole fucking album about Axl Rose and he never even knew it. I just laughed. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I didn't even know Slash was writing albums and making them. I just kept thinking, what album? Slash has an album out? Where? Is he singing on it or something? I was steadily realizing how stupid and out of the industry we really were. Then Slash unzipped his bag and pulled out a wrinkled Riddlebox shirt. Yo, I wore your shirt on stage last night, bro. He said, it's the shit. I love wearing this shirt. All I could think was, where were you on stage last night? Are Guns N' Roses back together again or something? Then he started talking to me about how much he hated Axl Rose. Yeah, that fucking cocksucker. Yeah, well, Slash, bro, this song ain't got nothing to do with your boy Axl, I quickly assured him. Slash wasn't gonna let it go. He looked me right in the eyeball. Are you a fan of Axl? He asked. Oh, shit. The fact was, I was stuck because I did love Axl Rose. In fact, I think he's one of the greatest frontmen of all time. I'm a huge fan of the whole band, but fuck, what am I gonna say to Slash? He hates Axl Rose. Well, he hated him at the time. Right now, they got back together, believe it or not, and Guns N' Roses is touring the US for the first time in something like fucking 26 years or 28 years longer. I don't know how long it's been. Axl ain't here hooking up our album, so fuck him. I'm down with Slash anyway. In fact, I would have helped Slash jump that fucker Axl if he wanted me to at that point. Shit. Slash was playing on the Great Malenko. We're taking Slash's side. No, I'm a fan of the music Guns N' Roses did, I said. I've never met Axl though. I'm not exactly his fan of anything. Yeah, well, he's a fucking asshole, Slash said. By then, Billy had come down from the hotel with this girl from Detroit I had just started seeing. I decided it was time to wrap this all up. So, Slash, bro, what do we owe you for this, man? Because you can't just do this for free. Just get me a pint of Wild Irish Rose. That's what you owe me, a pint of Wild Irish Rose, he said. So Billy got him a pint of Wild Irish Rose from across the street, and Slash drank it down right there in front of us like it was cherry Kool-Aid. His throat must be like iron. He finished it off like it was warm fucking soup? I don't know. Slash was a drunk ninja. He could gargle toxic waste with exploding jumping jacks in it and not even be faded. You gotta respect a ninja that can drink that hard. You guys want to go over to the titty bar across the street? He asked. That's where I'm headed. No, I responded, being broke and afraid to hang out with Slash, knowing I can't even fucking do 3 shots without passing out and puking on myself. We're gonna be mixing the song right here. Fuck, man, I couldn't stop thinking about how stale I was for flying my girl out there that day. I could have been fucking plastic titty bitches with Slash and drinking wine out of his big ass top hat. Okay, cool. I'll catch you guys later then, Slash said, and shook both my hand and Billy's. Then he looked at the girl I was with right in the eye and he shook her hand. Only thing was, he gave her the fresh double squeeze. Yes! How fresh was that? Now that's a fucking rock star. As Slash left with his Wild Irish buzz and his ponytail, my girl whooped around and asked,
Did you see that? He did like a double squeeze and felt my hand all up.
I was just like, yes, I saw that, and it was fucking awesome. Slash! That night at Kinko's, where else, Billy and I wrote a letter to Joey in jail, as we did every night, telling him all about the day we had spent recording with Slash and hearing Leif Garrett tell stories about Michael fucking Jackson. Even more important was that we told Joey that we had spotted Eazy-E, or at least some guy who looked just like him. Joey, Eazy-E's not dead, I wrote. He works at the Burger King around the corner from our hotel. Because some guy who looked exactly like Eazy-E was in fact working in the drive-thru window at the Burger King. I thought that was cool as fuck. Slash was cool as fuck. Just another morning in LA. In Detroit, we'd send a bitch back to her parents' car, if it was still there, and go out for breakfast. Here, we were getting wake-up calls from Slash, plugging us on the radio. Too fucking weird. Then, at the studio, Slash called again to see how the mix turned out. I told him we didn't even have it done yet. Later, he called back just to chat, like we were old pals.
Check this out, I'm doing this, blah, blah, blah.
He'd say. Pretty soon, he'd just be going on and on and on about his life.
Man, Joe, I don't know what to put in my house. It's all empty right now. I got this big-ass empty house, blah, blah, blah.
What are you talking about, Slash?
I got a big empty house, man. What the fuck should I put in it?
I don't fucking know. You're Slash, motherfucker. Ask Michael Jackson. Like I was gonna give Slash advice on interior decorating. We hung up. Then he called back 10 minutes later after that.
Hey, Joe, I want to be in the video for the song. Make sure I'm in the video.
I don't even know if this song is gonna be the single, I told him. But if it is, hell yeah, we want you in the video, son. Bring your top hat.
Well, when are you guys going on tour? I want to play it live,
He said, like we were gonna ask Slash to be in our band. Like we even had a band. Even though we didn't have a band, I still thought about asking him to join ICP. I turned to Mike. If Slash calls back, tell him I'm not here. That was a stale move, I know, but we had so much work to do, it was crazy. And I was getting crazy nervous with Slash calling and calling and calling. What the fuck do I say to Slash? It was so crazy. He actually called us and was like,
turn on the radio station, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be on there in 10 minutes.
and then we tuned it in and he was giving us shout outs and plugging us. It was so fucking crazy. Within a few days, it was time to work with Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols. Whoever the fuck that was. I called Julian and Mike Clark at the studio.
Tell him I'm mad sick and that I apologize I couldn't be in the studio, and thank him so much for playing on our record.
Mike got on the phone. Joe, why don't you just show up? Don't you want to meet Steve Jones from the fucking Sex Pistols?
Mike, I couldn't tell you one song from the Sex Pistols. I don't know anything about Steve Jones, so I just don't want to be there.
All I knew about the Sex Pistols was that they were these old school guys who went on MTV and swore a lot during their interviews. So Steve Jones came down, played on Piggy Pie, and it was cool. I sent him a letter thanking him and apologizing, and that was it. Can you believe I was too much of a fucking pussy hole to fucking hang out with Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols? I know all about the Sex Pistols now. They were one of the greatest punk rock music groups of all time. And I'm talking about real fucking punk rock, not that Avril Lavigne bullshit. I'm talking real punk. Leif Garrett kept dropping by to take me out to the titty bar and talk about his movie ideas. None of the dancers knew who he was either. He should have had them all call their moms. We had about enough of this LA showbiz crap, but we still had Alice Cooper to go. So Julian and I took the 1-hour flight to Phoenix to get Alice Cooper off the golf course so he could do the intro to the Great Malenko album at some studio we were at in Arizona. Once again, I was nervous as fuck because I didn't know shit about Alice Cooper either. That really sucked because I knew he was supposedly the shit, but I didn't know the first fucking thing about him. Alice Cooper is notorious for golf, right? That's all I knew. Well, he came into the studio fresh off the golf course. In his fucking golf clothes. He pulled up in a fucking golf cart, and his hair was in a nice ponytail. It was shiny, glossy. He must use Prel. I flashed back to my caddying days. It was as if I was caddying for a preppy witch. That's what Alice Cooper looked like. A preppy witch. Hey, Julian, Alice said. Then Julian introduced me. Alice, this is Joe Bruce. Nice to meet you, he said. Alice had a weak, feeble handshake just like a wrestler. Wrestlers always give you these ginger-ass handshakes. It's like a wrestling code. They barely touch your hand. I fucking hated it. Don't deadfish me, motherfucker. I don't care if it's a wrestling code or not. Don't give me no feeble-ass fucking dead fish handshake. I don't want to just graze the skin of your palm. Fuck you. If you don't shake my hand like a man, eat a fucking dick. I may not have known shit about Alice fucking Cooper, but I can tell you after that, I knew he had a ginger-ass handshake. Maybe he had hand surgery at one point, and he could only squeeze his fist so much. I don't know, so I might cut him some slack. Maybe he jacks off a lot, and his hand is sore. Who the fuck knows? So Alice put down his clubs long enough to put on some headphones and record the intro that I had written. I was actually coaching him from the sound booth. Me, Joe Bruce, Floob, and former pupil of Dr. Sophia, schooling fucking Alice Cooper on how to do our shit the way we wanted it. Ain't that the shit? What's this word? Malenko, he asked. It's shit. How was I gonna define it? Can I explain to you what all this is just so you know, I asked. Yeah, well, sure, Alice Cooper said, half annoyed. I sat down with Alice Cooper and started explaining what the Dark Carnival was in full detail. I told him all about the 6 Joker cards and everything. He really seemed to not give a fuck less. He was yawning. His eyes were rolling in the back of his head. He was texting. There wasn't even cell phones back then, but he was texting. He was totally fucking bored with every word I was saying. He was totally fucking annoyed. No lie. This is the 4 Joker's card, Alice. Each Joker's card is sort of like a mirror representing the listener. So you see yourself in 6 different reflections, and you have a chance to change yourself before the ending comes. You know, the Great Malenko was the 4th Joker's card, and blah, 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 blah. You know what? Somewhere in that golf-addled mind of his, he understood everything. He went in there, and he fucking freaked the intro.
Be warned, my children. 6 will visit, followed by the crumbling of time itself. Before the coming of Shangri-La, a dark carnival will sweep across the land as a shadow, plagued with destruction.
Right after he finished, he was like, well, I'm back to the golf course. He grabbed his clubs, hopped back on his little rock and roll golf cart, and made his way out into traffic. By the way, that's no joke. He really was dressed in golf clothes and fresh from the course. It was funny as hell. Why is it that if you're golfing, you have to wear clown pants and a fuzzy gay sweater, yellow? Why is that? Even if you're wicked shit master Alice Cooper, he's still dressed like a total fucking metrosexual preppy with a ponytail and the face of a scary Halloween witch. 2 days later, Julian took us to Alice Cooper's concert in LA. Lo and behold, to our surprise, Slash came out and started playing with him on stage wearing that same ass tired Riddlebox shirt. Our posse that night was Julian, Leif Garrett, still wearing his tired ass Riddlebox hat, which probably stunk like sweat and beer for some reason. Billy was there, and also with us was fucking Pat Boone. Pat fucking Boone was there watching Alice Cooper and Slash with us. Julian knew the weirdest fucking group of people you could ever imagine. If you don't know who Pat Boone is, fuck you. He's way before my time too, so I'm not gonna explain it. We couldn't get out of there and back to Detroit quick enough. We knew it was time to split when we ran into George Clinton in our hotel lobby. George Clinton from the P-Funk All-Stars. Mike knew him from working with him back in Detroit. It turned out he was staying at the same hotel we were. We hooked him up with $3 cash, and Mike went up to his room with a DAT machine so he could record him saying, "Clown dog, freak dog," for the song Hocus Pocus. Well, when we finally got back to Detroit, the George Clinton thing didn't work out, so we wasted our money. We couldn't get his lyrics to sound right in the song, so there goes $3,000 out of our pockets and through George Clinton's crack pipe. Damn, gone. It just didn't fit into the song anywhere. Mike and I argued about it. I didn't give a fuck that it was George Clinton. It didn't matter to me. It wasn't going on the record if it didn't sound right. If it didn't sound good enough, I didn't give a fuck who the fuck it was. Nobody was gonna buy the Great Malenko album just cause George Clinton was on it saying clown dog, freak dog. So it didn't fucking matter. 3,000 gone. Who cares? Turns out though, nobody was gonna buy the album, period, if Hollywood Records had their way. I gotta take some more Vicodin before I talk about this, because brother, it's still a pain in my ass. Chapter 14, Banned by a Filthy Rat. I'm gonna try and make this brief, cause I already feel like a panic attack is coming on. Just thinking about it all. Here goes though. We made this dope-ass album and handed it in to Hollywood. The album with superstars all over it. The album with the best production up to date that Mikey Clark and ICP had ever done together. The album was the mighty 4th Joker's card, The Illusionist, The Great Malenko. 2 weeks later, Julian flew to Detroit for a special meeting. We didn't know what it was about. We just knew it was very, very important. Suspense music, please. He was staying at a hotel in downtown Detroit, so Joey, Alex, and I met him down there. Right when he opened the door, we could tell he was bummed out. He was fucking sad. This wasn't the same Julian. The first thing he said to us was, "This may be the last time I'm alive." "Why?" I asked. "You guys are gonna kill me." We sat down and he handed us the lyrics to the entire album, typed up, sheets of lyrics. Pretty much every song had some of the lyrics highlighted in bright yellow. 3 of the songs were crossed right the fuck out. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. The lyrics to our album, The Great Malenko, typed up, and some of them yellowed out with a fucking highlighter. What does this mean? Before I even knew what the meeting was about, everything crushed right back down to ICP versus the record label. Julian explained to Joey, Alex, and I that the Disney people had to review the album before it came out, and they wanted the 3 songs taken off and highlighted lyrics changed before the record would be given a release date. We couldn't fucking believe it. Right at that moment, I looked at Julian and realized he was just another record label ninja. As cool as he was a record label ninja. That's what put dollars in his wallet, being a record label ninja. For the first time, we looked at Julian as an enemy. At that moment, he was our enemy, delivering the stale-ass news that we had to censor the mighty Great Malenko or it would never be given a release date. When we were on Jive and he was talking to us about coming to Hollywood Records, he took us to WrestleMania and they gave us these sweet ass seats. We were sitting with the fucking wrestlers watching WrestleMania. They were being so good to us before we signed that contract. All that shit. All they ever talked about was how Disney would never censor us, how they have nothing to do with the music that Hollywood Records puts out. Yes, they're owned by Disney, but Hollywood Records is free to put out whatever type music they choose, just like everything else Disney owns. They may own it, they may keep the money from it, but they let those companies run how they will in order to make the most money. Now here he was with a handful of lyrics and crossed out songs telling us to change our shit. Mind you, we did not record this album on a computer where you could just go in, click in, and fix it. We weren't recording out in LA or New York. We were recording in Mike's basement, so we didn't even have a knob position written down. We had to straight up remix the whole entire fucking album in order to change the lyrics. This was way before Pro Tools again. This was fucking hard shit to deal with. I asked him flat the fuck out, what if we refuse to change it? Well, Julian said, they're not gonna release the record. Well, I replied, fuck you, we ain't changing shit. That's fuck you. We ain't changing shit. That was it. We left. We sat twiddling our thumbs for a fucking month and nothing changed. We didn't budge and they didn't budge. Eventually, Hollywood was prepared to say, fuck it, the record's never coming out, and just eat their losses. After all, how much did they spend on us? Fucking pennies compared to the size of Mickey Mouse's fucking wallet. Mickey Mouse's wallet is thicker than a fucking penis halfway in Janet Jackson's ass. I'm so fucking disgusting. Alex called the meeting. I laid it out. Man, we can't let our career end. We got all these stars all over this record. Let's just make the changes, man. Fuck it. So what we did was use the same exact lyrics, just with ghetto slang in place of the violence. Instead of sawed-off shotgun, we said sawed-off bucket. Blew his fucking tongue out the back of his cranium became I pulled his fucking tongue out the back of his cranium. Somehow, that was okay with the old men at Disney. Half of the shit they wanted changed, we didn't even bother to change, and it still made it somehow through the second time they listened to it. We said, fuck it, let's just run it through again and see if they notice it. They didn't. They were too old and too dumb and too rich. We left them just like they were, and for some reason, they cleared the record the second time around. We changed a couple things, and in my opinion, we made them fresher than what they were in the first place. The rest we left alone, but Hollywood Records didn't notice anything. That's the stupidity of corporate record companies. The same stupidity of a radio station that flips the word shit to this. What the fuck? Who the fuck out there doesn't know what this really means? You might as well say it. Everybody's saying shit in their head anyway, so what the fuck's the point of reversing it? Anyway, we finally got a release date, minus 3 fucking songs. Under the Moon, Boogie Woogie Woo, and The Netting Game had to be taken off the fucking record, and that sucked badly, cause we loved those fucking songs, and they were essential tools to the 4th Joker's card, but we had to let them go, or the card never would have saw the light of day. We had our first major national tour booked now, with Michael Wood as our booking agent. He was the same guy who seen us throwing Faygo everywhere and decided it would be a good idea for us to play with Ika Mouse in New York. He was clearly crazy. Michael Wood was at a new agency now, so he booked us a whole national tour. 30 cities. It would be promoted right. Hollywood promised. Tour buses and everything. No more changing out of our Faygo-drenched clothes in those cold-ass vans anymore. No more having to eat a whole pack of NyQuil gel caps just to fall asleep in the cold. Now I'd be able to eat my NyQuils in comfort of a real tour bus. It was going down. Our very first national tour. We needed some opening acts to go on before us. First, we looked toward Detroit's local music scene to see who was worthy as the opening act. Boom! Perfect! That one kind of Esham ripoff group called the House of Crazies. They'd been making some noise in the D. We called them up. We talked for a while and we reached a deal. We let them open the show every night on the condition that they double as our roadies. Of course, we paid them well for their work, and they could sell their merchandise at the shows. They'd come a long way from throwing our flyers out in the garbage, and to be honest, who the fuck else could put up with all that Faygo madness? House of Crazies were down with it all. My brother had a girlfriend from the army named Nancy, and she had a brother who was a rapper named Misery. We talked to him for a couple weeks as well, and we reached the same agreement. Misery and his hype man Poncho would also perform every night, and double as our roadies too. That was the tour. It was all booked and ready to boogie. First, we had an in-store tour to do, a whole month just to sign autographs at record stores. We were going to do that right too. We were gonna promote the fuck out of the 4th Joker's card, the Great Malenko. Billy went all out for this shit. He had a special booth built to be built up in the record stores. It was like our very own little haunted house. It had a roof with black lights and a giant Malenko face on the back wall. There were stars all over the walls, and they were all aglow once you stepped inside its dark interior. It was actually 4 walls, a ceiling, and a lot of shiny streamers that we would bring and set up right inside the record stores. Juggalos would line up and be let in 5 at a time, while Joey and I would be sitting under the black lights, signing 2 liters and 2 titties all night long. Many times the cops would threaten to shut down the in-stores because the energy of the Juggalos would seem almost out of control. Frenzied, if you will, or if you won't even. The power of the Juggalo army prevailed, and not one city was brave enough to try to suffer the consequences of shutting down the madness while it was happening. The Faygo was flying, topless girls were dancing on cars, and ICP chants were heard miles away while the cops just stood there across the street looking pissed off about it all. As soon as the month-long in-store tour was done, we were going to start our big concert tour. Like Julian said, we were done paying dues. They were paying dues now for us. We just had to go out there and make it happen. Hollywood kicked in the big-ass budget for the video for Halls of Illusions. They gave us something like $250,000, which I know ain't shit for those of you into $1 Million Jay-Z videos, but to us, that shit was as much as our whole record deal. This was back in the day when they would actually have to spend $250,000 on making a video. Today you can whip out your iPhone, edit it together real quick on a program you can buy for $30 and fucking do it all yourself in your bedroom. Bam, you got a fucking video. Just look at Slim Jesus. We came up with our own script for the video, where this guy goes through this carnival ride. By the time we got out to LA to film it, they had a whole haunted carnival set built for us on this big ass sound stage. It seemed kind of weird for Joey and I, because having other people design carnival style shit for us seemed fake. Only us, we as Psychopathic, can truly describe the dark carnival. They'd even hired all these real actors to be in it. Oh yeah, don't think me and any of my homies got any netted on the set, because like I mentioned before, it's just not possible. We sure as fuck tried, but we failed miserably. All those chicks on video sets or photo shoot sets, any kind of fucking set in Hollywood or New York, all those chicks ain't giving up shit. We tried too. All our homies tried. And all we got was stuck up fucking noses from them motherfucking Java cappuccino sipping, fucking book reading, fancy fucking word talking, turtleneck sweater, neck choking, fucking painted up mannequin face looking fake titty fucking college alternative radio bitches. And no Slash. Julian told me that the record label didn't want him in the video because they didn't feel he represented what we were about. We were like, fuck that! Slash represents Michael Jackson! He can represent ICP any time of the day. I thought that was bullshit because Slash is the shit. I had to find this out after we had already changed the lyrics and everything. I was starting to hate Hollywood records. Whatever. Halls of Illusion shot to #1 on the Box Video Request channel. Damn, I missed the Box Video Request channel. If you never saw the Box, it was a cable channel across inner cities across America. You could rent a video. You could pick your phone up and call and punch in a certain number for a video you wanted, and they charge you $2.50 and you could see the fucking video. And our shit was always on the Box. We got mad play on the Box. I remember chicken hunting in Detroit. Non-stop on the Box. Over and over it would play. It felt so good knowing people were out there calling in, renting a video in my area, because I remember seeing fucking chicken hunting, and I sure as hell remember seeing Halls of Illusions all over the Box Video Request channel. Bring the Box back, motherfuckers! Stores could officially start selling the Great Malenko at 12:01 a.m. in the morning of Tuesday, June 24th, 1997. All the Harmony House record stores in the Detroit area stayed open late till midnight, Monday night, to start selling it. And we had an in-store at the Harmony House in Sterling Heights, north of Detroit, where we were going to debut our autograph shack. Driving up to Sterling Heights, I was high as hell on Karma. Man, the album comes out at midnight tonight, y'all. All the Harmony Houses are staying open till midnight. This is the one. This is it. Our video's #1 on the Box. It's over with. We're fucking growing huge now. Once we got there, just pure clown love. A humongous crowd was outside. Thousands of juggalos. It was the absolute biggest in-store we had ever done at that point. We didn't get to bed until 8 the next morning. Bam! The Great Malenko was now officially released. We got up at 4 the next afternoon. Another in-store at Harmony House across town in Taylor, Michigan. Weirdly enough, near where my sister used to live. We got there and the place was packed. 1,000 juggalos strong, waiting for us, all of them. We grabbed our Sharpies, headed into our fresh in-store booth, built right inside the record store, and started signing autographs. We're on our way. This is it, I thought. It was crazy back then signing autographs. It was so crazy hearing all those compliments and hearing all those people who appreciated everything we did. It's so weird just to move a number and you don't know who it's going to or what their faces look like, what their voices are like, what their personalities are like. But when you go out there and you actually meet the people who support your music, you hear their voices, you feel their personalities, you realize they're just like you We all have something in common. We're all fucking scrubs. We're all actually floobs at heart. Even if you're rich, even if you're a success, even if you dress nice, you can still be a scrub at heart. And a scrub, all these juggalos were. It was awesome. Then Billy came into the booth. Joe, we got to hold the line off. Julian and Alex are here, and they want to talk to you, and they have to talk to you right now. It's very important. Okay, whatever, dog, I said. Into the booth that we made for the Juggalos walked Julian with his wife Dory, Alex, and this local guy who worked for the record distributor in Detroit. Alex just looked retarded. Something was on his face that made him look stupider than he already looked. One of his eyes was open wide, and the other was shut and crooked, like he just saw a busload of nuns moon him or something. The local guy was just glassy-eyed, like he was starting to cry. I'm serious. This guy was fucking glassing up on me. Julian finally began to speak. I don't know any other way to tell you guys this, but Hollywood pulled the records from all the record stores in the nation today. They pulled it out of all the stores nationwide, and they're gonna drop the band. I'm sorry, but your tour has been canceled. Your in-store tour is canceled as well. I just had to come flat out and tell you. There's no other way to tell you this other than just to say it. Alex just stared blankly with his one eye open, looking off into space. They just sat there and looked at us for a minute. All right, I said. Well, get out of here so we can at least finish this in-store. Obviously, we were still high as hell from the in-store that lasted until fucking 8 in the morning the night before, and now the 1,000 juggalos waiting to meet us here, and the big giant posters for ICP everywhere, our fresh in-store haunted house booth. It just seemed like nothing could bring us down. What Julian just told us didn't register. We knew what he said, but we couldn't understand, and we didn't even begin to try to fathom it. Like I said, we learned when we signed a jive that juggalos just want your record. They don't give a fuck about that record label bullshit. At that point, neither did we. After the in-store ended that night, I just went home, took my entire box of NyQuil pills, and went to bed. Which, by the way, is not a good fucking habit. I no longer have it. I used to love it, though. I loved it so much. I loved to drink it. I loved to swallow the pills. I just loved NyQuil. Robitussin sucks, though. The next morning, what was happening finally hit me. I woke up, sat up, and realized I'm not in the tour bus going to another in-store. I realized what was going on. The in-store tour was over. I wasn't going on the concert tour. And I didn't have anything to do that day. There was nothing we could do. For the first time since we started this band years ago, I didn't have anything to do. Think about it. Why promote? Promote for what? There's no album. We can hit the studio, but we just finished an album. Joey and I showed up at the office. Alex was already there, still stunned.
I don't know what to tell you guys. The album's not in stores. Some of the independent stores are refusing to send it back at least, but it's been pulled out of all the malls and all the chain stores everywhere. It's pretty much nowhere. Hollywood ended all promotions. All the commercials on MTV have been pulled. Everything's over. The radio spots, gone. All the magazine ads were canceled. Everything gone. Here, take this money, he said, and he gave us $10,000. Go away. You guys just go on vacation or something. Go anywhere. Just go away because I seriously don't know what to tell you, and I don't know what to say right now.
Alex was seriously hurt. He was hurt inside just like us. None of us knew what to do. Alex just gave us 10 grand because he didn't give a fuck at that moment, or he wouldn't have gave us fucking 10 bucks. But he gave us $10,000 and told us to go away and go on vacation. Just get the fuck out of here because he can't face us right now and he doesn't know what to do. I remember that day vividly, very fucking clearly, like it was yesterday. We were all pretty much in a state of shock, but we managed to get in my car and start headed down to Virginia Beach. I'm not really that sure, but I think the plan was to just head down south and leave the music world behind for a few days. We stopped off in Canton, Ohio, because Joey knew some girls there. I was so out of it, I started talking to one of them. Do you know our new album came out?
Yeah?
Did you get it?
Not yet.
Well, you better get it because it's getting pulled out of all the stores.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we spent all that time recording that album, and it was out half a day, and then it was yanked out of the stores and off the shelves. Our tour was canceled, our in-store tour canceled, everything we had canceled, our video was yanked, everything was fucking yanked.
Oh, yeah?
See, if we were somebody famous, this would have been huge news. But for us, it meant nothing to nobody anywhere. You have no idea how major what I'm telling you is. But it is. It's an incredible bone. The worst thing that could ever happen to a band just happened to us. She didn't give a fuck. She didn't want to hear my record company bullshit. She didn't understand anything I was saying. Oh, and by the way, one of her titties was smaller than the other. Not that there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm just making a point so that I'm being more descriptive and honest about what was going on. All right? I happen to like small titties and big ones, so I didn't mind the combination, all right? The next morning, we headed into Virginia and stopped at a Denny's for breakfast. I left Joey and Billy at the table and went to call Alex on the payphone. Remember those? Yes. You put fucking quarters into it, or you make a collect call. You don't know about that shit. You computer tech savvy ninjas today got cell phones in your fucking watches, cameras in your necklaces, all that crazy tech shit. Alex, it's me.
Joe, shit! You guys get back to Detroit as fast as you can!
Why? I screamed.
'Cause we're all over the news! Right now, outside of our office, Channel 2, 4, and 7 are all here. Rich is outside talking to him. I just got back from talking to CNN. We already got calls from Spin and Rolling Stone magazine wanting to talk to us. Every fucking record company is also calling, trying to sign us.
I thought Alex was on fucking crack. Explain to me how this happened.
Last night, I called the LA Times.
Alex laid it out to me, and I'm gonna explain the whole deal in a minute. In short, though, the deal was this. At the time, back then in '97, Disney was being boycotted by the Southern Baptists for allowing gay marriage and not upholding family values according to them. Therefore, Disney made an attempt to hide everything they were doing that wasn't considered family-oriented. Not because they didn't like it, but because they wanted to shut the Baptists up. I guess there are millions Southern Baptists in America, and they were all boycotting Disney, which meant a major chunk of profit was about to be taken out of their asses. So Disney tried to cover up everything controversial, everything that wasn't family-like. That's why they yanked us out of stores. Alex had called the LA Times the night before and said,
I have a story. I'm the manager of a rap group called Insane Clown Posse from Detroit. We were signed to Hollywood Records, which is owned by the Disney Corporation. Well, Disney is getting in all this trouble with Southern Baptists, so they pulled our album out of stores the day of its release, trying to act like they never had their hand in our cookie jar. Disney was trying to pretend they had nothing to do with us. That's why they tried to yank us and bury us before anybody noticed that Disney had put out something as crude as ICP through their Hollywood Records division. They knew all along what we were about, and they were trying to get paid off the wicked shit too, but they had to hide that as quick as they could, so they yanked us off shelves.
Alex told the LA Times the whole story. Well, maybe not in those exact words, but you get the point. The LA Times hung up and called Alex back 10 minutes later.
It's gonna be on the front page of tomorrow's paper,
is what they said. The next morning, Hell yeah, it was on the cover of the LA Times and all over the Associated Press wire. We punched it back to Detroit, and every time we turned on the news, we heard the story. We saw the story everywhere. In an apparent move to appease a powerful group of Southern Baptists, Disney severed all ties with controversial rap group Insane Clown Posse a day after releasing the group's debut album on Hollywood Records, spurring questions about all that shit. We couldn't believe it. We knew it really wasn't about us, though. It was about Disney trying to have their mouse cake and eat it too. The only way I can explain it is that it was like you heard a close family member died, then 2 days later, you only find out they didn't really die, and you feel twice as good as you did about them before. I floored it. Right around Toledo, the weirdest thing happened. Something only the Dark Carnival could have laid on us. We found ourselves stuck in a traffic jam. Check it. Look at that, man. That car's got an ICP sticker. Yo, check out those ninjas in face paint over there. Holy shit. Holy shit. I remembered that day we were supposed to have done an in-store in Toledo, and it was canceled, obviously, but now we were trapped with all these pissed off juggalos in a traffic jam. Billy and Joey and I, without our makeup, were stuck in the middle of this traffic jam, surrounded by carloads of juggalos. All of a sudden, some recognized us and started honking at us. Pretty soon, 3 carloads of juggalos were giving us a clown escort back to Detroit. Actually, they were hound dogging the fuck out of us, but those crazy motherfuckers kept up. I was punching it too, cutting through suburbs, everything, trying to lose them. Nothing worked. They were all on our tail, hot pursuit style. When we finally got back to the office, the ninjas following us were the least of our worries. News trucks were everywhere. Alex, Rich, Rudy, and my brother were doing as many fucking interviews as they could. This was a crazy time. This shit blew up in the press. I'll never forget it. News trucks, radio stations, every show wanted to interview us. It was just the craziest time of my life. Alex saw me and ditched the news crew and ran up to me.
We leave for LA tomorrow. Interscope Records wants to sign us. Jimmy Iovine put in the call himself. They want us out in LA by this time tomorrow.
I was still dazed.
Look, Joe, go home. I have to finish up here. I'll send the biggest interviews to you at your house.
So I went home and did some interviews. As usual, it was a lot of, why do you say the things you say in your lyrics? As usual, I answered, because we don't give a fuck. Fuck you if you don't like it. Eat a dick and lick out the dick hole. All I did was shoot my mouth off. Fuck you. Fuck Disney. ICP will never die. All the interviewers asked the same questions. So how does it feel? Yesterday nobody knew who you are, and now you're making headlines all across the country. I answered every one of them the same. Our last album sold 100,000 copies on the underground. That doesn't sound like we're nobodies to me, motherfucker. You might not have known who the fuck ICP is, because all you do is write about bullshit. But the underground always have known who ICP is. I was just trying to defend our name. At the airport the next day on our way to LA, this lady from Spin Magazine interviewed me. All right, what about this lyric from the song, What is a Juggalo? I mean, dip my nuts in your soup? Bloop? What does that mean? I got really mad. Come on, it was just the stupidest fucking question. Exactly how it fucking sounds. I'll dip my fucking balls in your warm soup because I don't give a fuck about you, I said. Then I let her have it. What do you want me to do? Try to make up some excuse for that lyric? It's fucking entertainment. That's what it is. It might not be entertainment for you. It might not be entertainment for Disney, but they came to us. Remember? So fuck off! The Shaggy Too Dope Guide to Crime.
The cars that go boom. The whole car stereo thing, this is easy. You just open a car door. Now listen, this is for the people who like to think they're safer by bolting down the car stereos to the dash and shit. A lot of times, this shit is too hard to steal. It's like you get so pissed off, you just kick the whole fucking dashboard in and leave it like that. That's why, like, whenever I get my car broken into, I don't even get mad, cause I know I have it coming. Unless somebody kicks my fucking dashboard in, then I wanna kill them. So I never bolt or chain my stereo in. The way I look at it, if the crook can get in the car, then the stereo is theirs to keep. I must have taken 10,000 car stereos back in the day. You just always have to have a lookout man on the corner. We would park our car on the corner and hit every fucking house on the block. Go out at like 2 in the morning till like 5 in the morning, and you just come home with like at least 20 radios and fucking 10 sets of speakers. Fucking back in the day when EQs were actually used, we would make sure to take those. The EQs were the easiest because they were mounted on the bottom and you just rip them off, you know? If you break the fucking wires, there's always somebody who knows how to solder that shit and splice it back so you sell it for less. That's all. $20 for a fucking Kenwood ain't bad, you know? Pullouts always suck to steal. If you stole the pullout, they are always hard to sell because you needed the fucking chassis for them, and the chassis was a bitch to get out. You had to kick the whole fucking dashboard in to get those. Once again, people are thinking that they're smarter by getting a pull-out stereo, and yet they end up needing a whole new fucking car over that shit. If you did get the fucking pull-out and the fucking sleeve for it, you could get a couple $100 for those things. They were definitely the shit. We were so stupid about it. I don't understand how we didn't get caught, you know? Like there'd be guys in the garage working on a car, and somehow we'd fucking go into the fucking driveway 20 feet away from them, sneak in their car and steal all their shit while they're in the garage. I didn't know what the fuck we were thinking. Cancer sticks. We used to have the carton tactic because teenagers all smoke. There's actually 2 different places that we go to get cartons. One of them was Myers, which is a 24-hour department store that has 2 main entrances. They used to have a back door, and for some stupid reason, the retards would leave all the fucking cartons right by the fucking back door. So we go there at like fucking 2 in the morning and just shove 20 fucking cartons down our pants and walk out the fucking door. Actually, when Sega Genesises first came out, I managed to steal like 3 of those fucking things from Myers. Myers was a spot for late night tactics. It was all about Myers and stealing car radios. The buffet. Have you ever gone grocery shopping with your mom? Tell me you don't ever grab yourself a little something and then run over to the other aisle, open it up and eat it right quick. Of course you did. So this is nothing new to you. One thing I can tell you about big supermarkets, sure they have some theft going on, but hardly any. It's mostly moms and old ladies pushing around shopping carts and being ultra polite to each other. You can head up there and nobody will even keep an eye on you. You just get a cart and a list like you're looking for some shit and go buck wild. Fucking $40 steaks, cheese, $8 boxes of fucking cereal, and all that good shit. Fuck going hungry if there ain't shit in your cupboards. You think Farmer Jack himself needs all that shit up in his cupboards? Out of all the places I've ever plucked shit out of, grocery stores are ranked up top as one of the easiest. Picture the scene. Scrubs like us hanging out, barbecuing $40 steaks, and not even finishing them, cause we got 7 more in the freezer. That's the fucking shit. Just have some chick come over and cook some shit up for you and your boys later. If you're too young to drink, you just pluck a bottle of a little something. Make sure it's liquor and not some gay-ass wine. Even if you do buy something, right there while she's ringing it up, you could be housing mad candy bars and gum. Look who works at a supermarket anyways, nothing but ladies and young high school ninjas. If there's some kid in your aisle working there and pricing canned food or something, go ahead and float you some shit. Don't even worry about it. If he sees you, chances are he ain't gonna be stale enough to say something. If he acts like he's gonna, just tell him if he does, your boys will come up there and whip his ass before he even gets off work that night.